Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Anna. How are you? Thank you for coming, beautiful. I appreciate you. How you doing today? Thank you. God bless you. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're doing good. Hi. What's going on today? How's it going? Everything going good? Anna. Hello, my Anna. I hope you are good. Let me give you your blue jacket. Let's turn it up. Let's get it in, y'all. Okay, this is Anna. Hi, Anna. Wait a minute. That's straightened out. Hi, Anna. How you doing? All right. Let's see if Anna can get her wrench. Hey, Anna. What's happening, Anna? How you doing today? How's everybody doing? I hope all is well with everyone. Hello. What's up? What's up? Let me see. I got to excuse me, dry. Here we go again. Okay, let me see. Let me go back to Bristol. Hello, Susanna, my darling. How you doing? Thank you for coming. Hello, beautiful Crystal. I am still watching your live, Crystal, from my phone, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Susanna. How's everything going? And Crystal, you have a beautiful family. Bless you, Crystal. I'm still playing your live. I have your live right now on my phone. And I thank you so much for your friendship. You're awesome, Crystal. Hey, girl. Hey. What's happening? Bless you. Bless you. How's it going, Susanna? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling better. How's your little one doing? I hope everything is going good. I appreciate you guys all for being here for me. I thank you guys so much. Everybody have an awesome time, day or night, because I know a lot of us are in different time zones. I am here. I just got off of work, so I am a little tired. I've had a shower, and I'm relaxing now. But I really thank you guys all so much, Susanna. She says, doing good. Oh, I'm glad, sweetie, because I know that you're very busy, and I appreciate you having time to come by to see me. And I'm glad everything is going good. I'm hanging in there myself. I gotta stop working so hard though. I'm getting, worn out. I gotta get me some different hours at work because it's a long 12 hours. Hey, what's happening? How you doing, Rev? How's it going? I am looking forward to your next show. I enjoy your shows. I appreciate you too, Rev. Howdy. Howdy doody. And him, Lim, how are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for coming, my friend. Lim. Am I saying it right? You guys have beautiful names. How are you doing? Helium. What's happening? How is it? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I may sound a little foggy because when I get off of working a long 12-hour shift, it has me, it's just a different air quality than I have from my house. And then also outside, the air quality has changed. Howdy doody, Rev. Thank you so much for coming. How's the family? How's the pets doing? How you doing? Mr. Rev, oh my goodness, I really respect and appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much, sir. I enjoy your content. I appreciate you. And I thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody that's stopping in like this. You're all good people. And even though I got a live going, I'm still supporting people on my phone and other tablets. Y'all can hear I got one of my friends here, Martinez. She's doing a live. So I do a live and I help everybody else at the same time. He said, it hurts this morning. Man with blowing cold air. Oh my goodness. Rev, I have a family member that had the cold air. They had the window cracked, and they ended up getting very messed up respiratory wise because stuff changes. I hope you feel better. Put a prayer on that for you. Prayers are up that you feel better. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know how that can be. I remember when I was a little girl, and we used to be so happy because when we ride in the back seat of the car, that air hits you, and we used to stick our head out the window. At some point, we started getting sore throats, so we stopped doing it. But I used to enjoy it. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better, Rev. I appreciate you coming by to visit me, especially if you're not feeling well. I respect that 100%, and I thank you dearly for coming. I really thank you for that. And please feel better soon, because I know how it is when you're not feeling good, Any kind of thing that throws us off, I really pray on that for you. I pray for Rev. In the name of Jesus, give him some relief. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Give him some relief. He said, I definitely understand. Yes. Oh, yeah. You don't want me to start writing the books. He said, respiratory infection caused me to. And this last week. See? Yes. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, Rev. It's bad. Hey, Anna Mae Reyes. How are you, beautiful? Thank you, my darling, for coming in. I appreciate you. I thank you. Anybody here that want to drop their link, you are welcome to drop your link. You're welcome to make friends with everybody here. You guys are welcome. If you want me to pin a comment for you, or you want to pin a comment, you can do that. I am here for you guys. I appreciate it. And Rev, I wanted to give you your jacket because I keep forgetting. I'm telling you, with YouTube, I can talk up a storm, but honey, I am YouTube illiterate. I try my best. But I appreciate all you and Rev. We don't want to talk about respiratories. I'm telling you, hear me now, right? And what happens here too, I notice, is that we used to have, people had allergies, but now, woo, you said last Sunday I used that entire roll of TP. Yes, and the allergies, Rev, oh my goodness, they are on an all-time high. Some of the worst I've ever seen, I promise you. And a lot of people was wondering back when C-19 was out, how come everybody was going through so much toilet paper? Think about it. It makes sense because there was something respiratory, and then also the other end, if you know what I mean. I don't want to be disrespectful, but you know what I'm talking about. And I realized that's how a lot of toilet paper was used up during C-19. Also, the allergies have changed. The allergies used to be more easier going, which I know that a lot of people had allergies that were horrible. But I mean, now they're worse, way worse than ever. Also, what I've been seeing too is that the regular flu, we have a real bad one out here right now. It seems like nobody hardly ever get a common cold anymore. Common cold has went to the left. The common cold is a flu now. It's a change in the world that's not good. He says, I'm just. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yes, he is a good guy. He has everybody's back. And I'm glad that that worked out for both of you guys, because I know he said there's some days that he's switching up as well, too. So it's awesome that he's backing you up like that. And I'm glad that it worked out in your favor, because I know how it is with health now. It's a lot different than what it used to be back in the days because of the fact that we have stuff that has gotten worse. And we are definitely at some sad times with health due to all of the new stuff that we have out here in the world that has gotten increasingly bad. Unfortunately, we just all got to hold tight because this is going to be a bumpy ride. The way things are going now in the world, everything is on a high level right now. Everything is worse than what I even remember just from a couple of years ago. This thing has been growing and getting scarier and worser. And we all have to knuckle down because I don't think anything as far as these different germs is concerned. Because I have some people right now that they were taking something for asthma, not asthma, for allergies. The Flonase and some, citrusine, and that doesn't even work anymore. In the last year, it's went to an all-time high. People that I know that have asthma, their asthma pumps are not working anymore. People are having to get steroid shots for stuff that they were able just to take a little bit of medicine here and there and be fine. Everything has changed in a way, in a rapid, very scary way. And I just pray that everybody gets through whatever it is, because I know that, the way the times are in the world right now, none of this stuff is going to get any better. We're at the time of life where things are changing, seasons are blending into season, things are not what they used to be anymore, and it's very hard to recover from a lot of the stuff that we have going on, that we had from back in the days that you're doing okay. Because I know a lot of people now, I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of people I know that's always had horrible asthma, horrible allergies, but it was a lot better than what we have now. You understand what I mean? And that's hard, to deal with, because I know so many people that were able to manage a lot of stuff that they had going on in their life. They're in a bad struggle where they have to go to the emergency room every time you turn around because it's not manageable the way it used to be. You know what I mean? And even when it was bad, because I got a few people that are hello, Rev J Rat. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Howdy doody. Howdy doody. Thank you so much for stopping in. You are awesome. I hope everything is going with you. Prayers and blessings up for you and your family. I pray that you are doing good in whatever that, means for you, far as, if you're working or if you've been going through anything. I just pray that everybody's okay. And like I said, everybody here, if you'd like, you can drop your links, make friends, enjoy, have fun. Let's all stick together and back each other up, because it's, one life to live, and we all stay healthy and strong amongst each other. We can do a lot of different stuff together. So let's all make sure we do that. Let's make sure we stay together. He said, oh, oh no. All right. You doing like Bert? Okay, now I got some too, man. I got some too. I did not know. I thought I was talking to a whole guy. Oh boy. You got me, Rev. You got me already. You got me. I had no idea. I thought that was another person. And I'm just talking along and making comments. Now I know better. And Bert finally gave some names. You know what I mean? I had no idea. You got me, man. I owe you one on that one. I'm gonna get you. I had no idea. Wow, that's awesome. It's good to have that, because you get a chance to support people. Look, double. He said, that's my ninja. Okay, now he's doing a ninja. And when we talk about ninjas, that reminds me when I was coming up as a child, I used to love, we used to love to go see karate movies. And obviously one of my favorites was Bruce Lee. And I promise you, Iron Dragon. And also when I used to go to the movies, it used to be very cheap to go to the movies. And we used to watch double features. Like it would be Iron Dragon, and the double feature would be James Bond with Sean Connery. Oh my goodness, we used to be in the theater for hours. The popcorn and candy was reasonable. We didn't have to worry about trying to sneak and bring in some candy because you couldn't afford it and the ticket at the same time. So we used to be able to go in, buy the popcorn, and sit there and enjoy it. And now it's just so hard because everything is so expensive. He said, "Oh God." You know what? You know what? To be honest with you, it seems like that is kind of, something that don't happen often, but I think the double blessing would be there though. LOL. You know what I'm saying? I think it would be a double blessing if that was possible. And it's a blessing to have you shine your light on me, Rev, and everybody in the chat. I thank you guys for spending some of your time with me because I know that all of us in the world only have 24 hours in the day. We all have a lot of different time zones. So anytime a person wants to spend time with you out of this big world that we have online and offline and in social media, that makes me feel so good because those are blessings that's stored upon me when I have people that come and see me, and I really appreciate it. And I hope I'm talking decent enough for people to feel comfortable with me. I remember in my town there was a dollar movie. Yes, Wade, yes. So we can go to that because when I was a young girl, we used to be able to go in for, well, I'd say, I don't, you know what? I'm trying to think. Yes, I was young when they had that. I think I probably was so younger where I didn't know what was going on, possibly. But I remember that, and like I said, double features. I mean, I think it might have been just $1 for the kids, but they had two prices. No, there was one place that it's $1 for everybody, and then there was places that we went. It would be $1 for kids and maybe 2.50 if that for adults. He says, I remember. Yes, and it used to be fun too because they used to have the actual popcorn machines, the old school popcorn machine that made the popcorn right there for you and the butter turn, and you can watch it being made fresh. Even now, they got popcorn machines, but a lot of the popcorn is already made, and sometimes it just be sitting. But back then, we used to enjoy because while our parents pay for stuff, we would run over and watch the popcorn machine make the actual popcorn. I mean, the old machines with the wheels on it. You know what I'm talking about? Back in the days, the good old times. I tell you, those days, I know that life has to evolve and change, but I tell you, those days right there were awesome. Some of the best times that I've had in this life because there's a lot of stuff that's going on now in the world that's a lot harder to deal with than what we had from the past. The past was a lot of more common times. He says, "Yep, we had those popcorn, yes, and they made the best popcorn, and it was fresh." And the butter that they had, it didn't clog your arteries and stuff like the stuff we got out here today. And I'm serious. I realize the quality of food has gone down. And I know that we're all responsible for what we eat and stuff. But sometimes when you can't grow fresh stuff, you have to rely on what's out here. You know what I mean? Stores. Free popcorn from the Fresh Popper. Yes, yes. The Rruk King store. Yes, before there was even, you know what? I'm glad you said that because they used to have this department store called King's. And when we used to go to that store, it was like a Walmart before Walmart ever came out, way back. And I think it was before Kmart too. King's was a big department store that did the same thing that Walmart does now, but Walmart didn't exist. And at first, Kmart, I think that one was before Kmart. I don't know if you remember that too, but I remember the Rruk King's. Yes, yes, King's department. It was a department store like Walmart. And I remember because I remember when they finally closed out, I was a young girl then, and we used to go play in the abandoned building and, acting up as kids. But yes, I remember, oh my gosh, you brought me back. Yes, sir. King's Department Store. Wow. Gosh, I'm getting old, huh? And those was the good stores though back then, is what I'm saying too. A lot of people don't realize that those were a lot of the good stores that we had out here that you could go to like a Walmart and really get what you need. And now Walmart has taken over, but the Walmart flow, I'm gonna be honest, I like Walmart and I like Kmart, but there was nothing like King's. King's was a whole different type of place. And obviously, the prices were a lot better than what we have now. Hello. Everything now is so jacked up and on steroids. And honestly, I can say that times were a lot easier and better than what we have now. He said, I remember Hill's department store, then Ames. Yes, you remember Ames? And those stores had really good quality stuff. Now, a lot of these new stores, even Kmart's, a lot of these new stores, their product is not as stable as what it was back then when I was coming up. They changed. You remember Sears and Reebok? Reebok, I can't say it right. Oh, am I saying Reebok sneakers? You remember Sears, and they used to have those really good Levi jeans. You can't even really find an authentic pair of Levi jeans around anymore at all. Those jeans stand up to wash, oil, dirt. Those were some of the best jeans that we've had out here. Levi Stratus. I remember those jeans from when I was a child. So much stuff has changed. Oh, my goodness. I promise you, back in those days, wow, we had it going on. Yes, sir. I remember all of that. Johnny Depp. Wow. I am so glad you mentioned that because that definitely was something that we enjoyed as kids that's different than what we have now. Oh my goodness, man, that's awesome to remember that. That is awesome to remember that. I forgot about all of those good stores. Levi Stratus was the yes back in there. It was the oh, I like the way you said that, Rev. Got some swag up in there. Yes, back in the days. And you know that I've been looking for those kind of jeans. I'm talking about some real tough, decent quality denim. The Levi's that they have now, they done added some kind of something into the material, and it's just not as good as it used to be. I can tell you that. It's something different about that. Those jeans are nowhere near. That isn't that interesting? I'm a fan too. Isn't that interesting? That's why I said, man, what happened? That is obviously some different changes that wasn't for the good though. I don't think the new way that they're making the jeans now, they're not the right quality. You know what I mean? Those you could wash them a million times and they would always come back nice and fresh and crisp. Now you get these jeans now and they got something in them, some type of different material, and they fade easier, they get damaged easier, they don't hold up because when we were coming up as kids, we were rough and tough, and I was a tomboy. So a lot of that a lot of the stuff needed to stand up, you know, especially with us as kids with the knees. We would rub our knees out so bad. Said they do to bring back the canvas jeans. Yes. Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely, Reb. You was talking up a good one. I can't pronounce. I have a nice lady here in the chat, and I can't pronounce her name right. What is her name? I can't say it. Aditi Nath. How you doing? And welcome to the live. I promise you, I am so sorry. I don't know what happened with me, but for some reason, I've been struggling with pronouncing people's names. And I remember when I was a child, everybody used to come to me and ask me, well, what's this saying? What is that? Now I am so jacked up that I can't even pronounce people's names right at all. It just has changed so much. I guess because I'm getting around the age that I was when, my older people used to ask me, come in here, girl. Tell me what that, you know how your grandparents, what that's saying on that paper there? What is this new thing y'all got out here? You know what I'm talking about. Now I'm at the age, I'm not a grandmother or anything, but I still feel that there's a lot of stuff that I get kind of jacked up with. You know what I mean? I really am struggling with pronouncing names. I go through that and I'm like, what the heck did I just say? And people are probably thinking, is she crazy over there? What's going on with her acting silly? You know what I mean? Is she fooling around with me or she really can't pronounce my name? And I promise you, I struggle with that all the time. Everybody's names. I be butchering them. And I used to be the go-to girl for all of that. And now, it's like, what did I say? I'm sorry, y'all. And I got a lot of that going on. It's just something that you can't, if you can't get it right, you can't get it right. Yes, drop your link. And if you see anybody in here, Rev, that you're interested in meeting, go ahead and join in. If you want me to pin a comment for you of something that you got special going on and you want everybody else to know, let me know. And if you see somebody in here, connect and enjoy each other. I got a few newcomers here today. And I just like everybody to meet each other and play at your own risk if you're comfortable with that. You know what I mean? I'm here, and I don't, I wish everybody the best. So if anybody in here want to, link up with each other, go right ahead and enjoy it. I don't want anybody to feel, no kind of way. Like I said, I got somebody new that just came in just now, and I can't say her name right. Aditi. Nath. I can't say it. It's such a pretty name too. I'm trying. I better stop before I butcher it further. I don't know if you can pronounce it, Rev, but I am jacked up over here. I'm telling you, I'm jacked up. I'm trying. You have a beautiful family. I'm trying so hard, and I'm sitting here trying to pronounce it. Also, I am, commenting and stuff on some other people's lives that I'm supporting here, because I run a couple of gadgets too, where I can do my lives and support people at the same time. You know what I mean? No one gets left out. I try my best, and I know the more people that I deal with, it's going to get a little bit harder, but I'm still going to keep trying to do the best I can, because I appreciate everybody, and I don't want to see nobody left behind. Redo that. Have a beautiful family. But yeah, so what you got planned, Rev? Cause me, I just came in from 12-hour shift, which I'm gonna be soon getting my hours adjusted, because it's a lot going on. He says, I think it's pronounced. Okay, you know what? Look, I'm gonna butcher that. I know, right, Rev? I'm gonna butcher that too. So I think in the last name, if I'm saying it right, is it Neth? Am I saying that part right? Because I don't want nobody to feel uncomfortable or left out. You know what I mean? Just because of me not being able to pronounce their name properly. So a lot of times I do like how I did when I was a child. We try to spell it out, sound it out, and instead I try to give them some type of nickname until I can finally figure it out. But I don't want anybody left behind or feel left out. I promise you, I don't want that to happen. So I'm trying my best to even if I, welcome them in and I say their name, or if I spell it out, at least they know that I'm speaking to them at least. Because I'm having a hard time. I don't know what happened with me with pronouncing people's names like I used to be able to say it right off the tongue. Now I'm like hesitating every minute and confused. Things change too, like how you used to be. So I'm trying my best to say it right. Hey, Anna. I hope everything is going good with you. Just sitting here multitasking. Got a lot of wonderful people here that I'm trying to holler out to and make sure they all feel welcome here. I like that when people have that in their name, that May, and it's Anna May. The two names like that. May is a very popular name too. He said, so what kind of work you do? I got a lot of I'll be honest with you, I got a lot of different trainings, and I can't go into it with you the way I'd like to because I am off the grid, so to speak, because I have some stuff going in court proceeding. That's why you notice that if you ever watch any of the video, besides, because I don't do just lives, I do a little bit of cooking and a little bit of hauling. But because I'm dealing with a lot of unfortunate, I won't call myself a victim. I'll say I'm a victor, but I am dealing with a lot of court proceedings right now, and it's some serious stuff where people are going to get silver bracelets, if you know what I mean, for what they have done. So I can't really open up the way I like to because I don't want to run across these same people out here on YT, if that makes sense, and I apologize for that. Oh yeah, that they did leave, huh? Yeah, they're gone. Some people just pop in and leave, but I apologize that I can't elaborate on it. But I promise you, the work that I do, I help people out with different issues. I need it. Oh my gosh, I need it. I need the prayers, man. I promise you, this thing has been the worst. And you know how it is when you are living life the best you can. And obviously we know there's no such thing as being perfect. There's no such thing as being normal. Everybody is special. Life is lifing. That's it, right? But when you have to change up because of other people and move and start your life all over again and keep moving because somebody know where you are again, that kind of moving, getting a different car, selling property because it's that serious that you got to go to renting in those kind of ways and leave town and all that. And I'm going to be honest, I'm global too because of having mixed race, period, anyway, but more global now because of what I have to stay away from for safety reasons. And I thank you, and I need prayer so that I can get back into my normal swing of things. I need it because I'm telling you, I'm so tired of, oh gosh, I'm just going to get serious here now, trying to hold it back. I'm tired of it. You know what I mean? And I know God has better plans for my life, so I'm trying to weather this, this situation, but it's been a long while. Even with YouTube, I can't even come on camera. I don't deal with neighbors and other people other than working privately. You know what I mean? When I go out to work and keep my head up because it's been a long time. And, a lot of times people don't necessarily meet folks in person that is going through a lot of the stuff that folks may see on the news or on some kind of, detective show. People don't understand that it really happens to a lot of folks, more common than you know. You know what I mean? And I try my best to have good friendships without making people feel uncomfortable about me not being able to share the way I'd like to share because I have to keep myself under the radar because of the fact I don't want to be found, you know what I mean, or called out or anything like that. I'm trying to keep it nice and mellow where I can keep functioning. And I've been through all of that where, my jobs, oh boy, it's a mess. It's a mess. And even with me too, due to medical, I had, a full regular 8-hour job, and I had to switch that up due to medical so that I can be able to, still work and have, good insurance and stuff. So then the way I had to switch it up, I had to, first of all, because of these problems that I was going through personally and at work, I had to change job locations. And then by me having some medical issue, it changed my job description. So I'm not able, due to medical, to do what I normally do. So I had to take a pay cut and work more hours to ensure that I have good insurance to take care of all of these chronic issues that I have. And that's another hard thing too, because a lot of times when you work places and you're struggling with health issues and stuff like that, and the job kind of, you feel like they don't want you there because they feel that you're a liability, because I got a lot of doctor notes that gives me excuses to do a lot of stuff that everybody else can't do, and that gets all of the co-workers and their feelings, but I guarantee you they wouldn't want to be in my predicament. You know what I mean? He says the day after tomorrow will be my service dog. It was always my son. The second birthday across the Rainbow Bridge. Oh, wow. Wow. Prayers are up that you find some comfort in that and that you can get through it. Because I know, honey, that kind of stuff. And I keep trying to tell people when it comes to pets, pets are family. They're not just pets, they are family. And you have to treat them that way. And I keep telling people, I remember back years, I'm talking about way back, like we're talking about the Rural King store. You remember those days you would get a pet from somebody, whether it be, oh, the person down the street are giving out cats or puppies. People will run and go and get a pet, never take the pet to the vet, never take the pet for shots, doctor's appointments. And what they don't realize, if you cannot afford to take care of a pet, you know it's best not to get one because they need the same care that your humans do as your kids have. They need to have their shots. They get sick. They're diabetic. They have arthritis. They have glaucoma. They get cancer. They got the same stuff as us humans. So whenever you have one, you have to love on them like it's one of your kids. So I understand that, and prayers are up that you do okay with that. Oh, you definitely can. You definitely can, Rev. You definitely can. Yes, sir. You definitely can. I'd just like to ask God to pray over Rev and his family. Pray that he has some comfort in anything that he has to go through in his life. I'd like to thank you, Lord, for having him as my brother in Christ here on YT and in the world. I'm praying over his spirit. I'm praying that whatever he has to go through in life, that you are always there to guide him. I am here for him. The YouTube world is hugging on to him tight. We give it to you, Lord, in the name of Jesus, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Son, Holy Spirit. Amen, amen, amen. When two or more touch and agree, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I pray that we all make it to the paradise. I pray that we all make it to the paradise. And I'm telling you, Rev, it's tough out here. And I've been having a lot of stuff going on with YT, with me being friends with other people that's having issues. And I'm trying to find some way to try to get from under a lot of these people that I knew from this community back that turned out to be, kind of messy here. So what I'm doing is I'm going through my subscriptions and once people start coming to my lives, they're going to see that there's a lot of people that's not going to be here anymore because I'm walking in a certain type of way and I don't want to be involved with anything that's hurting anybody. You know what I'm saying? The prayers are up for you and your family. Please give him some comfort because I know I need prayer too. I know how that is. We need prayer all day, every day. Prayers all day, every day, don't we? Some prayers for you, blessings for you as well. Amen, 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 amen. And I appreciate that, Rev. I receive it. I receive it. And I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you because I promise you, what I learned about prayer, when people pray for you that are strangers, that's even more powerful than family that's expected. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it because a lot of people, families are not what they want them to be. But I'm just saying when you have the world pray for you and people that don't know you, the prayers are totally different than what we have from people that is suspected, that your wife or your sister or your aunt is going to love and pray on you. When you get prayers from around the world, oh my gosh, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I thank you so much because I need prayers. I want my life to get back to what it used to be. You know what I mean? Because I used to be able to, and one thing I tell you, God has a way of doing things because with the C-19, honestly, and I don't judge anybody for what they decide to do far as getting themselves taken care of. He said, worldly prayers are, yes, 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 they are, definitely. And I always say that with the C-19, take something positive from it, no matter how cruel this is out here in the world with that type of stuff. Take something positive from it. Don't let it ruin your life. I would say this to everybody because there's going to be more to come, more battles, because we're at the end game. This life is not what it used to be. It's coming to an end. So we all have to think about that. And also with me, I never take my mask off. The only time I've taken my mask off since this is for my cleaning and when I had to have, my annual appointment where the doctor tells you open your mouth and say and all that. Other than that, I don't take my mask off. And you know what's good about that? That helped me stay disguised the way I need to until I get through this mess that I'm going through. So that works in my favor out in public because before we had the C-19, I would have to, have all kinds of hats and all this stuff going on. You know what I mean? There was a lot, kind of crazy with it all over the place and mixed up in my mind and going through all of that. You know what I'm saying? And finally, I have been able to wear the mask and get by and blend in with everybody else. And it's been amazing. That has helped me. You get where I'm coming from, you know what I'm saying? Because it made it harder trying to do all of those things. And when people know you, they know you. Sometimes you can be around somebody and hear their voice from across the room, and you know that person. And that's why, too, on YT, I have to be careful because even though I don't show myself, I know that a lot of these people that are abusive out here that I have to stay away from, they would know my voice. You get what I mean? So that's something that I watch out for. And like I said, I have to wear all of this different stuff and it can be uncomfortable, you know what I mean? And then I'm global, so I travel in and out. And when I leave, because the most of my problems that I have to deal with is in the States, you know what I mean? But when I go in the country, I'm more freer. Yes, yes, you know what, Rev, I have got it together. I promise you, the mask have changed the game for me. The mask, even sometimes I can get away with not even having the sunglasses on. Like if I go to the States and the weather is cold in the States and you're wearing sunglasses, people don't realize you can wear sunglasses in whatever season you want, actually, except for, in the rain, it may be a little odd, but I was doing that too because I never knew who I would run into when I'm out at the stores. And a lot of people don't understand. I know that there's people with all kinds of COPD and breathing issues that a mask is, a problem for them. But for the most part, if you get yourself trained up right, pray on it and work through it, God will show you how to get by with the mask. Because I know with us, a lot of times we have to take mask breaks, but I've been able to have masks on for a long period of time without any problem with my breathing. Thank goodness, especially when you got allergies out here and asthma. We all want to be careful and safe, but like you said, it has helped. It helps add a layer of, yes, it has. Oh my goodness, perfect word. Perfect word, Rev. It has done that, exactly that for me too. That's one of the things, and I feel so good because I feel like I'm free. And then I'm also protected if because a lot of people are doing what they want to do. We don't want to judge anybody. We do not want to judge anybody for any choice. You don't want to wear a mask. You don't want to be vaccinated. Nothing is wrong with everybody's free will and choice. But me and my family, we decided to continue the mask because we don't feel safe enough, whether we're vaccinated or not, out here. And it's been a protection in many ways. It's been a good, disguise, thank goodness. And it also has protected us in what we feel, we feel more comfortable when we're out wearing a mask. So definitely, it helps. I'm telling you, people got to really look at anything that happens. I feel this way, and I'm not judging people because people are at different stages. Like something me and you may be able to talk about may be a trigger for somebody else that's not ready for it, or maybe some people that don't want to deal with that part of something that happened in their life. But I feel that anything negative, I don't care what it is in my life, that I have to make sure that I find the positive in it because I know in the world there's a lot of turmoil, but I promise you, I know for a fact that God did not intend it to be this way. And sometimes what we have to do is count our blessings instead of looking at what happened bad or what we don't like and concentrate only on negative things instead of, looking up for what's good in life too. So I promise myself every situation that I have, I'm going to find the positive in it. And so far, the majority of things that I've had that's been really horrible atrocities against me. I have found 5 things in each situation that I could say that was positive, even though I had to go through it. Like I know for a fact that I had to learn to stop being a victim and be a victor. That was one of my toughest ones. Now I'm going to be honest. When things first happened to me, I do have that victim mentality to a certain extent. I work with God, I pray on it, and then I'm able to purge and move to the next level. But that's one of the main things, is not to call myself a victim, and I have been, because when certain things happen to you, you feel victimized because you feel stripped away from, what you are and who you are. You question yourself, even though you don't lose your faith. It's not about losing the faith. It's about keeping it real and facing your fears, speaking them out, processing your emotions so that you can get back into the positive area of your life. And since I started really knowing that, don't look at yourself as a victim. Don't look at yourself. If you feel like that at first, take your time, process it, get yourself in good standings, ask God to work through it. Decent people like you, Rev, and other people that I met on, YT, help you pray through it. And you can see the sun shining again, even on the dimmest day. Even any storm that we got, we can weather it if we have our faith. You know what I mean? And that's what I've been doing, is looking at that. And I've had some times that I've been in a situation where my life could have got taken. And I found some positive in that moment. And one of the main positive things in a moment like that, no matter what you go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. And the positive thing in moments like that, like I said, if I could have lost my life to, a situation with the crime, God was always with me. Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit was always with me. And I won't be alone. You know what I mean? No matter what, I won't be alone. And once I start looking at things that way, I have been able to prosper to another level. And boy, does it feel good. Boy, does it feel good to be able to take that weight off of yourself and turn it into something positive. And even with C19, I've learned how to accept that, because there's no way around it. But if you do what you're supposed to do and you pray on it, you can live through this. Look how far we came. I mean, it's still here, and it's something that's going to be in the world permanently, but it's our outlook on things. And it's hard, especially when you suffer from different things, because I got a lot of medical stuff going on psychologically that I don't really get into it on YouTube the way I would like to, especially to come to talk to you at your show, because I know that I'll start letting the cat out of the bag and people will start knowing who I am. So I can't even elaborate, but I know it 100%. My whole life I know what that is. I do. I know what that type of stuff is. You know what I mean? And we just have to, get through it, all of us together. We all need somebody. We all need somebody. We all have to remember that everybody's got something going on, and one person don't get everything, We all have a cross to bear. We all have a future. We all have a journey. And we all have our individual salvation with God. So with that being said, you can't feel like, I don't like to feel like I'm the only one, and why me? I don't like to feel that way. I just like to say, God, your will be done. Your will be done, and accept whatever your faith is supposed to be and work through it. That's how I feel about this thing called life. You get where I'm coming from, yeah. And it's better said than done, because when you deal with psychological and emotional stuff, it's very hard. It's very, very, very hard. And I remember, and I promise you, I remember having the live going that I tried to discuss this, and I had a few very disrespectful people that kept coming in every time I'd say something, or every time another person in the live says something. These people kept interjecting with negativity. And anytime when you have people that's open enough to discuss that they're dealing with anxiety, depression, bipolar, any type of psychological issue, it's not a joke for people to come in and laugh and pick at you. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. That right there, that hurt a lot of people that were in my live, that came out and said that, what was going on with them. I even had a woman that was 50 something years old and said that she developed her issues because of abuse that happened to her as a child. And a lot of people don't understand, mental health is something that could be hereditary, it could be environmental, and there's a whole lot of other ways that mental health can affect you and become a part of your life. And when you're able to talk about that and people come in and hurt you like that, it makes you scared and go back into your shell. It can trigger you into what you were getting progress in, and it has you regress. And you remember what I'm talking about. And I promise you, unfortunately, I had to cut ties with quite a few of those people that were out of pocket. And I don't usually do that on YouTube. I just go on and keep living. But I've lost friends because of these people that came in alive. And I also, it bothered me that someone would act that way and be disrespectful. So I just decided, no disrespect to the person. I did continue to talk about it way after they left because they weren't really gone. A lot of people make you think that they left your live, but they're listening in the background sometimes. Then we got some people that are listening to be negative. We got some people that are hiding in the bushes. Then we got a lot of people that don't like to come forth on the social media, and they just don't, and nothing's wrong with that. They don't like to type in anything. They may not even want to give you a thumbs up, and that's okay. It scare you back into your shell, or it can motivate you to rise up. And I promise you, it was two different effects that I had, and that was both the ones you just mentioned. And you get what I mean? Have you going back into your shell, and then I came back out stronger too. But I had to process it. And I promise you, a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about, I dealt with this all, my whole existence, to be honest with you. Really. And I promise you, I have the diagnose that you mentioned. I'm not going to disrespect you or be in your business or anything like that because you're grown and you know what you want to say. I have someone that's very dear to me that deals with the same thing, and because of how society treated them, and how the partner that they were with treated them, they're not here anymore because of it. You see where I'm coming from? And I try not to get to that edge. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And people don't realize that if they come into a chat or a conversation, and if people are talking that way and you don't like that type of talk, why try to hurt people when you can just go on and move on and find another YouTube channel to hang out instead of disrespecting people? Until this day, I just decided with that person, I kept trying to hold on to a friendship with them, but I realized not just one person, it was a few that day. They were coming in like vultures, and I thought if they didn't like the content of what any of us was talking about, because a lot of people, released in that situation. I just had a guy that said that he had, flipped out because he, suffers from some mental health issues, and he had people bullying him on YT, and he ended up, you know, deleting his whole YouTube channel. He said, I just went berserk. He said, because it took me to a level and it screwed me up so bad that I deleted my whole YouTube, because people hurt people. And sometimes people don't know the difference between how they always say hurt people hurt, and then they always say that. But I know that some people are cruel deliberately too. He said, I do that a lot. If someone thinks they can insult me, I'll listen to them go into myself. To make me stronger, yes. And I promise you, every time I do that, I always win. But sometimes because we can't control our psychological mind, we have to process it first and then come back out swinging. You know what I mean? Because I noticed that when you have certain diagnoses and you stand up for yourself towards somebody, they think you're being combative because they know you're diagnosed when you're only just standing up for yourself. And I don't like stuff like that. You know how when you have somebody that's rude to you and you defend yourself, the first thing, oh, you got problems. So that's why they try to brush you off, to blame it on that, when you're not even having the problem, like any kind of flare up at that moment. You're just defending yourself. You know what I mean? And they want to paint you as this person that is not stable at all in any kind of way when you're just standing up for yourself. Yes, they are. See, you know what? And that's why everybody use the word karma. You get what I mean? Even though I usually just say there's something, bigger than that, and that's God. But that's exactly what it is. They don't realize anything that you do that's a negative to somebody else, it reflects back on you. Anything that you do positive for somebody reflects back on you. And I think a lot of people think that they're exempt from this type of stuff because they think they run the world, and they don't seem to even, care. But they don't realize that they're sealing their own situation to come back on them from what they've done to someone else, good or bad. And and as they say, nothing we go through, good or bad, is wasted. That's a perfect example for that type of stuff. You gotta excuse me, I try to drink my gallon of water. So I'm taking some swigs here and there. But yeah, and I promise you, when you grow up and you know what this is like for you, and it's always a constant battle because you got to be in the right standing with the right kind of people around you, medications and things like that. And a lot of people, there's so much, I promise you, if I could let this thing loose the floodgates, you wouldn't even believe what and I know that I got a lot of stuff that I can do. I promise you, I know it. Just like you, Rev, there's so many things that I could say that can change and help so many people. It's just I can't be who I fully am right now, and I'm not ashamed of anything. It's just that I know certain things. If I say about myself, somebody's gonna know. I don't even know right now if any of my subscribers are somebody that tried to make me a victim, so to speak. You know what I mean? So I have to watch what I say because then, and obviously, one day when God clears all of this stuff up for me, a lot of people are going to get the silver bracelets and they're going to be gone for a long time. And all of their families and third parties, once they see I'm on YouTube, especially if I come on camera, it's going to be a very bad situation for me in my lives. And I do a little bit of cooking. I also do some hauls, and I know it's going to be some problems there. I just don't want any of my YouTube people to get hurt by anything. And I mean, I don't even care if they come on and tell, untruths about me, but I don't want them to disrespect anybody in my lives and my friends that I made on YouTube just because they don't like me or because they tried to make me a victim and now they have to pay for their crimes. You understand what I mean? So once they find out that I have a YT channel going, somebody's going to come over. It's going to be a lot of people because we got grown folks that's a part of this. And you know that what bothers me the most is that people put up a front. People put up a front, and then when something like this happens, you get a chance to see people's true colors, especially when you're dealing with different stuff that people get around here. And if you are the mother of somebody that committed a violent crime, a person that's stalking somebody that's done something against a child, the family will stick up for them even though they know that that person did wrong. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with, because God is forgiving. And if you want to support your family member, that's nothing wrong with that. But if you are stalking and bothering the person that your family member victimized, you're wrong. I feel that you're wrong. You can support, like if you had, I'll just say, if you have a son or a daughter that abused a child, which is wrong, but their family, a lot of their family supports them. But why victimize the victim further or the victim's family? If you want to support your family and if they end up going to jail because of what they did, how can you bother the person that was victimized for the crime? That's what I'm saying. That doesn't, to me, that doesn't make sense. And like I said, I know that God is forgiving, because I've been in situations, when you go to court, you have the person that did the crime family arguing and wanting to fight the victim's family as if they did something wrong, when in fact your family member was the abuser. And these people are sitting up here like that's okay. You should never continue to victimize. Exactly. And see, and that's the thing that I'm trying to explain here, is that's a lot of the stuff that I'm dealing with. And I promise you, the people that I'm talking about, they start off from the ages of a few teenagers all the way up till how old is the oldest person? I'll say in their 70s. All of them have been coming, you know what I mean, on attack. You should drop the case. Let the case go. Don't take them to court. Bop, 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 bop. Calling you, popping by your house where you got to run, move, live somewhere else for safety reasons. You know what I mean? Different stuff like that is happening out here. And that's why I stay low key, because of the fact that I have to be safe, in spite of all of it. And if I don't watch myself, I can get, caught up into something that is not safe, because these folks here they don't want to leave it alone. And I don't understand too, even with me, I promise you, even with me, with family and stuff that's done something wrong, even if you decide that you just say, for instance, I'll give you an example, and I don't mean to talk negative about anyone out here in the world, but I know that, like, for instance, they got this lady on here, and her son, she's a well-known business lady. She has a franchise of restaurant, and this is a true story. And her son had arranged for his nephew to be killed for insurance money, right? Now, there's some of the family that don't want to be bothered with him ever again. That's a personal choice. And his mother still supports him too. That's her choice. But when you bother people that are the victim's family, it's wrong. Hello, I cannot say the name. Here go another one. Camille. Camilla. Camilla Win Kitchen. Hello, welcome, Camilla. How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in, Camilla. I thank you. You are awesome. I hope you are having a great day, night, morning, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. Welcome to the live. Thank you so much for coming. There's some people here that are maybe quiet a little bit, but there's anybody you see here that you may want to make friends with and connect, go right ahead. I appreciate you coming. I definitely would love to come and check out your channel and content. Oh, hey, Anna May. I like that name. Anna May Reyes. See, I can pronounce something, Reb. Hello, Anna. You still hanging out, my dear. I appreciate you. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it, and I thank you so much for being here. Thanks. Big thanks out to you. Shout out to everybody. God bless everybody. Everybody in the whole world. Let's all give thanks and praise to God Almighty. He said a serial killer, Ted Bundy, mom believed that he was innocent up until he was to the big sleep. Yeah, and that's the thing. And this is how I look at it. Now, I don't know how, because it was proven, but if that's her faith and her son, I don't know if I could do that. I don't want to sound like I don't have no kind of care for people, but I know that God is forgiving. But I see that a lot of people, and the thing is with the mom, if she wants to back her son up, long as she doesn't disrespect the victim's family, and she wants to go there and fill this commissary back before he got, what I mean, the big sleep. I just don't, and I'm going to be honest with you. That right there is a seriously strong denial area. Oh, Rev, y'all see Rev? Anna May Reyes. If y'all want, y'all connect with Rev. One of the best people you can meet here on YT. Anybody want to drop their links? I got that as a comment. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I want you guys to make sure you love on one another and connect and enjoy it. Enjoy each other's friendships. And Rev is saying hi. No, twice. Rev and the ninja crew. Yes. Everyone connect. Enjoy one another. Amen to that. He said, "Oh, shucks. Thanks, Rruk. Oh, I got you. I got you. And like I said, Rev, drop your link. Anytime you come to see me, you can automatically drop your link anytime you want. If you want to come on here and advertise the next time you're going to be on a live or a new video, if you want me to pin a comment, if you want to pin a comment, take over. We are family. This is us together. This is us together. We cannot do it without one another. We're all brothers and sisters, whether it's a brother from another mother or a sister from another mister. We're all family, and we cannot live this life without helping each other out. And I always say to people that it doesn't matter how wealthy you are. We all need somebody. I don't care if you own any kind of thing that you need, if you own a doctor's office, if you own a grocery store, if you own anything that you need to survive off in this world, it's going to always be people. If you're rich and famous, somebody's got to fly that jet for you. If you're rich and famous, somebody's got to be your limo driver. You cannot live in this life and not need people. Yes, thank you, Camilla Wind Kitchen. That's a pretty name too. Thank you for speaking and connect, please, if you guys like. Connect to Rev. If you guys like, and Rev, you already know this your house, so you know. Connect everyone. Love on each other. Please enjoy that friendship. There's nothing like it. Please love each other, y'all. We have to. See, people need Jesus. Amen. Hallelujah. Yes, Rev. Yes, and I promise you, I need him every day, all day. Every day, all day. I cannot do it without him and without you guys, because we all are here to hug up on each other, love each other. We all are here for a reason. We all are connected. You know, the way we are allowed to connect here on YouTube, that is a divine connection that's created by God. I don't care what nobody say. God made it possible for us to be able to reach out around the world and support and love on each other. There's no way that this could happen without us having a God. Connect, everybody, connect. Enjoy yourself. Love on one another. All rivers lead to the ocean. Amen. Camilla. Oh boy, you've added some wonderful spice to it. Yes, ma'am. That was such a good. She said, "Thanks." I'm glad you guys connected. He says, "Far as we discuss breaking the stigma, coping skills on this Sunday, I will be talking about how to tell if you're." Yes, Rev. You know what? And I promise you, what I'm going to do is, and this is the reason why I haven't started, because I used to do this before. About 6 years ago, I used to have an actual channel and I used to discuss this stuff, but I was able to be more free. And the reason why I haven't started discussing it fully because I don't want to, hide myself. You get what I mean? But I can't do it no other way. But I realize now that even if I can't elaborate on what I deal with, I can at least speak about the stuff and help somebody else out because I promise you, and we've discussed this before, me and you in that live that time. I have so many people that's under the wrong care. I remember bringing someone to an appointment and they had to go to the psych ward for about a good month. And when they were in the psych ward, they were scheduled to see a new psychiatrist and therapist. So they went, I brought them to the therapist and those appointments were going good. They were seeing the therapist once a month. I mean, once a week for a month because they make you wait some states. It's going to be something. I'm going to have to find something so that I can do this, Rev, and separate so that I don't let people know. You get what I'm trying to explain to you. You know what I'm saying. And I brought them to the appointment and everything went good because you go to the, therapist as often as you like. And this person was good with it for once a week. And when they finally met the doctor wasn't right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because it doesn't, no matter what you're going through in your life, that mental is your mind is everything. People don't understand that. Your mind is everything. And the psychopathy, you know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand neurological disabilities. Hello, Blood Dragon. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate you. And I thank you dearly for stopping by. I hope you're doing well, Blood Dragon. We have some awesome people in the chat right now. If you're interested in connecting, I have a pinned comment that says connect with everybody, love on one another, make friends, and do what you got to do and enjoy your life. And I hope everything is going good for you. I appreciate you so much for stopping in. Nice to see you. And we're just having a discussion. If you are comfortable with it or not, we're talking about different issues with mental health and things of that. I don't want nobody to feel uncomfortable or offended. We all are here talking. We're all friends here, and we keep it real. And most of all, we're trying to help someone else out. You know what I mean? Help each other out. You know what I mean? Not someone else. Oh, honey, let me tell you, it goes down. I promise you, it goes down. We're all going through something in this thing called life. And you said good. Thanks. Oh, awesome. I'm glad. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. And as I was telling the Rev, it wasn't even, and we were talking about this, it wasn't even the therapist. The therapist turned out to be good. It was the actual doctor. The actual doctor that's supposed to prescribe meds. Actually, the doctor does a session with you and then also prescribe meds. It was the doctor that was the person that was out of pocket. You know what I mean? And then that caused that person to break down again right there when we were in the office and they had just got out of the hospital for a whole month because of the way the doctor was talking. Well, why are your wrists bandaged up? Why you got your wrist bandaged up? And I thought that with this being a doctor, they knew that this person had just been in the hospital. And it's obviously why, if you are a doctor like that, don't you know why a person's wrist would be bandaged up instead of making them feel worse than what they are? So we had to get out of there. And the person that I was with couldn't even continue seeing that new good therapist because the therapist is connected with the doctor. So we had to do a lot of writing up. You know what I mean? Yes, it is. Say it, Rev. We trying to do this thing, and I kept saying, "Well, how is the person going to be helped if this is how the doctor behaves?" So we had to, we had to file a complaint. You know, we had to file a complaint because if you got a person that's coming there, first of all, any doctor that's going to treat a new patient needs to do the research on their history so they can help them. Yes, yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, man. Listen, if I could elaborate about myself, oh boy. Man, this has been a long time for me. You know what I mean? And the thing is, the doctor, I thought any doctor that's going to see any patient, it's just like if you go somewhere and you get an x-ray, and the emergency room, they put a cast on you because you broke your leg. You got to follow up with the orthopedic surgeon. So whoever you're following up with, I mean, not the orthopedic, a doctor after you've had the surgery, they got to read your charts and know what's going on with you so they can treat you. And just like with mental health issues and things of that, if you got a new patient coming in, you know what's going on. This person was in the hospital for a whole month, and then as soon as they come out, they meet a doctor that disrespects them because of their having mental health issues right there in the office. And we ended up having to, they end up having to call crisis right there on the spot. The person was back on track. They had medications that they were already on from the previous doctor that they were trying to get away from, but it was the right medicine, but they weren't getting the right care. And then boom, we go to a good therapist for them, and the new doctor wasn't right. So that caused the person to have a breakdown and end up right back in the hospital. How can you ask any patient if you know their history and their attempts to do things, and they're trying to come here to keep from attempting of not being here anymore, and you treat them like that? And I know a lot about how family discriminates against even aunts and folks that their kids don't have the same issues as you. I know with family that turn their back on you, didn't get the right care. If I could write this book, boy, listen to me. You wouldn't even believe it. I promise you. Even with me, stuff that I've been through from back when I first was born, from being an infant, of what happened to me, and it's not just stuff that just physically, because physical stuff played a role in it, but also hereditary and not getting the right treatment. You know what I mean? Just like a lot of people have children that have something going on with them, psychological, neurological disabilities, and they're being spanked for being too hyper, and you don't even know that there's something going on. You're not even paying attention that this is not a situation where you're going to spank a child. You need to check out their psychological status and find out what's going on with them. And living in that type of world where you got people that don't care about it, they're in denial. And I remember too, coming up as a child, I could see what was going on in family, and people would be in denial. You would say, as you start getting older, well, that's Uncle so and so, and he's nude in front of the kids. He's 35 and we 6, 7, 8, and he's sitting there nude, and y'all denying instead of taking him somewhere to get him some help. What is going on here? You know what I'm saying? And this is a serious diagnosis that's in the bloodline. And I promise you, I could tell you about a good 6 or 7 things that has been shown in each generation of the same type of stuff that was hereditary. And all the family did was cover it up, make excuses, lie, ashamed of the people. The kids were getting spanked because they had a mental health disorder. And it was the worst situations. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Treat people a certain way, Bye, Carmela. Have a good one, and you take care, all right? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you, and I definitely will come over and check your channel out. This is just some serious stuff, and I don't want, nobody to feel uncomfortable. But, I can only be me. You know what I mean? And it's not easy, It's not easy. But I know, because I've been up in that. I've been through it. I've worked with folks. And people don't realize sometimes when you have people with the same issue as you, a lot of that is better help for you. You know what I mean? You get better help from people that understand you. You know what I mean? Have a great day and stay blessed, Carmela. I appreciate what you added to the chat. And I hope I'm not rubbing anybody the wrong way by getting so passionate about this stuff. But I just, there's so many things that needs to be said and done when it comes to this kind of stuff to help everybody out. But I had many issues. Yes, see, and you know what, Rev? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. That what you're speaking about, I know that kind of way. And sometimes with us, sometimes the stuff is not necessarily hereditary, but environmental and caused by abuse. You get what I mean? And I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact that a lot of that stuff can be caused by stuff that happened to you, environmental stuff. I remember dealing with situations where people have domestic violence in their home, and a child ended up, you know, diagnosed with something, and the thing is, the parent was a victim, and by them living with that abuse and watching their mother be harmed like that started anxiety and other issues in them. I have a girl that I know that her daughter, because she lost her pet, stopped eating and became mentally ill because of that. So there's a lot of environmental things and stuff that people do to you physically that brings that on as well, not to mention hereditary. Yes, yes, yes. And I know Rev, oh my gosh. Oh boy, you are walking right through my brain. You understand what I'm trying to tell you. Yes. And when one of these days when I can come through and do what I need to do, boy, honey, I'm definitely, gonna open it all up, bring it all out. And all of this stuff is the right stuff that you do to help other people out and to share your pain and your issues and your growth. And it can help because that what you just said, I dealt with a lot of that. And the thing is, what you just said that you've been through as a child, working in that kind of field with the children that's been through that type of stuff, dealing with them, the physical healing as well as the mental is serious business. It's very, very hard, very hard to see, watch, and handle. But somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to hold on. Somebody's got to help. You know what I mean? Because we all can't, get taken down so far that we can't help other people out. And I promise you, we don't want to talk about, man, if I start, ooh. Said, well, once I understood what happened, it wasn't my fault. Amen, amen, amen. And I didn't have to define who I am once that happened. I was really able to learn how to love. Yes. And I promise you, I want to tell you this, and I'm not going to disclose, how we talk here. I'm not going to disclose anyone's business, but I have a YouTube family member, not just one, but one particular one that the same thing happened to them, the essay as a child. And because of that, they got on drugs as an adult, and to cope with not being able to find the way out that you did and us, many others. And they took their own self out. You see what I mean? This is the stuff that we're here to do. This is the stuff that we are here to do. That's the stuff that I'm talking about right there. That person could not deal with the hurt. They couldn't get past that to love. They tried and they fought the good battle, but they end up taking themselves out. And the reason why I'm discussing this is because I had a live and I was elaborating on the mental psychopathy of the mind. Yes, yes, that's what I said. It's one of our YouTube family members, their sibling, that could not find love like how a lot of us have through stuff like that. And they ended up living as an adult addict because of it. You know what I mean? Turned to drugs and alcohol and finally took their own self out because of that. And that was horrible because they couldn't get past it. And see how you have been able to work past it and come and share to help other people out. They weren't fortunate enough in this life, but I know God has a better plan for them on the next trip around. You know what I mean? Definitely will get them through it, and they're going to make it. You know what I mean? And I honestly feel that. But they weren't able to because of what happened to them. They were ashamed of themselves and they blamed themselves, as we were speaking about. You know what I mean? And they ended up, not being here. And that has been horrible on the whole family that's left behind for that loss because they could do nothing. And this stuff happened to them as a child, and they lived their whole life blaming themselves for it and continued. You know what I mean? continue to blame themselves for it in their future and never got past it. Hello, how you doing, Patty? Thanks for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. So they never got a chance to free themselves from that. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, even there is a lot of people that has never been diagnosed with anything far as that type of stuff is concerned. And women have, gotten pregnant. You know what I mean? Women have gotten pregnant and developed mental health disorders through due to that. And like I said, with this young child, I think this little girl was about 8 years old, and because her pet, she lost her pet, she ended up in the deep issues and psychopathy and not being able to cope with the loss of her pet. She started stopped eating, and they had to put her in the hospital on a feeding tube. And ever since then, her life, she's adult now, and her life never got straightened up. The mental illness that occurred with that loss continued to be a part of her life on a permanent basis. And she's an adult now, and she's chosen street drugs instead of going to, unfortunately, I'm not going to judge her, I'm just saying she's got herself involved with street drugs to help her with that pain instead of seeing professionals for it. And it's hard because she's caught up in something that she can't handle. And I feel bad because of the fact that her life is messed up now, because that anytime you try to use street drugs to numb the pain of something like that, it only makes it worse, but you feel good in the moment. A lot of people feel good when they're in this because it's numbing the pain. And see, people don't understand that the reason why a lot of people, excuse me, get addicted to alcohol and drugs, because a lot of folks have psychological and emotional issues that they're not aware of, that's existing in them. So when they're feeling a certain way, they may not recognize it. So they're quick to go and try to find something to soothe it. And obviously, whatever a doctor can prescribe to you, you can't really find that kind of stuff out here unless you go to some seedy side that somebody's trying to sell some Ritalin. It may not be the right kind, but you need therapy and also to be under a doctor's care. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't know how to walk down that road, of getting help. So they make the wrong move, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Yes, yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, definitely. Because we all need to know, and like I said, no disrespect to anybody, but whoever feels uncomfortable or this is something that's a trigger for them, we all are adults enough to know that we don't have to stay in a live or any kind of chat that makes us feel uncomfortable. There's nothing wrong with people if they're not ready to hear it, to go on and be great at whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? You share, please share, because this is how we have to do it. And a lot of people may not be comfortable. Like I said, I apologize to anyone, but we're not here to hurt or harm anyone. We're trying to help. Rev, if you got anything that you want to share, it's a pleasure to have you willing to share this. And I hope whoever else is in the live are okay. And I think you should be able to share it because we're all adults here and we know what the swipe button is. Yes, sir. You go right ahead. I appreciate you being so candid and open. See what you're saying here. Let me read it. I was trying to be quiet to give you a chance to say 95% of all people have touched. Yes. Girls under the age of 5 are trying to be It's that. Well, you know what? You are. I'm going to be honest with you. You are right about that. This is the world that we live in. You know what I mean? This is the world that we live in. Yes, yes, and they have. Yes, yes, yes. And you're right about that too, because I promise you, and I'm going to be straight up honest with you. Even me coming up as a child, there was a lot of things that were, and you're not disgusting. You're keeping it real. There's nothing wrong that you're saying here. We all are adults, and we all need to listen and know and understand so that it can make us all aware of how to raise kids and try the best to know what's going on with them. Try our best to know, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff like this. Hey, Crystal, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Bless you, sister. Thank you. I promise you, there has been so much stuff that's happened to me in those situations as a child, because of the fact that I wasn't taught anything. And sometimes, even if you are trained, good touch, bad touch, a lot of us are afraid and abused and don't know what to do. And it's been by a lot of other kids. It's been by babysitters. You get what I'm saying? Family members, siblings. Let's come on, let's really talk this truth about this so that people can understand. And even when I was coming up as a child, there was times that once kids started getting a certain age, they started looking at each other, siblings. People do stuff like this. And people go crazy when you try to keep it real. They do. They don't want to hear the truth. And that's okay if that's how they want to live. But I always have made sure after kids get a certain age, you explain to them what their body parts are, and you let them know the best to your ability. Because a lot of times when children become victims, they're not educated, and sometimes they don't know what's happening to them, and sometimes they're abused so bad that they're afraid to speak on it, and they don't tell, and you don't know. You have to tell the kids that are siblings. You have to, you know how many, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm going to talk just like you, Rev. We're here to keep it real, and I don't want to hurt nobody or anything like that. I promise you, I'm not that person. But I know so many girls that have been, girls and boys that have been molested by females, sisters, female cousins, babysitters. I know what that is. I've been in that. I know what that is. You get what I mean? So all of this stuff that you're sharing, anytime you come over here, please feel free to help me with this, because I'm going to start elaborating on this more and more. Hello, Corner Clubhouse. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you are doing well. Bless you, and I appreciate you stopping in. I hope everything is going good for you and you living this thing called life, because we all got something going on and trying to get through. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you're here, and I hope everything is going good for you, no matter what that is, whatever time zone, day, night, whatever you're doing in your life. I hope it's good and blessed. You're right, Rruk. So many things have happened. Yes. And I swear it to you, I've been wanting to talk about this, Patty, and I did this when I had an actual channel before. I did all of this kind of talking about that stuff and mental health. People don't want to be bothered, but I've been through it. I know, oh my gosh, it makes me get so passionate, because I know that, and what he said, it is true. The percentage, it is true, because of the fact that we're exposed to it. Even when it's your sibling, you know for a fact, if you ever put, and I'm not being fresh, and please don't misunderstand me, if you ever put kids together and they're playing, peep in on them and watch what they're doing. Peep in, even when you got one child that could be a little older and you're changing a smaller one's pamper and their gender is different down there, they're looking, they're curious, they're asking. And then when you have kids that people do inappropriate stuff to them or around them, they fall into that kind of stuff like that. I know. I've been in stuff that's happened to me as a child at a very young age that I knew nothing about. And as I think back, I've been so hurt by the stuff that has happened to me, and things that I was involved in that I didn't know that I shouldn't have been in it. I didn't get any help. Nobody didn't tell me not to do it. Everybody keeps all these dark, unnecessary secrets. And like I said before, a lot of time that people don't realize knowledge is power. You know what I mean? And at the same time, you could have the knowledge and still be, afraid. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, thank you so much for coming, Corner Clubhouse. I hope everything is going well with you. But yeah, and I keep saying that a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, This stuff has happened in families. Siblings have grown up and said that they were involved with each other in ways because they didn't know better as a child. People have grown up and said, uncle did this to me. And I've been finding in the type of, work and stuff that I get into, oh, thank you so much. I have been in the situations where I have been meeting a lot of children, boys and girls both, that have been molested thoroughly for years by women. Women. It's not just men, it's women. You understand what I mean? And people don't want to talk about the stuff, and it's okay, because when you're in conversations like that you're not comfortable with, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. It's a pleasure to have you, Clubhouse. Thank you so much. Pleasure's mine. People don't seem to understand that we gotta help each other out here. People hide stuff that could change somebody's life. I've even been in situations where folks won't even let you know what you have in your family. Like, in no disrespect, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to keep it 100. There's so many people that have stuff like what's that called? And they don't want a sickle cell. And they're not even willing to tell somebody that they have that, so that when you decide to have kids, what's the best thing to do. What do you do about it? Because you hide that. Oh, we hide that we got high blood pressure in our family, cancer in our family. All that stuff is stuff that can change people's lives. Then you could have done something about it. That's the stuff that I keep saying, because I know that two people get together with sickle cell can have a child with full-blown sickle cell and not even, you know what I mean? Not that they do it on purpose, but the lack of knowledge. And I promise you, I know this, and I'm going to tell you another thing too. Anything that I speak about, I don't just speak about it just to be throwing it out there like that. I'm speaking about it because a lot of this stuff I experience myself, and I can't elaborate on myself the way I like to because of some issues that I deal with that don't allow me on camera, but I want to keep it real as possible. She says, growing up, I have seen cousins, siblings interact inappropriately. Yes, ways female and male. Yes, I didn't mention it to my mom until I was grown. Never told my dad it was his niece and nephew. See, see that. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes. Oh, Patty, you just ring the bell. You just ring the bell, Patty. Yes. That's exactly what I'm talking about, because you're scared, but you know something wasn't right with it, but you didn't know how to go about it. That Oh my goodness, yes, Patty. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you for coming through with that. We need this in this chat right now. We need this. She said, I've recently seen that awesome video of a girl who didn't want to sit on Santa's lap, and Santa was cool and refrained that the girl was in charge of her own body. Yes, yes. See, and that's the stuff that I'm talking about. And see, I didn't have that as a child, what you're speaking about, Rev. And I appreciate that. And any youngins underneath me, I've taught all of them to make sure that they do that. Because when you start with kids as early as 3 years old, good touch, bad touch, don't let nobody touch you here. The only person that's supposed to clean you up is mommy, daddy, and grandpa, a few people. But when you don't teach them nothing at all, it makes them struggle with the situation if it occur, because they're not experienced with it. You got to tell the boy that his gender is different from a female, and in a little bit that you can explain, that they can comprehend possibly at a young age as they start growing. Because if you don't teach them anything about it, they don't know the difference between a good touch and a bad touch. I know so many family members, just like what Patty was saying, and even with me coming up, kept secrets because we couldn't talk about it. I was afraid, didn't know. Some folks want to talk about it, but they were being threatened, so they didn't do anything about it at all. You know what I mean? Out of fear. And then when you get grown, especially when it's in the family, and there's this one girl that I met, and she said that she had a situation in her family that she was being bothered by an uncle, and when she told the family about it, they put her out the house to live with the grandmother. And guess what? The grandmother was the mother of the person, and the grandmother was allowing this person to come over to the house, and he kept doing it again. Like 10 years of this girl's life, nobody protected her. Quick to say it's not true. Yes, my children about everything and everyone. Amen, Patty. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. They don't want nothing mentioned. They want to keep it quiet. And with this girl, they did the same thing to her. They told her what she was saying wasn't true and to stop lying. And then they allowed her to continue to be abused for like 10 years by this one uncle, because they put her out the house already. They made her feel that she was doing something wrong and that she was lying. And then when they put her to go live with the grandmother, he was coming over there doing the same thing to her, and that ended up being a whole 10-year battle. Nobody saved this girl. Nobody wanted to hear it. She got abused and spanked for talking about it, and it continued to go on and on. It never ended for this girl for 10 years because nobody believed in her, and nobody, even her own mother, because that was her mother's brother. And the grandmother, of course, it was her son, so she would let him come over to the house, and she would leave knowing that this man is in the house after he being, look, they said accused, because nobody said it happened. And that's one of the worst situations to be in when you are a child and you got the voice to say something and nobody will help you. There's a lot of folks that grew up in the household that was considered as normal. There's a lot of mothers that have participated with men doing things to children and allowed it to happen and turned and looked the other way. I got one lady that said that her mother's walked in on her father doing something to her. She's went to family member's house. She was abused by an uncle and a grandfather from that same side of the family, and no one did anything. They told her to be quiet. She got abused for mentioning it and standing up for herself. I'm telling you, all of this stuff that we're speaking about is the truth. It is the reality of the world we live in. And like I said, there's so many secrets in these families that you can't even be yourself, because these folks have it set up in a way that no one can say anything. You got to be quiet. Go over here and shut up. You being grown. Oh, it's your fault. You know? Covering for an abuser can be just as damning as if you were, and it is. Oh my gosh, that makes it even worse, because now you got the abuser, what's happening to you, and a family member that you thought was your protector for things like this that happen to you, and then you're really in a mess. It's horrible. It's horrible. My goodness, it's horrible. That's why I said you can't get around it. She said, recently I was talking to a friend and she said her male cousin impregnated his sister. I heard much of it was sick stuff. Yes. And I'm going to tell you, Patty, I got, and I'm not telling you to go watch the video. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but I have some videos up right now. You know how when you put up, what is that? Your playlist. I have some videos, and when it says like real true stories. And I got a situation like that where two siblings and the girl got pregnant, and this was some work that I was doing. And the girl got pregnant, and I talked with her and her brother, and I asked them, I said, well, maybe he can tell your parents for you that you're pregnant. And, they both kept, they took a while and they kept having sessions with them. And finally, she told me the reason why they can't tell the parents is because she's pregnant by her brother. You understand what I'm saying? So I know exactly what you mean when it comes to a case like that. I know exactly what you mean. promise you. Because I got, when I set up my playlist, I set up my playlist with those kind of things in it, and a lot of people don't want to look at it probably. But if you ever go to my playlist, you're gonna see what I got listed, and it's gonna be something like true stories. I forgot what title I put on it, but what you just said, Patty, is exactly what I had. I had two siblings. He says, "Well, they say incest is best." Yeah, and the thing is, and I don't mean to judge anybody, but I think that people have that situation where a lot, and I'm not judging anybody, y'all. The Lord defeat is at home. Oh my gosh. That's dangerous too, because you got to have medical care when you do that, Patty. See, and that was to keep the dirty secret covered. And if they did that at the house, how did the siblings continue to live in the same household around each other, knowing that that happened and it probably going to happen again? You know what I mean? It's probably going to happen again. You know what I'm saying? It's probably going to happen again. And like I said before, I know for a fact that there is a lot of families that believe in the incest and that it's okay. And that's, you know what? Man, I stay in my lane. Ah, 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 honey. I don't like to judge anybody for anything that they're doing, because I know a lot of siblings that have been living that life like that even now, that it's okay. That it's okay, and they love each other, they're grown, they know what's going on, and they want this in their life. Hey, ho, ho, ho. And that aborted at the house stuff, that's one of the most dangerous things you can do, because of the fact that the actual person could die from whatever you used. Also, their body needs a cleaning, a DNC, to make sure you get all that fetal tissue out. You could die from some type of infection that can get in your blood from that type of stuff. That's a dangerous situation that they did. And I can tell the reason why they did it at home, because they wanted to keep it covered up. You know what I mean? And that's messed up. And how do you raise the siblings thereon in the house once they have done something like that with each other? Because the siblings that I had to work with, if you ever go see the story, they got taken from the home, and they separated the siblings from each other because they thought that they were in love, and maybe they were. I don't understand that. I don't want to say the wrong thing, because I got a lot of people on here that's maybe watching in the bushes, and I don't want nobody to feel judged about their sexual orientation, um, what they believe in their life, in their world. You know what I mean? But I try not to hurt anybody. So I mind my business when it comes to that. But I wouldn't want that for myself. I would not want that for myself. I couldn't. I couldn't. That's not. It's just not. I don't have that in me. And for whoever that do, honey, hey, hey, hello, Shantirement. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you. I appreciate you stopping by. I thank you for your time. I hope you guys are having a blessed day, night, morning, whatever time zone you in. Enjoy life and do it moving, honey. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. She said they are so sickness and situations they have done that quack stuff for years. Very dangerous. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's why I said, Patty, we gotta do better. Cause see, I'm not, and see, this is what happens here. Just like when I remember back when kids, getting immunization shots. There used to be a team of people, a whole coalition of people that didn't believe in immunization shots. So they would be picketing outside the pediatrics office and all of that. And I'm not judging them if they don't feel that it's right to get, immunizations for your kids. There's nothing wrong with that. See, that's one thing about me. I know how to handle myself. Hey, what's up, Logan? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. What you doing? How you doing? I just say that we that stuff right there, I can't get down with it. I can't do Patty. Oh, Patty. Whoa, Jack, oh, Jack. Those are the scariest things that happen in life. And like I said, there's so many people that are willing to do that. And I mean, honestly, you know how it is. What's not for you ain't for you. Hey, what's happening? I know you are, and I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I'm right behind you and saying hi to you, and I thank you for stopping in. Hello, 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 hello. We're having some very serious conversations here about mental health and other things in the world, you know. And like I said, I don't judge anybody. Just like even with the, and when I say that, I try to say it because I don't want nobody to feel uncomfortable about anything that I'm saying, or feel like if that's what they're doing that I'm judging. Excuse me, I'm judging them. But I don't participate in that kind of stuff, Miss Patty, with families in any kind of way. You know what I mean? But whoever do that, hey, just like people. Okay, I'm Jehovah, I'm Baptist, I'm this, I'm that, I'm a Christian, I'm Pentecostal. I never went to church when I attended church to get a religion. I went to serve, or I like to serve as a fellowship, even in the prayer group. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of stuff that's very touchy when you talk about this kind of stuff, because I know I had two lives going. I had two separate lives going, and I had, a lot of people misunderstanding some stuff that I was asking about, the president and stuff like that. And I didn't want anybody to get rubbed the wrong way. I was just asking the question. I also was giving my concerns and opinion about what's happening with the man. And that's all it is. It wasn't to offend nobody. I am not afraid to talk about sexual orientation, politics, religion. I discuss everything. And I feel like if I'm coming off in a way that's a trigger or make somebody feel uncomfortable, they can let me know in the chat and I can change the conversation. But other than that, I talk about everything. You know what I mean? I don't participate in that kind. Ever, ever. And I'm not gonna. I can't. And I promise you, I know some people right now that's out here that are YT folks that come on to here and visit me, Patty, that are in that kind of relationship. So I'm trying my best not to disrespect anybody, because one thing is hard about with people when they have certain beliefs, you have to tread very lightly. You know what I mean? She says, I don't participate in it. She said, incest is real, but it's not for me. No, never, never. And I'm not judging. See, that's the thing that we see. This is what happens when you keep it real, just like you doing, Patty, and I am too. People think that you're discriminating against them, but it's not that. I'm just stating, just like how we have a right for our Fifth Amendment, we have a right to vote or not to vote, and vote for who we want to vote for. Pick if you want to go into a church and have a religion, name, title. There's nothing wrong with that, but I have to be able to say that certain things is not for me. And it's and that's what that is. You get where I'm coming from? Because I know in the Bible, when they sent Sarah, I don't want to start getting too religious on y'all. I don't want nobody to misunderstand me, but they sent someone over to a place to marry their own cousin. Now, that was a different type of situation because of the way that God had the bloodline set up. It wasn't that kind of connection. And then a lot of people took those verses like that out the Bible and made it okay that it's not anointed by God in that way. And no disrespect, I'm going to get off of that because I don't want nobody to get mad, because I know that I was talking in two lives and it kind of got mixed up because I was running two different lives myself. Are free to do whatever they want, not judging that. See, but still, you got a right, though, Patty, to say that you don't believe in something. And see, that's where people have the problem. They don't want you to be able to believe in what you believe in, but they want to believe in what they want to believe in. And I can't do that. I cannot. That type of stuff like that, I don't like that type of stuff. And like I said, I came up with a lot of cousins, and we're not judging nobody by speaking our truth and what we feel and what we believe in. There's nothing wrong with that. But I came up at times, there was a lot of siblings that did a lot of things, honey. A lot, and I've seen it. I was there. Oh, I like those are my, that's the Whitaker family. I followed them and I feel bad for them, because the ones that are here now, it's not their fault what happened to them. That I support them. Yes, I do. I support them. Yes, I watched it, because they're not the ones that they have now. They're not the incestual crowds, but they were born from actual incest. Under. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, I watched them, Rev. I know exactly who you're talking about. I know exactly that family you're talking about. And I'm going to be honest with you. I like them and I watch and I support them. And the reason why is because they're a nice family. Half of them are messed up because of what happened to them, but they're not participating in incest themselves. They were products of incest. So it's not their fault. And a few of them are disabled because of the mix of the blood. And I noticed with a lot of them, they got that eye thing going, some mental stuff going to where their development's not there because of being products of incest, but they're not incestual themselves. And I like that family. Soft white underbelly. I watch that. That I support them. I'd be waiting for another one to come on because they really are good people. At one point, it was all incest, Adam and Eve, and all. But for me, it's weird. It's how I was raised. They are very nice family. They are awesome, and it ain't their fault, Rev. I know exactly what you're talking about. I watch them and support them because you got to remember, just like when you're born in this world, you don't make a choice of what color you are, what gender you are, none of that. That's why I keep trying to tell people that you have to be careful with that kind of stuff because you can't pick those things. You can't pick if you're going to have this or that. You go by what family you were born to. And what happened with them, the older generation that's on there, they ended up being born from that. And it's not their fault. And Ray is my favorite. Ray, I like them all though, but Ray is my favorite. Rev, I love me some Ray, and Timmy too. I like them all. I like them all. Those are my people right there. One can control the circumstances of their birth. That's what I'm talking about, Logan. And like I said before, I don't judge anybody. That's what they want to do, but I'm not from that cloth. I already know what that is because when I was coming up as a child, there's a lot of things that went down. I promise you. And I didn't know why it was happening. And it's all when I think about it and remember stuff. It was just one of the worst things to recover from when you're in situations like that, when you've seen siblings together and things of different ages too. Because see, people keep saying this about the kids in this, like we're in 2024, 2023. Oh, these kids is out of control. No, honey, listen. If you go back in the days, and I'm going way back, he said, I don't watch TV. Hey, that's all right if you don't feel it. That's all right. Yeah, I like Timmy. I like when he be coloring and drawing all the time. I like Timmy too, Rev. I know that's one of and that's why I stopped when I said I like Rain. Then I said and then I realized I like them all. But something about certain ones kind of tear on your heartstring. And Timmy loved to color and draw, and he's very intelligent too. I don't blame you if that's how it is for you, Logan, and you don't like to watch TV. I get you. And ain't nothing wrong with that. I got several people that I know that don't watch TV. And you ain't missing out on nothing if it ain't for you. You know what I mean? I get that. But I tell you, man, I have came up in a lot of different stuff here, and I've seen a lot of different stuff. And a lot of people keep saying that like now, and with there is stuff that's changed as far as a lot of people conduct. Obviously, we're in the 2024. But I remember girls being married at 12 years old to a man 40. I remember couples that were together and had a whole bunch of kids, and they were siblings. That's how they did their thing. I don't know what I'm just saying. I know about all of that kind of stuff, and it ain't. It's the stuff back then. They hide it more. See, they were hiding that stuff more than how free everybody else is with it right now. He said. They support each other as a whole family. Yes, they do. And I like when he comes to take them out to the stores. Ray need a belt. Ray keep losing his belt. You know what I mean? Timmy needs some more crayons in the coloring book, Ray. You know what I'm saying? They be saying that to the guy that comes and get them. You know what I'm talking about. And it's awesome because they all look out for each other. And I like where Betty helps her sister along, they really got each other together. They do. And Betty is like the head honcho of the family that lives in the house with her. And then they got some other brothers that come in and come visit them. It's awesome. So I know I used to love TV, just didn't pay for it. Different streaming services is so much better. Yes, it is. It sure is because you get a chance to control what you watch a lot more than what's going on regular TV, because I don't do all that no more too, paying for all that cable and all that like that. Not. That's been done a long time ago, and I'm the type too that I still have a VCR and DVD combo, so I got a whole bunch of old movies that I pull out and watch movies. You know what I mean? Watch movies, and sometimes we can go off the grid completely and don't do anything far as TV and computers and cell phones, and just get around and read the Bible, take walks, go to the tracks, talk, spend time with each other, and find things to do in the house off the grid completely. We do a lot of that too. So I know what you mean. And honey, I don't even know why I was even tricked back in the days paying for all of that stuff over the years. And I think it's because there wasn't a lot of free TV and we were so caught up into stuff, different people anyway. Yeah, I watch a lot of movies. Yes, I do. I got some old stuff that a lot of people won't even believe. And let me tell you this story too, Logan. I remember just recently, probably about 3 or 4 months ago, we wanted to donate our our VCR players, you know, and our VCR and DVD combos, Salvation Army, and they told us in Goodwills they don't take electronical stuff anymore. And you know what? It was a blessing in disguise. You know why? Because when we got back home, we decided to look on eBay, and we looked on eBay. These systems that we were going to give away for free were going for $650 and up. So we got the prize. He said we can learn so much from the community around us. Their neighbors protect them very well. That's everybody's favorite movie of all time. Yes, it is. It is, Rev. It is, Rev. You got that right. That's why I said with them, people do shun them, and I don't know why, because you can't pick your parents, you know? You should look out for each other. Yeah. You can't pick your parents. That's the thing people don't understand. That's why I don't know how people are discriminating against people if they don't have a choice. And when I say discriminate, nothing to do with color. Racism is just not about color either, but people want to pin that on one situation. It's not. I have been discriminated when I was in a wheelchair. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? It did get discriminated against for having mental health. You know what I mean? The world is horrible with a lot of people in it. That's horrible. There's good people too. I don't mean it like that. But the world has a lot of horrible places and people out here. It really does. And I look at that because I know people have acted away. It's not just because the people don't realize you got to really define that. And I don't know why they made discrimination and racism about color only, and that's not true, because I remember even just when you're going to school and being around kids that had a certain brand sneakers, and when you didn't have those sneakers you got picked on and discriminated against because of that, or what color your hair is, or if you don't have a car. It's just crazy. I can't say it. So many. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Don't do it. Don't do it. See, that Lord of the Rings, I have that. Oh, that right there, that's one of mine. And like you said, there's so many. I love all the old Harry Potters, all of that type of stuff like that. Those are my movies. Oh my goodness. If you would see what I got a whole lot. You know what? One day I'm just going to come on here. And I'm going to have to do a live, even if I'm not on camera, and share all of the movies that I have that's from back in the days. To share all of that stuff, just to have fun and show people too. And all of the VCR cassettes, all of those work fine. I got the cleaner because they don't really sell a lot of that stuff anymore. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on out here in the world, and if we don't be careful, we'll get caught slipping. We got to watch what we do, how we treat people, accept people for who they are. Watch what we're doing, watch what we're saying, because it's not to get out here in the world and treat people and hurt people and do all kinds of stuff like that. We can't do it. We have to mind our business. If there's something that you don't like, go on and mind your business. Train your kids up in the way they want to be and leave it alone. Because like I said before, no judgment, but I know a lot of people that are doing things that I don't believe in. That's not my business. It doesn't make it right for me, but oh, no. There's just some things that I guess it has a lot to do with that's just not who you are. And I guess some people that are with certain things like that, that's something that who they are. So I just mind my business and cast my care and keep it moving, because you can't judge people, and then you don't have to be upset when people want to be who they want to be. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing that I keep trying to explain. People don't understand that you have a right to say what you want to say, and whoever don't want to hear it don't have to hear it. Just live your life, because can't nobody stop you, and you're not coming to be judged by anybody. You know what I mean? You're just coming to share who you are and how you feel about life and what you experience and what you're doing. And if whoever don't want to be bothered, it's nothing that can be forced on you if that's not what you're interested in, especially when you live in the world where you're getting on YouTube by choice. So whatever comes with that, you have to be willing to face. You know that some people are going to be against you and not let it take you down. Even though we say that, and there's a lot of people that they deal with hurt because of it. And I see, and I get where that comes from. You know, I understand what that is. But there's a lot of stuff. Once again, it's not for certain people, and then there's certain people that's their thing. It's not up to us to judge that. You know what I mean? You just go on and live your life so that you don't, let nobody rub you the wrong way. 'Cause I know with me, a lot of this stuff that I see in the world, just because it's not for you, that's somebody else's life, and that's their business, or how they want to live it and what they want to do. You just stay in your lane, be happy with you and your family, and live this thing called life. That's the only thing that I know how to do and say that will keep folks in the right lane so that they can be who they want to be and live how they want to live. It's a crazy world that we live in, but at the same time, it's our choice of how we want to live it and what we want to do. I just think everybody has a right to be who they are and live this thing called life. Well, there is a lot that we got here that's going to be different, and I think it's good to be different, because if we were all alike, it wouldn't be fun. Boring for all of us to be the same. I mean, it just doesn't make, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to worry about something that's none of your concern. You just have to stay in your lane and enjoy yourself. And I tell you, I'm not gonna take this life for granted. I want to live life to enjoy it. I don't want to be always uptight or in anybody else's business or anything like that. I just want everybody to have what they need to go on and live their life. Sometimes people don't know how to do that because they're so busy worried about other people's business, and that's why their life is messed up. They worried about the wrong stuff. And when you worry about the wrong stuff, you end up in the area of, playing yourself, because then soon as somebody get in your business, you want to get mad about it. But when you stay up in other people's business, that's what happens. You got to do you. I know I've learned in this life, you can't wish the best just for your family and disrespect somebody else's family. You got to be fair. Once you do that and stay in your lane and appreciate life and respect and love on one another, all things go a lot smoother, I tell you that. And I've learned that. So much going on in life that if we just take the time and chill back and mind our business, we do a whole lot better. I know that I'm here for a reason, you here for a reason, they here for a reason, we all here for a reason. And if we just stay in our lane and just be happy for everybody to do whatever it is that they need to do, we'd be good. Life is just meant to live it and do the best you can with it, y'all. That's all I can say about that. This thing is so clogged up like this. Yeah, so what's everybody into here? I know I'm talking like crazy over here, huh? He said, it is weird that I have seen Back to the Future. Oh, yeah, I like that. Oh, Back to the Future, yes. He said, I'm mostly intrigued, Patty, but I try not to hate for it's a waste of time. Okay. Mm-hmm. I didn't participate in those kind of things. I had the root. No, no, I don't. And see, that's the whole thing that we have a problem with is that people don't want people to say what they want to say, but they want to have the right to say what they say. See, and that's not it because if you can't handle debate and agree to disagree, you can't really conversate with people because that's what it is. Yes, it is easier to love than hate, and also it's easy to mind your business. You know what I mean? That too. Definitely that. That's the whole thing that causes a lot of problems being up in other people's business. You know what I mean? And that has nothing to do with anybody hating anybody, if you mind your business. Well, yeah, it can and powerful. Yes, it is, Patty. That's why I say what I say. That's exactly how I feel, and I apologize. I'm reading the comments because they're running very slow over here. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Patty. That's exactly how I feel about it too, Patty. Yes, ma'am, I feel the same way. He says it's easy to get caught up in things. So we need to step back and take the side of it. Life is a challenge. Why? Make it more harder on yourself. And if we help, don't be afraid to ask. That's right. A closed mouth don't get fed. It's true. Yes, it does. That's why I said when I be talking on here, and no, I'm not being rude or anything, but when I be talking on here, just because I'm the one having the live and y'all can only hear me verbally, I'm not expecting everybody to agree with everything. I want all of us to help each other out and talk and explain and love on one another. To speak their minds, but offense than others. Yes, and I'm having a lot of problems with that. And I'm going to say this to you guys, and it's going to be touchy, and nobody don't have to respond one way or the other with me. But I had two lives going yesterday. I had the Rruk one, and then I got another thing that I got going on, right? And I was talking backwards and forth, and I was speaking about a situation that occurred with the man that runs the country. And I was telling people that I was concerned about him because I was hoping that he was okay. That's all I was saying, right? And then also, I had elaborated on some stuff that he got caught up in and that they were judging his psychological status. And then the person that was running the country before about them in some trouble again. And I think people got too crazy with it and they didn't get it. They didn't get it. That's exactly what I mean. Yes, and see, you got that right, Rev. That is true. But I got a lot of people that misunderstood what I was saying, and I had to turn the conversation a different way because people didn't seem to get what I was trying to explain. And even if you don't agree with me, why can't I say what I want to say, but you can say what you want to say? And I had people, oh, I don't feel that way. He's not, and that's fine. Why are we getting upset here? Why are we getting upset is what I'm saying. Because first of all, if somebody's saying something you don't like, you click off. She said, speaking the truth is not negative. Yes, just the conversation and decision where we do. Yes, see, that's what I'm talking about. So what I had to do, I ended up getting a lot of apologies because I had two lives going. And I won't say which one because I don't want nobody, well, I did you, I'm not on here for that. But what I was saying is I had some concerns, and it doesn't mean just because, like I said, I'm doing the live that if I say, well, I like chocolate donuts, everybody got to like chocolate donuts. If somebody said no, I like jelly donuts, I like glazed, and you got to get mad and boot them out the chat and get angry over stuff, especially adults too. You would want them to behave differently, even though a lot of them don't. But I was just saying that I had some concerns, and I was basing about, I wasn't saying or putting anything off on anybody. I was just saying, does it seem like is he okay? Because a lot of people are saying this, and then he got interviewed because he was under investigation a while ago, and everybody, oh well, he was clear to that. He was clear to that. That's not. See, if you were listening, because we got two ears and one mouth for a reason. If you was listening to what I was saying, I was actually basically talking about some stuff like I do scan a whole lot of areas when I'm having conversation here on the YT. to try to get gauge on what's going on, how does everybody feel about it, exactly what's happening, what we're doing here, that type of thing. And a lot of people went totally to the left unnecessarily and reacted in a way that I was shocked because of, it's what it is, the hell. Yep, see what I mean? Just some donuts. It ain't nothing if you don't like glaze and I do. What is the I don't get that. So you see, that's what I'm saying. It's not fair. And like I said before, we're all different for a reason. I think if we were all the same, we would be boring. But one thing about people, they don't want you to just be who you are, and then they misunderstand. And what gets me too is that when I be on here talking and somebody just pop in out of the blue instead of reading what the chat is saying, because it's obviously some things I do, but I'm just saying. So if you read what the chat is talking about and you feel that you don't like the conversation, you don't have to be in it, but you don't have to get upset and take it the wrong way. And like I was saying, do anybody think that this person allegedly is going through any kind of mental health issues, or is it them getting older or whatever have you? So true, Reverend. So with that being said, I had a few people that were saying that they felt that it was just them getting old. Then there was a few people that were saying that they think there is something medically going on. And then I even elaborated with it. I said a lot of the stuff that I've been seeing is stuff that I've dealt with in family, other people, and people that I cared for. But I wasn't, wanting it to come off the wrong way, so that we all can have a better understanding about what's going on with the conversation. And we all just talked about it. You know what I mean? Just like us all right now are talking about incest and all that kind of stuff like that, mental health. Let's talk about it. We all can keep it going. You know what I mean? We all can keep it going and be good and be happy with it. Hello, sweetie. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Tina. I appreciate you stopping in. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, so with that being said, it's nothing wrong with nobody expressing themselves. And like I said before, YouTube is, you have control over anything that happens on YT. Can't nobody force you to listen to anything that they're saying. Can't nobody force you to get on YT. I have plenty of lives, like I'm going to say this, and I'm not going to be disrespectful, but I'm going to be 100% honest. And I'm going to keep it real, real, real. I had a situation where I had somebody that joined me. Thank you so much for the thumbs up, love. I appreciate it, Tina. I had somebody that joined the live yesterday, and I realized I just need some good sleep with him. Yep, that's what it is, Tina. He need to get it, some rest, and that's that. We're gonna leave it at that because I don't want. See, you talk the right way. You didn't get misunderstanding, and I hope that we all can continue to do that. It's about wisdom as to know how things are. Yes, perceived. Yes, Patty. That's what I'm talking about. And with that being said, I had somebody, and no disrespect, I had somebody that joined my live that I knew from before, and I don't know how we fell off, right? But I had somebody that I used to deal with before, and we linked back up, and they basically was telling me to they want to reconnect, and they wanted me to support two people, which one was their sister and one was their aunt. But when I went on one of the channels, I didn't pay attention to the title, and I started watching the video, and I made a couple of comments because it was nice. What they were doing was a nice thing, but then they started some stuff that I'm not about, so I had to get up out of there. And there's no hard feelings. It's just that when they put up that kind of live or videos, I won't be a part of that. But the other videos that they do, I got their back. It's just plain and simple, because it got real serious. And no disrespect, I'm not being two-faced. I'm not backbiting or undermining each other. You hear me? I'm not saying nobody's name or anything like that. But they had some content that blended in the live that I'm not with. So I had to remove myself, because I'm not with that kind of stuff. And it's not that they've done anything wrong. It's just that it's how I get down, which I have a right to do that as well, too. And just like she was saying about the situation about, the man that runs the country, everybody has a right to say their opinion on it, or don't say nothing at all, or click off and leave and just be that. That's the problem with the world. Everybody wants what they want, but they don't respect other people's feelings and emotions. You get what I mean? And that's why we have such a problem with agreeing or being friends, because we can't understand how to agree to disagree and still be friends. I've had people that we were cool until voting season came. at work and outside of work, and I seen how people change once they see what party you voting for. I've had people got offended and when you say you're independent or you don't vote. They got mad about that, which is nobody's business. That's our right, just like our Fifth Amendments. People don't understand that. Just like God gives us free will, people don't understand what these things mean, but yet they're so desperate and quick to jump in something to try to get defensive about it. And there's no reason to get defensive. State how you feel, but don't get mad about it. And if it's something that's upsetting you, leave the conversation. We all choose to be on YouTube. Now, I'm going to be honest. I know a few people that's on YT because this is their bread and butter. This is their employment. So now they have to do it because they don't have any other kind of income. I get that. But for the most part, people that are not monetized and just come in here to hang out and don't want to be monetized, and for the ones that do your thing. Don't worry about none of that. Don't worry about nothing else. Go on and live. He said it happens. I actually had to. I was on that. I was on her live when that happened, bro. Yes, I was there. And I was like, how many people? What is going on here? I was there and I seen that, bro. And I said there had to be some wildness going on. A group of people, I think, were kids. Yeah, came into the chat and started saying stuff. I heard them. I heard them. I was in that live. I seen it and I said, wow, he had to remove a lot of people. And guess what happened too? I got a friend that was doing a live, and I promise you, the whole live got turned upside down with two different friends. The one that I was on yesterday, her live, we couldn't even do the live because a lot of it was kids and there was a lot of grown-ups trying to act like they're kids, because some of the channels I traced back. And I promise you, this live got so bad that us that wanted to talk to the person that was doing the live, we couldn't even get a word in edgewise because there was so much negative comments. You know what I mean? He said I had to boot him out of the chat. I don't like it, but they're making everyone else uncomfortable. See, that's what I said. And Rev understand what where I was coming from, because I had a live that I was talking about mental health, and I had some people that were coming in being disrespectful. He says he remember it in this chat right here. He has commented about that, and I kept saying that I know that there's a lot of people here that feel a certain way about certain stuff, but we're talking about some mental health issues to help each other along. And whoever doesn't feel comfortable, y'all, I understand that, but this is what we're doing. And I had people that were in a certain set group that were some of the main ones that were saying disrespectful stuff to me and other people in the chat. He said, I've been I know exactly. See, and that's another thing. I've been talking about trolls now for about 3 weeks, Rev, because it has gotten that bad. I have been talking about trolls now for about 3 weeks because it got that bad to where so many people are coming in with the negativity and trying to deliberately say something because they want to hurt somebody. You get where I'm coming from? I promise you, I've had that going on. And it's been deep, where you couldn't even have a good conversation because the trolls was taking over the whole live. And what bothered me the most is this particular live that I was in, the host was talking, and the host kept saying, well, I'm going to start getting rid of these people. And everybody in her live was saying, yeah, do this. But then she had somebody else that jumped in the live and told her, just give them a timeout, just give them a timeout. But how can you give somebody a timeout if they have been stalking and trolling you for about 6 months? They're slurring you in sexual profanity. You had your young underage daughter on. They were calling her B's and S and all this other stuff. That's not people. They said, well, just put them in timeout. Those are not people you put in timeout that's been doing that to you. They got your face on top of a nude lady on Instagram. You don't keep them in your life. You got to get rid of them permanently. Timeout ain't going to cut it. Not for them. Those was people that was being, even if it was kids acting up, if they've been doing this to you for 6 months and they're on there calling you B's and F your mama and all of that, no, I don't feel that. But that's only my opinion. If she didn't feel that way, that was none of my business. I left the live. That's all. I'm not mad at her. I'll check her on the next one. That's all I'm saying. Yes, I know what you mean because I've been in the same situation. I know exactly what you mean when it comes to stuff like that, Logan, because it's been happening. And I promise you, I've been having some trolls, but the trolls that I've been having is because these trolls are following someone else over, you know, to my hangout spot that is beefing with the person that I just met. You get what I mean? So, with that being said, as far as I know, with the people that I've had issues with in my personal life, none of them know that I'm doing YT at all, if that makes sense. So, I've been, definitely having to be bothered with a lot of that type of stuff from other people. Yeah, you just think about it, and it's just an opinion. Like I said before, my life is not about dictating to other people or telling them what to do or not to do. But what I am saying is that just like with me having the opinion, I feel like if you got somebody that has been bothering you, the same consistent people, I don't care if they're kids or not, for 6 months, and they're calling you H's and S's and FU, and then you got a young minor daughter that comes on that's like 10 years old and a 5-year-old son, and they're calling those kids names, and I mean perverted stuff. I can't keep them on no longer. There's no way that you keep people like that. They have to be banned because they're for hate and crime. That's not the same as banning somebody that came on, hey dummy, hey joker, hey silly head. That's not, you know, severe. You get what I'm saying? It says I think it was stream and I had to time out a couple of people. Nope, not that one, but I seen that live too, Rev. It wasn't Bert's though. It wasn't Bert's. And no disrespect, it wasn't Bert's. This is some people that I have from another community that don't come to my lives at all. This to Rruk of all, they come to another situation that I have here on YT. But with Bert's, that was a mess too. I seen that one, but it wasn't that one, Rev. It was something else that I was doing totally different. That the folks that I was dealing with is from another live that I do on another spot that I have here. So that definitely wasn't that, but I seen the one that you're talking about with Bert, and that was some clowns over there. Yeah, they really got crazy. And like I said, there's been quite a few people that's in in the community that turned out to be totally different than what I knew. And no disrespect, I'm not calling nobody out. I'm not throwing a rock and hiding my hand, but there has been everybody that's in these communities. And I'm not saying necessarily the people here, but I got like 3 communities that I have been involved with, and I have seen how bad it could get when you are around the wrong people or the people that you thought were the right people and they turned out to be the wrong people. I can honestly tell you that. I've been there, done that. And I decided to, these some people that has got that tragic that they had to be banned. It wasn't even a question of why or when. They had to go. Because when you have somebody, just like I'm going to give you an example, and I'm not trying to be rude or talk any kind of negative way, but I had somebody that was on here to tell us, let me see what he said. Hope friends. He said, I hope friends I made moderators are there for me as I try to be there for them if it makes me a moderator. Yep, I'm the same way. Yes, I'm the same way, Logan. I know exactly what you're saying. And that's what happened. These people are not what I thought they were because, like I said, when I had the live, it was a few different lives that I did that these people showed a whole different side of themselves that I didn't know they were like that. And they hurt a lot of people, too. Hey, what's happening? She said, I did. He said, did I snore? No. if you did, honey, that would give us something more to listen to. I don't mind because I know what that snoring is like, child. I'm telling you, we got some families that you got to shake them to get them out of that deep old snore, honey. And when you get that deep snore in, honey, it could be for real, not to make a joke about it. It could be sleep apnea. It could be respiratory issues because I just had a test for that kind of stuff. It could be your asthma. It could be COPD or just a snore. And I got somebody that be snoring like that, and we, they've been checked out medically, and it's nothing medical. But no, honey, you didn't. Everything was perfectly fine, and I appreciate you coming in, sis. I hope you're doing well. And we are addressing a lot of stuff with, different stuff about trolls on the internet. We're talking about mental health, incest. We done covered it all. Everybody in here has been in the conversation with that, and we just trying to talk amongst each other and understand that we're all human and that life is lifing, you know. And I hope you're doing well. I really enjoyed you, and I was explaining to them about, different stuff that we were talking about yesterday, because I had two different lives going, so it was kind of, a mixed crowd of different people, and getting a little mixed up here and there. But for the most part, it's thebomb.com to be able to be with so many people and enjoy yourself. And at the same time, a lot of folks ain't a lot of folks ain't Gucci, y'all. We gotta call a spade, y'all. We gotta say the truth. A lot of folks is not what I thought they were too, that were coming to me and hanging out with me, and I thought they were my friends, and then I realized that they showed it true colors. And yet, very painful. But at the same time, I needed to know that, and it helped me cover a lot of ground of cleaning out what I needed to clean out, as far as not having all these people and staying subscribed to the wrong people. And see, this is what people don't understand. And like I was saying, I don't judge nobody. It said sometimes you got to have. Yes, yes. And that note. Oh, I know you do. I was surprised you was able to stay this long, Logan, because I know you're busy. You know we got it, brother. There would never be no hard feelings. You brought that in just like you usually do, because I know you got things to do. I know everybody's busy. I love you, bro, and I appreciate you, and I thank you so much for coming. Let's keep this rocking and rolling. You feel me? I understand that 100%. And please tell Tiger, look, and my nephews, I said hello. You know how I do that. I appreciate you. God bless you. You the one. You feel me? Have a great day. And rather whatever time zone you in, make the best of it. And keep it going, bro. I appreciate you coming in and sharing your time with me. I appreciate all of you. My channel. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Miss Critters. Yes, Angela. Definitely. Some ain't even. That was a good one, Rev. I like to use that one. I like that. Awesome. So, yes, and tell the fam I said, what's up, bro? God bless you. Keep it moving. Please always come in anytime you want and share, because I learned so much from you guys, and I couldn't be here without you. I couldn't be here without you. It wouldn't be the same. I appreciate everything. Take care and have a good one. As you know, I'm there for you. To be honest with you, everybody. Oh, there go my boo. I have missed you, sis, and I've been so worried about you because I got messed up in the live, and I had to get back in there and ask, one of the other people that was in the live that day, is there something going on with Sydney? Oh my gosh, I was worried. And I'm like, and I came back and said, oh gosh, I hope everything's all right. And then I didn't want to come over and leave nothing on your page in case you haven't elaborated that part of your business with anyone. You get where I'm coming from. If you notice that I don't try to be shady, but I respect people. You know what I mean? And I don't like to blast out nobody's business or anything that they're saying. I miss you, girl. Listen, I got some family and some folks that you remind me of, the good folks that's loving. Oh my gosh, I was worried. And I kept saying, I messed up. Wait a minute, because I got to get up, take a dump, pee, drink, burp. Let me stop being silly, but you know what I mean. And I kept getting up, going backwards and forth. And lately here, I have been hosting 2 lives. And it's been kind of hard because I'm trying to get this other pot spopping. Listen at me. So I'm getting tongue tied. Popping. So I've been doing 2 lives at a time lately, and sometimes I get it mixed up with this person, and I'm looking over here and I'm looking over there. Then I'm supporting other people. You know how Bert do it with the ninjas. I got a few too, girl. But I've been worried about you, and I pray that everything's all right. And I put you up in prayer. And even though you end up leaving at some point, everybody was praying and wishing you well in that live. And I hope you're doing okay. God bless you, sis. I miss you. I miss you. Miss Sydney Cat, and I got some quite a few good people that you remind me of. That it makes this is what makes me want to be on YT. I promise you, you got a quality about you that a lot of people don't understand. That sweetness, that love in your heart. You know what I mean? And a lot of us are good on here, so I don't mean it in any kind of negative way. I'm just saying we all bring something different to the table, and special and kind and loving. And I promise you, honey, it's been different without you. You know what I mean? And I know I don't expect you to watch every video and every live that I have, but I promise you it means a lot to me when you're there. When you are there, and everybody else too. I love on everybody. You know what I mean? And I think we all are together in this thing called life. And I hope everything is going good for you and yours. I appreciate you more than words can say. And then I will always be here to back you up, to stand back and let you live your life and do your thing. Because I know how it is with life. We all process stuff differently. A lot of us got to take a step back. She said, my father is still here. Amen, 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 amen. The time. Oh, I haven't been at this side. I will be back to her. Yes, amen, amen. God is He's in God's hands. You know what I mean. And what we do is pray and make them comfortable, and be there for them. I understand, honey. If I could tell you some stuff, when I get myself together and I get these legal things taken care of, even if I can't physically come on camera, I'm going to share some stuff. And I bet you I think any and everything that I'm going to discuss, you all are going to be able to relate to what I'm saying. God bless you and your family, and keep your father up in prayer. In Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Because I'm telling you, honey, that's why it's so fascinating and amazing with YouTube. And, you wish that everybody would, enjoy this the proper way. But we all have certain strengths and things that we bring into the YouTube, where God has connected us all in a divine way as family. And people don't understand it's a sister from another mister, a brother from another mother. But in this world, we are all brothers and sisters. God is all of our father. He's my mother's father. He's my grandfather's father. He's my cousin's father's. All of us are connected with this YouTube. This is a divine connection, y'all. I was just in Paris the other day. Do you hear me? I was just in Paris the other day, and later on that day I was in Hong Kong. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? And I promise you, I'm global and I travel in and out. Brownstown, Puerto Rico, I go in and out because I'm from a mixed race family, so I try to get around and spend time. That's why I have to watch with my employment, if I'm employed seasonal or not, so that it allows me to travel to visit these families. It also allows me to escape from the states where I'm going through these legal technicalities, court proceedings, to get away from being around people that's trying to start problems with the situation I'm dealing with, which is no fault of my own. I hope this thing is coming to an end. A lot of people are going to be getting their silver bracelets and going away for a long time. I'm not a victim, but I'm a victor. But I tell you, if I could share some of this stuff without people that I'm trying to stay away from picking up that it's me, even though I'm not on camera, you know how people know your voice. You know what I'm saying? So for safety reasons, I've had to move. I had to sell houses. I had to get different cars. It's a long story, y'all, but I promise you, this ain't just on the news. When you see something on the news or you watch a criminal investigation show, even if it's based on a true story, I'm one of the people that's been through some mess. Do you hear me? And I promise you, no fault of my own. Just living my life, and terrible people out here in the world. I promise you. And honey, I'm going to tell you, it's serious business, y'all. Amen, Angela. And thank you so much for the lovely person that has given me the hearts. And I want to give you some hearts right back. You guys are amazing, y'all. And please. And this guy says on his, and I have to give him credit for it. He says on his video, Old Fart, he says, we grow stronger together. We grow stronger together. And I promise you, I always say, and y'all remember, because I've changed up these lives a lot. I used to have Bob Marley up, and I used to have Marilyn Monroe, and I wasn't hardly on talking verbally. And that was because I had a different work schedule. So now that I'm able to come on verbally is because my schedule's changed. But right now I'm in the bind with work because now I had a regular 8-hour job. You know, when you go to college, you got to pay back these loans and all this other stuff. I had a normal 8-hour job, but because of medical issues, I had to divide it up into 4 hours here, 4 hours there, but I ended up having to have two different jobs because my job that I was at wasn't allowing me to work two different 4-hour shifts so that I could deal with my medical stuff in between. So I had to stay at one job for 4 hours and then another job for 4 hours to get to 8 hours so that I can try to, between the two, get something going with the insurance, but it didn't work out because they're two different places and the places I work at didn't have insurance for part-time like that. So now I'm on a 12-hour shift. Huh? And that's not good either. That's not good either. So I'm getting ready to sit my butt down somewhere and change my schedule up. Hello, the love. Hello. How are you, darling? How are you? The Don up in the building. What a guan spicy life. What's happening, sis? What a guan is so? What we are do today? We are cook up this so. How you doing, beautiful? Bless you and thank you in the name of Jesus for coming by. Much love for you, sister, and much love. Big up Uno for self. Keep Jaja first place. You already know say what the guan is so. More freely and safely about things that can be too sensitive. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Rev. Yes, sir, Rev. And Miss, keep up the good cooking. You are one of the originals, the original Don Dons of the cooking up. Oh my goodness. If I could, it'd be so good that I imagine myself eating the food. I appreciate you. Blessings to you, love. Blessings to you, love. And for who all don't know, Bob Marley's birthday was just February 6th. 1945, Bob Marley was celebrating his birthday, and I had a live going, but no one, no disrespect. I'm not upset or being rude, but no one noticed the pinned comment that I had to wish Bob Marley a happy birthday. So I decided that I'm going to continue because I'd like to celebrate everybody's birthday for the whole month. And I don't mean nothing crazy like keep having the party, keep having the party, keep having the gathering. Not that. Just to keep saying happy birthday to you because it's in your month. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Love on each other. Love on each other. Oh, thank you so much, Angela. I appreciate you, beautiful. And I hope you have an awesome day, whatever you're getting out and getting into. And blessings to you. And I enjoyed you in the live last night. And I appreciate you coming through. I will always come and check you out, too. And I just want to let you guys know, and no disrespect. Yes, me too. And you know what, Miss D Don, you know what I want is so we all only have 24 hours in the day. We have to cook, we have to clean, we have a husband, we have to mind our kids, we have to go out the door to work, we have to clean up in the house. No one can possibly come to everybody live. No one can watch all your videos. You support where you can, and God knows I appreciate it more than words can say. I do. Anybody in the world that shine their light on me is a blessing from God because you could do any channel you want. And when you come by here, God, thank you, Jesus. That's what I say. You understand what I mean? So with that being said, I appreciate you and I understand. And it's the same for me too, my dear. It's the same for me. I understand because I can only do so much too. I truly understand. We can only do what we can do. You get what I mean? And then you have to put aside the right time with God too. That's more important than any of these things here. Anytime you're busy, do come whenever you want. I don't care if you could stay a second and just flash in and say hi. I'm not looking to gain money. You understand? I need love, friendship. I need connection from my family around the world. And there's nothing wrong with people that want to do business here on YT. Connect, enjoy, get your watch hours up and stuff. But I want y'all to know that even if it wasn't money here, I love you guys all the same. It doesn't matter what it is. I want people to believe and understand that about me. And then if this is a business you want to have it, and I will help you grow. I will help you get monetized. I'll help you stay monetized. I got y'all back. I promise you. And I try my best to make it around to everybody's videos the best I can. And I can be honest with you. Everybody in the live right now, I can honestly say, and they can say that I come and visit everybody. I can name everybody that's in the live right now, and they can tell you that they've seen Rruk several times and very recent because I love it off the best I can, y'all. And it's getting to be a lot of people, but I got to find a way to love back. She said, "Hello, Rruk. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I just got back from the dentist. Uh-oh. And I have little ones being dropped off in a couple of minutes. Oh, you are so sweet. Thank you so much for stopping in. And the dentist appointment, we're lucky to get a cleaning and be okay, Judy. And I hope you're okay. Enjoy those little ones, and God bless you for coming, my dear." Little ones, so now I can stay in the morning. Oh, I understand that 100%, Judy. You have been amazing in my life, and I appreciate every bit of the friendship. Do your thing, sweetheart, and I bless you. Bless you, and I hope your dentist went well because I know I got a cleaning coming up, and I'm not looking forward to it. I mean, it's a blessing, though, so I don't want to sound silly. But sometimes you go there and it leads to a root canal or something wrong. I'm like, oh, we need to know. I'm being silly now, but we need to know, and I'm going to take care of myself. But I'm just saying, it is, these dentist appointments can change. And you know how that go. You know how that go. And I love you, D Don. I promise you, I love you because you understand what I mean about all of these challenges that we have in life. You understand what I'm saying? All you guys do. And you are so special too. And you understand. And you remember when I spoke about, and all of us have different mix of race and stuff in our lives. You understand? We all have something there. So, you know what I mean? But some people don't get it. You know what I mean? And some people do. She said, "I had a good checkup." Okay, so that's a vibe right there for me to pray and take some of that positivity from you, Judy, and hope mine is going to come up well. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Because, I mean, we deal with whatever we got to deal with. But when it comes out like that, extra, you feel better. Hip, hip, hooray for that. Look at Sydney with her sweet, positive stuff. Always loving people. One of the nicest people on YouTube, too. But yes, ma'am. So we have to respect. We have to respect that all of us, we can't be upset about anything when it comes to YouTube because of the fact that people, you don't know their story. Now, we know the difference when we get to the point where we got a troll, we got somebody disrespectful, or we got somebody that we know really is truly not backing us up. We understand that, but we also have to be patient and reasonable to know that, well, so-and-so haven't come to my live. Do you know how many people that I have that haven't visited me and haven't came to the lives at all that passed away? And I don't mean that in a negative. They got sick. They got upset. They stopped doing YouTube. So we can't jump to judgment. But we also do have to be aware for a lot of the people that is not with us too. We learn. This is a learning process. You know what I mean? This is a learning process that we all have to go through and shed and believe and stand up strong again. Because I know a lot of people here got their own lives to live. You know what I mean? So I try my best to be, grown and responsible and mature. Just like I was standing in the line in the store, and it was getting kind of crazy with one of the customers. They had a whole lot of food, and they was mixed up with money they didn't have, and this and that. And I told another lady, we wait our turn. I learned what patience is, and we did that. You understand what I mean? We did that. We learned our patience, and we waited peacefully. And what's up? Shout out to Real Life Talk. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I hope I didn't miss nobody because this thing runs slow and then it'll speed up. I don't know if it's my internet connection or what. But I thank you so much for coming in, and I appreciate everybody always. Always. Stop learning. It's the day we die. Amen. Because you know what? They say you never get too old to learn something new. And I appreciate that because I have a nice YouTuber on here that she mentioned a soup that she be eating, and I make soup like that. So I definitely got to get over there and see what that soup is because it's the same. It's a Spanish soup, but she may got some tricks that I need to know because I got a certain one I make too. She says, won't be long. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Sydney. I'm so sorry. Triple bypass. Live 7 years after he died. Yeah, you see what I mean? And I am so sorry, Sydney, because if I could tell you, oh my gosh, if I could tell you all the kind of stuff like that I've been through with family, with friends, and a lot of health issues that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. I've had times where I was told that if I didn't get certain treatment that I wouldn't live. Get what I'm saying? And I live with stuff that's happened to me after I went through the treatment that's permanent damage because of the kind of treatments that I had to have. So I understand that that's not easy. And then I pray that, you guys get through it because it's hard. It is very hard. You know what I mean? It's hard. There's not any words that sometimes the people can say that make you feel comfortable. You have to feel what you feel. And I pray that that your family have God with you and comfort on what you're going through. Because I know this stuff is not easy. My gosh, I mean, if I got here, you guys, and you know what is so weird about it too is that a lot of stuff when we're in it, we don't realize how strong we are. You know what I mean? How strong we are. You know what I mean? And I promise you, one thing I can say, and I don't want nobody to misunderstand what I'm saying, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, so I hope folks can listen and really understand what I mean. I feel like this with life. It doesn't matter how my relationship is with God, I still feel what I feel. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It's not that I lost my faith and that I don't believe in God, but I still do hurt and ache. And I feel like when you lose people, it's going to be a little small part that always hurt, even though he'll help us get through it. You know what I mean? He may not get us out of it, but he'll get us through it. And I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's happened to me that, in losses in in my life and in my family. And I was brought back to life twice. You get what I'm saying? And I don't know how to explain it, but even though I love God and I have a relationship with Him, some people that are not here any longer, it still hurts. Even if it's been long years that I've had losses, I still hurt. I mean, I know God don't want it to be that way, but it still hurts. You understand where I'm coming from? That's my mom at 47. Oh, wow, your mom was young, Judy. Wow. You are amazing too, D Don. I love you. You are awesome. You are awesome. And you are beautiful. You are beautiful. That's why I love to come on here and share my life with amazing people like this, because this is not a regular thing. This is not a regular thing here. This is something that God has put together for all of us to have a divine connection in the world with each other. So with that, we know that this is a special thing. And when you get on here, if you're lucky enough to meet the right kind of people, you bounce with it. It changes your life forever when you meet somebody like this and you're able to have a real relationship with them, even though they're in a different state, a different country, around the world, that you have brothers and sisters that's born from another mother, from another father. You know what I mean? And I'm glad you do, Sydney, because I don't want to say a whole bunch of stuff. Take care and God bless you, Angela. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a blessed day. And anywhere you go, take Jesus with you, honey. And I hope everything works out for you. And I appreciate all of you wonderful people. I promise you, I couldn't do it without you. This just would not be the same if I had to be on here and not have you wonderful people in my life. It's not, see, with this type of thing, this God is letting us give each other a big hug from around the world. We're hugging all of our siblings from around the world. It doesn't matter what race you are, who's rich, who's poor, man, woman, it doesn't matter. We are together living this thing called life. And God is blessing us just by bringing us together with each other, to love, to have, to hold, and those are the things that people say when they get married. Y'all remember the marriage vows? To love, to have, to hold. That's the same thing here with YT. This is for us to love each other. And I promise you, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. And I don't ever want to run anybody away because maybe I'm talking too much or I talk about things people don't like. I never mean to do that. I just want to share, love, learn, help, hold on to one another. We all come together collectively like this and care about each other. And don't count people out. When you have some people that may not show up and you haven't heard from them in a while, don't let your mind go in the wrong place. Check it out to make sure, because I promise you, I had several people on here that have stopped coming and they're going through something. Some people stopped doing YouTube and didn't give notice. And then I do have some people that have pretended to be my friends and they didn't want it. And I'm sure she didn't, because I promise you, honey, we don't want to start talking about burying babies. Listen, I got something. I got some stuff, y'all. I promise you. One of these days when I can come and one of these days that I can come in here and give it all to you. You're going to be like, what? Yeah, yeah. It's a lot, a whole lot more than I can get into because of the fact that how I have to live right now. I'll end up disclosing who I am if I go too deep. Took care of my mom and she passed away at home. Oh, Judy. That's good of you to do that though, because sometimes people they have to put their family members in different types of homes and stuff. So for you to be able to spend that quality time, that is amazing. And I know it was hard, so I don't mean to say it in any kind of light way, because I promise you, everybody on here right now, anything that you could speak about, I promise you, it's happened in my life. I don't say that I don't like to be a Debbie Downer and feeling like, why me? Why me? You get what I'm saying? I don't like to be that kind of a person, but I promise you. And for my age, a lot of people tell me that I've been through a lot of stuff and they don't see how I got through it. How am I still standing? And I mean, I can tell you some horrible stuff that has happened. And I promise you, and I'm not trying to throw a rock and hide my hand, but none of it's any fault of my own. It's stuff that happens in the world. You know what I mean? It's stuff that happens. Life is lifing. And then I've had some things, like I said, that keeps me off camera that happen, but I'm not a victim. So I understand all of those walks of life, of different tragedies. And it's horrible, it's hard, and sad, scary. But we've got to try our best, and it's always better said than done. Because like with us type of people, we grieve over your pets the same way you do humans if you're a real pet lover. That is, because a lot of people don't understand that, when you get a pet, you can't just get that dog or cat and bring them home, right? And just keep them. And that's it. No doctor's appointment, no dentist. The pets have the same and a lot of medical problems the same way human beings do. And a lot of people they don't seem to understand that. And I remember when I was younger, you go, they'll say, oh, so-and-so down the street is passing out puppies or cats. People will run and go and get a pet real quick. And they just bring the pet home and never bring the pet to the doctors, the vet, the dentist. So if you decide to have a pet, you got to know that you are a parent. You're going to be a parent. And you have to put in the same stuff that you do of your human kids in the pets. If not, they're not going to be happy and whole and safe if you don't love these pets the same way you do human beings, because that's what they are. They're your family. And they have to be cared for. I can't, and to be honest with you, I know so many different things that our pets have. It's a lot, the same as human beings. They have all this stuff going on when it comes to arthritis, diabetic, you know what I mean, glaucoma, cancer. The pets, yes, they do. They have a lot of the same stuff as human beings. Yes, they do. And that is the truth. That is the truth. Have a great day, Judy, and bless you. And thank you so much for coming. And we appreciate you sharing your story like that. And I'm sure that it helps Sydney out, because Sydney got some stuff going on. And Sydney knows that we're here for her. Prayers are up. And I know that even just dealing with a family member that's not well right now is hard, period. And then you got to look out. You got to hold mama up. And mama got to hold you up. And I know Sydney Cat is seeing some changes in you by you being her mom. And she can tell that you're upset right now. You get what I mean? So this is something that happens to all of us. You know what I mean? It trickles down the line. It's not just, you know what I mean? It's just like with your kids, they know when mama or daddy ain't feeling well. You know what I'm saying? And I know Sydney is saying, "What's going on, mom? You're not yourself." You get what I mean? I know that for a fact. Definitely. You know, it's the truth. I know for a fact that Sydney is looking at you and like, "Mom, yes, yes. Honey, let me tell you something. That's your child. And all kids know when mama is going through something or when mama ain't feeling well. You know what I mean? And they know. They are very sensitive. And you feel bad because you're trying to put on your brave front so that they won't be feeling no kind of hurt in no kind of way. But yes, they definitely know what's going on. And I am so sorry. And I have been thinking and worried about you. And so many people have been asking about you. And I promise you, I have came over and see me. I'm not that good with YouTube, and I didn't know how else to reach out to you. And I didn't want to leave anything about your situation on your page, where you got a video and put any of your business out there or seem like I'm not concerned the right way because I didn't want to come off the wrong way with it. So I kept saying I'm gonna wait and see if she pop up. And like I said, so many people been asking about you because see when you're hugged by this many people in the world, it's amazing. You know what I mean? Because we all got each other's back. She said, "From the day I rescued my murder, was murdered." Oh man, Rev. Oh, I'm sorry. Ashes right next to my bed. Oh man, Rev, I am so sorry to hear that. And that's the thing I keep telling people. Your pets are your family. They are. They are amazing. And God bless you. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. Woo. Here we go. Y'all know how this is, y'all. Y'all know what we're here to do. We have to lift up each other. Oh my gosh, I am sorry to hear that, Rev. Wow. And that's a lot to deal with. And that's going to be something that you're going to be, in your memory. You lost a child, you know? You lost a child, Rev. That ain't no joke. You've lost a child. And I'm sorry. That's serious business right there. Oh, I'm sorry that happened, man. Wow. See, that's why too it's so good to be able to talk with other people and socialize and get this stuff out here. To, recover and feel better the best you can. But I feel like I always said this type of stuff will hurt you, you know, throughout your life. Even though God is helping you get through things, it's still gonna be hard and horrible. And it makes you, you go into your feelings and some of them days you feel like gloom and doom, period. And then when it's their birthday and certain occasions like that, or if you see somebody that look like that, that pet, well, I'll say it's that your son. You feel a way, you get in your feelings about that. It's love is free. And when you love like that, boy, does it hurt. I'm telling you, boy, does it hurt. And I hate to see anybody going through anything. Because I know that it's feelings that to me, I know that I have a very strong faith. I'm still working on my salvation. I'm still working on my relationship with God. But I know that certain stuff that's happened to me, I know that it's going to always hurt. Even though I know God's word and his promise. And like I said, he may not get us out of some things, but he will get us through. But it's not going to stop us because we live in the flesh. So it's not going to stop us from feeling the hurt. But it will, make you feel at ease that you know that there's comfort in the Lord. And comfort in your friends and family that can help you through this and talk with you to get through it. But we definitely are going to feel our emotions. Definitely. There's so much going on here, y'all. You see how every time, and I promise you too, you guys, today is oh yes, a huge hug, Sydney. See with that love and heart you got, girl. And I promise you, this is the first day so far in the last couple of weeks that I've had a live going that I didn't have to deal with anybody saying, some things that's been going on lately. You know what I mean? Because see, what I be doing is when I have these lives like this, we talk about everything, everything. And there's not been a live that I've had here. Today's one of the first days that I've had a live that discussed the stuff that we talked about without anybody, interfering or being disrespectful. You know what I mean? Talking about mental health and incest and people with medical problems. This is the first time in a while. Because every time I have a live up, it seems like somebody always keeps their head in with hatred in some kind of way. And by having a live that you got all positive people, everybody standing tall and strong and loving on one another, and I got one of my YouTubers, when she comes in, she prays over the live. You know what I mean? And this is a live that is running very nice, and we're talking about all kinds of subjects, and everybody is meshing together with each other, feeling it, enjoying it, loving on one another, and keeping our heads up high and letting each other, we supporting each other as one. And like I said, this one nice guy, he always say, we grow strong together. And I have to give a shout out to him saying that old fart, because that's one of his cliches. And I believe that when he says it. Sydney Cat, you are awesome. Do you see how sweet you are? Even though you're going through some stuff, you're still reaching out, hugging and loving on, other people. And that's what we need. And I know that you had to take some time to get yourself readjusted in what you got to deal with, and what's going on in your life. And we all have to take a step back in life, even if it's not anything going on that's, severe, just to take a break. Sometimes you have to have them days that you want to lay up on the couch and stay in your pajamas all day and you're not sick. You know what I mean? You just want to chill back like that. And all of that stuff is a normal process in life. You know what I mean? It's all a normal thing that we all go through in our lives when it comes to that kind of stuff. Because I know I have some days that I just wanted it to be a pajama cozy up day and just chill out and don't bother even to get dressed. You get up and brush your teeth and all that thing like that and shower, that's not what, and then there's some times that people have felt depressed enough to not get out of bed, not wanting to have a shower, not wanting to eat, and a lot of times it's our emotional part and mental health. I mean, for real, that's what it is. And a lot of those times is what gets you through things, because you kind of detoxing, you're relaxing, even if you're feeling, if you're feeling bad. Y'all know how that go. Because we have a lot of that in life where we got to take a step back from the busy twilight zone, I call it, in life. We have to take some time, breathe, and relax, and start it all over again. Get in what you can. Don't be pressured for the rest. Because I promise you, no matter how much money you got, how many kids, husband or wife, when you deal with mental health, honey, you don't get that under control, everything else is a wrap. Nothing goes on good when your mind ain't right. A lot of people think that you have to be in the circumstances where you're having some kind of financial problem, and that's why you are upset or whatever, but it's not that. When you deal with mental health, it comes in like that, and it robs you from a lot of stuff until you can get yourself, under control, or get back somewhere and relax and enjoy yourself. Because I know with me, I got, a lot of days of different stuff. I need to do different things, and that is the truth. Sometimes we are a victim of our circumstances. Sometimes we are a victim of things that we cannot control. That's why we have to protect, like how you notice how YouTube constantly be saying stuff about follow the guidelines and the rules, because on YouTube, it can make you or break you. So I try my best to make sure, I do the best I can in what I'm saying for people. Your mouth can be a mess. And he says that the tongue is the most hardest muscle to tame. What you say can make or break somebody. You know what I mean? And that is the honest truth. And So everybody knows that. You have to be careful and you have to protect your peace. Because if you don't, you'll fall victim very easily to a lot of people out here that deliberately like to hurt people, and some people are so caught up that they don't even know how to act, and some of it's deliberately. I know, like I said, this is the first live that I've done to address anything pertaining to any mental health and sexual orientation and all those kind of things in life. This is the first live that I've had in a while, and I've been doing this real study for about 3 weeks that nobody's came in to try to mess the live up. You know what I mean? Because this is stuff that we need to talk about. This is stuff that we need to deal with. Because everybody suffers some kind of how, or they know somebody that knows somebody, and it goes on and on, And also, this is the stuff that's very prevalent that helps us when you got somebody that you can talk to about any of these things. As they say, Rome wasn't built overnight. Rome was not built overnight, y'all. So all this stuff is going to take time. It's going to take time to get right with everything in life. I am talking to you guys, and while I'm doing this, I am handling some business around the house. I got some labels that's going to be printed, and then I also am making my homemade, what I call supa. He said, I just look at my calendar and realize my son's birthday is the same as my live stream. I am announcing that my live is going to be dedicated. Oh, I love that name, Across the Rainbow. Hallelujah. Amen. That says something, don't it, Rev? That says something, man. I hear you. Amen. You have a blessed weekend, Patty. Love you, lady. You are amazing. You speak a lot of good wisdom. I love what you bring to the chat. I love that you give me some of your time. We all appreciate you here. You are cared for. You're honored. We respect you. And I hope you have a blessed weekend yourself. And thank you for your warm wishes to all of us. We are all here and we serve together as one. Thank you so much, beautiful lady, for even coming. You know what I mean? Because, you could be anywhere you want, and you spent a lot of quality time with us. You have shared some amazing things, and I thank you dearly for that. And I understand your views about everything, because you, like me, we kind of, and we all are, though. We keep it, you just, be living your truth. That's all that really is living in your truth. And your opinion does not mean that, it's anything wrong with it. And I'm glad that you understand that type of stuff. I appreciate you, honey. I'm definitely going to holler at you because we've touched base on a lot of stuff here. And it's been absolutely amazing. Have a good weekend, sis. Take Jesus with you. I know you already know that. You are awesome, Patty. I love them biscuits, by the way. Them biscuits, honey. You threw down on them biscuits, and I like that because I've been seeing everybody do that 2-ingredient challenge, honey. You rock that. Girl, you did them biscuits, and you so clean and neat in the kitchen. Oh, and your house is always spotless. Yeah, that's you, Patty. Oh, my goodness. You threw down on them biscuits, girl. Oh, man, I just was like, damn, give me a little bit of butter, or I could do some jelly. I could do some syrup. I can slice it open and put the egg and bacon in there. Man, the choices, the options are endless. Yes, and more yes. Oh, yes, you threw down, honey. That cookingbebomb.com. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that. Because I've been seeing it like everybody doing it. And I said, oh, Patty's doing it. Okay. That biscuit challenge. Yes. 2-ingredient biscuit challenge. Yes, ma'am. Love it. Love it. Enjoy your day and have a blessed weekend, ma'am. And I'm going to stop talking because I know you're probably going to go. And I don't want to keep running my mouth for you're already gone. But I appreciate you. And my Miss D. Don, God bless you, sister. And you're probably gone too, but I still like it to say it. God bless you. God, everybody needs a blessing. We all deserve to be blessed, and you keep announcing that, Rev. Anything you want, if you want to have that as a pinned comment to let everybody know what that dedication is going to be about, feel free to do it here. Enjoy. And this is, this is your hangout spot. And I know there's some sad moments coming out of that, but when you celebrate it, it makes you feel a little bit better. You know what I mean? When you celebrate them kind of ways there in them situation, it does make you feel a little bit better. If it's just a tiny bit, we're moving in the right direction, right? Yeah, I know. Because I got so much stuff, and you be thinking, when you be going through stuff, you be thinking, gosh, dag, I'm going through a lot. And when you look out into the world, you be like, oh my gosh, all of us got, hundreds and thousands of us going through the same thing. Oh my goodness. And it's not that you want anybody else suffering your pain, but it makes you feel like, I'm not the only one, and not that you want it to be anybody else. I'm trying to word this right, y'all. So excuse me for fumbling around with the words, but you know what I'm saying, y'all. And also, I promise you, I don't know what I clicked on. I clicked on something that led me to some deaths. And y'all, I just seen a sad one. It was a lady, her 2 kids. I think the little girl was like 3, and I think the boy was like about 8 months old or something. They died in a horrible car accident. A horrible car accident, and both kids passed away. So they had a joint funeral, and they put both of the kids together in the casket together. And I promise you, as I read the people that was, making comments, if you would have heard the horrific stories that people are dealing with right now. Somebody said that they lost their, let me get it right, their uncle, brother, and father in a car accident all together. You know what I mean? So many people came forth that has buried children in the chat section down there. I've read so much stuff that it just had me, looking at life a lot different and stop feeling so sorry for myself, even though I'm supposed to grieve and feel what I feel when I need to. You know how that go, y'all. We can't take that away. But it made me feel horrible, but also you got comfort in other people being able to share things, even though it's horrible stuff. At least you got somebody just like Miss Nice Judy that just left was mentioning what she's been through with her family members. It makes you feel comfortable to have somebody that you can lean on and talk to. Not that we want it to happen, but it's a reality that we all have to deal with. And when somebody elaborates on it and shares that type of stuff in their life, it helps you. I know it does me. And then there may be some times that you may not be ready for it because you're still in your grief. But after a while, you come out and you look for healing. He said, I understand when we share our burdens, the load lessons with, yes, with each victory. And I promise you, and we all know this, anything that we go through, good or bad, is not wasted. We know that. God has a plan for our life. And we just have to weather what he has endured for us, because this is what we got to do to get to heaven. Y'all know that. This is what we got to do to get to heaven. And that's that. That is the truth. And we all know that. Even if we don't like it, even if it bothers us, we all know that this is our cross to bear when it comes to getting processed over into the life that he wants us to have, which is eternal, not just this life. You know what I mean? Eternal. We all know that this is his plan for our life. All of this stuff is giving us experience, even though it's negative stuff. When you lose somebody, when you lose somebody in your life. And like I said, I include the pets when I say to somebody. So I'm not just talking about humans. I'm talking about our pets. When we lose somebody, it hurts us and tears us down, but it also gives us a strength that we don't want to accept at the time. You know what I mean? It does. You know what I'm saying, y'all. It does. Because I know that, like I said before, no matter what I go through, good or bad, any of us, I know that it's not wasted, but I have made up my mind to where no matter what I go through, that I know that it's in the Lord's hand. Also, I know that this is what I got to bear. Because if I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, I have to understand, what did Jesus walk through here and experience way worse than anything that I'll probably ever endure. So if I'm worried about feeling sorry for myself, look at him. Look at the people that are coming in the future, the kids, the new people. We can leave some kind of legacy behind when it comes to giving them something to hold on to so that they know that this too shall pass. You know what I mean? That this is what God has for us in this life. There's no way around. What's meant for you is meant for you no matter how we feel. I know I get a lot of people that come on here and they get a little upset if I talk about God because a lot of them aren't believers and I don't judge them. I'll tell them that, well, right now, me and a few people in the live are talking about God because we're believers. But if you can let us finish enjoying and praising the Lord, we'll just go to another subject at some point, but we're not going to put God down for nobody. You get what I'm trying to tell you? If we're believers, we have to stand strong in our convictions. But at the same time, there is people that aren't, and we have to respect them. That's why I keep saying with me, a lot of people won't understand how I get down because see, I'm a even killed type of person. I like to give everybody a chance, and that it doesn't matter what they do, what they've done. There's certain stuff that I ain't gonna fool with. Now I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't gonna try to be phony with nothing. But there's certain stuff with people that I'm not gonna deal with. Like you got people that's doing some cruel stuff out here in the world, and I'm not gonna support that. But I know that they are God's child. You know what I mean? And I can't judge his people and what he has planned for their life. That's not my place. But what I will say is that there's certain things that I'm not going to put up with. Like if somebody's abusing somebody or something like that, it's obviously I'm not going to be a part of that at all. No. Like I said, here before, I had somebody that had a live where they invited me. They wanted me to come help out and support. There's two women. They wanted me to support the person live, but when I went over to the live, it wasn't that they'd done anything bad. It's just that what they're doing is not how I do. And that doesn't make me wrong or them wrong or me right or them right. But I don't roll like that. Because that was some stuff that's against what I'm practicing in my life right now. And like I said, I'm not judging them, but I can't walk down that lane. You know what I mean? I can't. And I had a family member that was sitting with me when this was going on, and they kept saying, you're going to have to, my family kept saying, you're going to have to get out of that live. You're going to have to let them know that you're walking with God and trying to become a good Christian here, and that you can't watch that kind of content because the kind of way you're going, you can't participate in that. So what I decided to do was, because see, I didn't realize what was happening. See, that's what happens when you run your butt off somewhere, desperate to be with people. And I mess up too, y'all, but it wasn't for, just to get watch hours or anything, but it was just to support a good friend, because I met them, but I didn't know other people that they knew. So when I went over, they had a lot of stuff. The live started off regular, but it turned into some content that I don't get down in. So I had to, remove my comments and remove myself from that live completely, which some messages I couldn't get. Because when I first started off, I just said hi to a few people. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying was hi. But I want to remove myself from that period because that's my fault that I didn't read the title. But what the title said, I thought that it meant basically that they're doing stuff. And you know how they say it's disapproved to kids. When you say no, it doesn't mean that it's something violent or sexual necessarily. You get what I mean? So by me not paying attention to that properly, I ended up in there and watching it, and it was going good. The first part, I say probably the first half hour of it I was watching, it was good. And I supported it and I commented on it and enjoyed it and chuckled back and showed, told my family member, look, okay, yeah, and it was good. But then they turned it into something else. Something got, something that I can't support. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying they did anything wrong. Something that I can't support. And they did a whole slug of that. So I had to get off of there. And after I got off of there, I was talking with my family member and I said, I think I need to go back and remove myself from that whole live period. But there were some parts of the live that I couldn't do anything about because it had already went too far up. So I got to wait if they got that video and go take myself out of it. But what I'm going to do moving forward is I'm going to support them on other content they have that's not in that type of area of something that I can't participate in. You know what I mean? And just do that and be fine with it. But I know that I needed to pay attention. But the thing is, even if I didn't pay attention to it, it didn't start off elaborating like that on anything that seemed to be inappropriate, you know. But I tell you, you live and learn, and you can, learn something new every day. You never get too old to learn something new. But I tell you what, I definitely know that I can't do that. And those are the type of situations that you have to be very careful when you do stuff like that on YT, because even though they may say, check here, or say if it's kids appropriate, it doesn't mean that you can just do anything you want either, though. See, that's where a lot of people get kind of tricky, where they think because if it's asking you, is it kid appropriate, and you say no it's not, and then you get on here and get kind of crazy with it, you know what I mean, and get freaky with it. You can't do that. That's not what that means either. Is it appropriate and legal to have on the air at all? You know what I mean? You might have to go to certain websites that allow that kind of stuff, because I promise you a few people are getting away with certain type of content on YouTube. But the thing is this because they haven't been caught up with yet. Because there's some stuff they won't put up with, and then sometimes they go after the wrong people. You know what I mean? I've had people that like this one lady told me that she was basically she made a video, and she had her kids there, and she was the kids were, I guess I hope I got it right, they were good age kids, and she was just, cooking while she talked to them. And she was chopping up something with a knife. And because she was using a knife, and it's not like the kids were sitting up or holding a knife, they were sitting around, and she was, cooking. And they striked her for it. You know what I mean? And it wasn't nothing that was abusive to the kids or anything. I checked it out. It was nothing like that. But YouTube felt otherwise. See what I mean? So that's why I keep telling people not to jump on YT and just think you can just do anything you want. And just because you say it's not meant for kids, that means you can get on here and just free willy. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch out for that, because that can be a problem in the long run for you. And then some people, they bother you and you haven't done nothing compared to what a lot of people out here are doing. You know what I mean? So we just got to be mindful and know what we know. Especially if you're somebody that's trying to start a YouTube channel to make some money off of, you got to make sure you don't do anything that'll get you shut down. You know what I'm saying? Because that does happen to a lot of people. They put up certain type of content, and they think that as long as they check certain boxes or answer certain questions, that it's okay to drop that type of stuff on there. And some of the stuff you can't. And you end up getting in trouble and getting caught up. And then, and it does start off with a lot of people, they do get a strike. Some people have been banned because their stuff was that dangerous. You know what I mean? They don't want you, getting on here showing people how to make a bomb. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it to be rude. I'm just talking, y'all. Just bear with me. There may not even be anybody left. I don't know, because I know we all been going for a while. But this is what I do once I come in and I've got myself settled down and had me a shower and messing around. I like to get on my YT and hang out with my YT folks, because, as I said before, I don't deal with anybody in my physical space other than co-workers. I don't deal with none of my neighbors and none of that. I'm underground, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So this is the best that I can. Well, I love it anyway, but I'm saying this is all I can do, close as I can get to have any kind of friends outside of the few family. Because, by the way, too, I'm not glued down. I'm not with a whole bunch of family either. It's only a certain amount in my core right here, and it's less than 10 fingers. That's how serious this is for me, and what has happened, in my life. So, and that's the truth. whole lot of folks. It's just a few people in my family that I'm still connected with because of all the stuff that happened. People have picked sides and who they want to support and who they want to be with. So I had to walk away from blood. And I'm not talking about just, oh, I know them and none of that. I'm talking about bloodline. I had to get away from the whole crowd. And it's over, unfortunately. I can't deal with them no more. So I am limited to what family I have, which I'm good with it. It's been amazing. And what I got left standing with me is the best that I could even wish to have had. It's a small group of us. We keep it real. We watch each other and we do it moving. So nobody, there's only a few of them out of the bunch that I'm talking about that knows that I'm even doing YT at all. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a few of them that I had to be a little leery with because I didn't know if they was going to try to sink the boat. Be the one that slip off and say the wrong thing to somebody else in the family and have all of them people back in my life in a negative way. Yeah. It's not easy, but this is in life. And I gotta live. So, things get better if they do. If not, I'll be all right. I will be perfectly fine. God got me covered, and I know what I'm here to do. And like all of the people that I had in my life that I thought was friends and stuff like that, I'm getting it back tenfold with my YouTube family. So I'm still blessed. Blessed in all this mess. I just wanted to say that because you know how that little saying is. So when they say bless the mess. I don't know if folks are still here. He said, yes, Free Willy, yes. Yes. And I know that a lot of people can understand, Rev, and whoever else is on here, if there's anybody left, because I know I'm running my mouth so much and I don't want to hold nobody back or make people feel that they got to keep staying here through me running my mouth. I'm just loving and talking with you guys. But I promise you, people do not understand. That's why I keep saying that when we talk about, and I don't mean to keep touching that subject, but we already spoke of it earlier, but still, that's what I mean about discrimination. That it's not just about things. It's not just about a color. Because I've had people the same race as me, which is a lot of mixed. I tell you that came against me. Get what I mean? And also, it's a serious situation when you have family and a whole lot of people turn on you because you were a victim. And I was at one point, but not anymore. I'm a victor, but I had to process the victim mentality because that's what happens. And when we're dealing with cops and going to the hospital and all that, that's what they're calling you. But you don't have to stay there. You know what I mean? You don't have to stay in that victim mentality if you can graduate above it. You know what I mean? And that's what happens to me now. I am graduated from that, but I still do feel it sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. Just like stuff that happened to you as a child, you may have gotten to a place where you know that it wasn't your fault and you processed it, but sometimes that victim mentality may come back at you sometime, or that hurt or blame sometimes. It may not be as bad, but sometimes, and sometimes different stuff that happens to us in our life dictates our future to a certain extent until we can get a hold of it and turn it around in the right direction. Because sometimes we got to process things. It's not my fault. I didn't do nothing wrong. And sometimes that old feeling will come back to you. Sometimes it does. It's the truth. It does. But you know what? You're stronger for it and you're better for it. So, yes, you know what I mean? Free Willy, amen. That's what I'm talking about. Free Willy, because that's exactly what this type of situation is like. It's free. It's free. Oh my goodness, it's free. Boy, what I can honestly say that I'm glad about is that I was able to learn and get through it. Learn and get through it. And be stronger and wiser for it. But I'm kind of glad too that a lot of this stuff happen because it gave me a chance to see really, even especially with family and then some friends who really, what they really feel about you, and that it's all been a lie with a lot of these folks, and you get a chance to see the truth. What is that beeping? You know what I mean? You get a chance to see because we just got the smoke detectors and carb detectors done, so I don't know what that beeping sound is. But yeah, a lot of that stuff showed me, and it all happens obviously for a reason, and it gave me a chance to see really what I was dealing with and who really is for me and who's against me, because I've dealt with a lot of people that I thought had my back, and that wasn't, they really weren't what I thought they were. It was all a smoke screen, you know. And unfortunately, that's how it is with people, even family. But it did show me something that needed to happen, and it's a good thing that it did happen because it got me, I was able to clear out the wrong type of people in my life. So that's been a blessing right there. I was able to get out of that and know who's for me and who's against me, or who's pretending to be. Because see, people don't understand. All blood ain't thicker than water. Everybody in the family, all of it, are not necessarily good people. Until we understand that, we're gonna be swung into a lot of episodes that we're not gonna know how to deal with it, because we're blinded by assuming just because somebody's your family that they can't do no harm, or that they're all good people. And if we ever notice too in life, a lot of times, not to be disrespectful, to get back on that again, but a lot of times when kids are abused, especially in a sexual manner, it's mostly family or somebody close to the family. Seriously. Just like how you were saying, Rev, like the 95 percentage, that type of stuff. A lot of times it's a family member, A lot of times it's something that happened in the family. Sadly, but very true. Family can be right up under the nose, always wanting to babysit, and always trying to be the run in there and change the pamper and all them old kind of folks like that. It is what it is, but it's the truth. Unfortunately, that's how it goes on. That's how they hide so well, because they're hiding in with the family, and then they have it where people are trusting them because they don't know if they're like that, or even trying to find out if they're like that. They're just letting it be, Unfortunately. I know most of the cases that, I've worked with and worked on, and then a lot of stuff that's happened to me. A lot of that so-called family and friends. So-called. With that being said, I'm talking it straight up, right off track, you know what I mean? Of the reality that we live in. The most of it, I see that it be families that do that, but I know it's been the neighbor down the street too, and stuff like that, and a general babysitter and different type of fur situations. But I know in a lot of cases, it's been family. That has done something when everybody wants to hide and run and be in denial about it, arguing, coming against each other. Hey, what's that beeping? You hear something that keeps beeping? Let me know if you hear it. Hear it? What is it? Just like the smoke detector and stuff done, remember? What the heck is that? I got that live open right there. With me down here. Just letting you know. Did you got anything you want to chat or say? Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm right there. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get this all up so I can get out here making my special soup. My special soupa. And I gotta dig down deep to get all the special ingredients. So it'll be a good comfort food, healthy, All natural except for a few things that I add into it, like potatoes and yam and dumpling. Cook up the good thing in the kitchen. Yes and more yes. And food and eat and and yeah. Yes and yes and yes and more yes. Yeah, that's got to you got to figure out where that's coming from. You can't tell, huh? Wait a second. Whew. I don't know why this is not showing that. Look at how that's staying down there. Is that right? It keeps going down.
Yeah, I made it like that so you can comment sometimes. You
Oh,
want it to stay up.
okay. Okay. But yes, Rev, you are awesome too, and you've been hanging in there. And I don't know if you got to go, but I don't. I'm just running my mouth off, and this is how I do it. And when the live gets where everybody got to go, what I do is I'll go off if there's nobody here. But if it's just one person, honey, let's go. I'm here. I'm all in. Even if it's just one person, that's enough. You know what I mean? And I'll just keep talking it up. I'll keep talking it up. And like I said, when I'm here like this, it's free time that I can do whatever I want with because I've already did my 12 outside the house. And I'm coming in here, chilling back, talking. And then a little bit of stuff that I do at home. I'm doing a lot of this stuff while I'm on the thing talking. And it works. You know what I mean? It works. We all have to go by, what works for us. Different people got to go. They got to go to work, doctor's appointments, and I have my days too. I just recently had a doctor's appointment. So, yeah, all common in life. This is what we do. This is exactly what we do, and we do it moving. We support whoever, we make our way around. But what I want to make sure that I start doing is I want to make sure that I stay with my close-knit group of right people. I don't want to keep on kind of, we all want to pray and help other people out, but I think that it can be considered as a waste of time when you're dealing with people that are not really for you and you feeling like you're giving a lot of attention to people that don't, that ain't there for you when you can, feed and nourish off the ones that love you. You get where I'm coming from? Other than that, I got to get that straight now. And like I said, I've been sitting here going through my comment section, and I've been able to get rid of a whole lot of people that we're not together. I'm supporting them. And it's mostly what it is for real though. They're not supporting me back, and I'm not with people just to support me in a way financially, but the friendship is not happening. So I've had to get off, sit back and take the time and unsubscribe to people. And I've had some people that they just stop coming altogether, and it don't mean a negative thing. It's just that it's the truth of what it is. And I keep getting notifications, just filling up my notifications, and I'm missing out on some of the good people, spending my time with the wrong ones, you know. So with that being said, I'm cleaning out, and even too the little bit of stuff that I got going on Instagram, I haven't cleared that out too. It's no need to waste anybody's time or efforts in these kind of relationships. That's time and it's work on YouTube with folks that's not really with you. It's best just to go on, and do your thing and get to the crowd that you belong to and find your little corner in YouTube and be happy. Just like with me, I know that this little hangout spot is probably going to grow some more, but if I get up to, about 4,000 people, and I'm not even asking for that or any of that, but if I do, that'll be enough for me. That would be enough for me. He said, family is the friends that you choose. Yes, it is. That's why I said I am lucky to be on YouTube and find you guys. You know what I mean? I am very lucky for that, because if not, I don't really have, you don't usually like the family. You know how the family you're born with, you know what I mean when I say that. Your family that you're born with is a whole different story, but do this. So with that being said, I have been lucky enough, like you said, to be able to pick. You know what I mean? To be able to pick. And that's how you get to do it on YT. You don't have to be engaged or involved with someone that ain't got your back or things ain't working out right in that type of way. So it's a positive situation to be able to know that, you know what, this ain't working out right. This situation, I got to let that go. It with a heavy heart sometime, but nevertheless, it has to be done. It has to be done. There's not a question about that, because everybody on YT knows what the experience is like when you run up on the wrong person, or persons. YT, because it could be bad for your health. I mean that for real. I'm talking about mental, emotional health when you're dealing with the wrong people on YT. Because like I said before, if we're going to say that these relationships that we're building with one another is true friendships, you can't help it but get your feelings hurt. Because a lot of times people be saying, don't let this YouTube stuff stick with you. Don't let it bother you. But how can it not if you're forming real friendships with people and they've hurt you? Because you believed in them, And all of this is not catfish. You know what I mean? It's not catfish. Hey, Sally? Sally? Rev, I tell you, you have filled my cup. And I'm going to tell you, what's his name? Let me get it right. Guitar Off the Cuff came to one of my lives, and this was a while ago, and he said he enjoyed the live so much because I filled his cup, and he wrote a song for me. For real. I thought he just dedicated the song to me, but he said that he wrote the song for me, and that if he ever strike it rich on that song, that I'm looking for some money, and he was dead up serious. If you ever go over there, and I'm not telling you to do that, like but if you ever go over there, and I know guitar off the cliff, yeah, guitar off the cliff. I might be saying it wrong because there's another channel named similar to that. He wrote a song for me because he said he came to my live, and I filled his cup, and he dedicated the song, and I said, okay, I just better say thank you for dedicating the song. But then when he replied back, he said, no, I made this song, I wrote the song for you, and if I ever get rich, get ready, Rruk. I was like, what? Then another person said to me that just because of them talking to me, somebody got blessed. And I'm not bragging, I'm just saying this is how we feeding each other, and I want to let you know that you filled my cup today. Patty's filled my cup, all of you, you know. Mike, Sam, Johnny, Ray. We all be silly around here. But yeah, and I just like to say that there's certain pertinent stuff that different people said in this live here right now with me. And they all have said amazing things that's helped me along. And then there's certain things that certain people said that hit harder than other stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And it's not to put anybody against each other. It's not to toot out somebody else's horn more than the other person. I don't mean that in any kind of way. But some of it has a lot to do with people that are speaking into stuff that they experience, that you experience. You know what I mean? That we got in common. And when we talked about that stuff that happened to a lot of us, unfortunately, as kids, it's some of the stuff that bring in for me with you, what you were saying. You know what I mean? Essay and all them things of that. You know what I'm talking about. So we hit a whole nother sector there with that. You are awesome, Rev. I gotta make sure I keep getting your notifications. A lot of times, not getting the right notifications, missing out on some people that I need to see. I think that sound might have been coming from next door because I didn't hear it like close up, but I know I heard it only when I was in the basement. And I realized I think that might be something in their house, possibly. No shade, I'm just talking. I ain't trying to sway or negative. I'm just saying I want to make sure ain't nothing wrong here. Anything, you know? Don't want that. This is some kind of thing you'll have stuff together. stuff I had to get from only certain places. Is Rev still here? I got him going, or he might be gone for now. So if you are gone, I'd just like to thank you guys dearly for everything that you have done for me. Prayers are up for everybody. I'm praying for you, Sydney Cat, that things keep continuing to get better where you can deal with whatever it has to deal with. I'm glad your father's here to spend more time with you. I really mean that. Praying for Angela, Judy, everybody that's in the live. I thank you guys dearly. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sign out, right? Log off, but I'm going to come back on a little later. So this will be another part to this. You are a fighter. You are a fighter. We all are fighters and winners. God bless. And he said, family is the friends that you choose. Amen. And you know, that's the thing too, because like you said, people want us to believe that it's our family that we were born into. Some of us, you know, not some of, I'll say people, it's supposed to be the family that you're born into. You assume that they're going to be the right ones, right? You assume that they're going to be the right ones. And sometimes they're not. Sometimes blood ain't always thicker than water. So, you know, I hate to have to say that. Yet, oh, you had a phone. Oh, you're still here? I was getting ready to sign off. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still here. Okay. You want to keep chatting? Let's keep chatting. Rev. I just said a whole bunch of nice stuff to you and you didn't even hear me. I'm sorry. It's all good. It's all good. And remember, you definitely got to get down to water with that. You already know that. I already said that, didn't I? And you know sometimes that be me, right? So don't charge it to my heart. I'll repeat. And one of those are gonna, you can leave both of those in there and I'll split it in half so I can put it back in the other bathroom. Okay? All right. Yes, Rev, I thought that everybody was gone, which I think a majority of the people, some people listen quietly. And I was getting ready to log off, but I'm glad you're here. He said, if you want to end this. No, I like it. I don't mind to keep going if you don't mind, just to have somebody positive to talk to, And you probably didn't hear what I just said, so I'm going to mention again. Um, I don't know, and I think you know him. Let me say it right. Guitar off the cuff. He came into one of my lives, and before I knew it, he had a song. And I thought, when I looked at it, he said that this song is for Rruk. And I thought that the song was, he was just dedicating me. So when I wanted to thank him, I said, thank you for dedicating the song. And he said, no, I wrote the song for you. So if I come into some money, get ready. You get what I'm saying? And he said the reason why he wrote a song for me is because I filled his cup. Then I had another one of my YouTube brothers, Afeni. He lives in Germany. He's African. He said that because of him listening to me, he blessed someone. And I'm not bragging. I'm just saying this is what I'm looking for. It's all of us to love on one another and help each other out. And anytime somebody says something like that to me, that means that I'm doing something that's working for all of us. I'm sharing stuff. They're sharing stuff with me. But for him, and I'm going to go deeper than that. Like I said, boy, I couldn't believe it. Guitar off the cuff. Said he wrote a song for me. I went over. If you ever want to go check it out, you can. Yes. And Mr. Cool, yes. David wrote a song for me because he said when he came to my channel, that live that I had, it filled his cup. And that's how he was thanking me. He wrote an actual song that he said, and if it becomes famous, he gonna let me know. And I'm not looking for money. I'm joking about that part, but it's really because I was thanking him in the way of that he just dedicated a song that he has to me. But no, he said he wrote it for me. And then Afeni, I'm probably saying his name wrong. I keep trying to practice that. Afeni said that because he was listening to me, that somebody got blessed. Then he turned around yesterday, Finney, when I watched his live, he started singing my name in a live too. Not just me, he sung other people's name in the live. But he sung my name in the live several times over and over. I hope you're still there, Rruk. This song is for you. And you see what I mean when you meet people and you do things like this? This is the blessings that I try to make sure we all do for each other. You know what I mean? One hand washes the other. And by that happening, it just completely blew me away. You know, it was awesome. And I appreciate them so much that there's not even enough words that I can say to thank them for doing that. And I couldn't believe it because you know that they're both talented musicians. Period. You know what I mean? Talented. And with with David, David is in an area that his musical skills. He's going to probably become famous off of that type of stuff. So you never know. You know what I mean? But it's just nice that somebody, when you're on here talking like this and making friends with people, that somebody can get help by anything you say. Because I know with me, no matter what I'm saying, what you guys are saying is helping me. So we all, are together and it's all working out good. It's actually one of the biggest blessings here that that to come on YouTube and to really be able to help somebody out and they help you right along, because this is how it goes too for me. When I'm on here and everybody that's actively talking and sharing different stories in here and there with what they got to say, I really feel that we're all blessing each other and that we're all shining our light on each other and holding each other up in prayer and this family, and real dedicated friendships, and that's serious business. And all of that stuff is just, it means a lot. It means a lot. So I just want to, make sure that everybody that does these awesome things like this know that I definitely appreciate them. And I thank them for helping me. And if I was able to help them in some kind of small way, that's awesome as well. And I really, really appreciate all of that kind of stuff, because I don't think that we all can do it without the other, And once we all come together, it's all good stuff that we all, share in and love on one another and have each other's backs and just keep on, being a blessing. Even though we got a lot of people that may want to come on here and act a fool and cause problems, we still can keep riding with the best. That's how I feel. I feel like, because there's going to be, in anything that we do in life, there's going to be some folks that try to come at you, act up, try to hurt and harm and play a bunch of games. And obviously it is going to affect a lot of us, because of the fact that people have feelings invested in these relationships for real on YT. And what I keep trying to say, because a lot of people be saying, well, you don't get caught up in no YouTube stuff and don't allow. Well, I'm gonna be honest now. We all do make the choice to come and get on YouTube and be live and do lives and post our videos and stuff like that. So we do have control over that. But at the same time, you also have feelings that you occur when you meet people that are genuinely, connected to each other in the for real sense. You know what I mean? Not just folks that's pretending and faking and the troll or this and that. Real connections are made here. And if it wasn't, people wouldn't keep coming together like this. You would be at somebody else's live. Or you would be, on another social media situation. So that's really the truth in all of that. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that we do have the choice to get on here. We do have a choice to try to hope that, because I know so many people that they got this show called Catfish. And they had a sad situation where a young girl, she thought she had met a female friend her age. I think they were, both girls was 14. She was 14, and she thought that she was talking to another 14-year-old girl. And they talked for months on the phone, and they decided to get together to hang out at the mall. And when she got, she went, the girl, that the person that she thought was the girl said that, me and my dad are going to come to pick you up, and we're driving such and such car. So when the girl, waited, and when it was a man that showed up to pick her up, and she said, well, where's Cindy at? I'm just using that name because I forgot what the actual name was. She said, where's Cindy at? He said, well, I'm Cindy's father, and Cindy was doing her nails, so she told me to come and get you, and then we're gonna grab you and go to the house, pick her up, and then we all gonna go to the mall. But you know what happened in that story. You know what happened in that story. She never made it back home. So we have to be careful, and not just her being young at 14, because obviously that's a very young age. And, even with us, it takes a long time for us to get full development in our psychopathy with with our mind, our frontal lobe. It takes a long time to get fully right. You know what I mean? We're still growing and developing. But the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of adults that get hurt the same exact way and are victimized and victims and hurt and tricked the same way a lot of these young folks do. We're not exempt from it because we're full adults, because it still happens to us. I have felt victim upon a lot of scams, and I will say victim because that's what I felt when it happened. I felt like a victim. And once again, I said I processed things until I got it right, saying I had been a victim of certain things. And a lot of us, it doesn't matter how old you are, we all still live in this world and things happen to us. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't like to believe it. We think because we're grown that we're exempt. You know what I mean? From certain things happening, but it does happen. I got a lot of adult people that I know to this day, 35, 40, 50 years old, that have been a victim of peer pressure. You know what I mean? They have been peer pressured into something that they normally wouldn't do, and they're fully grown. So you imagine how somebody even younger with less knowledge, what they have to deal with out here in this thing called life in the world. So I always try my best to make sure that, I keep that in mind, because a lot of us, you don't know. It don't go by just how old you are. Sometimes it's them skills of these predators and cons out here that are good. You've been in situations where you might have somebody got something at a stand that they're selling, a watch or two, and they look reputable, and they're showing paperwork and saying that this is good product and blah blah blah, and you believe it and you bought it as an adult. So you imagine if we can get caught up that easily. You imagine what happens to kids, younger folks, because it happens to adults on a regular basis, and we have to know that that is the truth. So I try my best. That's why I said we gotta live and learn. It's a good thing you can pick on here, but people are always gonna have these feelings in this. This is just what it is in life. You trust somebody some way, somehow, and it may show you something different. You have to deal with it, pick it up, and move it right along, because this is life. Life don't come with guarantees of what you make it. He said that is one of the better things about getting older. Less peer, yes. Woo. Man, do you know how many things, and I always tell a lot of these young folks, but I don't think they believe it. I'm glad that I'm not young in this day and age. This world has gotten where it's just a mess, and to be able to surpass, and be in further along than what these kids got to deal with now in the world, because it's just getting worse and worse. I mean, this is craziness, at the worst. I see so many people that are caught up out here in stuff, and it has a lot to do with because of how the world has changed, and there's not a lot of goodness of like it used to be. Some people used to say that they, it was so safe where they was at that they could leave their door unlocked. I mean, I never felt nowhere comfortable like that. Even if you felt you were in a good community, we just never, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with whoever feels that way and it could do that. But I never felt, because I always felt that locks keep honest people honest. In some cases, some people will break in. You get what I mean? It's just a little joke in the cliche. But I'm just saying in general, I basically never felt comfortable enough to leave my doors unlocked or anything, as an adult. I had different processes stuff when I was younger, whatever your mom and them would do. But when I was raised up, nobody did that either. We just, we just didn't do that, because we knew that even if you're from a pretty good community, there's a boogeyman somewhere, if that makes sense. a boogie woman, you know, because I promise you, people don't pay attention, but a lot of women have criminal minds too. They always try to blame all of these things in the world on men, and it's not just men, it's women too. I think there's a lot that's equally yoked, and I mean all the way through, from being killers, pervs, to, you know, they always like to say that men are absent in their children's lives, but I know just as many women that are absent too. So I can't blame everything on male, because that wouldn't be true. But a lot of people like to point it across the men because that's how what they believe in. But I've learned totally differently coming up. That it's not just men. I've known women that have been absent and not in their kids' lives. And like I said before, I know a lot of women that have been pervs too. You know, it's not just men. I promise you, I know that. I can personally speak on that, you know. So we just have to look out for what we got going on, and it could be anybody. And I know that it is getting worse. You know, if we even had whatever we want to call bad out here, or whatever category we want to put that in, there's always been a lot. I mean, times was always a lot better than this. I'll say that. Things were a lot better than this. I'll tell you that. And it seemed like anything that we've had that was awful, a lot of it has gotten worse. And you know what? It's going to continue to go down because people are thinking of new evils each day, you know? New evil each day out here, you know? A lot of folks do a lot of different things that it's going to be a big problem for somebody else in the long run because they're not going to stop. It's like serial killers and all of that. It's going to keep being new generations of them born. You know what I mean? You got somebody that just had a beautiful newborn baby. You don't know what that child going to do when they grow up. You know? You'll always be next in line and next in line, you know? It's not going to stop because you know, this earth ends. These are the things that we have to deal with out here. Until this comes to an end, we have no way around what choices people make and what decisions and what they're going to do out here. We unfortunately, too many of us fall prey. You know, we fall prey to, you know, those type of predators out here. And there's nothing that we can do because you know that everybody that's out here that are criminals and abusers and whatever we want to talk about as far as being ill out here in the world. All those people are somebody's fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles, brothers, and cousins. It's not like there's made up people that come out here and do cruelty in the world. It's the people that's born in the world and you don't have no idea what they're going to turn out to be. You know what I mean? You don't know that. You just, you know, you have a child, and that's for any parent. You have a child in this world, and you hope that they work out and do good. He says, I'm glad I grew up when I did before the internet because there's no evidence. Yes. Oh, I know what you mean, honey. You got that right. Because, see, a lot of people don't understand that with this YouTube, it can work out in a negative way. It definitely can. Go totally against you, or if you use it properly, it could be something to help you out, you know? That's what I keep trying to tell people. Stop coming on here and giving up too much. I got some people that, and it's not to tell nobody what to do, so I won't say it like that. I'm trying to tell people. I'll just say I discuss that if you just met this person and y'all new YouTube family and you've only known them a week or two, why would you give them your home address? Hey, Rob, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. I seen you earlier in Crystal's live. You might have been, I don't know if you had left by the time I came through there, but I seen you. I hope you're doing well. How you feeling? Glad that you stopped in. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I know. I figured you probably was busy on your way out. Because, see, I met her, you know, and she's been cool. And like I said, not to be disrespectful, but the other young lady, if everybody's still cool with her, then I'm just going to leave it alone. I got to straighten out with her. I don't know, which way to go with it, but if she wants to come through, I'm good with it. And I, did the best I could. You know how that go. Feeling good. Yes. He said it's Friday. Oh, I like that. I like that. He said, oh, Chris is bomb. Yes, she is. She is. And like I said, the other young lady with that live that time, I got to straighten out with her. So I don't know who's dealing with her or not, but I'm cool. I'm just going to let it roll because I keep on, trying to keep this thing running and not deal with the wrong kind of people. But other folks will have me blocking somebody out and then they back dealing with them. So I said, you know what? As long as they didn't kill me and they apologized to me about what happened, we can roll again. So I got it straight. And you know which one I'm talking about, that live we were in. I don't want to call nobody's name out and I don't want Mr. Rev to feel like he don't know what's going on. But we had somebody live that we all had ended up attending. A few of us attended and there were some negative people in the live. That's all I'll say. And the person since then, I've got it straight. Oh, you are. You are too. Well, what about Homegirl? Because I've seen her in her live again. Oh, no. And they apologized to me and everything. And I just went and commented on two of their videos. I thought they was, oh, see? Here we go. So, oh my gosh. So what about your homegirl there? She's still letting her. She was still in her lives. How is she handling it? Because I thought she was cool, so I went over to two of her videos. She said we all good. Yes, you know what I'm talking about, man. Rev, woof, woof, woof. Craziness out here. Craziness out here with these people wanting to do negative stuff. But let them go on and do their thing. We just cock and block and cock, keep going, keep going, keep going. But yeah, I didn't know, Rob, because I thought, and I'm not being rude, but I thought that since she apologized to me and she was in your homegirl's live, everything was cool. So since she's been coming to my thing, I already went over and hit her up on two videos. Now I feel like, dang, what to do? Oh, okay. Okay, so your lady is going to continue to be friends with this person, is what you're saying. So I'll know then, oh my goodness, man. I just went over and supported two of this female's videos because she apologized to me. And I thought because I seen her in your lady's video still, in her live, that it was okay because I accepted the apology. Because remember I said as long as she apologized. And like I said, people can hit me up on the gram and do it off of YouTube so it won't be a whole bunch of stuff on there. But now I feel like a fool because I thought everything was cleared. And the only reason why I did that was because, like I said, I seen her in your lady's live. And then, she did apologize. But if she's still dealing with them people and I go over there and they come for me, then I'll know then that not to be. Because I don't need nobody just for no subscribers like that. You know what I mean? You know how we do it. Damn. Rob, this is jeez. Boy, you see how people make this internet a big problem that it don't have to be? I mean, the curveballs just keep getting thrown. Every time you think you dodge one situation, something else comes up. That is totally ridiculous. Jeez. Oh boy, so I guess I got to Rev know what it is. I guess I got to just watch over it. I told my lady to tell her if she wants to be cool with me, then I don't want to deal with those trolls. Just right. She got to keep them out. I told her. I said, if she doesn't block, cool. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. So now I'll know because they, no disrespect to you, but they were coming after me because of you. So I know that even if I go in the live and you're not there, and if they say something to me or they're there, that she's decided what she wanted to do. And then I got to get up off of that too. She said, I have to head out. God, Reb, I had said so much nice stuff to you that you missed it, but I just wanted to tell you, I thank you. I appreciate you. I hope I'm going to try to keep up with you because I don't be getting the notifications for a lot of people. Whatever you do, have a blessed day. And thank you so much for shining your light on me and spending time with me. I promise you, I enjoyed it, and you are awesome. And I want to back you up in everything that you do too. And I love to see you when you're working on the vehicles too. Thank you so much for your time, and have a blessed day. Let me say something to him. Bless you, Rev. You're one of the people that I need to have on here that keep it 100% in every area. Rob is like that too. We got a lot. I'm not saying people don't keep it 100%, but there is certain people that don't get down with the get down. You know what I mean? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Rev. I thank you for being you. And I think that last video the last time I was at a live you had, I believe that was your lovely wife. Tell her I said hello, and blessings, and best wishes to her. And thank you for sharing your time with me, Rev. Yes. She and see, Rev is like us too, Rob. And I'm not gonna, because I know he's finna leave, so I don't want to keep bringing him up. But I know he's leaving now. He don't play with a bunch of mess either. He keeps it real too. You know what it is. She can stay. She can say bye to my support. That's what I'm. You know what? I'm gonna do the same thing, Rob, too. And homegirl got to stop letting these people. You know what? No disrespect. I'm not trying to speak of somebody that's not here, but it's going to be hard. I'm going to. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, see. Okay. All right. And see, ooh, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to respond for that. Yeah, you like seeing the vehicles too, Rob. I do too. See, that's what I was gonna say about with the and I'm not trying to talk silly and act like a child, but see, that's where it gets complicated at when you have situations like that. Because if you guys are forming as a unit, it's hard, especially you see, this is the thing, and I'm gonna say this, Rob, with all truthfulness and honesty. I have been good at being able to be friends with somebody that don't get along. You know, like I can be in the middle of two people that don't get along, but it depends on what the offense is. Just like how you said that you had a friend that you stand up for that a lot of people is talking crap about, but you're still cool with them. I know how to be that kind of friend. But when it's something that is like this situation, you have to stand and rise together. You know, as old fart says, we grow strong together. And I like that saying that he says that, and I give him credit for it anytime I mention it. I'm not trying to take his swag or nothing, so I'm not going to keep doing that. Hopefully, but it's a catchy phrase though. But the point I'm trying to make is it is hard to be involved because what's happening is the only thing I can say is that if you go to when you're in supporting your girl's live and then those people come in, and I don't even know how to put this because this is tricky. That friend of mine is in jail. Okay, I feel you. You get what I'm saying? So I know what you mean by that, but this is a different situation. So I feel that it's hard when you're trying to form a bond with somebody and they're dealing with people that disrespect you. So if she don't feel to blame the friend, okay, then that's her choice, right? But what about the two guys that were being disrespectful? Will she at least block them out of the live? At least some of this ain't right here. I'm sorry. You gotta get this stuff. Ooh. says, he said, and the people from that negative community got mad that even though everyone was talking. Yeah, see, I know how to do that, Rob. I'm that type. That's why I said I know that YouTube is supposed to be different because this is something different. You get what I mean? He said, it started them from them. The toxic. Yes, I know what you mean. She isn't going. She ain't going to. Wow. But how do you feel? And you know, and I'm not getting in your business, and I'm not saying nothing negative about her or nothing. I'm just talking directly to you, no shade. But how does that make you feel if you're trying to have a union with this person? How does that make you feel? That's not- He said, and the only excuse is that she is new to the live stream and doesn't know how to handle it. No, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And you can remove anything you want when you get finished talking because you know how we do it. I don't want you feeling caught up in something. But I was going to tell you something a long time ago, probably about maybe a month ago about some of that stuff. There's too many common denominators in situations like this, and I felt that certain said people are not comfortable with keeping it real with stuff like that and want to allow certain things. You get what I'm trying to say? Yep, you understand what I'm trying to explain to you. Yes. And I think that there's going to be a problem down the line if it's not handled correctly. No shade to nobody. I'm keeping it a buck 50. I felt that that person doesn't like the idea that we can talk about this stuff, and they feel like I am somebody. I don't know. I just felt like the person was cool when they was first told about me, but after they start seeing that we have an understanding here, they don't really care for me either. I feel that way. I might be wrong now. I'm just gonna be raw. I'm gonna be real raw. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna call out no names and none of that. I'm just talking. People don't know who we talking about, what we talking about. But I felt that the person didn't care for me really after they realized that I clicked the same way, and we're really just, they know that we're really just friends and stuff. We're brother and sister type thing. They know that for a fact. But at the same time, they don't like the idea that we don't put up with a lot of that crap, and then they're falling on an excuse that's not working. You get what I'm trying to say? I don't believe that. I think they understand clearly what's going on by now, or may always have, because they keep putting up with it. Just like a person that I introduced them to, they act like they're more favor of that person than me, and they met that person through me. You see, and I don't like that little shade. I've been watching that for a long time. I've been watching that. Yes, it is. And that's going to be. And I promise you, no disrespect, but for those people that's living with that kind of stuff, that's going to be a part of something that's going to ruin the relationship. There's no doubt about that. That can't be in the middle of any relationship, and anybody can research that. I'm not giving nobody advice. I'm not judging nobody, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, but I'm keeping it real. Anything that I have had going on in any relationship, whether it was homegirls, co-workers, husband, wife, whatever situation you may want to call it, with your kids, when you keep the wrong kind of little games like that going on, after a while, those things that are a problem is going to ruin the relationship. And just like with me, like I told you, I got a lot of stuff in process that's in court. There's a lot of people. How are you going to stay with somebody that you know for a fact they are the guilty party? It's two of us, like they always say when it comes to a story: yours, mine, and the truth. Well, mine and the truth are the truth, and that other person is totally in the wrong. They got evidence against this person, videos. So how can you keep hanging with them if you know that they're doing something dangerous to me? And like I said, I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, but that caused me to have to cut off bloodline completely. Home girls, change jobs, move, sell houses, get another car, live in hiding. You understand? And y'all still hanging with them, and you see it was proven that they did, and you still with them? How long you think I'm gonna be able to still be cool with some family, cool with some friends that's hanging with somebody that was? And I know this situation ain't dangerous like that, but I'm just saying, somebody that's coming to harm you and making threats. There's something wrong with this, because I started realizing that with this, with this particular situation, the person is not as innocent. I went for that. Oh, they're from a different community. I went with that for a while, but then I realized, no, that's how they want to get down. And then it seems like one person is more invested in the situation than the other. And then I feel that the other person don't like that you have found some friends that really understand you in that way. Especially me, I'm the main one. I think that person really don't care for me, and I'm not mad about it. I understand it. I'm gonna keep supporting. I'm not phony, shady, or fake, but I think it's because we agree. Me and you, we agree with a lot of stuff, and they don't like that. You get where I'm coming from? They don't like that, because then that shows them, what's really going on. You get what I mean? And I feel that they're not comfortable with you being cool with me, because we click on the same levels of understanding that you don't do that. And they want to fall back on having it be a reason that they're not doing nothing about it. I know I'm not from here. I've done all that. That went out with the bump. You remember the dance they used to call "Do the Bump"? That went out with the bump. That's not true, because I've been doing some investigation on some stuff. You know how you how to look into people that you're dealing with, and I see that they thoroughly, yes, you know what I'm trying to tell you, they thoroughly know what they're doing. And even if they were a little bit, you know, lost because they're from a different community, by them having the friends that they got on YouTube like this, and all of these people are not foreign from a different lifestyle or a different community. He said the bump, yes. And you know, these people are not all, you got some people, and, no, and I'm going to be raw. You got people of all races that come to your live, and that's your friends that do sponsors and other things for you. And they talk clearly about this kind of stuff on their channel, and you participate and you understand them thoroughly. So you're not that mixed up. I've learned that. No shade. I'm being just raw. And like I said before, I'm talking, well, you know what I'm talking about. You get where I'm coming from. They know what's going on here. I felt, and I promise you, I had some family members, because I got family members that be supporting me as well. You get what I mean? Just a few here, because I done cut brought my campus so tight and neat that I have to thank God for where I had to separate from hundreds. And I'm not bragging. This is sad. Hundreds of people, because when this stuff occurred in my life, it really showed me who I was dealing with. And it did start off as simple stuff like you stop dealing with certain people in person, and then certain people start calling your house. Certain people start popping up at other people's house, and then you had to stop dealing with them because they know that that person did something to you. And when you do stuff like abuse people physically, rape people, and other people want to hang with something that really happened like that, it's up to them, and you don't judge nobody, but I can't fool with it. I can't fool with it. If you got somebody that's threatening somebody's life in any kind of way, whether social media or otherwise, that's a problem. Especially if it's somebody that you love and you're trying to have a relationship with. They don't care. And I had a feeling that what was going on. Also, what I learned from talking to this other party that some of this stuff occurred with, they were saying that that person was telling them something about me that was rather negative, because they feel that I'm in their business or their relationship, which is not really what the heck is going on here at all. You don't want to hear the truth. But then you pop up in the live apologizing as if you felt something about that. I still got the live. You already know where I'm going with this. And you apologizing, and my YouTubers that you didn't even know were saying, no, don't feel the blame. Don't feel that it's your fault. And they subscribed and joined with this person. And then you turn around and do so total opposite than what you said was going to happen in the live. So to me, you know what you're doing. And you don't have enough respect. It's not about not knowing. I don't care what community. You know what love, sex, partying, killing, harming somebody. There's no way that you can come from any, and I don't care what nobody say, I'm going to be honest and raw. It doesn't matter what nationality you are, whether you purple, green, what community you come from. All communities have cheating, incest, kill, rape, murder, love, hate, all of them. I don't care what nobody say. Yes. Well, supposedly. I got it from another. I can't get it. Damn, I wish I could get on here and just let loose. See how we got to do this? Something wasn't right with that. Yeah, but that was what it was. So then I went over. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So I went over and showed some support again. But what I'm waiting to do is to see, which I don't even need this person, so I don't even know why I'm even bothering with this. But I try to give people a fair chance. I believe in forgiveness, to a certain extent. It depends on what it is. But I thought this person was sincere, so I decided to go and I comment on 2 more of their videos. But them and the homegirl is kind of got a little thing going because they're from the same type of, community. And you can't tell me what community, yes, you can't tell me what community that that don't have any death. I understand that they may do things differently. You get what I'm trying to say? Just like if you have, like a lot of people, I'm just going to say this, and please don't misunderstand me. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. Some communities have, when they have a child, and somebody else has a child and they raise the kids up together, we plan for them to marry when they're adults. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We plan this in our community, and like maybe from your community and mine, I'm talking about growing up from your mom and dad and family. They may say when you grow up, Rruk, you marry anybody you want. Sam, Bubba, Linda, you marry anybody you want. And some communities say no. You are promised to this man to marry, and this is who you have to be with, whether you love him or not. You have to get married. That's certain things like that we know that's common in communities, that they do things differently. We got people that do things differently. They want to be Pentecostal, Jehovah Witness. We understand that, but what we talking about right here, this ain't what that is. Because this person, you can't possibly tell me any race of people that are human on this earth have never experienced death, having a baby, love, heartbroken, killing, rape, all this. And I'm not bragging to say this or talk nasty about the world. Every nationality, every race, every color has this in their community. You cannot be that blind, especially if you're not 3, 4, 5 years old and don't know what's going on. When you are an adult, you know what is happening, and that is wrong when people are mistreating people. And you know how I know too, because you've had several lives where you've indicated to people that were arguing with each other, hey, you guys got to stop. Don't do that. That's not right. No, we want positivity. So if you don't know what somebody is stalking somebody or trolling somebody, you don't understand that because you're from a different community. That can't be true. Because you got so many friends on here that talk about that in their lives, because I got a lot of those people that I'm friends with now, and they talk just like I talk and just like how you talk, but this person wants to feel like everything with them is about a community, and that's not the truth. I know people, and I promise you, I have one of my good YouTubers that I've been with for a long time, that she actually was in I can't even say that because then that'll be letting it out. So I can't even say that. But she's from that same community. And I was gonna have her explain to this person, since they seemed like they didn't know. But after I realized that person do know and they don't care. That's what's going on here. And I promise you, it's not going to end up well in the end, because I've been with situations like that where I've tried to be friends with certain people that have done things, and by me stepping away, yes, positive, yes. They know this person knows exactly what's going on, because for them to be, and you got to be begging and pleading them, yes, it's disgusting. Yes, yes, yes. You know what I'm talking about? He said no. Distinguish, yes, 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 exactly. And that, yes, thank you. And I'm not trying to be funny, but this just shed some light on the situation that you know for a fact that is bull. And if you're trying to build a future with these people, whether it be man and woman, home girl, home guy, however it goes, co-workers, and they're doing you like this is what the relationship is going to be about. Because there's going to be plenty of people that you're going to eventually meet in their family. They might be the same kind of way. And then them not backing you up already at the courtship, at the young part of the relationship, it's going to show you what it is. Because that's why, and I don't know, and I'm not trying to act fly or nothing. You know that this has been a small live that I have all the time, and it's perfectly fine. This is how I want it. But I know that you can tell the difference of how many people that you haven't been seeing in my live lately. And it's not just because you come at different times, because you remember, you used to come early, and it'd be a lot of the same people there consistently, and you hardly don't see them anymore, right? That's because I'm not with the ish. You get what I'm saying? I'm just going to say it raw. I'm not with the ish. So what I did was, like I said I was going to do for real, is I unsubscribed, and I've let some people know privately this is done. No disrespect there, no hard feelings. I'm not going to trash you. I won't mention your name again, but the friendship did not work out. It's not going to go down. It's over. And I know you probably can tell that there's a lot of people that you're not seeing anymore at all. Not that, oh, I didn't come this day, or I came later that day. No, they're done, because I'm done with them. And like I said, if I'm left with 6 people, that would be a crowd enough for me. Real, diehard, cool people that rock with me. I am done. I'm cleaning out old community and new community people. And when I say new community, I'm talking about old community that I know that this community, like, I'll just say it like this. There's some awesome people that I met with Bert and them. And then there's some new people that I met from a new community. And then there's some people I know from an old community. All 3 communities, whatever ain't right with none of the 3, I'm cleaning it all out. And unfortunately, there's some people in each community that I got to get out. You get what I'm trying to say? And then I keep saying, these people they're not understanding because they don't want to understand. And I got a friend too that I'm going to stop having to deal with her too, because she had a live on the other day, right? and this is nobody you don't, this is nobody you know, but this is some of the new community, but not with the the people that I met with Bert's community. I'm not saying nothing to him about them. I'm just saying in general, this is a new community that I've met, and I was in the live, and the person is so desperate for views and watch hours. They got somebody that's been trolling them for 6 months. It's like 4 people trolling them, and they're talking about the lady got a 5-year-old son, and I think her daughter's like 10. And the people are coming on there saying, "I'm gonna f your daughter in the A. I'm going to beat your son's ass as you a BIT and all that." They're saying all of this stuff. And she is saying that she's got to find a way to deal with the trolls. And, a few of us in the comment sections were telling her some things that she could do. She was doing fine. And then all of a sudden, one of her friends popped in and said, "Don't do anything about it." When people disrespect you like that, you only give them time out and then you make friends back with them. They have threatened to rape your child, to abuse you, and they've been doing it for 6 months. You see, and I'm not judging nobody because everybody make their decision on what they want to do. But why would you keep wanting to have that many people like that negative 4 or 5 or whatever the amount is keeps coming? And it got so bad in the live that nobody that was trying to chat with this person could even talk to her because it was full up with the negativity and the threats. So I just left the live, and I see that she's not looking for real friendships if she's allowing that, and that's her business. I'm not judging her. I'm just saying, for me, I don't want to hang out with nobody that's playing those kind of games for some money, and whatever the reason may be. But this in particular person that we're talking about, they know better now. That's why they're not letting these people go. They know exactly what it is. And I promise you, there's some concerns that I've had about this situation almost right out the gate after I've seen who this person was. And what bothers me a little bit too is that when this person mentions my name, they keep telling people that she is from so-and-so community, as if I don't got my own life. And then the person's community they keep saying that I'm from, you basically are kissing this person's ass and you don't even know them. You met me and you act like you got something against me, but you're running behind my friends though. See, that's that little two-faced, shady, sly, sideways crap that I don't play. And I'm getting a little raw than I'd like to because I'm trying to keep a calm demeanor here because I don't want people to be running and afraid of me, but I'm not going to stop being me because of somebody else either. And like I said before, I like to keep it as real as possible, but I don't play those games like that, though. I don't play those games like that. And I can tell, and I kept saying, and even with my family member and other folks that I have helping me do this little channel thing here, well, it ain't even a channel. I call it Rruk of All Hangout Spot. But the few people that I have helping me keeps letting me know, listen, I be in the lives watching when when the lives go a little fast. I even have some nice older people that I deal with, and they contacted me, on the gram and saying, "Listen, Rruk, that person that you got in there by the name of so-and-so, that means your friends. They were talking about you in somebody else's chat, and they weren't able to say anything bad. They just got upset because the truth was out." You get what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm trying to make. So what I'm seeing here now is that certain folks it ain't gonna work out like that. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna work out like that because you think you leaving from one negative relationship and getting right back into another one where a person is willing to put up with anybody's crap over you is never going to work, especially when it's wrong. Do you know how serious that is to be getting stalked and bothered? And then you got the people that they're supposed to believe in you, supposed to be having your back, and they're going along with this kind of stuff. We all have to be careful because I know I got a lot of that going. And I keep trying to tell people when I come on here and talk, you won't know what community I'm talking about because people are not strong enough to take the truth and they turn this into drama. So I just basically keep it real. I just say I got an old community that I was in from 6 years ago and still friends with some of the people. And then I got 2 new communities. And in all of them, there's some people that I'm going to have to let go. And I have let go. And they know that I've let go because they haven't seen me no more and they haven't came over to me, and we're okay. We pray for them, we wish them the best, and we move on. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to play the game and act like I don't know what's going on when I do. You know what I mean? It's time to stop doing all of that and get to a right place and stop wasting your time because we already got a lot of stuff, just like we was all talking here the other day. People were talking about all kinds of medical issues and chronic issues and being hurt and in pain and suffering. And so with those things going on in your personal life, who in the heck got time to come on YouTube with a bunch of strange clowns and let somebody ruin your life. And like I said before, I've been watching a lot of people are invested in a relationship more than other people. And that's how you can tell that these people ain't got your back, because they're caught up with some other crowd of people over you. You start learning. And that's what I've been doing. I've been learning, who's really down with me and who's not. And I realized that I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to let it go. I'm going to have to let it go. And like I said, I've been doing pretty good, but there's way more people to deal with than what I thought. So I'm just going to keep on working, you know, nice and easy, of ridding out some of the folks, and just keep moving slowly but surely, until it's over, all and done. And that's all I can do. And I don't want to talk you to death to the few people that's in the chat, but if you're gone, I understand. And if you're still here, somebody let me know so I can keep talking. If not, I will end the live and go from there, because I'm going to start it back up again later. So you let me know if anybody is still in here. I'll continue on talking. If not, it's a wrap. A lot of people in the wrong standing, y'all. You better get in line, because you're going to get ready to get yourself in from one negative relationship right into another one. Person that make you feel that you got to kiss their butt just to be with them. A person is making you feel like they're one of the nicest people you ever met, when then actually on the DL, they got some emotional issues they need to deal with, and they're very, very bossy and mean, but they got you thinking that they so sweet and all positive. That's the game they put up. But honey, I promise you, I see right through it. I see right through it, and I ain't the one for it. No, sir. I will not play that game. And I've been wanting to say something to so many people that I've been dealing with on here for years. But I just let them go on, trying to be nice, trying to be forgiving, trying to be nice, trying to be forgiving, and I've been end up being a hurt fool. It's time to stop. Time to stop. Grow up. Face it. Hey, Miss Quinn, how you doing? Thank you so much, Miss Quinn. I hope you're doing well. What you getting into? What you got going on? You busy? You on the go? How is it going, Mama? I hope everything is going well for you, dear. We've been having some real topics, girl. We've been having, I know you probably got to go, so I don't want to start running off bothering you. I'm going to let you do your thing because you're probably busy. But I just want to let you know we had an awesome long running live here with some good topics about mental health, incest, abuse, real deep, good stuff. So, oh, you chilling. I hear you, girl. That's how it is, honey. I done came in for my 12. I'm getting ready to get this straightened out too, Quinn, because I got to stop working like this. And I'm gonna tell you what really happened to me. I had a, normal 8 hour shift for me, what I call for me. And I don't want to say every time you say normal, people think you're trying to point at somebody's health, somebody's butt, somebody's breast, somebody's mind. That's not what I'm talking about. I had an 8 hour shift that would be considered as something regular for me. And what happened with me is I had to get up out of there. She said, I've been missing you. Taking care of some business. Oh, oh, I'm sorry about that, Rob. And I understand, Miss Quinn, if you are busy, I get it and don't feel no kind of way about that. I promise you, sister. It's all good. Okay, you headed out. We'll finish too, because there was a lot of stuff that I was saying, Rob, but you probably didn't hear me. And Miss Quinn just came into the building, but we basically can wrap this up. Live stream later. All right, that sounds good because I said a whole lot of stuff to you, and anyway, you know how we do it on here. You can't put too much out because folks be getting everything twisted up and going the wrong way. God bless you, bro. Stay safe. Keep it positive. Keep it locked. You already know this is a real life. You know what I mean? This ain't no game. But this is sound like some stuff is getting for the worse here, though. Some folks better not get themselves in situations like this because any of those things are going to be a problem with any relationship that you get into. Any of them. Any relationship that you enter with people don't respect the boundaries and other people disrespecting their sister, homegirl, aunt, uncle, whatever, it's going to be a problem in the relationship down the line. Oh, you at the house? Okay, girl. Well, we can chat it up here because we had some and I'll see you, Rob. Have a great weekend. I'll see you sooner than later anyway. But I had a whole bunch of stuff that I was talking about, and you missed on all of it, Rob. I was giving you the gems. Ah, ha, and a lot of people the gym without the exercise gym. The gems like in jewelry gems. No, so let me stop being silly. That sounds terrible, didn't it, Miss Quinn? Me and my corny self. But yeah, we had it going on here. We had the live popping to where we got into it deep about mental health, incest, child abuse, all of it. If you ever get a chance, if you feel like it, you want to look into the chat and see. We lit it up out here. It was amazing. Because people kept it real and they were able to exploit and get into stuff that need to be said and done. Really, really dove in deep on the deep end on that one, Miss Quinn. It was really amazing, and so many, good conversations about a lot of stuff that folks don't address properly in their personal life or on social media. You know what I mean? And we were able to nip a lot of stuff in the bud about all kinds of things in life, but deeply into mental health and sexual abuse and things like that in families. We got into talking about, people being pregnant by their own family member, which I have videos up like that. I don't think people are aware. I'm not trying to send nobody over to force them to watch or do anything like that, but I do have some videos up with cases that I've worked, and I've changed up everything. So person ever run across any of those videos, they'll never know that I was, talking about them. I never do it like that. I never do it like that. I don't like to lie about nothing, but I don't throw nobody under the bus, so to speak. But I got a lot of videos, and I think I got them titled to, um, what is the title? Is real life stories or real life issues, that type of stuff. And it's so weird because when I with us running with me doing this live today, I had an actual persons or persons that came in live and said that they started telling the story. It was similar to what I dealt with, a case that I had to work on, and the person the case that I had. And if you want to look in the live too, you can see a lot of the conversation. It got real good, Miss Quinn. If you want to check into it just to get a little recap on some of the stuff, you can look in the live, and I'm going to speak on some of it as well. But we touched base on some stuff a lot of people don't want to talk about. A lot of stuff that people, and it's not, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with whoever finds things like that as a trigger, or they're not in the area where they can discuss it, or they don't want to discuss this. Cause I don't mean nothing like that to anybody. But if you read she says, I'm looking through it now. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of stuff that we touch based on about people talking about issues that they've been through, in their life, and so on and so forth. And, it was good. What I need to do too is jump my butt in the shower so that I can get cleansed up. Honey, we hit it off. It was some good conversation. Yes, yes. That is something that is a whole nother category. And she said that she's doing the best she can. I felt so bad because I lost contact with her and I didn't know. You know how when you knew friends, and we've been friends for a while here, and that's my girl, but you know how it is when you don't want to be the one that's saying the same stuff that somebody's already dealing with. You get what I mean? Like everybody keeps saying I'm sorry, because some of that stuff get on my nerves a little bit too. When somebody just got out the shower, okay, I'll wait then. You know what I mean? And with that being said, I didn't want to be the person that come on there and be the 15th person, whether it be email or any kind of contact, saying the same thing over and over again, because I know with me, sometimes it got on my nerves when you had something like a death or something going on, sick or anything like that, and everybody, I'm sorry for your loss, I'm sorry for your loss, and it's all good. But sometimes you know how you feel when you get in your feelings, and if one more person, and it's not bad, it's just where you at for the moment in what's happening in your life. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And with that being said, I didn't want to be one to add on to that, so I decided I went over to her spot a few times wanting to do that. And I said, you know what, I'm going to give her some time because I don't know exactly how things are going, and sit back. So I just comment on a few videos and things. You know how you do it. And she ended up popping in the live today, and I felt so much relief because I was, worried about her. She's a grown woman, though, and I know and I respect her space and her privacy. But, when you care about people. And she, explained it, which is not, fully what anybody wants it to be. But she's trying to get back to, into doing a little bit of something here and there. And I was glad to be able to holler at her today. Yes, and you read the other stuff. That's what we were talking about, honey. Let me tell you. Baby, let me tell you. And we talked about this stuff, me and you, Miss Quinn, before, about incest, child abuse, neglect. We talked about discrimination, and racism. It's, a whole lot of different stuff that we really covered here. We also talked, a little bit about the man that runs the country type of thing, and and they want to get too touchy because I don't mind it. I'm not the type with that oh, you can't talk about God, you can't talk about sexual orientation, you can't talk about politics, you can talk about anything you want. It's just you got to have the right ears to listen, because a lot of people like to get upset and turned up for nothing. And many, yes, you see what I mean. And honey, I had another crowd in here, and I don't know if you read some of the most horrible stuff that can happen to us as humans out here. It's happening to a lot of people that are connected here as friends and stuff. And I felt so good to let somebody know. Even with me, another one of my YouTubers, he started singing a song yesterday and he put my name in it. And then also another YouTuber said that he blessed somebody because he was listening to me. And that's not, I'm not no preacher, nothing. I'm not trying to take credit for anything. But do you know how good it feels to make positive connections like this and have real people that you believe in, and they understand you and you understand them, and y'all building something here, a decent friendship collectively over the internet, really not knowing each other, but knowing each other, so to speak. It's a serious connection. And we just been talking about, I mean, everybody, people came out. Even when I had another live up before, people said they've been through SA as a child, as an adult. We talked about people saying not just certain things, coming out with all of it, saying that there was stuff in their family that happened and that they didn't say anything until they got a grown. People talked about real deep incest in families. And we had good times. We had good times. And I just felt good that we all were able to come collectively together and talk about this stuff and help each other out and lean on each other and enjoy it. And that's what I want the lives to be about, because I don't want to scare anybody away, because I think a lot of people get threatened or misunderstand or think you're about some kind of drama when that's not me. And I promise you, I don't know if you have noticed yet, but like I'll say like the last three, no, I say this been going on for a couple of weeks. This has been going on for a couple of weeks, but the change has been happening in the last couple of lives. People from an old community that I knew from like 6 years back, people from a new community that I've been knowing for about maybe 2 years, and then there's people from a new community that I've met that I've only been knowing for about 5 or 6 months. In all three communities, there's some people that wait a minute, let me read what you said. Man, Miss Quinn, I hope so, and I need them too. I hope so, Miss Quinn, because I never want to come on here with my mouth and say something to make or break somebody or disrespect somebody or make them think I'm trying to act like I'm a preacher and I know everything, because I promise you that's not what I'm designed to do or trying to do. Most of the stuff I talk about, I promise you, it's a reality that's happened in my life, somebody I know, or what's in the world, but a lot of it is personal. It hits home. You get what I mean? All of it. Talking about anything with mental health, any type of abuse, I can relate to all of these things in so many ways, rather it been me, somebody close to me, but pure truth, pure truth. And what I did, like I was just saying about the three communities, there's some people that I am disassociated with from those communities permanently. And if you notice that, if you have to start seeing in the lives that you don't see certain people no more, it's not because you missed a day or you came at a certain time. It's certain people. It's done. And I hate to have to say that, but I did. You remember you were giving me some advice, like with certain people, you need to let them go, and maybe you need to cut that off. And I kept saying no, it's sufficient. I think God was showing me something with these people, and it done ran its course now. You know what I'm talking about. And see, and you know what, Miss Quinn, and you too. That's why we click so good. You too, my dear sister. You do too. And I thank you for that compliment, because I try to do that because it's the right way to be. And I feel that you are the same way. And then there's some people that pretend just to click in and click around. And, we got a lot of hush puppies out here too that's, playing a bunch of games. So what I've been doing here is I've been clearing out the Instagram and the three communities. I've had to get rid of some people in every one of them. in one community more than others because it's my truth, it's my reality, and I've literally learned now that what I was trying to hold on to and give a chance, it ain't going down like that. It's a wrap. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And I promise you, I did my research over months now, and then some of them that I said from the old community for years, years and years. And I finally got my feed, and it's time to let it go. And I promise you, if it's just 6 people that come to my lives, to the little bit of food, to the halls, I promise you that'll be a wonderful crowd because I'd rather have 6, 10, or whatever it's going to be than a whole bunch of fake and trolls and lies and Decepticons and games. I don't want to do that. I don't live like that in my personal life. People tried me, but it didn't work. They didn't win, and I'm not going to do it online. And I've been watching these little circles and games that people be playing and stuff. And once you do your research, you can tell, just like with you pop in and say, hey, and I may not see you for a while in the lives because you're doing stuff, but just not like you trying to pretend you cool one minute. And everybody's not doing that, but there's too many people doing it. And you know how people use that for excuse where they say, well, bop, bop. She said, see, and me too, Miss Quinn. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know that we know about catfish and people playing people and all this kind of stuff. We know all about that. But you honestly get some kind, and this is what I keep trying to tell people. We all say, don't get caught up in YouTube. Don't let YouTube make you feel no way. But sometimes it does happen because if you're forming some real relationships of what you guys are serving to each other, that is normal to get hurt and get caught up in your feelings. You know what I mean? That's a real reality for a lot of us, and it does happen. We can't knock that. We have to be completely honest that that is the truth. We really do get caught up in things, and we do get our feelings hurt. And it happens especially if you call yourself a real person and you are having a real friendship with somebody, or sisterhood or brotherhood. It's the truth. That's the whole thing that I'm living, learning, and understand and get it. We have to be real with it and know that it is a waste of time because you know how you got the fake people. Some people will come in and say, oh yeah, I've been watching you, I got you on silent and all that, and they do. And then there's some that don't. You got some people that you haven't seen in a while, but soon as they have a video, even though they got notifications that you may or may not get, they break their neck to hit you up on the DM to make sure you watch their video, but they haven't been there for you. And they have an excuse, which is a lot of times is a lie painted with pretty colors. You get what I'm trying to say? No shade, because I've learned the difference between assuming something and knowing something. And what I learned about is knowing something is that I've done the research and I know what's really happening and who really got my back and who don't. And then also just assuming something. You may say, oh, this person ain't came to check me in a while. You know what? Oh, that's messed up. And you don't even know that person might have passed away. That person stopped doing YouTube for a while. That person's in the hospital, da 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 da. You get what I mean? We have to know that we know instead of jumping to conclusion. But most of the time, I ain't gonna lie, dead ringer, I be knowing. I can sit here with you all day, every day, and I have sat here and spent my day with you, having a fucking good time, just like friends do. And I mean that. See, that's how I am. But we feel each other on this. It ain't no question about that. Say it. And I subscribe to a lot of folks this week. Me too, Miss Quinn. And you can tell because people are not going to come. Well, I'm gonna put it this way: we got a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing. We know that. We know the deception in the games that people play. But at the same time, you can have a lot of fake people come in and hang with you, ride with you all the way to the sun up and the sun down and be totally fakes because they're good at their con craft game. And all of us can fall victims because a lot of times people think because we're grown that peer pressure don't happen to us. We don't get peer pressure. We're on top of the things. We run this. And it's not true. Any age person can be dogged out and played and ripped off and hurt, any age person. And it's harder a lot for some younger people, but it happens to us at all ages. But you can tell the real people that's really down with each other. Now, I done had some fake ones that made it look for real, and wasn't for real. But you know what? The mask finally came off, though, in a lot of cases. You know what I'm talking about. A lot of the masks have came off in certain cases. And I have seen I have seen what was really going on out here. You know what I mean? I've seen it and I know what it is. I promise you. I've seen it and and I promise you, and I'm not bragging, I'll probably say out of 10 people, I may have got two wrong, but the only way I got it wrong seriously is because the way they presented themselves, I had no choice but to draw that conclusion because that's what you mapped out. That's what you showed me. So I have no choice but to believe what you showed me because I have no way of being around you physically. And also, once I start dealing with people on YT, it's even though we're not around each other physically, I definitely do be vibing. And I get them vibes as if they're sitting right here in front of me. You get where I'm coming from? So, there's not too many games to play when it comes to that kind of stuff. But you know that you know. It all kicks in with reality at some point, and it becomes something that you can distinguish between fake and phony. You know what I'm saying? And I've learned that a lot on here, that the majority of the time there is the majority of the people that really ride with you and that keeps coming back and around really are your friend, and they F with you, as they say. You know how they talk. I'm just using a little slang. I ain't gonna go crazy, right? Even though I know we keep it real. But at the same time, I've seen some Decepticons really ride somebody out like that because, see, when you a con, you have to craft it to be able to con people. And I know that I have been with a lot of people that have did a lot of cons and got away with it, and they were so good at the game. That could be in a marriage. You know what I'm talking about? No disrespect. Thank you, Miss Quinn. No disrespect, but that could be in a marriage. You could be married to a man, two women, however you want to put it. You could be best friends with a homegirl for years, be best friends with a homeboy, homie, cool co-worker for years, and then they turn out on you. Just like, people I've been best friends. And I'll give you an example. I have to say allegedly, but with Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't know if you remember this story years ago about him, but he was having an affair with the maid. I don't even know if it was 10 years or more, right up under his wife's nose. The maid, and she was the maid, the nanny, and ran the whole house for them. All the while, Arnold Schwarzenegger, look, allegedly, the actor, y'all know, you know who Arnold is. He'd been sleeping with the lady for years, and they had a 12-year-old son together. And the Arnold's wife thought that the son was by the lady's actual husband, when all the while they had been sleeping together right in the house, right up under the kids, everybody, the whole entire family, for over 10 years or more. For real. I remember his son. Yes, 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 him. And no disrespect to the child, I promise you. I ain't talking about the child at all. I'm just talking about the actions of the man. Do you know how long he been able to pull that off? And fooled everybody, mother-in-law, cousins, sisters. Nobody knew. And that is the truth. That is the absolute truth. And that's what I mean when I say when people are able to con you well. Because that can happen. And people will pretend, even men and women in relationships, like I said, and bet all the stuff I just named. I don't want to keep saying like I'm repeating the same thing. But all of the people that I'm speaking about, they have been in this game for a long time. Unwanted marriages. People have lied and said they wanted kids and didn't even want the kids that y'all had together, and stuff like that. And they have been really running it. You get what I'm saying? Homestead. And that's how we get tricked. So that's why I said we can't escape this. This is some real people can fake the funk with you, because I got so many people right now that keep telling me different stuff when they come to talk to me here. And I used to have which I'm gonna get that line. I used to have a line that people can call me. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna set that back up again because I've had people to call me on the line, but now I just get people to hit me up, on the DM, and they be telling me about different stuff that they haven't been able to share with other people. You know what I mean? Homestead. And I got a lot of people too that have, played games with folks for years and years and years, and they had no idea that the person was against them. What up, bro? How you doing? You get where I'm coming from? That's why I said you got to really be careful on here. But I think you can kind of when you a good good judge of character, or you feeling who you feel, you can tell that these who's really with you. In some cases you may get fooled, but for the most part we start feeling it out. We start recognizing it, we start knowing, and I can tell what stuff is legitimate and what's not. You know what I mean? And I promise you, there's a lot of creepiness going on. And us that's really sticking together, we mean what we say and we say what we mean. You get what I'm saying? Like with us, I don't feel that there's nothing phony between us, and I don't think you either. You do either. And if you indicated that, but we might have some of them that's riding with us, and that play the game, because some people that don't like you like to be up underneath you for whatever sick reason or whatever it does for them. We know that's true. We're not kids here in the sandbox. You get what I mean? And unfortunately, we're gonna run across some creeps like that. We got a lot of people that have worked together, like I said, in all kinds of different relationships, business and otherwise, that have really, really and truly hung around and hated the people and pretended that they was good and Gucci. We know how it goes with the world of hurt, con, and manipulations. We know the truth. You know? We know the truth. Can't nobody take that from you. You know what I mean? Can't nobody give it away from you. It's something that you have to embrace and call it what it is yourself. You know what I mean? But I know that we all can't live in this world and never experience hate and hurt and harm. Not in this life. Now, the promised life that Jesus has for us coming for the future, there ain't gonna never be no more of that. So that's where we get free. You know, that's when we get free. Let loose. Thou art loosed. He will set us free, honey. You know that. Set us free. Let the truth set you free, baby. You know, I I elaborated on a lot of stuff about me and what I'm going through in my personal life, and why I'm not on camera, because I had some people that came in live, and as I just was having general conversation, like I was saying, at work and stuff, a few people asked me what kind of work you do, and I had to explain that I could not elaborate on it due to da 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 like that, and they were cool with it. But I discussed around it enough to give people a synopsis of what is going on. Let me see what is Quinn saying here. She said, "Hurting people is such a commonplace. Hurting people, yep, it's such a commonplace. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's right, Miss Quinn. Because a lot of times with the people that need the help, when you know you're a good person, you definitely can aid in helping them, get through a lot of the stuff that they're going through. Be one of the ones that hold them up in prayer, and you let them know you too are suffering some things yourself. Hmm. That's why I get on here too and be talking. It ain't just other people going through stuff. I got stuff going on too. And that's the truth. Hmm. Hmm. That is so true, girl. I'm just meditating in right now. It's the absolute truth. We all have to be here for each other. Because a lot of time people don't understand that people that's been through certain similar things can help you out. And you notice that when they have like a lot of these AA programs and those type of programs to help, a lot of those people in those predicaments, in those places are good help to folks because they've been through it. You know, they've been through it. Once you open up like that and share your story, any of us, it helps other people. But at the same time, there is people that can help you that ain't necessarily been through the same thing you've been through, but they still can help you out. You know what I mean? So I just like to see that, everybody gets around somebody that can love on them and help them out and let them know that this too shall pass and that you're not alone. And I have been in the, situation, can be in it again. And here's my story. Here's my truth. You know what I'm saying? Because it's what it is. It is what it is, I promise you. And it's not easy. But what people don't realize in life is that we all get something. We all get something in our lives. We all experience death, hurt, harm, loss, medical issues, betrayal, deception, hate. We all go through something. And there's nobody that's chosen. There's no special over nobody. It's what's in the world. That's exactly what it is. And some people need to be able to release it, get it off their chest, and a lot of times that saves them from having to go to doctors and possibly getting a diagnosis that's not even a real medical issue with them, but it's something that they needed to get off, as you just said, Miss Quinn, your chest. You know what I'm saying? Because we got a lot of that stuff going on out here that people just need to talk. You don't have to be a mental health diagnosis. And I'm not saying that people don't have mental health issues. I'm just saying it don't have to be that. It could just simply be needing someone to talk to. Finding the right person to talk to. Period. Point blank. And that's all. You know what I mean? And some people need more than that. It depends on where you at, how you hurting, and all the above. Get what I'm saying? Right? People need to release all of that energy. Yes, yes, that's stuck inside. Yes, ma'am. That's what I keep saying. You got to let it out. That's what keep your secrets keep you sick too. It's like I had one of my wonderful YouTube sisters in here earlier, and she said that she knew, some negative stuff that was going on in the family. And we're talking about sexual abuse and stuff like that. And she said that she didn't mention it to her parents until she got grown. So you imagine how it wasn't her that was the victim, but stuff that was going on with other family members, whether it be a cousin or whatever. It's in the chat. I don't want to say the wrong thing like I don't care and just repeating somebody's story and running my mouth wrong. You get what I mean? But she said that she had a lot of situations like that where she didn't tell nobody until she got grown out of, different reasons. Fear, could have been threatened. There's a lot of different, I'm not saying she said that, but she did say that there was some secret stuff in the family and that she knew about it, but she didn't say anything because she was a child herself, and then she told her parents when she got grown. And you imagine when you have to live with something like that because you're so frightened and confused, it's got to be horrible, especially when you're a child too, and something's happening to another child. Your family members are doing something inappropriate to each other that they shouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? And if you read what she wrote there, it was horrible. The stuff that she said was horrible. With in the family of incest and folks hiding it and covering it up and doing home abortings and things of that nature. Oh yes, it got deep. It got that deep like that. And the stuff that she was saying is some stuff that's happened out here in the world that is, common. It ain't even a situation where this is shocking. You get what I mean? This is how people been getting down, greasy, And with the family knowing two siblings, and like I said, this person, what they were speaking on is almost identical to a case that I handled where, the clients that I had, they were brother and sister, and they wanted to meet because they wanted to talk about the problem that they was going through. It was and she said carrying out the pain for all those years and couldn't do anything yet. That's bad. Do you know how that could ruin her? Because even though it didn't happen to her, it happened to her. You get what I'm saying? Even if you see that you're a child and some big uncle or female family member, neighbor, whoever, babysitter is crawling into your sister's bed night after night, even though they ain't touched you, they touch you. You get what I'm trying to tell you? People don't understand what that means to be that close to something and it don't affect you. It's impossible. You know what I mean? It's impossible. And for them to have to carry that like that for so many years as a child, you know how that messes your mind up? Is, obviously, as well as the victim or the victims, because the way they explain it, both of the siblings were willing to, do what they were doing. Because the case that I had is that they came to me because, when you're a certain age, you can talk and get birth control and do all kinds of stuff without your parents' consent these days. You know how it is. Even back when I was coming up, there was clinics and stuff that we could go to for that kind of help if needed. And the point I'm trying to make is that these folks, these kids came to me because they were teenagers, young teenagers, and they came to me and they said the problem that they were having is that it was a brother and sister, they needed to have somebody help them tell their parents that the sister was pregnant. You get where I'm coming from? The brother and sister came to me because they said they needed somebody to, to talk to about the sister being pregnant, and they don't know how to tell the family. So, my advice was, she said I wasn't able to see that. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna see if I can see it still, or is it gone? But anyway, so I said to these two kids, because they indicated that they were siblings, and I said, well, since you're a boy, she's a girl. Is any one of you guys a little bit closer to the parents? Even though I don't like to see no favoritism in no families like that. And I'm just saying, is any one of you closer to one of the parents, at least the mother or the father, that y'all could talk to about this? And maybe since you maybe you can tell your mom and dad that your sister's pregnant. And I'm saying this to the young man, right? And he said no. He held his head down. And then I looked over to the girl and I said to her, is there any kind of aunt that you could talk to about this, or some other family member that you can talk to about this? And she said no, and she held her head down. So I started getting a little like, wait, type of thing. And before I could even get it out, she said that she was pregnant by her brother, the one that she was there with. That's why they can't tell the parents, because they're siblings. Same mother, same father, all that. And that she was pregnant by her own brother. And they were together and they love each other. And they want to raise the baby together. It's just that they're too young to get jobs, and they won't be able to, if they tell the parents, they're going to be in big trouble. You see what I'm saying? So you can imagine how that was. You know where I'm coming from. Brother and sister. Well, right there, they need the help. They need some love. But that's bad, especially being minors. And legally, I'm just saying, in the type of work in my job description back then, you have to inform family, because that's a different situation, because they can't just take that girl into a foster home or mother's home that underage. I mean, they can give kids like that birth control, but there's certain stuff that's by law back then that you cannot do without a parent's consent. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, it had to be documented on record. And what they did was they removed both children from the home. Yeah. They removed both children from the home, and both of the children, the boy and the girl, both kept running away and see each other, talking about we in love and we want to be together, and you don't understand, we're not just a regular brother and sister. We love each other and we want to be together. So they went on with that as best they could, and finally what they had to do was they had to put it to where they made them not be able to have any communication at all. Your screen is buffering? Okay. All right. Got that. I'll give you a few minutes. I'm going to put it on silent for a second. Screen is buffering. All right, I'll give you a few minutes, Miss Coyne, to get that straightened out. Okay. Are you back, girly? Are you back? Are you back on the track? Oh, there she go. Let me see. I'm back. That's okay, sweetie, because I was in here, and like I told you, when I come in from them 15s, man, some work to do. Man, there's some work to do, honey. And let me tell you something. This thing here, I got so many people that I don't understand, and I try to jump around, stay stable, and then talk about so many different things. But I'm gonna tell you something here. This YouTube can be just as volatile as people in your personal life if you don't get your ish together on here. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm dead up serious about that. This can be a freaking nightmare for so many people that got something going on in your personal life. Don't even bother get on something like this. Or if you got some medical issues, just what I say is it could be good just knowing you're not in the right company if you can, as soon as you realize whatever that may be. Because like I said, people, it's not even gifted, but we got low level, you know, roach belly crawlers out here that are deliberately wanting to get on. And like I told you before, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, I'm not going to mention anybody's names because I'm not trying to, once again, I don't really like to disrespect anybody or anything like that or throw anybody under the bus, but I don't like to appear to be shady or under talking, backbiting, and throwing a rock hiding my hand type of ish. But see, on YT, you can't ride with everybody because you got so many people in the bushes that's coming out swinging with some mess and don't even know what they're talking about that can muddy the water sometimes. So you got to be careful who you're dealing with. But as I told you before, I'm just going to say it like this. I got two situations to mention to you. There's somebody, and I won't say no names. You don't got to say no names either, but there's somebody that tried to jump on folks immediately. Remember we had that situation, okay? Remember we had that situation. This is going to be crazy here because it's like being in the general population. That's why some people should go to jail. Make sure you're on death row. No, let me stop. You know what I'm saying, though. I ain't making no joke, but for real, it's not a choice out here in the world. It's a very bad place in a lot of places here. You know what I mean? I know everything ain't bad, but too much of it is. You feel me? And remember, I was telling you that there was a person, and there's been persons that when you're in the live, she said, yes. Well, anyway. That person is just as troubled as I told you I thought they were because they continuing to do that. And then I got somebody that's reaching out to me whackly, and not to be rude. And now when I say that, I mean you can tell that something's wrong here because that person there that you remember is definitely going through some serious stuff. And social media can be a dangerous place for somebody that's in that type of state of mind, no fault of their own. I'm not talking negative about nobody. I'm just saying. But then they got another one here that is reaching out to me off the wall on the gram the wrong kind of way, and they need help. You know what I mean? They got a problem because they're looking for friends, looking to fit in with anybody at any cost. You know what I mean? And I tried to accept them on the gram, but they seem to misunderstand what this is. And I'm basically trying to let them know that if they need some help, that I can only talk so much stuff to you, which a lot of talking does help people get stuff off their chest. It really does. We know this. But if you're at the verge of certain type of things you're finna do to yourself in your life, you got to have somebody physically there to stop you or admit yourself in somewhere in case you fall too far. And can't nobody help you by talking to you online because you're finna do a physical act. So you can talk with people online and help them with some stuff mentally, because that's what this is. This is a mental connection. You get what I'm trying to say to you? This is a mental connection. So there's a lot of people that you're going to be able to help and do things for in the mental capacity, right? But if you got somebody that you live with and they know you're on the edge of doing something horrible to yourself, they can physically maybe act in and have a 51. I ain't gonna start talking all night because I'm gonna sound too much like what I don't need to let nobody nothing about me but my type of stuff that I be doing out here. And people can, put it this way. People can go, if you got a family member that's an adult. If they're not in the right state of mind and they're threatening to hurt themselves or somebody else, there's some, certain stuff you can go get done and have some kind of power over stopping them from harming themselves or anybody else. You get what I mean? And I've been noticing that we got a lot of people that are hurting and that need help. And I don't want to lead them in the wrong direction, but they need more than a verbal reach. And I got somebody that I can tell that's needing some help really bad. And I keep trying to tell them to reach out in their community for some help so that they can stay in a positive zone and it don't go no further than that. But the person don't seem to want to get any help at all. And I'm worried about them, but I don't even know them. You know what I mean? This is somebody that popped up, over on the cooking side and stuff. And I don't know why they feel like the cooking side. I guess that's the only way they finally ran across and met me. But the cooking side, I say some quotes, corny stuff. You know how I do this junk, girl. I ain't got nothing special here. But when I be saying that, so I guess they felt good enough to warm up. But the thing is, when people start searching you up and they find that you have an Instagram or whatever like that, and they want to reach out to you, but they're not doing it right. Because the situation that they're in, they need immediate help. Because they're diving themselves into something deeper than what I can do to help them this far away. Now, it's different if you're somebody's therapist and, or even a good friend, your mama, anybody, and they can talk to you for a while repeatedly and keep you, help you. But after a while, when you keep talking with somebody and, obviously in therapy, some people call their therapist and say, I'm about to do something, you know what I mean? And sometimes the therapist can't stop them. Sometimes the psych doctor can't stop them. You get what I mean? But for this to be a situation where this specific person, they need to be able to get help right where they are. They need somebody in their life physically with them. They can't just keep talking to me online and then bugging out on the gram at the same time. You know what I mean? They're not gonna work like that. They gotta get some help. And then the stuff they're putting on the gram, I'm trying my best to help them out, but if they're not seeking further help, it's not gonna work. Hello, how you doing? Hey, Steven, what's happening? How you doing? Happy Friday. I hope all is well with you. Thank you so much for stopping in. We're just chatting it up over here. I hope you're doing well. Looking forward to a decent weekend. So yeah, talking about sometimes, when you come on here, I don't know if you're still here, Stephen, or not, but sometimes when you come on here on YT and you say positive things, a lot of people like to reach out to you for some help and stuff, which is good for us all to talk and socialize with people. But I got, some particular people that's hurting in a different way that this is not enough for them. They need to get in touch with somebody, professional in their town. Because even if you do therapy online, you got to definitely have somebody that's in your city, state, or town where you might need to be on medications, or you might need to see somebody physically. And with this person, they need to get into care. And I pray that they do get it, because the stuff that they're looking for can't be provided just in this kind of way. I was just about that because I got somebody that keep trying to hit me up on Instagram, and they all, they keep saying, well, you sound like a positive person, and I listened to something you said in one of your videos, and it made me feel better about my life. And I said, well, I'm glad to hear it. But at the same time, if you keep going in and out of those kind of feelings and self-depressions and stuff like that, you might have to seek somebody physically in your city, state, or town. Even when you're dealing with like a person for therapy, because they got all this on the phone now and all that, you may need to be admitted in the hospital. You might possibly need some medication. And I'm not judging anybody, but from what the person is saying to me, they're going to need a lot more help than I can provide just by talking to them, you know. And I was just telling Miss Quinn, I'm trying to, you know, get them to go in the right direction to get the help that they need so that, nothing won't happen to them because they're really on the edge, unfortunately, you know. So they need to be in therapy with actually they need to be in the hospital to getting some kind of help because it's that serious, you know. And I keep telling people too that anytime that you go into somebody's life, we always encourage people to mesh and to make friends. But you got to be cautious of people and leery of who you joining in with too, because sometimes we may have people that we subscribe to, but we don't know everything about them or that subscribe to us. We are trying to form a friendship, a bunch of us together, but sometimes you don't really know people. And when you go into somebody's life, you're supposed to meet and greet and make friends. Just proceed with caution. And whatever comes out of the friendships or whoever you meet in somebody else's life, you can't blame it on them. You know what I mean? If something goes to the left because you decided to subscribe, because you're supposed to tell people. Just like with me, I got the pinned comment, everybody connect with one another. But that I'm not making nobody do it. And if you have unsuccessful friendships, you can't blame that on nobody. You have to work that regimen for yourself. That's all I'm trying to say to people so that they can understand that I'm not trying to force anybody together, but I want people to connect. So I decided I'm going to start, trying to work more on helping people get together, but not in a way that they're going to get mad if something don't go right and blame it on me. You got to be careful with that. He said, thank you so much, Stephen. Yeah. I'm going to chill that out because I don't know. Certain people like to have this kind of conversation, so I'm going to chill it out and swing back to it as quick as you get. But, yeah, so just, just pray for folks. Because I think a lot of people, they need help out here. Help and prayers. And even though I know I talk a lot of good stuff the best I can, I also, I go through stuff too. You know what I mean? Ain't none of us exempt. It is what it is, You got people that got psychological and emotional issues. Then you got some people that don't have no psychological and emotional issues. That they drinking, or they fighting, or they partying, or they doing something that's going against what they should be doing for their life. No judgment. I'm just saying we all don't get everything, and everybody experience different things in life differently, and different stuff is meant for your journey and your travel. So we keep that in mind and make sure that we always that's what's happening out here. All right. Let me see. One more thing here. Yeah, Miss Quinn, you gotta be able, and I appreciate Stephen coming in there. I didn't know if, to keep the conversation going there because, he's coming in to say hi, so I don't want to hold him up too long about this stuff. We're just talking and chatting on. And I hope Stephen's doing well, and I always appreciate him coming by. He has been very supportive, and I thank him, and he know that I come and check him all the time too. And I see his channel has grown too, man. You were the last I seen, you were at 5,000. It's almost like overnight you went up to seven something. I'm like, what magic? Teach me something. I'm just joking because I don't think I could handle. If I get to about 4,000, honey, that'd be too much. No, I'm here to grow and learn, but I'm good. But you are growing, and bless you and your channel, Mr. Steven. Yeah, Miss Quinn. She said, "Hello, how you doing? I can never pronounce his name right. This is my friend, P-A-R-E-K-O-N-Y, Official TV. How are you doing, dear friend? Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you are having an awesome day, night, whatever your time zone is, and I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. I hope all is well with you, and I have been enjoying your channel. And thank you. What you got going on? Chilling? Because I know the world is going by quick. The world is going by. Fast, fast, fast. It seems like these days, you blink an eye, and it's all over with. That quick. You gotta watch how you spend your time in your day, because if you don't, you're definitely gonna be in big trouble. Hey, it's hot. Definitely gonna be in big trouble. As the time flies so quick that we don't know whether we going to something, y'all. He says, I am on a break now. Oh, you're on a coffee break. Okay. Do you like coffee? I hope everything is going good for you. And you're having an awesome break. Everybody doing all right then, huh? I'm glad that you decided to come in and say hi to me on your break. That's very nice of you, because I know you could be doing a lot of things when you get a break at work. So for you to come by and see me, that's awesome. I appreciate it. I'm finally breaking my fast since yesterday. Since yesterday evening, and having me some homemade soup that I made. So if you hear me chopping along a little bit, that's what I'm doing, finally eating something. That's what I'm having. I said I'm having soup. I'm telling them I broke my fast, and that's what I'm having, soup. You? What's up? How you doing? Oh, that's good. Is any of the stuff helping? Okay. Thank you. Also for your support. I appreciate you too. You know I got you. You know you're my friend, and I thank you for coming. Thank you for your support. And I will be there for you. I like taking them long drives and relaxing. So I thank you so much for bringing me along on them drives like that. Just to relax and chill out. That's why when I come over and check you out, I enjoy your channel. You are such a nice, gentle person, and I appreciate you. Once again, I thank you so much for coming, especially on your break. Do you know how when people have breaks, they can do whatever they want on their break? So if you come in to visit me, I gladly appreciate it. And I hope you have a nice upcoming weekend. I hope everybody have an awesome weekend. Miss Quinn, what you got going for the weekend? Any plans? Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Very, very nice guy. Very supportive. I appreciate it. Got a nice, peaceful channel. Don't do all, nice riding and talking and chilling. It's awesome. Definitely appreciate it. Have the conversation that'll suit the crowd, Miss Quinn, if you know what I mean. I don't want to run nobody off, but you know how. Harold, you need a super? Nothing. Nothing. That's all right. You need it? All right. Not much over here. Just saying in my corner from me around those nuts. I know what you, honey. Tell me. Just keep clear, right? Getting ready for the Super Bowl. Yes, the Super Bowl is a big deal for a lot of people, honey. Folks get into their sports. Which, you know? Nine 9 a.m. Okay, I'll do it for you. I start you off if you need more. You know how to do it. Would you let me know? You know how we started. Might need that towel too. Yes, 9 a.m., sir. I can't say the name right. P-A-R-E-K-O-Y official TV. I can't pronounce it right, but yes, 9 a.m. Yeah, Miss Quinn, people love them games. Do you participate in the sports, Quinn? And see, this soup that I make here, you can have this for breakfast, dinner, lunch, any time of the day, and it won't bother your stomach at all. I know I've been having a problem with the names. He said, I'm going back to work. Okay, thank you. Thank you, because he said he's on his break. Okay, thank you so much for coming, my friend. I appreciate it. You take care and have a great weekend. Nice of you to stop by. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. And I definitely will see you sooner than later. Have a good one. Stay safe. Thanks for coming in. We got the, yes. Thank you. Bye for now, sir. Thanks a lot. I couldn't get it out. Let me see. It was so nice of him to stop in. Got a just a chill channel. He don't be bothered with no mess. You know, we just chill out and ride and talk type of thing. And it's all positive. Very good positive channel. Okay, I'll see you around. I'll see you sooner than later. Bye for now. He said bye-bye. Thank you. I really appreciate you, my friend. PAREKOY Official TV. Thank you so much. Oh, I feel so bad when I can't pronounce somebody's name, girl. I've been butchering them left and right. These names, boy, I've been saying, I don't even know how to pronounce half of people's names anymore. Oh, he's so nice. He's a chill person. He's got a really good, like I said, a positive channel. There ain't no drama, a whole bunch of people with mess. Everybody's nice. They speak to you properly. And, you know, they speak their language. Whether I understand it or not, I feel warm and cool. You know how that go. And he knows the English too. You know what I mean? But a lot of people may not. And they make you feel comfortable, you know? So I've been checking him out for a good minute. And it's all been good. Girl, I've been tearing these names up. Even with me. People have been calling me Rruk, Rruk. And I don't mind it because I know how it is with names. And even when even if I knew how to pronounce them right, I still wouldn't feel no kind of way because that's nothing but people just trying to communicate with you. And a lot of people don't know. I know I've been butchering. I am messed up bad. Girl, I've been going back. You know what? Honey, I'm not sure. I just started about a week. It's been about a week. No shade or nothing like that, I promise you. But it's been about a week, so there's a language barrier there. And when you get in the chats, there's so much going on. Like when you ask a question of that, they can't sometimes they miss your comment. So I haven't got a chance to get the clarity of that. I need to try to look more into it. But it's just been going on like a week now. Newbie. So what I do is keep trying to ask in the comment section so that if I can convert it over, maybe I can communicate a little bit because I believe he understands the English and speaks the English, but he can't see me sometime in the comment section because it'd be going fast, So I haven't got a chance to ask him, and I can't really recognize it when I'm over there, exactly what is what. So I support, either way. I go over there, shake it up, enjoy it, and keep it moving. Even though a lot of us got some language barriers here, We all find some kind of way to communicate. You know what I mean? Excuse me for this, but I had to eat. Well, I had to eat something, but it's time for me to have something. You know what I mean? Because, girl, I'd be fasting real bad. Long fast. So even yesterday, I went long. I'd be going way over 14 hours, but it's for good reasons. You know what I mean? I got about maybe 2 or 3 good reasons that I do fast when I fast. You know what I mean? And I mean, you can fast for health. You know what I mean? For weight loss. You can fast for God and certain things you're trying to purge out. You know what I mean? It's all good stuff, though. And I got like, probably 2 or 3 different reasons that I do it for. Girl, ooh, I'm gonna tell you, this time probably I go maybe I say yes. Let me see, yesterday and today. I go probably about, and this is almost every day. Um, sometimes about how long do you think I'd be fasting for from one day to the next? From the last time I ate till way the next day. Could that be 14 hours or more? It's gotta be if it's from one eve until the next eve. So it could be anywhere from 14 to 15 hours. And I have gone longer than that. But the way I'm doing it is just what's happening to work for me right now. You know how that is, even though you can't tell by my waistline. No, well, yeah, I put it this way. Sometimes I'll eat one small meal, or I'll break it up to well, yeah, it actually is kind of starting to be one meal. Yep, I try my best, but use like right now, I'll say probably like the last week or so, I've been breaking my fast a little bit earlier than I normally do, and I break it at the same time every day, whatever meal it may be. I'll break it at the same time every day, just to keep my body trained. You know what I mean? And I promise you, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I had a stomach before, then it turned into 2 stomachs, then you ended with a fupa hanging around. But honestly, not just to keep it real. I've lost 10 pounds. You know what I mean? So I try to keep it because you know how you can train your body. And there's a lot of other reasons too that I fast because I want to be able to abstain myself in all kinds of situations when it comes to living on this earth and possibly be in situations and you can handle it. You know what I'm talking about? Like now, I broke my fast earlier, not earlier in time, but sooner, lesser hours. And sometimes I'll have 2 meals, a breakfast, a lunch, and sometimes a dinner, or vice versa. I hope it is, Miss Quinn, because I keep feeling like I'm gonna come back home. And it's not even about, being abusive with food. It's medical and other things. You know what I mean? Oh, I am so glad to hear that for you, Miss Quinn, because we need it. And I think a lot of us don't realize how much stored fat we got to where we think that, we can't do it. You know what I mean? When in fact, your body can train itself. Yeah, I mean, you train your body and your body will train with you. To chill it out. He said, how to the food make or heal. Yes, it does. It does. And it's good too. Because a lot of people fast for religion, for their religion. And that's always a good thing to do too, because you're humbling yourself down and you're getting in touch with the spiritual realm. And also, like, a lot of us don't pay attention to food is meant to nourish the body. You know what I mean? And I ain't gonna lie, I've abused food. You know, we can be glutton sometimes. You know, you feel like you can't have just one chip, and you go in, you go crazy. And I had some times where I felt like, I go eat up the whole daggone kitchen. You know how that go. And you just try to, get it together. And it depends on what you're going through. There's a lot of stress manifests itself in different ways to have you, yep, sustain the other ways other than food. Yes. And that's the thing that a lot of people they don't do. They don't you know like, just for instance too, if you just say, like, if you have a slight headache or something, sometimes it may not be a good idea to run and go jump and start taking some stuff. You may need to, what? Did I sleep good last night? Do I need to sleep? Do I need to drink some water? You know what I mean? And in some cases, some people, need to eat. I mean, it doesn't mean nothing crazy, but you know what I'm saying. And yes, yes, you know what I'm talking about, cleaning out that refrigerator. And also fasting too will help cleanse your body out too. Because what happens is when you go to the bathroom, you end up letting out a lot of other stuff that wasn't in there, that is being left in there because food is passing through, clean it all out, the bile and all that. You know what I'm talking about. It's a lot of stuff that we can do that a lot of folks don't do. And I mean, it's personal choice, so I don't want to judge anybody, but I do have a lot of different reasons, and it's working, and I'm not trying to, like, be 110 pounds soaking wet. You know what I'm saying? I have been, because when you start growing up, your body changes to what it needs to be for the age to support, the weight that you can carry, the aging of your body. And it's not about just like you getting old, just growing. Everybody's getting older. You know what I mean? The baby's getting older. So a lot of times, it goes by what you need. She said fasting does help our body. Yes, it does. And your mind and spirit too, child. You get at the God and you take that thing and blow it up. Sure will. Multiply that into something that you don't even recognize, because that right there ain't no joke. Fasting, honey, is the bomb.com. I'm telling you. When you get that thing started that right way, especially too if you put it into with God, whew, honey, let the miracles flow. It does. There's so many different reasons to fast. You know what I mean? It helps out with your skin, your hair, your mind, spirit. We got to pay attention to all of that, and do what works, because sometimes we be out here, and a lot of people do turn to food for comfort, and sometimes that becomes a problem because it's not really taking the problem away. You just feel comfortable in the moment. But then when you finish doing that, what do? Just keep on eating. And that's how a lot of people do end up, unfortunately, with eating disorders. Whether they're eating too much food, not enough food, or not eating at all, then it becomes a medical problem. Environment has a lot to do with the body's aging process, honey. Yes, it do. And your mental, emotional status. That's why I keep trying to say to folks that sometimes less is more, and a lot of people don't understand about wealth, what real wealth is, opposed to it just being financial. And obviously, people want to be okay in their finances, but that's not the only thing that's important in life. Is that enough? Was it all right? That's the thing. I got a family member that's just breaking their fast too. Aren't you? When the last time you had something? Ain't it been since yesterday? Oh, you came down already and had something? Well, then if you haven't eaten since yesterday, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, people don't understand that there's different riches in life. And obviously, money is not all of it, but people need money for certain things. But God will always provide because everybody don't have it. You know what I mean? She said, yes, I've done that for you. It's shea butter. Shea butter. Yeah, it do. And then when you smell it up close, it don't smell the same. I wonder why that's like that. But yeah, it's shea butter, all natural. She says, I've done that food safety blanket for years. Yeah. Yeah, and it has it can mess with your health, like your sugar levels, cholesterol levels, and weight. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you're talking about with that. That's how that's what folks run to, especially if they were raised up like that. That's why anytime that I've been around kids that I have any kind of sway with, I watch what I say and do. She said, yes, I've done that. Food was my safety blanket for years. Grew up like that. Yes, I have been increasing the amount of water I drink a day too. Yes, yes, it is. And you have to. Because even if you're not, just say when you consider yourself up and doing good, like stuff that people want to accomplish, to have their own place, to have a job. Even with folks that are working, God's providing that. And I think we take some credit that we shouldn't take as people, you know what I mean? And we don't give it to God. We look at to think we've done it all because I come home for 12 hours, girl, and I work. If it wasn't for God, you wouldn't even be alive to work. If it wasn't for God providing a workplace, you wouldn't have a job. You know what I mean? So there is different wealths in the world that money can't buy. You know what I mean? And riches. She said, yes, it has. I'm getting my weight and health under control. Yeah, because I know so many people, honey, just from that, that comfort food eating, they have developed diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. You know what I mean? And being overweight, being way over the weight capacity for your size and age. But the medical problems are serious when you start with all that stuff with, the high blood pressure and things of that. Because the food can get those things completely out of whack. And when you gain weight, anybody, it's not just a physical toll on your, like, oh, I got a big stomach, or I got big thighs. It's not just that, but it messes with your internal organs. You know what I mean? I know, honey. I can write you a book about that too, because I got some stuff going on here that it's all contribute to this weight gain, but it's not just that, but being a woman, you know what I mean? Some of it is. And then a lot of women that have children, you got to deal with, just because you had the baby 30 years ago, 20 years ago, that doesn't mean that the effects from that pregnancy is not long lasting on your body. Even some women have had children and they got back down as small as they was when they was in high school, but their internal organs have been touched with that pregnancy. People don't pay that attention to what conditions pregnancies put you under. When you're carrying, that's a serious situation for you and that baby both. And a lot of times, quite a few women have the physical effects from having the baby the rest of their life. And like I said, some women get affected emotionally. Some women may look good and small and whatever, and emotionally, but their heart got damaged during that pregnancy. You know what I mean? They developed diabetes with that pregnancy. They developed the hard to control cholesterol and high blood pressure after having the baby. You know what I mean? And never had it before. It goes down. It goes down. And a lot of people don't take that stuff serious, but honey, yes, they do. And then women, different stages, whether you having menstrual still, perimenopause, full-blown menopause, man, look. And that stuff don't just affect your weight. It affects your emotional well-being and your internal organs. She said, yes. Yes. Being overweight ain't no joke. And before you know it, it slips up on you. Because I promise you, even the weight that I am now, I've never had this. Never. For the last, I don't even know. I'll say this started happening to me in I say 2012 maybe. I may not be right, so I don't want to be telling no stories on here. But I believe in 2012 my weight has gotten way out of whack. I'm talking about way out of whack. Stuff that I didn't even know was coming and didn't see it coming. It's like it slipped up on me. Out of the blue. And I think a lot of that stuff is, obviously being a female, some of it, and men too. Men have they have male menopause and weight gains and issues. Even some men I've seen have been affected when their wife was pregnant. They've had some of the symptoms and things of that. So, I'm not saying it like that to be rude, but it is different when a woman physically carries the child, and there's no judgment to men or anything like that. I'm just saying in general. Yeah, it happens. It does happen, And anything being over the capacity is definitely a problem for everybody, It happens to all of us. It's like with these men, and not to be disrespectful, some men don't realize that they be carrying a little gut that they haven't had in their younger years. Like our woman, we all go through something, huh? It says, yes, weight is like, it does, honey. Let me tell you something. I promise you. I don't even, I remember when I seen myself like looking in pictures and stuff, I seen myself starting to get bigger. And I thought I had it under control. And then I realized a lot of it's hormonal stuff. And like I said, this stuff happens to women when they're, getting their menstrual, still have it, perimenopause, menopause. Different stuff happens to you that's out of your control too. You know what I mean? And sometimes I know people that don't hardly eat at all still was gaining weight because it was something internal that had nothing to do with eating food and doing anything like that. It just was what it, was what it is, type of thing. Ain't no joke, I'm telling you, because that weight stuff, when you out, when you're out of your whack of what your weight should be, you end up in a predicament where a lot of weight is too heavy for your body, like on your knees and your joints and stuff is not used to carrying that much weight on you. And that's when you start having a lot of shutdown and a lot of problems. You know what I mean? And then, all the sickness that we got out here in the world, this stuff is getting bad. Scary bad. A lot of people don't see it coming, and some of them is, people may abuse food, some people don't. It's their metabolism too slows down and change. And I promise you, honey, like with weight, that's been a big thing in society for men and women both. Also, we don't even hardly have the common cold no more. The common cold, like, it's gone. The flu took the place of the common cold. And C-19 took the place of the flu on steroids and a whole bunch of other stuff with it, because the damn C-19 is more than a triple threat. Triple threat. Yeah, and I believe it, Miss Quinn, because those are the areas that is affected when you're over your weight capacity for any of us. And I know with me, I've been having a lot of issues like that too, gaining weight with your back, and your knees, because your body is not built and meant to carry that much weight. And when you start losing weight, it start feeling a lot better because it's not so much pressure. It's gotten better. I'm saying, I know what you mean. 'Cause I think so many of us people, and I believe men and women both, talk about a lot of the same stuff. And the weight star, because you know, with men, they look like I say, a lot of men, they get that kind of stomach that look like a stomach that a woman pregnant have. And then a woman, her stomach turns into one stomach or two and a fupa. And when you carry that extra weight, your knees and back is like, And then that also, I think, can cause arthritis to set in because there's too much weight pressuring down and it's damaging the bones, especially in the hip and knees and stuff, in them joint areas. Well, yeah, it takes you for a ride. It will take you all the way out. And so many people, I know there's millions of people that have had success once they lost weight. And then I know so many people that they let it go and didn't do nothing about it, and they end up having to have hip replacements. I mean that for real. Hip replacement, knee replacements. You know what I'm saying? Because those are the areas that the weight bears down on, certain areas like that. And some people too, with their arms, with their elbow area, but it'd be a lot directed towards the back and the knees and ankles. Ankles too. It was just as much as what I was eating as what was eating me. That's exactly what it is, Miss Quinn. Hello. How you doing? How are you? Happy Friday, my dear. Hi, Miss Lori. Happy Friday. Thanks for stopping in. I hope everything is going well with you and you're doing your thing here. We're just trying to chill and have a little conversation about basically you are what you eat type of thing. We're talking about the weight gain and issues, and how you carrying more weight than your body should have, and you end up having different problems with your knees and joints and hips, being overweight past the capacity of what your body is used to carrying. And even with a lot of folks too, like with women, their body is trained a certain way when they're carrying kids. But some of that weight, if you have that and it ain't pertained and the body is not supporting the pregnancy, it can work against you. Oh yeah, these honey, let me tell you, this is getting to be where this is getting crazy. Everything is like all on some kind of lockdown, some kind of severe issue with getting in anywhere. It's hard to get in anywhere. And what I've been noticing too is that people are not paying attention to all the changes that's happening in the world. I even was just, I just got through telling some folks about, aren't you starting to see, and no disrespect, when you go in stores, aren't you starting to see how scarce things are? And I don't mean just because you look over here and they got 100 packs of bologna for sale. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about when you look throughout the store, not just, just when C19 was here about the toilet paper, not just that. Everything is dwindling in and out of just about every store that you go in. And I'm not talking about, you went at the end of the week and that store run out of stock. That's not what I'm saying either. This is evolving, y'all. And I'm not trying to bug out or be weird. This is evolving. This stuff is going down. Do you understand what I mean? As much as these doctors and business places like that, I'm not saying all the doctors or places like that are bad, but as much money as these folks like to usher people in and out, and when you can't hardly get no appointment in, because for them, that's money. Yes, it's slim picking. It's getting scary. It's getting scary in ways. That's true. Store stock is, yes, dwindling down bad. and it's very scarce out here with stuff. If you go places, you can tell that, we all know that the prices are jacked all the way up to the hilt. You know what I'm trying to tell you? But I tell you what, we got to be watching out for this kind of stuff, because this is the world speaking to you. And and it's not. And see, what people are not understanding, everything, and I'm not trying to judge people for what they believe in or tell nobody what to think or feel that I'm right about what I'm saying. But what a lot of people don't understand is they all tried their best to blame everything on C-19. And that wasn't true. And God bless you with your appointment. I had another lady on here, Miss Lori, that she just had a good dentist appointment. So, praise the Lord for both of you guys. You know what I mean? I had a good appointment about 2 weeks back, and I got another appointment coming up at the end of this month, and I'm claiming the victory over that too. She said she had a great appointment. I know that's right. Good for you, Miss Lori, because a lot of times you don't never know what's going to show up on these appointments. And a lot of times too, when people go to the dentist, people be thinking, oh yeah, it's just a dentist appointment. If anything, I know people don't like it, but they got to probably get a feeling and that'll be fine. Nope, not even a feeling. That's bad. Even people don't root canals ain't bad. I'm talking about people finding an abscess in their mouth and it turned out to be cancer. People people ain't living in the real world with keeping this real. What I'm talking about here, you know what I'm talking about? Stuff be changing up. You don't know what is what. You do not know what is what. You are welcome, my dear. Blessings to you, Miss Lori. But people don't understand what's going on here. There's a lot of stuff that can happen at any doctor's appointment that you go to, and you didn't even know was wrong with you. You know what I mean? Or you may have something going on with you, and then you have you make an appointment and think it's going to be, oh yeah, I'm good, and then you go and get some blood work done, and they tell you your counts ain't looking right, and that's not even what you went for. You went for thinking, oh, you know what, my blood is a little bit low, might need a little bit of iron, might be all right. And then they tell you your cells ain't looking good. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So everything is to be grateful for. You get what I mean? Everything. Nothing is to be taken for granted. You know what I mean? Things can change in a blink of an eye. You could just have an appointment and a week later something else popped up that you didn't even see coming. Every storm is not in the forecast. You feel me? Y'all know what I'm talking about here. I ain't trying to be negative or nothing, but that's why we have to be grateful for every little thing, because it goes down. And it's not just other people. It happens to us as a whole in the world. You know how sometimes when you be having a lot, like I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't want nobody to feel uncomfortable, and I hope this won't be no kind of trigger or to upset anybody. But they had a young girl that birth date was a couple of days. No, it was a year, and it was a year older in a month than a friend of mine's daughter. And I felt so compelled, so I looked at it. Dental care is so critical. It's not be taken. No, you might as well forget, honey. Listen, I had so many people on in one of these lives that I had. They said that it got so bad with them with the dentist that they kept getting root canal, and I know what that is like. That they lost every teeth they had a root canal. They lost the teeth, and the same has happened to me. You know what I mean? Where I got a couple of teeth that they did root canals on, and you smile and want that gap to show on the side type of, you know what I mean? And then some people have had their main teeth, and some people said that the dental care has been so bad that they just went on and got all their teeth removed. They couldn't do it no more. It was too expensive. It was too critical. It was too many problems, and they let it go. They had to let the teeth go because it was too much work. It cost too much money, a lot of pain and stuff to keep fixing. And they decided just to go on, and make the choice that's right for their life, which led them to having it, doing what they had to do. Because you can only patch and fix up so much, and then it's a wrap. And I couldn't believe how many people on YouTube that was in the live with me that was saying, yeah, I got partials, yeah, I got the dentures, yeah, I had it done. And I understand that, because sometimes that's what your journey is. Because if you keep, first of all, when you do get root canals and they fail, there's no going back for that. There's nothing that you can do unless you got money. The only thing that you can do to get the closest to real is dental implants. And a lot of people don't have the money for that. And I know, and I don't know, and I'm not trying to talk about nobody's business or be shady or nothing, but this is just something to use for example. So I'm not trying to come down on nobody, but I don't know if y'all ever heard of the lady that got the restaurant, Miss Robbie. She got the restaurant. It's called Sweetie Pies. Well, she went and got her teeth done, and they had to give her surgery to remove part of her rib to be able to fix a bridge in her mouth for her to even get the dental implants done. I'm sure she had the, obviously she got the money and insurance for it, but everybody don't. But this was her true story that she shared on her reality TV show that she got called Sweetie Pies. I don't know if the show is still up and running now. But she had to go and have surgery. They had to take something from her rib to build the bridge back in her mouth to be able to give her dental implants. Now, for somebody that don't have money, dental implants wouldn't have been possible for them. So they would have to go whatever the next route may be. You know what I mean? And I know that could be a real serious thing when you have to have work like that done on you, done on you with your insurance, whatever you got financially going on. You know what I mean? People have been in predicaments where they had medicine and not enough. She said, "Yes, I love Miss Robbie and used to watch. Yeah, Sweetie Pies. That was, not to be disrespectful, but did you heard about what happened with her son? I thought that was horrible. Ooh. And he got sentenced too for I think 2 life sentences and some other charges. And and that broke her heart too because her husband had passed away and her other son had passed away. Yep, they had used the pieces. You see how technologies came away, Miss Lori, and that's good that for whoever can afford it can get those procedures. You know what I mean? Because they've been doing full face transplants now. You know what I mean? They do heart and a lot of other parts of the body, but now they've been doing new, whole face transplant and other different surgeries that are brilliant to save people, lives. So that is absolutely amazing. But I tell you, there's so many people out here. That was horrible. Yeah, and they sentenced him not too long ago. And the judge said to him too, he said, and I didn't watch the whole thing because I really didn't know. And the judge said to him, something, and I may not be word verbatim because last night I was, and not to be rude to nobody, because you got to talk a certain way here, y'all. Oh boy. I had a certain topic going, and I had people that misunderstand what I was saying. But anyway, so I'm trying to be clear because I don't like to repeat something like I'm trying to sit up here and run my mouth and boss hog and all of that. So I'm not going to be precise on what I'm saying. But the judge has just said something equivalent to for what he done. He said, I don't understand. He said, you basically, she said, oh yeah, she's gonna be fine. She's gonna be fine. Yeah, she's gonna be fine. That's just what it is, and she's already been through that with I don't know about the husband, but I think they all had some issues going on. The husband, because she lost her husband and her 2 sons way back before this situation happened. And once again, me and Miss Quinn, we were just talking about, money ain't everything. I know we need money, but there's other riches in the world as well. You know what I'm saying? This is just a perfect synopsis of this. She says, mm-hmm. Yep. Gotta do what you gotta do. Yep. That was sad. I can't get through this right now, but that was sad. I just feel, that there's nothing that we can do, without God, and we can do all things with Him. But like I was saying to, Miss Quinn a while ago here too, people sometimes money ain't even enough for some folks when they're out there crazy on the hunt. You know what I mean? Yes, ma'am, he did. And like I was saying, money ain't the answer for everything out here. You know what I mean? And and that's what the judge was basically saying to him. He said, I don't understand. You've had a criminal history before. He didn't say it just like this, but I'm going to say it the way I know his life has went. He had a criminal history out here before. You lost your brother to violence. Your father passed away, and I don't know if they all were in some kind of mess. You know what I mean? No disrespect, no judgment. I'm just saying what I know about their lives from research that I have done. and he said that you have had a chance at a beautiful life. He said you were a criminal, you cleaned up your life, you got out of jail, you were able to have a son, you're a celebrity, you're wealthy, you got a beautiful family, and that still wasn't enough for you. See what I'm talking about? That's what it is for a lot of people. It's not, it's not enough. It's not enough. And now he's got like 2 life sentences and some other charges added on. And him and the guy that did the actual, crime, they got I think the guy that did the crime got 32 to life or something like that. And he got like 2 life sentences. But the girl that lowered him, the nephew there for that situation, and the other person, they got like, 3 years or so. But him, he done. He's done. He is done. And mama didn't want to believe that he had anything to do with it. I don't even know if she still really believes that he didn't have anything to do with it, but I know that it's gone now. You know what I mean? The best thing that he can do, and the only thing that he can do, is just do his time and repent himself so that he can, have a chance with God helping him. Because that's the only person that can do anything for him right now is God. Nobody else can do anything else for him other than, if his mother, whoever wants to visit him and put money on his books. But far as his freedom out here is gone over money, and he was already wealthy. Even when they was doing the restaurants, I think she gave him a couple of them for himself. He was able to have a son, and he still went into it. See, that's how the devil is too. He was also getting fame and fortune. Yeah, they off of his mother. Yeah, and she who adores him, and a woman who has stand by his side. Just yes, yeah, and had a son. You know what I mean? If he would have ended up in jail for life, he probably would have never even had a child. So by him having a chance that God gave him mercy to do his time for his crime and to get out and start a whole brand new life, his mother just poured her whole life into him in that way. I'm not saying she gave up everything, because she's still who she is and got a restaurant. I'm just saying she was one of them real mothers that stood by him and had his back and gave him everything he needed to succeed, wealth. He was famous, all that, and it still wasn't enough. He wanted for money, and he already had enough money. He was getting fame. Yep. You know what I mean? And for him to do that, and we know the devil. We already know that, so I can't even go there. She gave him everything. He was set for life. Did you see how she started those restaurants and stuff with mostly all family? She had other co-workers and stuff, people she hired, but she started that off as family, and she made sure everybody in her family was taken care of. And when he got out of jail, she set him a whole brand new life. He met him a good woman that wanted to get married, and he clowned and messed that relationship up, even though he was blessed with a son out of it. He dogged her out, never married her and all that, because his old age was coming back in. Once he got out, his mother set him up good. He found a real good woman that had a decent life and career, and that wanted to marry him. He started feeling himself, and his dirty ways creep right back up, which I don't think they never were gone. And he started a life of crime. And even him and Miss Robbie had it out a few times, she said. The lust for money, yes. Cost him, yes. And the thing is, he could have made the same money, the amount of money that he was going to get for that insurance policy. He could have made that over and over again, owning the restaurants and the business that he was in. He didn't even necessarily have to do a lot of hard work. They hired plenty of staff to work. He was able to take vacation and go and come as he pleased. Hello, what's happening? Watch Queen cooking. How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much. What is happening, my dear? Nice to see you. I hope all is good in your neck of the woods. What you got going on, honey? How's everything going? I hope you're good. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but we're just talking about Sweetie Pie's Miss Robbie's son. Just topics of the world. And, just chatting it up like that. You may just be popping in. Blessings to you. Good for you. Good for you. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we're just talking about, different stuff that's happening in life, and how the lust of, greed and things like that. I am blessed, my dear. I am blessed, and so are you. And thank you so much for asking. God is good, man. I'm breathing, I'm alive. God is good. We are all very blessed. They never left those as Amen. Amen. You know it, Miss Watch Queen. Yeah, we were just talking about the lust and the greed for money, and we were talking. I don't know if you're familiar with it. You may not want to join the conversation because you might be just popping in, but we were just talking about Miss Robbie's son, how what he did and how he just he ended up in jail, and about how the greed for lust and money can drag a person completely down. Oh, you are. Yes. Well, the last thing. What was the last thing Miss Quinn was saying here? What did Miss Quinn says? Okay, let me see. Let me get right there so I can say what she's saying and add to it. She said yes, and he was also getting fame and fortune, and that his mother adored him, and she stood by him, and he had it all made because he just came out of jail from being a criminal. You know what I mean? And he was able to turn his life around, serve his time, and become a free man. But and his mother gave him riches, fame. They were becoming celebrities. He met a nice woman that wanted to marry him and had buried his son, and he still threw all of that away for money that he easily could have made. And destroying a family and destroying a young family member, because the family member that he destroyed was coming up in crime just like he did. And he came to be around them to change his life. He was very young. It was his own nephew. You know what I mean? His own nephew. You know, that right there is that was awful. That was awful. And I'm trying to figure out, because I'm trying to remember the story correctly. Was this his nephew by his brother that died in violence? I'm not sure, because I knew about this stuff a long time ago, and he already been in jail already for 7 years. And I'm not trying to act like I'm not concerned or talk negative about nobody on their downfall. You know what I mean? Oh, whoever that is, thank you for the hearts. God bless you. Whoever's giving me the hearts, thank you, thank you. If they're for me, because I know there's other lovely women in the chat too. Wonderful, sharing the hearts. Sharing the hearts. Wow, thank you. Wow. Oh, yeah. Look at her. She's saying hi to the Nightbot. Yeah, that's my sidekick right there, Miss Queen. Oh, look at the hearts. I love to see hearts. It remind me of bubbles and stuff floating up. Thanks for the beautiful heart. Let me pop up some too. I believe he was. Yes, and that's sad too, because his brother died of violence, and then his only son left to carry on his legacy. That's horrible. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That's horrible. And I don't know if their father was into a criminal life, but I know that the brother died from something from the streets, and that was his son and his only child. And for him to do that, it's just the devil running around here, y'all. Who is that with all them lovely bouquets and stuff? Can y'all tell me who that is so I can thank you properly? Who is killing the game? Awesome. Let me do it back. Who is that? Wow. That's so fun. It's like magical, popping up the little hearts and things of that. I believe he was, yeah. And that's sad too, because, she was glad to have one of her sons in life. Oh, God bless you. Oh, you are so sweet. Thank you, my darling. Oh, wow. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. That is so sweet and kind of you to drop some love on us. Thank you, man. We always are welcoming here love. And then look, this is the month of love. Valentine's Day, huh? Coming right up. It's coming right up. Isn't that interesting too? Yeah. I just don't know how to I don't know how to wager on that, because of the fact that I don't know what to say, because when stuff like this happen, it is really and truly only the devil that roams around like this in the world. It's never nothing good that comes from that. You get what I'm saying? It's always the devil that is the orchestrator of all of these type of things like this. So he's allowing the devil to use him to ruin his family to a certain extent. When I say that, that doesn't mean everybody's ruined, but I'm just testing something, y'all. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't, I don't like to give the devil too much power, but we see him, roaming around here, He's going to use people to hurt people, and that's how this is the world we live in right now. But you know what? God says otherwise. We just got to hold on to this thing here. Take what we can from it, add, subtract, and do it moving, because if not, it'll all be for nothing. You know what I mean? We really have to take responsibility for what's going on, and watching ourselves and guarding our hearts and making sure that we are the ones that are shining the light out here. Because it's hard. It's a cold, cold, cold world out here in so many ways, but there's so much beauty in it that we can't allow, you know, the negative stuff to be the ruler of everything. You know what I mean? Amen, amen, Miss Queen. We cannot allow the devil to run this for us, because it's very easy to fall into that type of trap and let this devil take advantage of us when we know we are here and we have God that helps us fight him. And if you want to go the right way is way better. The devil leads you into false promises, and a lot of times the false promises come in the way of some things that you might think coming from the Lord, because it's so good. You know what I mean? And we fall into that trap, and then we end up, lost. Because I realized too, do you know what I've been learning, y'all? I've been learning how to know the difference between my thoughts and God's voice. You get what I'm saying? My thoughts and God's voice. Because sometimes we play that physical, that physical game with each other. You know how we play that game in our mind, that you will something that may not even be God saying it, but your mind is telling you that it's okay. So you look over that sixth sense in you that be telling you no, and you still I better get this, and when you keep going backwards and forth, sometimes it be us in our own way and trying to will it to be right. Y'all know how that get. We get caught up. We're only human, but we get caught up. Wow, that food looks good. I'm looking at some of your food, Miss Queen Lady. And I promise you, a lot of times, ever thought about when we have stuff going on in our life, we're so quick to try to find some fault with somebody else, so that we can have a reason or excuse for what we've done. Like, if it wasn't so and so. And sometimes, honey, we got to take a good look in the mirror and say, you know what? I need to check myself. I need to check me out. That's what I need to do. I got issues. Just like when me and Miss Quinn, we were just talking about food, and how we have been out here in the world and how we have abused food. And then when you get all big, and well, if they didn't have the donuts, they should only have 2, because I wouldn't have had to get 4, but they only come in the 4-pack. No, no, that's not it. If they only come in the 4-pack, and you should only have 1, and they don't come in no other than the 4-pack, don't get none then. You gotta discipline yourself, because God be trying to do it for us, and a lot of us is too hard-headed. You know what I mean? We definitely got to check ourselves before we wreck ourselves, and that is the truth. Because I go through this on a regular basis, honey. Sit up here and talk your clown self into a mess, and then try to look back and get mad. You know what I mean? Knowing you know that you are the author of what's went down with you. Why try to find somewhere to place it or somebody to blame it on, instead of just checking yourself and getting yourself together? And there's a lot of things too that we need to just go on and repent for, instead of letting it be a problem. You know what I mean? Because it could be something that is just a situation, you know what I mean, that's going to pass. But when you turn it, a little bit of an incident into turmoil and trauma, that's when you start playing games with yourself. And you got to know that because a lot of times people want to have an excuse, and sometimes just face it. And I know it's better said than done, but we need to because I promise you, a lot of stuff that happens with me, some of it's me, and I know this. It's better choices. You know what I mean? And we do this over and over again. I've studied, and you know what I've got. Let me tell you, I done got in the mirror, y'all, and thought I was gonna have something different, somebody else there, I guess. You know what I mean? God is always with us, so I don't mean it in that way. But I'm just saying, I got in the mirror and me talked to me. You get what I'm saying? And me said, you know what you did? I don't care. I don't even care. Sometimes we got to be responsible for how we let people treat us. And also, we a lot of things we may not be able to control, but we can control how it affects us. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You go into a job, right? And you got a lot of busybodies up and in, and the Satan is using folks to hurt other people. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And you sit up there, and your supervisor's kind of naughty, or you may have a mean manager. But you have to understand, whatever these people doing, they can kill you, but they can't eat you. You understand what I mean? And if you know for a fact that these people are acting some kind of way towards me because I don't like to sit down every time we have a break with anybody. Sometimes I want to go to my car. Sometimes I want to spend time with the Lord and read the Bible. I might have to call home to check on my sick mama, my kids, my husband. And I'm not coming to the coffee room every minute. And then for people to try to treat me as an outcast, but I know I'm not an outcast. So why should I let them in that small movement bother me over what God has planned for my life? Why am I allowing them to affect something that God has built for me? You get what I'm saying? And that's where we struggle with. And even when you have a supervisor or manager that's really nasty to you. Now, first of all, any of these situations, us as humans, we are emotional, we feel, we hurt. But at the same time, some things that you can't control, you have to find a way of dealing with it. If not, you're going to have to get up out of there because it can destroy you emotionally, just like here on YouTube. People can destroy you emotionally on YouTube. You know what I mean? And have all messed up and spun all out. You get what I'm saying? Going crazy trying to figure out this and that when it's not even your cross to bear. You have to understand what you here to do. You know what I mean? Can't nobody be you for you. You got to know what you in here for. And a lot of times we don't do that. We want to be validated by so many people around the world that we don't even know how to make ourselves happy. And a lot of times when we do that, we push God out the way and we gave the devil more than a foothold in our life. We're telling them to come on in. We don't care. We don't believe. We're Debbie Downers. We don't care about ourselves. We're nowhere Nates. Yeah, come on and use and abuse me. I'm nobody anyway. That's what it means when you do that. And then if you're having some type of job situation, or even with the coworker or your supervisor, and they're coming on way too strong, and it's really bothering you, and you don't have it in you to deal with it, then you got to seek that out in prayer, and you might have to find another job, unfortunately. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, you know what? Until you find something else, you got to get with God. You know what I'm talking about? You got to get with God because I'm telling you, the devil don't love you. People don't want you in there because anytime people act a fool like that anywhere, that ain't nothing but the devil puppeteering. Puppeteering. And God always say, no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. You feel me? So we can't use that, but we have to be, and it's hard, I promise you, because I've had so many situations where I have quit jobs because I wasn't listening to God right, or I wasn't strong enough. And you know what I did? I forgave myself for it, and I continue to learn. I continue to step. I continue to learn because I wasn't strong enough. It didn't make me that I necessarily fell, but I was too messed up emotionally. It could have been something from my childhood, and when these people acted like that towards me at work, or my supervisor treated me bad, it brought me back to a weak point in my life where I was abused as a child, and it was making me suffer mentally and emotionally, and it had me so blocked that I couldn't even hear God trying to pull me out of it. So I can't be here. I'm not strong enough right now. God will forgive you for that. And I know just because God is forgiven, it doesn't mean that we can keep sinning, but there is forgiveness. And if you give a little bit of that to yourself and understand that this all shall pass, this too shall pass. And see, people don't understand that we're not living just to live this life. We're living for eternity. If you want to make it to eternity, you have to deal with what we're living with now. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what it is, Miss Quinn. Y'all know what it is. Talk about it. Talk about it. Say it. Yeah, that you got to. You could get it going, because that's what it is. People are out here being used by the devil, and what they don't understand, though, you know what a boomerang is. Y'all know what a boomerang is. Anything that you do in this world, good or bad, comes back and affects you. You heard? Anything that you do in this world, good or bad, comes back on you. And I'm talking about something bigger than karma. I'm talking about the Lord Jesus Christ is in control. Do you understand what I mean? He ain't gonna let you hurt somebody and just let that be okay. And everything that happens to you is not just coming from the devil. This is your cross to bear. This is your journey. This is destined for you. Exactly, for others. That's right. And see, that's what I was saying when I said about praying. You pray for people that are doing negative stuff to you. You pray for them, but you also pray for yourself. And sometimes God may be telling you that's not the place to be, because something gonna happen here. You get what I'm saying? What happened over in Solomon and Gomorrah? What happened to Noah with the ark? This is, see, that people don't want to hear when you get deep with this. Why did God tell Noah to build the ark? What did he tell him to build the ark for? Wasn't there a reason? There was a reason that he had to build the ark. And everybody was welcome to be a part of that ark, the building of it, and when it get ready to float off, everybody that wanted to be a part, and those were the people that was walking with God, they were all welcome there. He's letting you know what you got to do to survive. You understand what I'm saying? And the thing is too, we're lucky, because if you look at a lot of the stuff that we have in the Bible, people think that God has given up. You get what I'm saying? And like, with Adam, you remember Adam and Eve and how he talked to them in the garden. Adam lived to be what, over 800 and something years old, honey. Who you know living that long anymore? You see how the world has evolved and how things have fallen down? You understand what I'm saying? He had his third child, Adam, when he was like, what, 130 something years old? Come on. God ain't done with you yet. But if you don't want it, you have to, you have to achieve it to receive it. How about that? We don't get by on wishbone. We need backbone. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people is running through these races of stuff and ain't going nowhere. You might as well be on the treadmill. You know what I mean? It's the truth. People are not understanding. This is a choice, and whatever choice you make, it affects your life too. Everything that you do is about you. Even if you want to be the selfish type of person and you think you're doing something to somebody else, you got to know, honey, this could come back down years down the line on you. You know what I mean? Yep, exactly. Amen. That's exactly what it is. That's right. That's right. That's right, Miss Lori. But that's the whole thing. People only have faith and stuff when it's convenient for them. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. And I'm gonna keep it real. And this is how I look at a lot of faith and a lot of stuff in life. A lot of times, I'm gonna give you an example. This woman said, I had this coat for the last 10 years. The coat is still good, it's keeping the person warm, but they still want another coat. And when they didn't get that new coat, they seemed, they lost their faith and they was mad at God. But you know what God said? God said, the reason why I didn't give you that coat is because 3 days from now, you were supposed to die, and I decided to save your life instead of giving you a coat. Hello. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? This is not a game. You see what I'm talking about? You do not pick. He tells you that I will give you what you need. We got need, greed, and wants. God will give you always what you need, and it's sufficient. It doesn't matter how we feel. Oh, I need to have this. I got to get good. It don't go by that. You don't tell him either what you need, but he will always give you what you need. And they always say, ask and you shall receive. And I'm going to tell you, he's not going to give you everything you want, because the wants is not important. It's the need. What is sufficient for you? Just like you can have something going on with you with your health, and if he feels that it's sufficient, he ain't gonna put no more on you than you can bear. So what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Yep. Yes. Amen. Amen. Amen, ladies. Amen, all of y'all. Yes. Amen. Amen, Miss Lori, Miss Queen, Miss Quinn. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And see, if we don't understand that, we can't understand God, because a lot of times what people don't understand is when you get out here in the streets, you got to let people see the God in you. You have to behave differently than the rest of the crowd. You may be the only God that they see. A lot of people don't even know who God is. And when you get out here, people want to see. They want to see. And I'm going to tell you, I have messed up a lot of times. I'm going to tell you a time, and I think I might have mentioned this to you guys before. I had left out to go somewhere, and I got halfway to where I'm going, Oh, thank you so much, Miss Queen. I got halfway to where I was going, right? And I realized I didn't have my wallet. So right now, you're driving without a license and you have no kind of finances on you at all. And guess what happened in that quick moment? The devil wanted me to get mad and try to drive fast and get angry. And I, for a split second, I got mad and God told me, chill. I already know. And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. I already knew. Chill out, get your mind right, and go back home quietly and peacefully and shut it up. Stop. And there has been times that I have flown off the handle and I've cursed before. And I'm not playing games with you guys. And I'm not trying to act perfect. I'm not trying to be Miss Super Christian. I'm not trying to judge nobody that's in their faith a little bit further than what I've learned or what I'm fighting with. And I know that because God is forgiven, it doesn't mean that I can keep sinning or anybody else, but I'm telling you my truth. My truth, I can't be phony and act like I'm perfect and I do things the right way every day, all the time. There's no such thing in being perfect. God already knew who I was, what I was going to be when He created me. God is my father, my mother's father, my uncle father. We all have the same father. Sister from another mister, brother from another mother. Do you understand us meeting like this around the world in YouTube? This is God anointings on us connecting as siblings. You know what I mean? Every day you got to grow every day, Miss Lori. Yes, and and people don't understand that this is a divine connection for us all to be able to meet all of our brothers and sisters around the entire world. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is anointing is on this situation. I've had church with a woman. Me and her was talking in the grocery store around Thanksgiving. She was a lady I never met before in my life, and me and her had church service right there in the grocery store. That's right. That's right. Say it. Nobody's perfect, but see, people are quick to judge. And that's why you have to know who you are in Christ. When you go to serve as a fellowship, whether you're going to a big church or you're serving with a few people that's reading out the Bible and y'all doing a little group study, if you don't know who God is, sometimes you get brainwashed and you end up working for the devil and don't even know it. Because some pastors and some study groups are so good enough that they will manipulate you with the truth. With the truth, but they are twisted. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And have you worshiping and not even knowing that that's not even what it is. Make sure when you're in church or with a crowd that you know God for yourself, and when you're listening to the pastor preach, make sure it matches up with the scriptures. Because a lot of times we just sit there and just let's let anything go down. That's right. That's right. That's right. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Miss Lori. All of what I'm saying, you right on point. That's exactly what I mean. Because I keep trying to tell people that I don't think they understand to have a relationship with God. It doesn't mean that we're not going to deal with deaths in our lives, losing jobs, financial struggles, medical problems. That's not what the relationship with God is all about. It's not just that. You know what I mean? You get where I'm coming from? It's not just about that kind of stuff like that. It's all about us having a relationship with Him so that we can have eternal life. Not just to have everything we want, because eternal life is not in that way. A lot of people think that they just gonna run somewhere and get something, you know? Yes. Yes. Delivered us from yes. Yes. Amen. Amen. Yes, right. Yes, the same thing. That yes, to see, and that's the problem too. And see, that's another thing too, because people don't understand. I'm learning and I've been working on it. What repenting means, and when you ask God to forgive you, if you haven't forgiven yourself, it goes on deaf ears. Do you understand what I mean? Because you can go there and begging God to forgive you, and if you keep revisiting that same situation over, that means you're not listening or you're not strengthening Him. You get what I mean? Oh, she said, "How are you, Nightbot?" Ah, yeah, my little silly friend, Miss Queen. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize that we all have our own crosses to bear. You know what I mean? And we got to do it right. Y'all, excuse me. I've been on my mission, drinking my gallon of water a day. But I know that if you say, like, if you ask God to forgive you for something, He remembers it as far as the east is from the west. But if you keep revisiting, which I am guilty of a lot, then that's you struggling with yourself and you're not believing in His word. You get what I mean? And I do struggle with that a lot because I've had a lot of bad things that I have done in my life, and I've been, through a lot of things. And some choices that I have made, I beat myself up about it when I know what he said to me. But sometimes the devil try to come in there in your flesh and mix you up. And we have to be honest about that, because one thing I keep saying to people, you can't out Christian nobody. Your salvation is between you and the Lord. Even if you're dealing with somebody that's made it a certain different level than you with God, it doesn't make him love them more than you. That God is equal to all of us. And a lot of people like to cast out stones towards people to say, well, you know what? I go to church 5 days a week and you only show up on a Friday. I'm more involved with God than you. That's not how. That's silly worldly games you playing. That ain't how you come up and step up to God. That can't go like that. That's not what that is. And like I said before, when you're sitting in these churches and you're listening to the pastor, pay attention that you understand what he's saying is in the Bible. You understand what I mean? Because I have been places where I know one church, they said that the pastor replaces God's name with his name in the Bible, which I don't understand that. And then I have been in churches that they make up their own Bible. So whatever you're reading out the Bible and he tells you to turn to, just say the pastor says turn to Leviticus, and you turn there and you realize that the pastor is reading the same thing you're reading, but is that a man-made Bible, or did that Bible come from God? You see, if you don't know that when you're sitting in these places, you definitely are going to find out the hard way. That's why you need to have some kind of study that you do. And I know that God always say when, two or more touch and agree. But I spend a lot of time with God, just with me and God. Sometimes I don't do it with a fellowship or a family member. I spend time with him alone. I remember times when I used to get off work and I didn't deal with nobody. I didn't even let nobody know I was home, and I'd get my Bible and go sit somewhere and get fed with the word. And people don't realize that when you get fed with the word fills you up in so many ways that when you get your spirit full, it's nothing like the physical body. We're not talking about eating food and all that like that. I'm talking about when you get your spirit filled up. It's a different feeling, but a lot of people only achieve that for a short period of time when they're in a church service. As soon as they hit the door, they go back to their regular life. You understand what I'm saying? They go back to just the regular stuff, but you were anointed and you felt like you was doing something. Try to keep that momentum, because you can't keep running to the church thinking that they're going to save you emotionally. You have to have that will, because God is in all of us. That's why they always say the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? She said exactly to me, just me and God. Couldn't wait to get home and spend the time with them. Nothing else. It's not. And the thing is, you don't have to go to church, just to get that feeling, because he lives in you. But if you don't tap into that spiritual and emotional side, you're losing out, because we can't do it without him. None of this stuff is possible. And what people don't understand is that this is not what it was meant to be. It wasn't meant to be this way, but this is not the paradise. This is not the paradise that was promised. But I tell you what, if we don't weather what we got to go through here to make it to paradise, we're not going to make it. You understand what I'm saying? People are more attached to material things than they are God. You understand what I mean? Just like I said, when somebody passes away, do you see them putting a Mercedes Benz in the casket with them? You may get buried in your nice wig, shave, cut, suit, jewelry, but do you ever see anybody buried with a house, a living room set? I'm not trying to make jokes. I promise you. I'm sorry, y'all. But I have to say that because I watch how people are when they're alive, and I watch how their family fight over their stuff instead of fighting for them when they was in the hospital on that dying bed. You worried about getting somebody's living room set. You worried about somebody watch, a gold ring. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Yes. Amen. Amen. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You watch this. You didn't even go visit them in the hospital. That's right. You can't live without having God in your life every day, all day, every day, all day, every day, all day. You won't make it. And I keep telling people, you had that family member, and the family members too. Some people on their deathbed and talking about, well, and I understand out there, please don't get me the wrong way, y'all, but I understand when you have certain stuff, family heirlooms, and if you older or sick or whatever the case may be, not even necessarily older, but you got certain stuff that you want to leave your kids and nephew or whoever, because you know who needs what more. But when you are a person that has been in vain and not even caring about God at all, and you worried about material things, and in the kind of family that you raised with them same beliefs, ain't half of them came to see you when you was in a hospital before you sick, but they quick to run and see what money and what will you got though. They want to go in here and I'm getting her dresser, I'm getting her bedroom set. Yes, going, you know what I mean? The same thing. Yes, yes, and the same, going to the same place. And that's what I don't understand. Why weren't you here when they before they even got on their deathbed? Why weren't you having a relationship with them? And now that they done passed away, you feel that your old material stuff, which is money, clothes, you want some of this folks stuff, and you ain't even had nothing to do with them. You wasn't walking with God in that. That's what it was. Yeah, a total mess. Fighting and carrying on. Fighting and carrying on over something somebody else worked hard for that you didn't care about and didn't help out with nothing. And you sitting here trying to, I don't care, because mama wanted me to have that. And and I guess he can have the car because we got two cars. How can you talk like that and somebody has passed away that's your family? And you worried about, you ain't even seen that they had any flowers sent to them when they was in the hospital, when they was at home doing well and able to hang out. You didn't go and hang out with them and have dinner with them or nothing. As soon as somebody died, people coming out the crypt looking for something though. And when you roll like that, nothing becomes good of it. You know, and just like I got a dear friend here that was saying something about this person was bad towards their father and was a part of why their father's not here. Now they're living up in somebody's house. Do you think that's going to honestly go over well? Do you have any idea what's going to come? The only way that is going to get straightened out is if you get anointed with God. If you're going to live in that house and turn your whole life around, and God can forgive you for that. But for the most part, you're not going to live rosy up in somebody else's stuff and you done dog this person out like that. And how are you so caught up in worshiping material things and the devil that you can't even see straight? What are you looking for? Don't you work? Don't you got your own job? Didn't you get you buy a living room set? Or you was running taking all them vacations? And now you ain't got your house together, or you running around here trying to get the latest coat and sneakers and Berkey bag, and now your lights is turned off. See, this is where we're living in the material ways. And this is why we don't have no substance. And this is why we can't hear God, because we don't want to hear him, because he's in a different realm than that. And people don't understand, even when you say the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, that is the Trinity. If you don't understand what happened, how did Mary get pregnant? Don't anybody know the story of how when Mary and Joseph got together, that he wasn't going to go through with it because he wanted to know how she could be pregnant, and they never consummated the relationship. They never were involved intimately. An angel came to Mary and told her exactly what was going to happen. Don't you remember when Jesus disappeared when he was 12? What had happened then? They didn't see him for how many years? Let's be real if we're going to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because I don't like to run my mouth and not understand what scriptures and what I'm saying and just making up some old man-made, running your mouth, talking on the internet, just saying anything to try to act like you're trying to out-church somebody and showboat and run your mouth and don't even know what you're talking about. All of this stuff is come to pass. People don't understand with this C-19. This C-19 was not just a virus. This was a plague. Do you remember how many times did Moses go to the Pharaoh and said, let my people go? How many plagues he sent with frogs and different stuff. People are not listening to that because they don't want to hear. Just like right now, do you honestly think that God is going to go talk to Adam and Eve in the garden again? Do you think God is going to have Noah build another ark? We're at the end game. It's a wrap. Can't go nothing and do nothing with relationships. That's what I'm saying. This is it. Do you see how many times that he had to destroy and give another chance? That ain't happening no more. See, that's what I don't understand how people don't get that. This is the end game. It happens here. It happened now. It's going down. All of that stuff went out with the bump. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is it. There's no other chances like that. See, all of those people, and they were blessed enough to leave us, some stuff behind to learn from, to hope you don't make the same mistakes. How you got Cain and Abel, one brother killed the other brother, Adam and Eve's kids. People don't even understand that they had, Adam had the third child when he was over 130 something years old. You know what I'm talking about? People don't want to talk about the real stuff or what's happening. And what the reason why I keep using these as stories is something to refer to, because people seem to keep thinking that we can keep doing it again and doing it again. It's not going to happen like that. We don't have that option no more. That option is off the table now. We don't have that no more. This is because, see, people don't realize we're born in a dying world. You understand what I mean? And we could be around somebody that lived to be 100 and something years old. Oh, that's a long time. And in God's eyes, it's a blink of an eye. You understand what I'm saying? But we don't seem to get that this is not a do-over. There's no do-overs anymore. All of those miracles and stuff that happened back then, we're not getting that chance again because it happened too many times. And now it's time for it to come to an end. Are you ready? Are you ready? You get what I'm trying to say? And I always say this every time I talk. Are you ready? Because a lot of us think we're ready or just want to say we're ready, but we're not really ready. And only you know, and God knows that your salvation is between you and Him. But a lot of times, folks like to play that game, though. And you know how we talk about a lot of people that are cons out here. They're good at saying stuff and pretending that their whole thing is, they got it glued down. And once you try to say you're perfect, that definitely is not the truth, because there's no such thing as being perfect. So when you sit back and you think that you're going to sit up here and just tell everybody, just like right now I'm talking to y'all, yeah, my life is fine. I'm doing good. I got a house. I got a car. I'm healthy. Everything is fine. No, no. Listen, I'm overweight. Hello. I'm struggling with my salvation for real. I'm not living exactly the way I should be living for real. I'm full of sin. I make mistakes. I slip up sometime and I cuss. I get mad. I get angry. I stomp my feet. I roll my eyes. I have negative thoughts. For real. I'm not going to lie. And I don't need nobody. Oh, you girl. No, it ain't that. I'm telling you the truth. Why can't you accept my truth? Even if you surpass all that stuff yourself, let me be me. You can help me along, but don't push me down. This is my cry for help. You see what I mean? This is my cry for help. Don't knock me down. You know what I mean? I don't need nobody to knock me down. I need you to pray and help me uplift myself and keep working, because you may have made it further than I, or maybe we can lift each other and rise together. Hey, Maiden, what's up, brother? How you doing? Popping in and popping around. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad that you could pop in. We just sitting here talking about a few things. I thank you for stopping by, because I know you're doing your thing, living your life. And I appreciate you coming through. But we just chatting it up as we usually do. But I know one thing. I can't live in this life right now and pretend to act like everything is perfect, because I'm not playing no games like that. And I don't want to fake having a relationship with God either, like to say that I'm trying to prove something to y'all and know that I'm not what it is. You get what I'm saying? Because it's not that for me. Like I said, I get mad, I curse, I make mistakes, I mess up again. I got mental problems that I get when I get mad with stuff. I get an angry kind of way about me. I do all of it. No, it's not perfect. There's no such thing as being perfect. We are what we are. You know what I'm saying? And until you can honestly, deal with yourself, you're not going to be able to hear God speak to you. You're not going to be able to get to where you need to go, because you're living a lie. And that's the whole thing that I keep trying to say to people, is that I don't want you to feel sorry for me or knock me down because I'm at this certain area in my life. Help me lift my head up. And don't do it in a way that you think that you're more of a Christian than me, or you got better this than me. That's not how God looks at me. He's not going to say, oh, well, Rruk, you're going to make it to heaven because you were Beyonce and you were talented. We're not even being judged by any of that type of stuff like that. And I guarantee you, many are called and few are chosen. Believe that. Believe that. Because I know what a lot of people thinking, they all up here doing that little thing there. And they don't know the very reason that they think they up high is what's going to put them down low. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And it's the truth. Yes, 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 yes. That's right, Miss Lori. That's how you do it. But see, people are not doing that, though. That's why you got to know who you are and what you're doing, because a lot of folks is not doing that. Just like this one woman just was trying to get me to come to a church, and the only thing that she could say was bragging. She couldn't tell me nothing about the denomination, what they do there, what to expect. She just kept bragging, that kind of way. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, the pastor is so handsome. Oh, they dress up, and you should see how the first lady be dressed and how we get sharp. And it's just all she was worried about is the outward appearance. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't care. That's not what I wanted, to hear, that if I became a member of a church. That's not what you go to church for. You understand what I mean? To outdress people and to show off and to treat people a certain kind of way when you wearing your suit and you all dressed up, and if you ain't got it, you ain't accepted. You know what I'm talking about? You have to. And I'm gonna give you an example like this. I'm gonna say this. Check this out now. Okay. You say, you know what? When I get off work, I'm gonna go home and change my clothes, and I'm gonna head to church. But guess what? One of the workers didn't show up, so you end up having to stay overtime. And by you staying overtime, you're not gonna be able to make it home. So you go to church in your uniform, and you're told that you can't come into the church because you ain't dressed right. What kind of church is that? It ain't like you wearing a broad top and some Daisy Dukes. You know what I mean? Coming in there smelling like weed or whatever the case, they consider it street stuff. And sometimes when people come like that, you can take them to the side and get them some help instead of casting them away. Why can't I come wearing my McDonald's uniform if that's where I'm coming from? Why can't I wear my McDonald's, my Burger King uniform because I'm into church? It's not like I'm dressed like no kind of way that's offensive to the cross or to God. Why can't I come into church? See, that's the stuff like that scares people away, and that's when we start talking about dealing with church hurt. Church hurt. Because those are the situations that we have that make people not want to go to church because they're afraid of how they're going to be rejected. You know what I mean? She said, sounds like dressed up. Yes. Yes. What you're saying that long ago. Yes, you know what I mean? And you go in there and you realize, just like when this lady was talking to me, that's all she kept saying. And I said, is she serious? She just kept telling me about how nice the church was, what the pastor's wearing. Yes, yes, yes. She said, yeah, you know what it is? You know what it is, Miss Lori. And that's the whole thing. And like I said, you have the first lady. She got a fashion show that she got to try to prove, and she wearing a hat so big that every time she swing her head, it's like air conditioners on in the room. Because they're showing materialistic stuff, opposed to you're coming for the word. You're coming to serve as fellowship. I'm not trying to outdress you. I'm not coming here for a fashion show. I'm not trying to look at the pastor and worried about if he's attractive or that he's wearing $3,000 leather shoes and the wife got all the Berkey bags. Every time she come, she's sharp. I don't care about none of that. Yeah, that old big old hat. That big old hat, and they get there and they can't even hold it up on their head. And when they swing both ways, it's like an air conditioner fan. Woof, woof, woof. And then they got this so perched together with their corsets and girdles because they're worried about trying to look slim and to prove something, can't even half breathe. And then you have them come up, they're supposed to stand in the gap because their husband is not well, which is your pastor, and they can't even preach at one sermon. That's not real. Exactly. You got that right. Go to church for the fashion show and not for the praise. And that's what the whole thing is. Like a lot of these, no disrespect, a lot of these places, these big mega churches and stuff, these places ain't anointed. These places are not anointed. This is the fashion show. And some of these churches I've been seeing, it look like you at the dance club, not far from the pole. And y'all know what I'm talking about, not the pole pit, the pole. The way these, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm not talking disrespectful about nobody. I'm just saying allegedly. Just like with Fantasia, she's got a good voice. She's supposed to be representing the church, but look how she's dressing and singing gospel and carrying on. Come on, look at Kurt Franklin and all them allegedly jumping around. Come on, what are they doing? What are they doing? You remember Bobby Jones Gospel Festival Special? Excuse me, got to get myself up here on this chair. Just think about all these people. Even with Kurt Franklin, he got a whole lot of jumping and showing off with clothes and carrying on. That ain't what we go to the church for. Even when I used to watch Bobby Jones Gospel Special, a lot of that stuff is show and tell. Show and tell. Show and tell. Everybody's coming there. They're trying to wear their best clothes to impress somebody. They ain't nobody even called out God at all. The whole service was felonious because the fact that the only thing that they were doing was showing up to show out what they wearing, and people was women in the choir trying to outdress when they take off their robe. They got something on tight with the chest pushed up, and they swaying side to side. You know what I'm talking about? You came there for something totally different than God. You didn't come there for God, because what you're doing, you can find that in the street at every corner. You didn't come for service. You came there for a fashion show. And just like I'm gonna tell you this, and I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't even remember what the pastor name is, but I know he married that woman. We talked about this, Miss Quinn, from the Basketball Wife, and she's on there talking about, she's talking about the congregation in the church. But ain't you the first lady? So how can you get on YouTube, Instagram, or any of them social media website and talk about the church that your husband's the pastor of, and you the first lady, like a dog like that, and you a Christian woman, or say you are? You know what I mean? How are you doing that? How are you serving? Because if the congregation is that messed up, don't your husband have a lot to do with that if he's the pastor, allegedly? If your husband is a pastor of that church and all of that you saying about the congregation, don't he have some responsibility? And what about you as the first lady? How can you get on there? And then with her, that where she goes real to the left with, she'll come on there and talk about a little bit about the church, and then quickly advertise her new show with the Basketball Wives coming out, our new season. How do you mix that ratchet stuff? And then you get on that show and you act the same way as the women that you hire on there, because she's the executive producer or something of the Basketball Wives, but she also is look an actress in that reality show herself. So how can you do that? And your husband's the pastor and you're the first lady? How? All of that stuff shows true what's really going on. Doing better? Good for you. But yeah, and I looked at that and I kept saying, wait a minute now. How did what is he looking for in a wife, though? Is this like an arm piece, arm candy, eye candy, whatever they want to call it? What is this? If you married somebody and you are a renowned big pastor of a church, and you marry somebody that's supposed to be the first lady, and she comes on there and talk about a congregation that you taught, that you preach to, are confused. That's why I said, yeah. That's why I keep saying, like you said, Miss Lori, so many are confused. That's why I said, many are called and few are chosen. You see, you can get called for the ministry. And how long it's going to last? Are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? See, that's the stuff that get you tangled up and have people afraid to go to church, because they have so many different people in there that have them brainwashed, that they don't even know, because they don't know God before they even enter the church. You know what I mean? It's crazy, Nathan. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. And people are confused, but a lot of them don't want to be nothing but confused, because you have the right to go study and learn who God is yourself. It's different when you are a child and you go to church with your parents and you're forced in whatever they believe in. And like with me, I don't like to have no label. Like I'm going to church to have a label. I'm Pentecostal, I'm Baptist, all that. I'm not with that. I just say Christian, if anything. And I don't want to be chosen by, oh, today she's gonna, no. That ain't what church is supposed to be. And I don't think that, it's right for you to be struggling to try to get to church, and then your pastor riding by you in the limousine. That money that he's spending on that, he could arrange some kind of bus or van to pick up a few members. Somebody help somebody somewhere. And that's another thing too, how you know when you ain't in the right church too, when you can't get no help like that. Yes, exactly. Amen. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Lori. Because I know so many people that have went and was struggling financially and asked the pastor, could he bless them or help their family out financially? And they will say something like, well, we'll pray for you. That's right. You know what it is, maiden. You know what it is. If you go and you ask your pastor right now to help you out, just say you come and tell him that you and your family is struggling financially, you need to see if he can help you out a little bit, and he tells you that they got to pray for. Why would you have to pray for $100, $200 when you number one, the church is paying you. See, they don't understand half of this stuff is scripted anyway. He said, I don't pay to love God. That's right, it's free. He said, laughing my off. Yeah, exactly, exactly, and see, that's what it is these days. People are charging you. Because a lot of these churches are obviously the pastors in there, and they're spending a lot of their time, and they got to get compensated for something. They got to get something, not compensated. What does that mean? They got to get something from it, but not like that, because these people. Do you see these big mega churches? How rich these people are and how wealthy they are? And you got some people, and you get some of them to say, well, we'll see, we'll have the Congress, we'll pass out an extra plate to help you out. The pastor can easily go write out a check for you to give you $100, $200 to help you with your rent, mortgage, or a little bit of food in the house. He wearing shoes that's $4,000 or $5,000. He got a damn $10,000 chandelier that just got put in last week. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? A lot of this stuff is as they used to say, fugazi. It doesn't make any sense that you sit in somewhere like that, and then you're yelling to the pastor as if he's God, and he's telling you stuff that you can learn on your own, and it don't cost you nothing. She said, that's right. These fake and phony prophets, yes. And then for their lavish lifestyle, and people still walking around sick and shut. Yes. And that's the whole thing that I was noticing too. Because you ever notice how you have some of the people in the church, and you can tell that they could use a helping hand, and they get nothing. And when you ask them for help, they say, we'll pray for you. It's all about money, not God. Amen. Yes, Miss Queen. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I've been learning that. I've been learning that these folks come around, and they run up under these pastors. And with a lot of people, a lot of people are worshiping the pastors as if they're gods. And they're not even, as if they're their actual God himself. And they're not even worshiping God at all. They're all about the pastor. And I swear, so many, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to women at all, but so many women seem like they fall in love with their pastor in an inappropriate way. And I mean that. You get what I'm saying? That's a problem. They fall in love with this pastor and crushing on this man. I find, and it's so weird. Every time I go to Walmart, I always end up in either a church service right on the spot with somebody, or I meet somebody that's trying to get me to come to a negative church that's more of a cult than it is a church. I met a lady the other day, and she was the first one that was talking to me about a church, and right down there, and she said, we have different pastors that come speak, but they're all, for real. And I've been at the church for 27 years. Now, the stuff that she was saying was falling in the right way with the word, even though, like I said, they will use the right word. You got to remember, a real brainwasher can give you the truth and twist it up and have you all mixed up when you don't know who you are in Christ, or whatever situation there may be. But that was the first person that I met that invited me in Walmart, because that keeps happening, that invited me to a church that sound like they really were about, the church and its growth and the fellowship and the people and helping. You know what I mean? You can't even, when you get these pastors here and they have the service, it's almost like you running up to get an autograph just to shake his hand. You gotta set up, and you gotta be paid to have a conference with them and all that mess. Come on, man. Ladies sleeping with the pastor. Yes, hey there. She back. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, and I think I told this before. I think Patty heard it, but a few people didn't hear it. I know this woman that she had started dating. Oh, so sweet. Hey, Patty, so sweet. How you doing, love? I know this one lady that got involved, and I'm not judging nobody, y'all. I'm just gonna try to keep it as real and copacetic as possible. She had met this man, and she said that he was a pastor and that he told her that he's looking to be married and he wants to court her because that's how a pastor do. You court the wife and then it leads to marriage, right? But what I didn't understand is if that is what he's doing, and if he's saying that he's a man of the cloth, I'm not saying a man of the cloth can't make mistakes. That's not the point. He's saying that he doesn't. He took an oath and bop bop bop. Well, why are you sleeping with this woman if you are a pastor of a church and you're looking for marriage? Why are you sleeping with this woman? Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's just call it all the way out, y'all. This got so serious with this female that him and her was sleeping together. And then when she finally got to his church, guess who was there? Yes, yes. Oh, man, you was cool. He always come with it. Oh my gosh, this is my brother. I'm gonna kick your butt, man. He know what I'm talking about. And guess what happened with this chick? She knew better too, though. She was well over 30. She was raised a way. I know who she is. You know what I mean? She knew better than that. You know what she did? Started sleeping with this man, and guess what he did? He invited her to the church, and guess who was in the church when she got to the church? First lady, my wife. He said they're full of the shit. They are brown. You are crazy, maiden. He be coming with it that I can't even deal with it. I can't even talk because you done came all out now. Man, this guy here, this is why I know him. Man, you better quit. He just said it all the way right. You know what it is. I promise you, you know what it is. And let me tell you, she realized that he was married, but you already knew back before he got you realized he was married that a pastor is not going to be sleeping with you if he's courting you for marriage. You see what I'm saying? Yes, and it's in that. Yes, Ms. Quinn, and he had the side piece in there. His first lady, his wife, the side piece, and then she was the third one to the equation. And she still continued to see that man. She brought her whole family there and bringing people there to get baptized by this man. And then she ends up pregnant by this man. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? There's no way that she didn't know better herself. Maybe she fell for it. Remember we said about the brainwashing. But I'm just saying, I know for a fact this person knew that wasn't right, and they got involved with it. Yes. He said exactly. Aladdin, yes. She got involved with this man and got pregnant by this man. And then the second side piece started, like beefing and stalking her and carrying on. And that's what ran her away. Other than that, all three of these women was with this man. And the first lady, that's all she could do was swing that hat and turn her head and just watch him do what he do. And they stayed up in this service. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And I knew that this girl knew better. Even if you trying to be walking with God and stuff, you want to try not to do all of that stuff, even though we do make mistakes, because I know that a pastor is just a man. He's used as a vessel to spread the word. You know what I'm trying to say? He's used as a vessel, but at the same time, he has to be held to a certain accountability and standard, though. Yes, a true story. No, a true story. Somebody I know personally. I'm sorry to have to say it like that. I don't hang with the person, but I know of them. Miss Queen. True story. And went on, and and not to be disrespectful, it puts me in the mind of do you guys know the story about David the king and Bathsheba? Do y'all know about that story? One of those situations like that with the baby. What happened with the baby is the same thing that ended up happening in this case. And I don't know what that was, because we are the authors of life. You know what I mean? Not death. We administer life, not death. And God, you know what I'm saying? God don't do people like that just to be doing, but that's what ended up happening. She got involved with this man, and she knew from the beginning if this guy, and see, the thing is, people don't even know what the description of a pastor is supposed to be. And a lot of times that's why they fall for anything. Yes, unfortunately. Yes. Yeah, it's sad. Yep, wait, yep. And it's sad, Miss Lori. And I promise you, her life hasn't been the same since then. Unfortunately, he's still doing what he do. Nothing new under the sun. And unfortunately, she messed up her life fooling around with that man and never had any kids, and now she's way past childbearing years. I'm not saying that she can't adopt and stuff. I'm just saying if she physically wanted to have a baby, she's given herself to this man and messed her life up. You get what I'm saying? It all went down. And and she's never been the same since that has happened. But they didn't want any help. They wanted to do what they were doing and continue on. And like I said before, I don't know what people, because I'm gonna tell y'all this, and people can chime in if they feel like it. I'm not trying to questioneer or be in nobody's business, but there's another pastor that I've been checking out, and this pastor is basically saying that, what we say in the Bible, and I don't want nobody to get to the left with this, but we talked about this before. In the Bible, it does say man is not supposed to lie next to man, right? And this pastor is basically saying that if you have any family member that's doing that, you're not supposed to have anything to do with them at all. Nothing at all. It don't matter who they are to you. If they're doing that, you're not supposed to have any relationship with them. Women cannot wear only jewelry they can wear is their wedding rings. They can't wear no pants, none of that, sneakers, none of that. The guys can only wear dress pants and dress shoes, can't wear no jeans and none of that. If you get married and it doesn't work out with your husband, you're not really supposed to divorce him, but if it's under them circumstances, you get divorced, but you can never marry again. Do you see what I mean about all of the stuff here? That's why you got to know God for yourself. You got to know the difference between the Old Testament and New Testament, because if not, you will get out here and get lost and confused. You got to know that because if not, you'll fall for anything. That's what I'm saying. And I mean, it's bad. It's way worse than that. You have to keep your head covered up. If you wear lipstick, if you wear wigs, none of that. None of that is allowed. None of that. Nothing at all is allowed. Anybody that has a family member that is, playing, with the same, dealing with this. I don't want to say the wrong thing out here because too many people all in the bushes be bugging all out. But I'm just saying, if any person's with somebody of the same sex, you have to denounce them out of your life. It doesn't matter who they are to you. And let me tell you, I just looked at the stuff, and I promise you a lot of stuff that he said does match up to scripture, but at the same time, we're not the judge and jury for these people. We still have to leave that stuff up to God. How would you find yourself if you had a family member, your coworker, anybody that's their sexual preference? That's none of your business to me. I'm not telling this man what to do. I'm not saying what he's doing is right or wrong, but for me, anybody's sexual orientation is their own business. If that's what they want to do, that's their own business. Now, I know that there should be a decency, I feel, and I'm not telling y'all that, but there should be a decency of how you do present yourself when you go to church. I'm not going to go in there, like I always say, with a broad top on and some Daisy Dukes. I know that, but you got to do better than that, though. You know what I mean? Yes, right, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Patty. That's what I always say, not rely on anyone. That's why I said, if you don't know who you are in Christ, honey, you're in a lot of trouble. He said, what is that? It says, can God will show him what's up? See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think none of that stuff is right. I think you have to have discernment. You got to pray for discernment if you don't have it. But I think that it's not right to try to be the judge of anybody, because do you know how many people that I know right now that family don't have anything to do with them because they're in the same-sex marriages, which is their personal business. It don't have no reflection on you, I don't feel, but this pastor is saying it does. So if you're participating in any of that, you're sinning. You're sinning because you're involved with your straight or bi or whatever family member that you're sinning. And if you have a relationship with them, you're gonna have it's gonna be brimstone brought down on you. And I don't see myself being able to do that. And also, once again, I don't think that anybody can judge, not even a pastor can judge anybody. You know what I mean? I don't feel that way. That's not right to me, because people cannot, control other people's lives. It's not your business what people decide to do. Anything that you have, as far as your sons, daughters, co-worker, friends, whatever they're doing in their personal relationship with whatever partner they choose, it's none of your business. You understand what I mean? And you can't try to come down on that when it's none of your concern. That to me, that's not a normal function, option. I think that everybody needs to really go and get in their lane and stay in their own lane. Because how do you feel to say, and one lady was trying to say, yeah, well, all my kids is heterosexual, all my, yeah, but what's going to happen down the line with your grandkids? Or what about one of your own kids that's grown and been married? And I got somebody right now that I know that they have a daughter that was in the service and everything. And she got married and had 3 kids and had a husband, was married over 25 years, and now she lives as a guy. And that's her business. You hear my voice sounding stuffy? It does?
No.
It don't?
No.
No? Good. It feels like it. It is. And I promise you, just like there was something that was said, somebody had said something that had me a little confused about something that they were saying in here about something, in the chat. And I'm like, you know what? That's their business. I can't get involved in it. I just go on and do what I got to do. That's right. That's all you can do is pray for the non-believers and mind your business. That's as simple as that. And that's exactly everything that you're saying is what I'm saying too, Miss Lori. You right, honey. Listen, mind your business and pray for them. That's all you can do. Is mind your business and pray for them, because your salvation, I don't care if it's your child, your grandchild, the neighbor, the woman down the street, that is not your situation. You just pray for people and you go on and do good. Just like a lot of people, I don't know what to do. That's all you do is trust God and do good. Trust God and do good. If you don't know nothing else, trust God and do good. You know when you're doing something good and when you're doing something bad. You know what I mean? Just like was talking with a few people and they made some kind of joke here about something sexual that I don't understand what they were talking about, because some people want to rock with what they want to rock with, so I don't like to judge nobody. But we had a long conversation going earlier about all this incest and whack stuff that goes on in the world, and I just feel like there's certain people that believe in that. I could tell, you know what I mean? And that's not my business, but they definitely was okay in it. So what do you do with that? You mind your business and let people be them. See, that's the problem. We can't fix something that we didn't break. You know what I mean? We cannot fix something we did not break. You say, I'm not saying anything. No, no way. For some medical professionals thing. Choice. And so, yeah, you got that right. You talking right, brother. You saying he always come with it the right way. You know what's going on here, bruh. You know exactly what's going on here. You got that right, honey. Say it all the way. Keep it out. You know what you're talking about here. It is what it is. And like I said before, I don't get in nobody else's business, but I don't think that there's anything wrong if a person wants to state how they feel about a certain said something. It doesn't matter what it is. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? It doesn't matter what it is. If you have a certain stance on your belief, how can anybody get mad? Just like I said, every time that we talk about anything with the president, church, or sexual orientation, you see how good of a conversation all of us is having. But you get people that want to fight over stuff like that, which is not going to change anything. Let people live their lives. It doesn't affect you. It's none of your business. You get what I'm saying? Do your thing. Do you. Yeah, and support them and mind your business. The judgment is not for you. That's up to God. You got that right, mate, and that's why I said I don't know what's going on here, but I know that a lot of folks got this thing twisted up, because I think some people think they God. Hey, what's up? What's up? That's how a lot of people do. They think they're the ones that can turn this thing loose and control what's going to happen with people. You feel me? And that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is the pray, mind your business, and move on. That's the only thing that can be done about something like that. And I know a lot of times, a lot of people love to be up in there and pass judgment on somebody, but when it's them, it's a different story. You know what I mean? He says idol worship, and yes, and that's what I was saying about how that lady kept trying to tell me about how beautiful their church is. Well, what are you worshiping? Because to me, that's not sounding like I'm being invited to come to a good church service. It sounds like I'm coming to see how gorgeous the pastor is and what dresses to wear. False prophets, yes, fake, yes. Yes, yes, and that's the reason why I don't get up in that super Christian and that fake stuff. Because see, what people do is they try to paint you in this box here, in this little corner, and then when they do something, they got every excuse in the book for it. But when you do it, they want to come down on you when we can't do that. And I don't want to be where I can't even be human because I got to worry about what everybody else thinks or what everybody else going to judge me for when the only person that can judge me is God. And whatever decisions I decide to make, I hope I do the right thing. But if I'm down, don't step on me. Lift me up. Why would you do that? That's what I don't get about people, and that's the same thing too with a lot of folks. With a lot of folks raising kids, people are so stuck on controlling their kids like their property to live the life that they missed out on, or live the life that they didn't get a chance to live. He says idol worships and money, yes sir, the false prophets, and that's exactly. And unfortunately, I know that there is a lot of good churches. I know that. I know for a fact that there is a lot of good churches out here, but I also know that there is a lot of fakeness, a lot of false prophets, a lot of brainwashing. And even too, I've been in places where if you deal with the group of prayer, a bunch of them people try to take over you like it's some kind of cult. And if you don't watch out, you will find yourself lost in the sauce. You understand what I mean? Because that's how that kind of thing goes when you getting up here and you playing these kind of games and thinking you God and you running the show. That was a good one. Okay. Stay safe. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why I can't do it. And that stuff makes you, I'm not saying I'm letting anybody run me away from God or anything like that. But I know that I definitely make sure that I'm not going to get out here and be brainwashed because I have to do my studies for myself. And what I do is I make sure that I look into different people's lifestyles that they're doing, whether you be Baptist. There we go. He cutting through right. He got it. Yes. So many people got different beliefs. So you listen to just say, and I'm not telling nobody else what to do or judging or being in nobody's business, y'all. But please don't take it the wrong way. But I like to listen to what somebody has to say that's Pentecostal. I want to hear what the Muslims are saying. You understand what I'm saying? I want to hear what the Baptists are saying. I want to hear what the Jewish are saying. All these different type of religions that we have. I want to hear a take on somebody that, that's serving for whatever denomination. Because see, I don't go to church for a label. You get what I'm saying? Or Jehovah Witness, but I want to hear them out so that I can see what they're saying. And sometimes people can be from a different style, and you look in it for the word. Look for the word in the building for fellowship. But we are the church. Amen. Thank you, Lynn. Yes. Thank you, Patty. Only God can judge us. Yes, right. And that's why I told you I take something from every religion just to learn, because you do learn some different stuff. Yes, we do. We all learn different stuff. And I keep trying to tell people that because I know with me, I just met two women back to back, and the other one of them was in Walmart. And anytime you mention God, you got these people that are trying to welcome you to their church, but sometimes it's not them, it's them. You say Islam is a good. See, and if that's how you feel, if that's a good one, if you feel that that's what it is for you, what do you feel about Islam, Sue? No? What do you feel about Islam? Okay. That's why I said you gotta take something from every piece here to build. And that's what I've been doing, because you got to look at it. We all right here, just say like with us, we all people, different ages, gender. Somebody could be purple in here, somebody could be green, orange. All of us come together collectively here to talk. But if somebody threw hot grease on any one of us, ain't nobody here can say, well, I'm Baptist, I didn't get burned. I'm Pentecostal, oh, it didn't burn me. Come on. This is why I said, don't judge nobody. Go somewhere and sit down. Stop. Just stop it. Stop the foolery. Get your mind right. do what you got to do. Don't play with it. Live this life and do what you're supposed to do and do right. That's why a lot of people, because I got a lot of folks, and I'm gonna keep it 100. I got a lot of folks that's in my family that they don't go by none of that kind of stuff like that. They don't go by going to church or nothing like that. They just serve God collectively in their own way. You get what I'm saying? They serve God collectively in their own way. They don't do none of that kind of stuff. I'm Baptist, I'm this, I go to Saint who and how the whole look. They don't do none of that. I believe in God. I live I praise him. I live a decent life. That's it. I don't need nothing more. That's right. That's right. And that's what knowledge is supposed to be about. That's why I keep saying we're all in different lanes, and we just got to figure out, which one is for us. You know what I mean? That's all we got to do is figure out which one works for us, because of the fact that everybody has a right to be who they are, have their opinion, be heard, be seen, be loved. But one thing we got to know is that there's only one God. I don't care if you want to go to him crawling on the floor, if you want to go through him and saying you Baptist, there's only one God. And you may have different beliefs, but there's only one God. Just like I met this guy here, and I've said this before too, because I'm a repeat offender, especially when it comes to stuff like this. He said that he has a son that's in a hospital that has a blood disorder, and that he's a perfect match for his son. Also, they have his blood type available, but they cannot get blood because of their religion. He said, we're Jehovah's Witness, and we can't take no blood. And what business of that is mine? I said, well, prayers for your son. I hope everything works out. Because he basically told me that if the blood disorder doesn't get right, he can't donate the blood, and his son can't get a transfusion, so his son is going to have to die. Now, I don't know if this was the underage son or the adult son, but that's their business. I can't say, oh man, what you doing, man? That's wrong. That ain't right type of stuff, because they mentioned Jehovah in the Bible. Y'all know, we got to know what we're talking about here, y'all. We can't just be talking out the side of our necks if we don't understand what we're speaking about, because you could say anything is what you do, your actions, and how you live, and what's true and what's not. You could say whatever you want, but if that scripture's in the Bible, that's dead works. If it's not in the Bible, that's dead works. You get what I'm saying? So it's up to us to pick and choose what we want this thing to be. And a lot of times people don't seem to understand that those choices that we make with that kind of stuff is our own personal option. Just like when you have kids, your kids don't have no choice of what kind of church that you're going to bring them up in, what kind of food that you're going to feed them, what kind of clothes they're going to wear, where they're going to live at. You understand what I'm saying? Are they going to, they don't have no choice. They have to follow us. And sometimes people come down too hard on kids when kids are just here to learn. You can't expect them to know more than you know if you the one teaching them. You got to give them a little bit of break, but you don't let the kids run all over you. And we had a problem in the store here the other day with a woman. I promise you, honey, these kids, if you don't do right by them, and you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. This little boy, I promise you, this little boy was no more than 2 or 3 years old. He had the verbal skills of a child about at least 7 years old. But he was very disrespectful, and I could tell exactly the way he was dealing with his mother and hit her in her face. I can tell the way he talked to her is because that's how they treat him at home, a product of his environment. The little boy kept saying, Mommy, they had some Pringles chips. They were in line behind us in the store. I want the chips. I want the Pringles chips. And she said, well, not right now, because you just had a snack. Mind you, they're opening up all kinds of stuff in the store, right? He kept saying, I want some chips. And she kept trying to, lean, he's sitting in the, the part of the carriage. And she's standing there, and he pushed her. He said, look at me, Mommy, look at me. And she didn't look at him, and he pushed her in her face, look at me. And I said, you know what? He's doing that. At 3 years old, he was no more than 2 or 3, and he wasn't a little person, and I'm not being rude or nothing. There was a little boy. And do you know that she allowed that boy to disrespect her, and she opened up the chips and gave it to him, and then he wanted something else, and he wanted something else, and he wanted something else, and she let him turn all the way up in that store like that. And that's just how she was raising him, because what he knew and what he learned had to come from her household, had to be something that he saw, unless they're doing something to him in daycare or at grandmama's house or somewhere. But I know what he did because I remember grown people that have said stuff to me like, you know how when you got in trouble and somebody grown is scolding you and you hold your head down because you know you're wrong when you were a child, and they tell you to look at them and you don't look at them, they use their hand to lift up your chin. He did exactly like an adult would. And I said, that boy is in the product of his environment. And he just turned all the way up. She didn't even do any of the stuff that you can do to control that. And I'm not telling nobody to whoop on no kids or none of that. That's not what I mean. She did nothing. It would have been game over, lights out, clocks stopped working. Man, you know what? And the thing is, she didn't do nothing. Then she got mad because we didn't want him like spitting and splashing all towards us. And then I said, to my family member, I remember when so and so, you know, and when we was kids, and ooh, boy, our families would get on us. And then she said, "Well, don't." She said, "Don't." She said, "Don't give unsolicited advice." This is what she said. This woman, and I said, "You know what, honey? You good luck, because if he got that much control over you, it's because he's being abused at home. And what's going to happen, he's going to get bigger and stronger than you one day, and it's going to be game over in that way too." You know what I'm talking about, Miss Quinn Maiden. Y'all all know what I'm trying to tell you. If you would see how this boy dealt with that woman, it was horrible. He said, "Put the Bible in the Bible because I wanted to understand." I hear that, Maiden. I read with you because my thing is moving slow about the Bible. But yeah, that's how she dealt with it. She allowed it to be. She was perfectly fine with it. And he continued on to disrespect her. And I'm going to tell you how bad it got. He disrespected her so bad that we left out because we were in line ahead of her. He said, "My, not in my house. Better even try that foolishness at home or anyway." See, that's what I'm talking about, Miss Lori. And I promise you, this woman, we left out before her because we were, we're in line at the register, but we ended up making a stop because they got all kinds of stuff in there. So we stopped for a minute, and by the time we got out to the door to leave, that lady was having a total meltdown. And the guys that worked at the store, you know how they got the security and stuff, they were trying to help her, but she looked like she was about to cry and fall to the floor. And I said to I said, "I don't understand that, because I'm going to tell y'all, and I'm going to listen to me, I promise you. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be honest with you. She didn't appreciate any input, not at our house either." I know that's right. And the thing is, I wasn't even, and she didn't appreciate it. And you know what? I understood that, and that maybe that wasn't none of my business, but I didn't, deal with to hurt nobody. But you know what I'm saying? I was just saying, boy, anyway, check it out now. I'm going to tell you the truth about me. And I'm not going to lie. I have had times where I have negotiated with kids, whether I was babysitting or whatever have you. If you go in the store and you be quiet, I'm going to give you some candy. I'm going to get you a toy. I promise you, I've done all of that. Just like with her. She got all that stuff for the child, and then he opened stuff, slobbed on it, put it in her mouth, shooting in his mouth. She knew she wasn't going to pay for that. Then she handed, put it to the side because she wouldn't hand it to the cashier because it's open and it's used and you damaged it and you're supposed to pay. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I've been there, but I learned and I stopped that though. You understand what I mean? I stopped it. I'm not going to try to act perfect, y'all. I promise you. And I'm not saying there's no such thing as being perfect, but I promise you, I have been a fool to that sometimes. I have. I promise you. I've learned down the line what to do about that. And I promise you, it stopped. But I did, because there's times people don't understand, whether you babysitting or you have one kid, two kids. First of all, you never too old to learn something new, period, in the world. And when you have kids, they're going through different stages of changing, and so are you, especially if you ain't this is a new child. This one may be the type that you put them to bed, they go to sleep. This one you got to ride them around in the car. This one you got to rock in the rocking chair. All kids are different. But they ain't gonna do no more than you let them. And I fooled around and negotiated. Yes, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not ashamed of it. I ain't gonna take it back or none of that, because that's who I was and that's how I did it. But I learned. It's the point. I learned that wasn't the way to do it. And you know what I did? I got it together. And first of all, too, I want to say this too with a lot of parents, and I know this doesn't apply to you guys. If you running in here in the store and you got on pajamas, your child got on pajamas, that child got on a wet pamper from last night, the child is teething, got a snotty nose, you ain't got no bra on, you cussing and jacking this child back, why you think they crying? You see, sometimes it be these parents that ain't got it together. You know what you're supposed to do. When you have them incidents like that, you got to take care of it. If you got to get out the line, If you the type to do a certain type of discipline, you might have to go to the bathroom or to the car, but you got to do something about it. And then I started with the thing. Listen, let me tell you something right now. We're going in the store and getting nothing but milk and a loaf of bread. Ain't nobody getting nothing else. You get what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. And I don't care who kids it was, sister kids, aunt kids, whoever kids. I got it together, but I have played that game before. I'm gonna be real with you. More than too good behavior and still trust. That's right. That's right, Miss Laurie. Some kids are like, TVs, you need to knock them out. Yep, a bit before they get the picture. She said, no, I know what you mean, though, baby. Yes. To the loved ones or their development. Yes. And I know what you mean, maiden. That is true. But I'm going to tell you, and we all know that we are guilty of a lot of stuff that we have given into. I'm not saying that it's a regular, and maybe there's some parents, aunts, grandmother, cousins that never put up with any crap, but I have. I promise you, I have. And I've learned that situation too when you starting kids off with potty training. It's good to have little rewards, but you're not going to reward them the rest of their life to take a dump. You get what I'm saying? That has to stop. Lack of respect, yes. Oh, it's your foil on the antennas. Oh, I remember that. Yes, you know what I'm saying, but I learned, honey, and I'm gonna tell you, that you teaching your child something negative when you do that too. Because I was a crazy parent who would take her wig off and get them on the spot. Oh, Miss Quinn, you sound like them Mama Dukes. Yeah. Yep. Way back. Yeah, he said children look at what some adults do. That's why they behave. Yeah, I told you that, boy. You tell me though, how many times? And I'm not being rude, y'all. Be honest. Even if it happened to you as a child, or you've done it to a child, you've seen it done to a child. It's about respect. You tell me that you ever remember when you're talking to a child, or if you were the child and you had the parents say, "Did you break that?" A lot of us, we put our heads down. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And when you put your head down, what does the parent or adult authority say to you? Look at me. You know what I'm talking about. This is what the boy did. I promise you, like a grown woman or man, he was trained that way. Hey, what's up, lady? How you doing? Arlene, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. We're just talking about some stuff here, disciplining kids and how we allow the kids to behave and respecting one another. But I know for a fact with that woman, that boy got that from her or somebody grown in their life. They got that from somebody, because I remember, I could tell y'all a bunch of incidents in my life where I done something wrong and I go to drop my head down, and it'd be a mother, father, or whoever the adult figure said, look at me. And you don't lift your head up, and they take their hand and lift your chin up. He did that precisely, perfectly, like an adult. And I said, you know what? He got that from mama now. Because a lot of times people don't understand, when you have kids that come around other people out in public or even in school, a lot of times there's representing behavior that they're allowed to conduct at home. They were trained and raised up like that. They were allowed to be that way. Yes, he did. Because someone had grabbed him before. So he did it. I promise you, Patty, I felt like a child again when I seen him do that, because I remember it happened to me. Somebody grown addressed me like that. You hear me? Somebody grown has said, what did you do? Rruk, what did you do? Did you break that? And I held my head down, and they say, look at me. I'm talking to you. And I don't look up, and then they'll lift my chin up and said, look at me. And that he did that, I swear, when I heard it, I could not believe that he was only about 2 or 3 years old, because he was so authentic, like an adult. And I said, you know what? That's how they treat him at home. That's where he got that from. And a lot of times people don't realize that we all have kids to where if you show a certain kind of behavior and upbringing in the house, they're a product of their environment. They're learning that from you. And that's what that is. That's what he did. He did exactly what he was taught and trained to do, because that's how he came up in that house. There's no shock there. I made a mistake. This should have been a video and a picture, right? What do I do? Because I wanted to put it up. No, I wanted to put it on the thing. No, and I meant to. But anyway, I know
It's
that
okay.
on Instagram. Oh, yeah, I don't mind it there, but I wanted to put it on the tube. But anyway, I know that I've learned a lot of stuff from some habits that I thought was mine, and it wasn't. It was how I was raised. You know what I mean? It was how I was talked to, how I was dealt with. And I end up copying people, what they felt, what they do, what they like, and it wasn't even my own choice. It was me copying some kind of ways. I even remember when I was younger that back when I was coming up, they didn't have like coffee. All we got all this Mr. Coffee made French vanilla cream and all that. They used to use a little bit of canned milk to add a little bit of color and flavor to their coffee, and a lot of folks drunk it black. And I remember liking either or the black coffee or with canned milk, and it was years that I lived, as an adult and never bought creamer. You get what I'm saying? Because I like what I learned from the family. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? We take good and bad habits from family. You know what I mean? Or stuff, and it don't mean that it's a bad thing, but I fell into that because that's how I was raised and what I seen. And I was okay with it because I liked it. You know how you get grandma, somebody, or mama give you a little sip of their coffee and stuff, and that's all you knew. But see, with me, I had different ways because I had, from different races, a family member that made their coffee different, in each family, but nobody had any creamer like we got today. You get what I'm saying? And I basically had grew up and liked it and then at some point I changed it and started changing it a little bit up, and then I started buying some creamers, but I don't drink coffee or tea all the time anyway. But I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, I might have one. I copied off of them. And even and I keep telling people, like, when you have little kids around the house, she said, yes, that would be nice, right, Patty? Give me some of them biscuits too you made. I'd really be happy, honey, because you threw down, honey. I was loving that. Oh, that video had me. I had to go back and look at it again. I was like, what? What? Okay, now. Yes. Yes, they learned it at daycare as well too, and that's why even just like you ever notice too when you got kids, especially that daycare age, Miss Queen, and how you got to try to be on track with the daycare so that if you potty train, you got to do the same thing at home, same time at school. Product of environment means he said that product environment. He said that product environment means yes, it does. That means that a lot of children, a lot of their behavior and outcome is because of what they live within the house and what their parents done a lot of times. And like she just said, Miss Queen, it could be daycare. It could be they go over to auntie's and them house. They learn what's happening inside of the house and embody it. I know so many kids that have became alcoholics because they've had been told, go get me a beer out the refrigerator. Go get me a beer out the refrigerator. So when they got curious enough, they tried the beer. I have somebody that been an alcoholic since they was, I think, 9 years old from that kind of upbringing. You know what I mean? A lot of people are basically copying what they see in their house. And I'm gonna tell y'all a story if y'all don't mind. Yes, yes, maiden. You know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell y'all a story. This man said that he noticed every time his wife made a ham, she would always cut a piece of the ham off. And he asked her, where did you get this recipe from? And he said that he told his wife to figure out, like, out of all of the family members, the oldest one is 90, whoever can tell you why they did that. And finally they got to like a great grandmother, and she said, well, the reason why I cut off the ham, I cut a piece of the ham off, is because we was poor and the ham was too big to fit in the pan. And all of the generations of family members copy cutting off that piece of ham. They didn't throw it away, but they cut it off because they followed the family tradition. You get what I mean? Product of your environment could be good or negative. You see what I mean? I'm not saying that was a negative, but they thought that was the recipe, that you have to cut the ham a certain way. He says the other thing is acceptable. Turns out it's worse. Yep, you got that right. You got that right. Yep, they learn what they see and they hear, Arlene, and you got that right, maiden. You got that absolutely right. That's why I keep saying that. You know what? I keep saying that a lot of people don't like to hear when I talk about it, but sometimes a lot of kids rather be from a broken home than to live in one. And when I say that, because I was one of them. And I'm talking from experience, and I'm not bragging or nothing. I'm not trying to shut nobody down or disrespect no parents. But you know how many different things that you do in your house and you think the kids don't know? Come on now. That's been played out since I don't know when. Kids be knowing what's going on. You can try to whisper over in the corner and all that. You got to make sure you know that they know. Do you know how many kids have nervous disorders and start peeing in the bed because they hear mom and dad arguing or somebody fighting in the house? Kids get involved in that stuff deeply. I know a lot of kids that are small that hit their mother or father because they seen them abuse each other. It's a serious thing becoming somebody's parent. It's a serious thing. You have to really be all in a selfless way that you need guidance from God. And you get some good, hip stuff from some other family members, but you can't make what you want be right just because you decide to do it. Because I know all about that folks smoking in the house, drinking in the house, lit. You knew that dad was an alcoholic. Yeah, mom was a crackhead. I'm not saying to be rude. I'm telling you the truth. For real. They thought they hit it. No, no. That's the stuff that I keep saying that a lot of people don't want to face the fact. There's some things that a lot of us may have done in kids that you have or kids that are younger than you. There's a lot of stuff that you may have done that you didn't realize that affected the kids profoundly. No shade. I'm just keeping it real. Negative and positive. Negative and positive. There's a lot of habits that you may have that a child watched you have and you thought it was something that they didn't pay no attention to. Now they got the same problem. And it's not necessary that anybody's trying to hurt or harm or do anything deliberately. It's just the reality that we live in. You know what I mean? Just like if you the type that you like to rock and stuff like that, you may get a child that like to rock because they see you. Or I know some kids that, have family members that like to cross their leg and twiddle their feet and the kids copying it. And ain't that's bad. I'm just saying. Just for example, kids watch you. Kids watch you. But one thing with kids too, they think that their parents and folks like that that's raising them are the biggest heroes in the world. Do you get what I mean? They think you're everything, so they want to emulate you. You know? And we have to definitely make sure that we set the best example as possible, because if not, you can ruin a life. You know what I mean? You can ruin a life that way. And if you make mistakes, just be real about it. It's okay. It is okay to make mistakes and be human about it. And then what I realized too, that it's a when you are an adult and you always try to have the excuse of everything. I'm grown because I'm grown because I'm grown. And that is true. There's a lot of things like, 5-year-olds asking to drive a car. They can't drive a car. So you can say, yes, I'm grown. But some of that stuff, you got to be truthful. You got to be truthful. I got a bad habit. I'm doing wrong. I want to straighten out. You got to tell them the truth. These kids ain't fools. These kids ain't fools, y'all. They know what's going on. They know exactly what's going on. And you got to play that fiddle, but you got to play it the right way. You know what I mean? You can't just make something that you want it to be and then try to act like everything, the excuse is I'm grown. She said they learn what they see and heard. Yes, ma'am. And you can't always use, when you're doing something bad, you got to be honest with it. Yep, that's exactly what I mean. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Miss Queen. And yes, mate, and that's the point that I'm trying to make, because sometimes we got to be careful. We always try, how you think that's giving you some kind of high seat to sit in to tell a child that you're wrong when you know you're dead wrong, no matter what you is. Some of the stuff is not right what you're doing. This one. People always want to fall on that, but sometimes and when your kids grow up, they're gonna tell you. You know how people get around here and say, "I was this kind of parent and I was that kind of parent." Well, I tell you one thing. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm not trying to be rude or nothing. But sometimes your kids will tell you what you were, whether you want to or not, or whether you thought you were doing something wrong. Because I know I've had situations from when I was a child that I can testify to today as an adult that I needed to know what the good touch and the bad touch was. You did wrong by not teaching me that, and I ain't trying to blame you, mama, auntie, or whoever we talking about, but you did that. You shouldn't have left that out. Why wasn't I allowed to have a favorite color? Come on, that stuff there ain't no game. That changed my life. A lot of that stuff made me somebody different. You get what I'm saying? You got to realize anytime that you apply anything like that to a child's life, that you can disrupt their flow if you do the wrong thing. Certain stuff happens to us, and I know that we all believe in God and we want to have a relationship with God, but sometimes, y'all, we do things that we can't take back. You know what I mean? And some people may forgive you, but they may not forget. And some of the things haunt them long term in their life. And I am one of those people that stuff has happened to me. And I know that God can heal me. And I know that now, but coming through as a child, dealing with those things that happened to me, it messed me up. I messed up a lot of years of my life. You know what I mean? I'm going to be honest with you. I promise you, I'm not trying to brag. I'm not throwing nobody on the bus. I promise you, I'm speaking the truth. If I was told certain things, I wouldn't lay there and let some boy from upstairs, or 8 years old, older than me, touch me. Nobody said nothing like that happened. What the hell would I have? You get what I mean? I'm just using this for example. Come on now. Let's bring this all the way out. Let's bring this all the way out. Let's be truthful. I promise you. A lot of that old silly stuff, that old hated stuff that people, well, ain't got to tell. Ain't got to tell what? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What do you mean you ain't got to tell? Because I ain't it. All that mess. How many people that hide medical critical information from folks out of that old weird, secret, unnecessary stuff that they do? And you don't want to tell folks, well, we got cancer in the family. You don't want to, tell none of that. Well, you ain't telling them that you got sickle cell and one of them got the sickle cell and they got the trait, and if they sleep with somebody that got it, they can have a baby with that. What are y'all doing? Hiding in the bushes for what? You can't let nobody's life be destroyed like that by not knowing. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of secrets that I know families keep, and they may think at that time, or their mindset, that some of that stuff may be protecting you or whatever in the long run, but a lot of times that stuff is harmful. A lot of that don't go down easy. I need to know what's going on here. You need to know. You ain't gonna teach nobody about the cycle. You don't just teach no girl just because she's a female. Man needs to know that. Man needs to know that. Female needs to know that if she don't got a man around, I don't care if you're a female, if you want to be treated like a princess by your king husband or whatever, your butt can take that damn trash out too. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Y'all need to stop that foolishness. We got to do better than this, y'all. Because I am a lady, okay? I've been a tomboy. I am a tomboy, but I am a lady, and I don't mind being treated like a lady. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm strong, and and I'm it takes a lot to knock this broad off. You feel me? I just replaced this whole sink thing in here in my house. I ain't doing that. I ain't gotta call a husband for every little thing. You know how to be, a woman that can do a few things. You get what I'm saying? I can go to the nail shop and get my nails done and go out there and do an oil change and keep it moving. You feel me? I ain't that type of damsel in distress. Oh, he got to throw a coat over the puddle for me. No, walk around. Wake up. Come on, women. Be stronger than that. It ain't nothing wrong with women that want to be pampered like that by men, because I am a lady too, but I can go Dutch, I can go half. I can treat you too. And it's not being in your place as a woman. It's just that it's independence. It's independence for us out here in the world, so that we can be well-rounded and not half-cocked. You got to teach. You got to teach the girl what to do. Just let it stay under the rug. Say it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Especially in our culture. Yes. Exactly. That's why I keep saying you got to be better than that. You're not gonna make it. Just like this one lady, I got a real nice YouTuber on here. I'm not going to call her out to put her business out there because she's not here for herself. But she told me that, they said, that with her, the type of place that she go to church, that the woman is not supposed to work. But how can she not work if her husband is disabled? And that they can't come there no more because the woman, and you're not abiding by the rules of the church because you're a woman out working. And what's the woman's place in the house? To be a mama, to be a mother, and that's it? Yeah, you need a dependent woman now. Come on now. There's gonna be some ends that she need to pick up for you, brother. You got to, ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? You want to be cute in that little thong and your little lace. Okay, hey, there's a time and place for that. But right now, honey is at work. He forgot to put the trash out this morning. The kids at school, you can't run that trash can to the curb. Oh man, come on, I feel sorry for you. That's all you about? Okay, we one of those, huh? Princess Leia living in the plastic house, not glass house, the plastic house. Because if you can't get out there and do that, what are you standing for? Who are you? Because to me, that don't make no sense. And I got so many women that like to be pampered like that, and I don't see anything wrong with it, but I can't get down like that. I can't get down like that. My arm has a long reach. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I need to be more substantial in life. I need to make things go tickety boom. You know what I mean? It do take two incomes sometimes, Miss Fatty. And that's the truth. But I know I'm making me the coffee here, y'all. But I'm telling you the truth, though. A lot of people feel that women ain't supposed to be doing certain things. And I don't care about, who wants to, because that ain't my business either. Because I know, and I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot of real girly girls that like the man to hold the door open for them. And I'd like to be treated like a lady as well. But come on now. Come on now. She said that no matter what we hide, the truth always comes out. Parents hide the truth from us. Exactly. The mask comes off. You understand what I mean? You can't keep the mask on for long. The mask comes off, queen. That's what I'm talking about. And I got like a family that is very prevalent on that old secret. Well, I don't know if she got it or not. Because you remember our third, fourth uncle had it. Well, just don't say nothing. Just see what the doctor says. See what the doctor says. You tell them so that they can go in with that information and diagnose that person. Are you crazy? I don't know who be doing this, y'all. We're talking to somebody, though. We're talking to somebody. Because I've been through that. Everything. I remember family members that somebody was pregnant. And another child, a grown-up was pregnant, and a child wanted to touch their belly, and they said that wasn't proper to do that. Just all kinds of old little silly Rudy Poot mess. Can't even be human these days because so many people trying to write the new book and control everybody and act like everything they do so perfect that you can't even breathe. You can't live. Because you got so many people telling you what you can't do, so many secrets, and then how are you going to hide health secrets like that from somebody? You know what I mean? Why would you hide health secrets that can help save somebody's life in the family? Be quiet, don't mention it. Yeah, the uncle had the cancer, but they said not to mention because that was Jimmy. Jimmy don't want nobody to know about his business. Well, what the heck? What do you mean? Jimmy don't want nobody to know about prostate cancer running the damn family? Are you crazy? You better let that out. Hello, my daughter. That's an 8-year-old stays at home every day, but will not pull the garbage can from the up. Her husband is a hard-working man, and they live in a nice 2-story house. See, and I ain't gonna lie now. If that's Patty, I tell you, no disrespect to the lady. If that's how her and her husband got they set up in their crib, that ain't none of my business. But I promise you, I ain't too proud to beg, even to beg. You get what I mean? And I ain't telling no woman what to do, or no man what to do in their relationship. Because I ain't gonna lie now. I know a lot of couples that do that, Patty. And I promise you, ain't nothing wrong with it, but I'd like to have a little bit more independence than that, though. My life is staked on it. You get what I'm saying? No disrespect. She got it like that. It works for them. Let them enjoy themselves. But boy, do you miss out on having a lot of different skills. But sometimes you sit back and something happened to that husband. I guess you're gonna hire you a trash man husband. I mean, and then, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't gonna make no fun of it, but hey, if that's what she wants, who am I to say? But I'm just not that girl. And a lot of women too allow men and vice versa. You know what's so weird too? Because a lot of times good men get with messed up women and vice versa. I've been noticing that happening a lot in the world. You'll get a woman that got a good man and she will dog walk the mess out that man. You get what I'm saying? In those days that they used to have, just like with me, I have a lot of real headstrong, and I'm not saying this because this can happen in any race of people, any race. So I don't mean it to sound no kind of way, but when I speak is reason why I detail it more because I'm talking about my personal experience, that something I can really walk and talk about. But in my family, like from yard, the men, a lot of them treat women like crap. It's like a given. A given. They treat women like crap. They're only supposed to be there to serve in the bedroom, take care of the kids, and cook up the food. And let this man ray out with this woman and that woman type of thing. I watched that. I could never be. I could never be. Stuff that I watched my mom put up with and women in my family, I could never be. Even if I need to cock back some, and if I have a husband to say, hey, baby, I don't want you to fix that, let me do that. I don't mind that. But I don't want to be not able to do nothing. But yes, there is. That's right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, I mean, that is a good figure of speech. But see, I know like a lot of these are rough. And I'm not judging nobody or telling nobody what to do. But when I was coming up, these rough, tough Jamaican men in my family, and I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying, and any man that's got that in him. But I'm saying there's certain kind of ways that certain people behave. And a lot of times people, you can't speak for anybody else's experience. But what I can honestly say is that I've been through that where the women get treated awful, awful, and then they want to have several women. And this is not just a certain race of men, but I have to speak clearly like this because this is the life I live. You know what I mean? And there's no judgment to the next woman. There's no judgment to any man specifically, but I know there's a certain lifestyle that I've been through where women are treated a certain type of way. hmm And they have to be, once again, even coming up as a child, a lot of people have the kids where they are to be seen and not heard. You know what I'm talking about? Barely existing. You murmur the wrong thing in the back room and come and get your lights knocked out. A lot of that too was a lot of different stuff that I felt that was rather abusive, and some people feel it's okay, but I don't think that it's fun to take the laughter away from kids. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why too that I chat like I do when I come upon the chat. Because I like to chat about the truth. The truth. Because sometimes when you say stuff, people get in their feelings and misunderstand you, but they can't tell you what happened to you in your life. You know what I'm talking about? So when you want to speak it out, you chat about it. You know what I mean? And even me too, with a hard travel from different types of upbringings. Like if you got two parents from mixed race and they all want to rule and raise the kids their way only. You see what I'm talking about? And a lot of people don't understand how hard that can be when you are a child. It ended up being a blessing, in the long run with a lot of stuff, but it was hard because you got to realize once you make a commitment in a relationship and y'all start splitting off kids, you have to realize that everybody got their different way and y'all may have not discussed that when y'all decided to become a family and to breed together. You know what I'm saying? Get married and have kids. Y'all may have not discussed enough stuff, so now the kids is there about you. And now y'all have different, well, I want them to do this. No, I want them to do that. Well, when they go to your mother's house, your mother let them do this. When they go to there, they're too mean over there. Honey, listen, we got a lot of glue that we need to use to hold things together. I hear you, Miss Quinn. I just made me some coffee. And I usually don't hardly drink too much of coffee or tea, but I felt like taking up a little cup. But yeah, we got a lot of lessons to learn here. And I tell you, a person ain't gonna do no more than you let them. But I know that there's a lot of women that like that. And see, my whole point that I'm trying to make is that I don't see that there's anything wrong with it. I don't see that there's anything wrong with if you got a couple and a man wants his wife to be a certain way and she's not controlled and bossed around and she want it and y'all believe in that, go ahead and live your happy life together, honey. I don't see nothing wrong with it. I ain't that girl. See, I was talking to someone yesterday and she was sharing and crying about how her mothers beat her with extension cords, lots of physical scars and mental ones. Yes, 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 Patty. That's the stuff I'm talking about. I remember, situations where in another race of my family, because this is like three different, you know, upbringings. And when you got punished, you were made to kneel on rice and things of that. I remember folks getting whoopings with a extension cord and had to go into a salt bath. They would literally fill up the bathtub with salt water after they whooping you and have all those whelps and open wounds on you and make you take a bath in it. And people are alcoholics and suicidal and everything because of those kind of abuses coming up in their childhood. And I promise you, it's been a mess. I promise you. And I've been through. Oh my gosh! Whenever I can get myself straight with this court stuff I got going on, and I can really come out and be myself and do what I want to do. I got a whole lot of stuff that is nothing different. No, I'm not special. I don't got no kind of necessarily a testimony or that I've been treated worse or better than anybody. But the truth has to be hold. The truth has to be out because I can tell you, there's a lot of horrible stuff like that I watched growing up with different families and stuff like that. And I remember years ago, way back when I was a young girl, we were young, I don't even know, 7, 8 young girls. And I remember there was these three brothers and they had a sister. And the father would never, once in a while, she would sneak the girl, she was around our age, the boys were a little bit older. But once in a while, she would sneak and peep on the window or something. But the father never make her come out. He never make her come outside, never. And come to find out, he was having a relationship with her and he never allowed her out. And the wife knew it and she did nothing about it. The brothers knew what was going on in the house and they let this man bully through the whole house. The mother was afraid of him. The boys was afraid. And that's how she lived the majority of her life. And, by the time, they moved off somewhere, I never knew what became of that. But I know that it finally had came out what was going on. And what happened was we was all, because they never really allowed nobody to come in their yard, on their porch, or any of that type of stuff. But you know how when you have close houses together and people are arguing and you can hear what they're saying, and they were, arguing, the husband and the wife, and she was saying to him, but since you've been sleeping with her, you don't even come to bed with me no more. Now she's saying that she's saying that to her husband about him having a relation like that with her 8-year-old daughter. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Y'all know where I'm going with this, y'all. Honey, baby, let me tell you. I don't know where them sicknesses come from right there, but I tell you what, I definitely cannot understand any of that kind of stuff. I definitely cannot. I can't, and I don't. And see, what happens is, like when we speak like this, just like we was talking earlier, Patty, about all them type of ways. We had somebody, and I'm not gonna disrespect nobody, but somebody seemed to had, who came in with some kind of jokey joke about this. Let me just stop. Anyway, yeah, I can't. I don't. Look. Now I'm gonna tell you, there is a very nice family that I like to watch. Now they are a product of that. Yes. 8 years old and the mother, and what we heard, and not just us, like parents and stuff, because you know how when your houses are close together and somebody got their back door open and they cussing and arguing, going loud. The mother was mad because he's not laying with her no more. And that's what she was arguing with him about. Since you've been sleeping with her, you don't have time for me no more. How could you say that about your child? I can't, I don't know. I'm not judging this woman. That's all I can say. And you remember that right there to me, Miss Lady, was not funny. And I don't know if you caught that. I wanted to talk to you, so I wish I could have. Oh boy, Miss Patty, I was wondering if you caught that. You can never make a joke about nothing like that. All right, my brother. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Much love and respect for you, bro. It's all good. It is all good. God bless you and have a beautiful weekend, whatever you decide to get into. Give them nephews a hug. And thank you so much for spending your time. You always come and sit a spell. Patty, all y'all beautiful. Thank you for being part of my life. I appreciate all of you guys. And I thank you dearly. And have a blessed, beautiful weekend, brother. take care of yourself. But yes, Patty, I wanted to. Oh my gosh, I didn't know how, and I'm trying not to do this now because you don't never know who peeping back. I don't want to hurt nobody, disrespect nobody, but you got to that. Thank you so much, maiden. Take care of yourself and have a good one. Okay. Peace and blessings to you. Much love, respect. Big up yourself, brother. Big up. Big up on for self. Yes, you. She said I caught that. Do you see what I'm saying? Nah, that was not good. I never, I never heard anybody respond to something like that and then try to kick it back and change it up. And once I started diving into that, I realized this possibility that these people are participating in something like that. If something ain't right, that was not. I would have never, Miss Patty, never. And I was hoping I didn't even know. Oh goodness! And I'm not laughing like that. I'm just blown away. I would have never, ever said anything like that. Never. And the thing is, the deep stories that was going on there too, for somebody to say that after, when you say a whole bunch of serious stuff like that and you follow it up with that, like that's okay, and then try to make a joke about that. Ooh, that made me look at them like, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. There was something that already puzzled me about that situation. When I first got with these folks, and I seen something wasn't right. I can say it like that. But I tell you, that was not it. I swear, Patty, I was trying. I wish I could reach out to her and ask her, how does she feel? Yeah, that you know better than that. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. No, no, and more no. And I tried to woosah the moment by just saying, let people do what they want to do. But I kept trying to, input, and just as you did, that I don't believe in that kind of stuff, though. I would have never made a joke about it. I would have never took that as no kind of game. Yet, listen to me. No. Anything like that is done. Even if you are living, in no disrespect to anybody, but even if you are living in a house and your kids, something happened between them like that, you got to figure out what to do about that. And they may not be able to live together. And I'm not judging nobody and telling nobody what to do with their babies that they had out their body. You hear me? You heard? No. But there's no way that I could have that in my life. No. Because there's so many families that allowed that to go on, and they continue to allowing that to go on. Now, it's a different story if you were breeded from that and you have no choice who your parents were. But for me to sit back and congratulate that and allow people to have that kind of relationship, that ain't nothing to play with. Incest and all that kind of rape and thing of that inside the house or anywhere. But just to condone, like, that's okay behavior. You know how many people that I even with me, I used to work with this girl, and she told me that her boyfriend, his mother and father both were cousins, and you didn't check that out before you had a baby with this person. You knew that. She knew that, and she still went on. And the child, unfortunately, is in that generation where it came out on the child too. And I'm not judging no kids. I'm just saying, no. Lots of strange things are said and done on these social media platforms. I just look and listen. That's what I'm saying. And I couldn't. You see how I don't know if you realize how I kept trying to get that over to something. Because one thing about it, you don't know who's in the live that's talking, but they live that way. And if you say something, they think you're judging them. You know what I mean? And I'm not. But I can honestly say that we do have a right, as we both stated, that we don't roll like that. We don't roll like that. And we kept saying, I don't care what nobody else is doing, whoever nah. And people were more into it, and I noticed that. And that's why I kept trying to, advocate what I was trying to say more clear and precise, that I watched that family because I know that they had no choice. You can't hate people that were born into something like that. You get what I'm saying? You can't hate people because if they say, well, I got a messed up family. My parents were siblings. You can't hate that person for what somebody else did in the family. And then the remainder ones of them, they're all siblings, but they're not participating, far as I know, in living that same lifestyle. But if you say that you don't believe in it, and the people that do, they want to fight against you with that kind of stuff. That's why I don't get involved with it. Mm-mm. Even I know that back in the days when we used to take these kids, the kids to get their immunization shots. A lot of people that didn't believe in immunization, women and people come together as a group of people that, picketing outside a pediatrician office. No, I'm in this, da, 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 da. And you can't judge anybody, but I know that when you try to speak your mind for who you are, people get offended by that. It's so sad to hear those things happen to those babies. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I said. But these certain people think that's okay. That's what I'm saying. Certain people think that's okay. Even recently in the family, we found out that, a grown person has married their wife. And you not to be rude, but you look at it and they try to judge the generation now, 2024, in these last years, about all of these young girls having babies. It happened back in the days. They just kept all these secrets. You raised up with your sibling, which is, you're saying, this is my sibling. Yeah, it's your brother and you're the mother. And you don't even know you had a baby at 11 years old by your father. And you don't remember what happened, or you remember it, but you don't know what that meant. And the child that you delivered is being raised as your sibling, which they are your sibling because they're by the same father, but you're that child's mother. You see what I mean? All of them are twists and turns, and your boat got a hole in it, is what I'm saying. You're sinking. And these people, they advocate, and then they get mad. They get mad if you say anything that is not what they believe in, which I don't understand, because they're saying what they want to say. And I really don't, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's appropriate, especially, if you've been through something like that yourself. You wouldn't want to see that continue on. And like with this one family that I watch, you can see there's some prevalent disabilities in each one of them from being children from incest. I don't remember I think their parents was cousins or brother and sister, one or the other, with this family that they show. And I feel bad for them because a lot of them got that same messed up eye down the line in like 3 or 4 generations because of that type of incest in their bloodline. And a lot of them are, they're dealing with some mental disabilities because they were born from the same bloodline, and that was the certain birth defects that they occurred from this. And like I said too, I've been noticing a lot of women in houses, and no disrespect, if they're being molested by especially the father or the mother's boyfriend, they blame it on the child. You know what I mean? They blame a lot of this stuff on the child, and I don't understand. It's like with that woman, how she cursed off that man about because he's sleeping with the 8-year-old child, that's messed up because he's not coming to her bed. What kind of and what I'm saying right here and now, do you know how many people are saying that's their family's business? If that's his daughter that he brought in the world, he should be able to do what he wants to her. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And when you say no, that's not right, or that's our business. You see what I mean? Yeah, I definitely need to get in the Bible, because I'm gonna tell you something. You finna get something for that. That ain't gonna go down. I don't care what you're trying to make a fake religion at your house and whatever you're trying to do. You can't get away with that. He says, I cannot know that this is happening. Exactly, and not say nothing and allow it. How can you argue with your husband because he's sleeping, with your daughter that's 8 years old, and because he ain't coming to your bed? No, it's sick. You're sick. There's no way around that. Because first of all, you're supposed to protect your child. Secondly, he belongs in jail. How can you even still bed with this man and allow this in your home? And I know one woman said that when she was a child, that her mother walked in on it and turned around and closed the door and left, and knew that it was going on for 15 years. And she's also been molested by a grandfather and an uncle too on that same side of the family. That was how that kind of family was. And her mother walked in, and she was a little girl too. One of the first times her mother walked in on it and walked right back out and let her stay in there to be raped. And it was so sad. It was so sad. She said, because, my father used to, do stuff to me when I was a child, like molest me and stuff. But as I became an adult woman, he turned me into his mistress. Yes, she said, I promise you. She said he turned me into his mistress. I was the other woman. What kind of stuff is that? For 15 years, the mother let this man sleep in the bed with her and go get in the bed with the daughter, and even had another child with this man after he's been sleeping with you and his own daughter since your daughter was a little girl. 15 years of this girl's life, and you still sleeping with the man and had another baby with the man, knowing that he was raping y'all child that y'all already had. How could you do? I couldn't. Oh goodness, that'd be dirt all. I don't even know if I would have been locked up or what I would have done, because I can't. I don't understand that. And I try my best not to try to judge other people, because to me, whoever is allowing that to happen and not helping, their sick people too. That's all I can say. There got to be some sickness, because with that kind of thing going on, there's no way that you don't know better. There's no way on this earth that you know that anytime something happened to an innocent child, all of we as grown people are supposed to be there to help the child out. And a lot of times when you don't get the right help and people don't believe you, that's where you're lost at. And you will never get the help that you need, because of the fact that you are you're letting it happen. And sometimes too is what I like to say with women too. Whenever you got some stuff going on like that, you got to leave away. Even if you have to be homeless, you got to go away. I'm trying to understand y'all, because you know how we got all these people to hide behind some excuses, and some people are scared out of their mind. The man is beating them up, but I promise you, he can do anything he wants to me. And if I'm a fool, because I'm not with that, even no man putting his hands on me, but I'm just saying, even if I allow this man to abuse me, what about the kids that have no control over it? Yes, Miss Lori. What about that? You know what I mean? What about that? What do you mean? Even if you took the mess that he did to you, she said the mother walks in 15 years and you carrying on a regular relationship with this man and having another child with him and knowing what he has been doing. Do you know what happens to a child? Because I'm not going to get too disrespectful, y'all. I don't want y'all to misunderstand me. But see, when you have to be the one, like I'm trying not to put myself, because I can't, I'm trying not to reveal too much of who I am, because like I said, I got some issues that's going on in my life. But when you deal with, do you know what it looks like? And no disrespect, and I don't understand how, especially when you have minor kids like that you still have to bathe and care for their body. Do you know what it looks like when a boy has been touched back there and a girl has been touched there? Their body is opened up, their pain, there's bleeding, there's problem. How can you not know that? Even for the ones that claim that they don't know. Do you know that a child's body is not built for that capacity to have an adult in any kind of way enter them in any kind of way? You're not shaped for that. You get what I'm trying to explain? You're not built like that. You can't take it. Do you know that they had a sad story about a girl? I don't know what kind of problems they had here, but the woman had a daughter already that was 4 years old, and she got a new boyfriend. And this is a true story. She got a new boyfriend, and they started, a relationship, and they had a baby. And the baby that they had, at the time all of this came out, the baby was about 8 months old. Do you know that they used to have parties? They used to keep the girl locked up in the closet, 4 years old, and they used to take her out like in the crate and slide her into the back of the car. The whole story came out because what happened was they were having relations with the girl because that was the fetish of the mother's new boyfriend and the person she just had a baby by. That was his fetish. So then the mother started joining, abusing her daughter with this man. And then they had other couples that they would go to their house and bring the girl, like in some kind of crate where they'd back the car up and stuff. And what happened was they would bring the girl over to other grown-ups, and they all would fest on this child and other kids that these other people provide. You know, that kind of crowd. And you know what ended up happening is when they had dinner at their house, and they invited one of their pedophilia couple friends over, and then they invited another couple over, and they kept hearing a lot of crying and stuff in the closet. They kept hearing the crying. They kept saying, somebody's crying. Is that a cat? Is something in the closet? What's going on right there from that room? There are lots of yes out here who need help. Yes, ma'am. We have to pray for them, Queen. We have to pray for them. And they kept saying that the couple that was there, they kept saying something. What is the noise? We keep hearing the noise. It sounds like a crying or something. And they, oh, that's the cat in the back room. Just kept pushing it off. Yes, listen to me, y'all. This was, I don't know if Oprah Winfrey, somebody did a story like this. I forgot which one of these that was a true story. Do you know that those people felt so uncomfortable? It's sick. It's sick. And the people that was the other couple, because there's 6 people by now, you know what I'm saying? The couple that's been doing these relations with them, and then a new couple, and they said that they kept hearing that, and they said they felt uncomfortable, so they left. And when they left, they sent the police to that house. And when the police went in there, man, listen to me. They went in there and they was asking them, well, what's going on here? We got a complaint that they sound like a trapped child or somebody was crying for help. And they telling them, because the 4 people were still there. The woman that was the mother of this child, and they kept saying, nope, that's it. Well, there's any more kids in the house? She said, nope, this is the only child I got, which was the son she had by the new boyfriend that was about 8 months old or 1 year old. Nope, there's no other kids in the house. This is it. Well, we need to look around here. We need to look around. And when they decided to start looking around, they said that they were standing by this door and it smelled like a lot of urine and something like that. And they said, well, what is the smell coming from? They said, oh, that was old stuff that we had a pet in there, and we don't have the pet no longer, so we got to throw away the linen from in there. That's what they were trying to say. And the cops was getting ready to leave. And then one of the cops said, open that door though. Let me open that door because it's locked. Can you open that door? And when they opened the door, it was the 4-year-old girl in there that was way underweight for her age. Hair matter. She had what did she have? She had some type of something in her hair. I don't head lice. She had head lice. She was way underweight. And when they rescued her, she was torn from back to front, where they had to do a surgery on her that she kids again in her life. Never. They have ruined that child's life completely. 4 years old, and they've used her like that. And they have messed her body up so bad that the girl was out of her mind. It was horrible. They said that where she was in that closet scratching, she was living in urine and feces. She was scratching in the closet so bad that her fingernails was bleeding and breaking off because she was malnourished and underweight. 4 years old. I think they said that she only weighed like, 20 pounds or something like that, and very sickly and thin and ghostly looking. And the way they did that girl, her own mother, for a man. And when they showed the story years later when they interviewed, yes, it hurted me too. It hurted me. And the only reason why I'm sharing this with you guys is because I got to be one of the people that, when you work with those kind of people and you deal with that kind of stuff. So you got to understand that somebody's got to do it. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I don't want y'all to feel no way about me. But you got to remember, if you right now in your life have a child that's abused in any kind of way, physically, black eyes or anything down there, you got to bring them to the emergency room, and somebody's got to help them. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So I'm a transport, and I've been that in between. I'm trying not to, I've had to see it. I had to live with it. I've had kids that I've had to take care that was in social service from being abused like that, and had to change their pamper and see this job, commitment. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? So anyway, they showed the girl later, years later, and I think she was a teenager at this point. And the foster mother that adopted her said that because of what she went through in her life, they can't have no doors in the house at all, because she was trapped in that closet so long that they can't have any doors. And that she's doing a lot better and that she's in therapy, but her body was so damaged that she'll never have kids again. And it took a lot of stuff because all of her teeth that was supposed to grow in didn't grow right. A whole lot of abusive situations, venereal diseases and things. It was hell. And that's why I said we got some wicked thing here. You see what I'm saying? We got some wickedness out here and cruelty. And somebody have to help these children that have been lost out here and left. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand what that means, but somebody's got to do it. Just like, you just think about it in a situation where you got a family member that have to have open heart surgery. Who can take it? You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Somebody have to be the one that's going to be surgery, and then the nurse, that's going to take care of that person that's been, violated and been in that way or had surgery. You know how it is. People don't know that everybody don't have the heart for it. You get what I mean? So it's a serious situation that we have to take in stride and know that somebody's going to do it, because how do you heal? If you know how many different doctors that we have now that have to amputate a limb and them kind of things. Somebody got to take care of these people. You got to stitch back together. You got to fix up. You got to clean up. And I know what that is. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? That kind of stuff there is serious business, and everybody can't do it, and that's okay, but somebody's got to do it. You know what I mean? Because these kids need care, and a lot of times when they go from being treated for whatever their injuries are, a lot of these kids have to go into foster care. And when they go into foster care, the foster parent has to deal with what happened to them physically. You got to bring them to the doctors for stitches and taking stitches out. You got to do it. If not, who's going to care for the child? Because where else is a child going to go when they're removed from the home if they don't have no family that come and claim them? Where are they going to go? You know what I mean? A lot of times people don't understand that. But we really got to look at it for what it's worth, and figure out, well, who's going to help? Who's going to do this and who's going to do that? And I promise you, everybody don't have that tough skin to do that. And I tell you, it's some horrifying stuff to witness. It really is. It's some horrifying stuff to witness. But somebody got to take it up, See, oh my God, that's why your neighbors who's living around you look at her. Oh my gosh. And let me tell you something. You know what's so I'm glad you said that, Queen, because I promise you, with me, I don't just do lives. I got like a little playlist of stuff, right? And I do a little bit of cooking, nothing big, and a little bit of haul. It ain't nothing big, but I do that. But I also, in my playlist, I got a story. I was talking with Patty and a few people earlier about this brother and sister that was, the sister was pregnant by her brother, and Patty mentioned something in the live, and it's a true case that I handled. And then what you said about you got to look around in the neighborhood. I got a story in my playlist about, do you know your neighbors? And about something tragic that happened to a child going to somebody else's house. And that's since you mentioned that I've done this. You see what I mean? This is bad. It is. And see, that's why we got to get God here in this, because this is a lot of hurting, and mayhem, and sickness and cruelty that we have in the world. And if we don't, try to give it to God, because you got to look at, sometimes these children may have had a different lifestyle that was going to come about, but because they went through that, it changed everything about them. You know what I'm saying? This girl may, I'm not saying that God won't bless her and that she can't adopt kids, but she had to have everything taken out. You understand what I'm saying? She won't be able to have a baby I'm not saying that you got to be pregnant to be a mother. You can adopt kids, you can take care of a nephew, whoever. I'm just saying, what it is for a woman to want to carry her youth, and want to be with the pregnancy. They took that from her. I know God's going to bless her. I don't want y'all to misunderstand me. I'm just trying to get into the area of that we have to understand the psychopathy of what this does to a person that changed their life. Because I know for a fact a lot of stuff that happened to me and several people, and I know y'all probably know somebody that life is different because of what they went through. I got a friend that had mentioned a story about their family member that they were abused as a child, and when they grew up they couldn't deal with it. They blamed themselves and they felt hate and disgust for themselves, and they started getting on and ended up losing their life, taking their own life, because of not being able to cope with being done like that as a child. You change you change the person's path. When you interrupt their flow of life, you can change people profoundly and permanently. And a lot of people don't like to hear or believe that, but it is true, because I know with me, there's some bad things that happened to me as a child. And even though I am grown now and I make the choice to let God take this sickness and feeling and hurt off of me, I still think about those days of what happened to me. God has healed me. I'm not going to lie. And a lot of my life, I didn't know my self-worth. I didn't even know God. So with that being said, I had to deal You understand what I'm saying? I had to deal with looking at myself and not feeling dirty and disgusted, and a lot of people didn't make it. What I'm talking about, a lot of people didn't make it. I know somebody that been through some of the horrible stuff and they couldn't get through it. She says, "Oh my God, that's why it's good." Yes, and I promise you, I got somebody that had been abused by their parent from when they was a child, and I remember because that parent abused me too, and it wasn't no you know down there type of abuse, but it was verbal. I was verbal and treated bad, and that child was that person's child, so they physically abused that child. And when that child grew up, their life was messed up because of it. Every time we seen them, even as a child, they would always flip out about being abused and crying, and they were living with abuse in the house. And when they got a certain age as an adult, they took their own life as well too because of what happened to them. Unfortunately. And see, that's why I said sometimes, God has a certain plan for your life, but when you get caught up in this kind of stuff like this with this kind of hurt, this abuse disturbs your groove. This abuse takes something from you. Some people don't recover, and it's not, and no disrespect to anybody. You know that we hold God near and dear, all of us that are believers and true walkers, but some people are not able to do that. You get what? I'm not judging nobody. I'm not saying because I'm a believer that this person ain't and they're not good. It's not that. It's some people, they're so damaged that they can't recover. Do you understand what I mean? And I know so many people that is around and that I grew up with that stuff like this happened to them. You know what I'm saying? And some of it wasn't sexual abuse. Some of it was, physical, beaten bad. Some of it was with in the household where people didn't have food, didn't keep them clean, didn't cook for them, and they were abused in that way, and that affected them psychologically and emotionally. You know what I mean? A lot of different outcomes of how people lives is down the line. You know how when you feel like like you don't have much and you hold on to things. I feel like I got a lot of that cooped up of trying to make sure I have because you've been deprived. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean in a way that because a person has been brought up and they're not wealthy financially, but they're enriched with good parents because they had money issues, but they still was loved. They still had a relationship with God. They still had an upbringing. They just struggled financially. That's the different type of way. But I'm talking about kids that were wounded in a way where get the heck out of here. There's nothing to eat. Go lay down. Or you got a mother with a whole bunch of different women, and I mean, the father to have women outside of the mother, and he's bringing you out with this different stuff, or your mother laying up with a different bunch of different men in the house. Not saying nobody touched you in any kind of way, but what you've seen, the confusion of your atmosphere, of not understanding. Well, who is that man in the bed now? Well, who is that man laying in there now? Who is that man walking through the kitchen in his underwear? And the man didn't touch the child, but what they see, and when they grow up, that they either emulate some of that, or it makes them feel some kind of way in life. Because we are teachers, you know what I'm saying? And we're supposed to be ministers to life, not death. And anytime you do something like that, you can't say that is not going to interrupt a child, because it can. And I know that a lot of people are victim of their circumstance as far as being grown-ups and making mistakes and getting into the wrong relationships and stuff. Because I remember, a situation where you were taught that somebody was your mother's boyfriend, so now that's your daddy, and they bring you places out, but they're bringing you to different women's house, and you sitting right there in the living room while they land up having a relationship with another woman. You can see clearly what they're doing. That stuff messes your head up. A lot of times people can't separate the child when they were a child from who they are as an adult, and then they grow up with all kinds of problems and worries. And they had one case where somebody got diagnosed with something, and they didn't even have that actual disability. They developed that because they were in a household where there was a lot of domestic violence in the house, and the house was torn apart and things happened, and they developed a situation where they shaking all the time, and they wanted to bring them to the doctors to see if there's some kind of disability. And when it wasn't a disability, it was abuse that affected them profoundly in an emotional way that presented itself physically. You know what I mean? And that's the type of stuff that you got to be careful, because I know with me being around kids and people that I grew up with, I try my best not to do a lot of stuff and let stuff happen to kids and stuff around me, because you're responsible for what you put out there. Now, I'm not saying that if you're a victim of being in a domestic relationship, whether the man is abusive or the woman, that it's your fault that the kid's seen you get beat up, because some people are really abused and brainwashed and confused. But I'm just saying, people that fly away. I don't hear this their daddy, this man, that man, and they on something. So whatever train they ride, and you got to ride because you're their parent. And I know that I done talked a long time, ladies, for whoever's still here. So if you guys want me to stop this, I'll get off of it. But I definitely will be picking this back up later. But if anybody in here to still want to talk, we can keep talking, because I just like to live in the real world, y'all. And I'm not trying to be shady or cast any stones. And I promise you, y'all, and I'm not trying to say this to make myself any kind of way, but the majority of anything that I chat about on here, I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I told you, whew, man, one of these days I'm going to be able to get this out. And every doctor that I've had keeps telling me to write a book, that I should write a book, because there's so many facets to this stuff that it just blows everybody away. You have a blessed weekend too, Arlene, and I definitely will be coming to see you. I appreciate you. I thank you. And I hope you guys don't mind the kind of conversation, because I don't want to put nobody in no kind of bad way. But I do like to talk about all things, and a lot of the stuff, like I said, it's work that I've done, things that's happened to me in the world. You know what I mean? And I hope I didn't off put anybody to feel no kind of way. And I thank you so much for coming, my dear lady. Bless up. And I'd like to say God bless everybody in the live. And I know y'all probably not going to come back later, and that's fine. I'm glad that you spent some time with me. But if everybody is done for now, I'm going to lock off the live. Yeah, big up myself. No, so let me stop. I'm going to lock the live off, and then I'm going to pick it back up a little more. Talk about it. Amen. Amen. We do need to talk about it, Arlene, because I know, like I said, there's a lot of different things that we keep packed inside. And your secrets will make you sick. You know what I mean? And stuff like this is an open floor mat for everybody to speak and maybe let off a little bit of something that can make them feel a little bit better. Because sometimes instead of running up to the doctor's office and paying this bill and getting on a whole bunch of medication, sometimes it just need to release. You know what I mean? Sometimes we just need to have somewhere that we can talk about it, and that make it better. Sometimes it's that, just to be able to have somebody that you can talk to. And I thank you so much for coming, and I appreciate you, and I enjoy all of these friendships that I have made here on the YT. And I hope everybody have a blessed weekend, whatever time zone you're in. Always stay blessed. And I don't like to say just weekend. I just love to say to people, have a blessed life. Whatever you decide to do in your life, have a blessed one, and make it count for something. Because a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, a lot of us, we haven't experienced nothing like that in our life. And it's not that we're blessed, because God don't pick no favorites. It's just certain things that's our cross to bear. But some of the things, if we're spared from it, let's be irie with it. You know what I mean? Let's be irie with it and just go from there. How about that? Because sometimes we make the mistake of saying things, and we make people feel that God loves you more because you got touched, abused, and I didn't. And that's not the way God have it planned for us. You know what I mean? I didn't know you were still here, beautiful. Watch Queen. Oh my gosh. Thank you, darling. I thought you were gone. And I said, if I'm talking too much chatty, I'm going to, make everybody go on and do what they need to do. And I'm going to usually what I do with the lives too. When I have a beautiful crowd like this, I stay as long, because I've already been outside and handled my business of what I need to do. And then I'm in the house chilling. You know what I mean? So I can sit up here and talk, and anything I need to do around the house, I can scurry it around. I'm sure y'all heard me running some water out and made some coffee so I can get it. She says, okay, I'm back. I had to attend. I didn't even know you were gone, Miss Lori. I'm here rambling off, talking to the few ladies that's up in here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. so much, Miss Arlene, and I thank you so much for coming in and sharing and having this time with us. And I'm looking at your video right now on my phone. The softest the softest coconut cookies you ever try. Arlene Delight. So I'm watching you. I'm taking up the video right now, and I'm watching this recipe because I'm always looking for somebody else's recipe. You know how when you do your thing, but somebody else hand over certain food and them things there? Yes. I just appreciate everybody, and I just want y'all to know that I don't ever want to be on here saying anything to make anybody feel hurt or uncomfortable. But a lot of this stuff, like I said, I've been through it, and I also work in the field, of those kind of things. And even if, as I'm speaking now, if you guys ever looked on my playlist, and I'm not trying to rush nobody over there, I have stories up already. Thank you too, and bless you. Bless you, Miss Darlene. But I got some videos up about some true stories, and if if ever want to listen to them, you'll see that I already done this in the past. Those videos that I post up was from years ago, and stories that people are talking about today. You get what I mean? That's happening, which is the same similar stuff from what I spoke about in the past, because it's coming, it's happening, it's going down again and again and again. And I want to tell you guys too, and no disrespect to anybody in the world, but we have to remember too that a lot of these cases that I'm speaking about with these kids, it wasn't just a man. Women do this too. Women do this too, and a lot of women have criminal minds. We have to stop, like always, blame the stuff on the men. A lot of these people that I'm chatting about, it's been a woman that's done that to them. I have so many different cases that women have been the offender to child abuse in that kind of way. You know what I mean? It ain't just men. A lot of people, it's always a guy. It's always, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. It has been, she got the overproof rum. Oh my goodness, Arlene. Oh, if you gone, I understand. But that rum, oh my gosh, I remember the first time from years ago when I lick off that rum, it did smell, that smell to it. Boy, I was drunk. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about, I don't even know, way over, way over 20 years or more ago. And I remember the first try of that and that smell. Man, when I got sick, I was smelling that forever. She said, thank you. It's nice to support each other. Yes, ma'am. And take care too. And God bless you. I appreciate you, Miss Watch Queen. I already got you on lockdown already. And I hope Arlene, is she gone? Because we never give her wrench there. So if she is gone, if not, she got to speak one more time before she leave so that she can take up the wrench there. Women are just as evil as offenders. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Arlene, I forgot to give you your wrench there. I know it don't mean nothing big, but I wanted to make sure I give you something. But if you already lock off, I'll give it to you the next time. I'm so sorry, Miss Arlene. I already did Watch Queen cooking, and I meant to do that for you, Arlene. I am so sorry. There she live out. There she. There my sister go. I apologize, y'all. I'm computer literate with this big mouth. Man, that's probably why I talk so much, to make up for the lost in other areas. There you go. Bless up, sister. And bless up to you, Watch Queen. I thank you, dear sisters, for holding me up, for sharing your life with me, and spending blessed time here. Because I couldn't do it without you guys. And we got a whole lot of stuff, anytime any of you guys come through, that we have to talk about and share and love on one another and lift each other up in spirit. And just like I was saying too, and I know you're leaving off, Miss Arlene, but Miss Lori just came back, so we just chatty here. She said, just like I said, women have criminal minds too, and they do, because a lot of these cases I know where the women have sexually abused kids for years, boys and girls too. A lot of people seem like they want to put these women to be so perfect, and they can be just as bad as men. And they also have a situation. Goodbye, and God bless you, Watch Queen. I appreciate you, and I've already watched 2 of your videos here before today, and why we've been doing this live chat, and I've been checking you out. Oh, thank you so much, loving sister. Oh, thank you, Miss Quinn. Thank you so much. Listening, loving y'all conversation. It's the life, isn't it, Miss Quinn? Something that we all can identify with. And like I was saying before about with the women, A lot of people always say too about this man ain't a father, he's not taking care of his kids. Any man that's a person speak negative about, I can match a woman that's doing the same exact thing. It's not just men that's not in their kids' life. Women do it too. Women molest too. Women have criminal minds too. Women are bad too. I don't know why they try to act like women are so innocent because they're the female. Because I've met so many women that do the same thing as men. Yeah, she says I like getting cooking ideas. That's right, honey. When these women throw down, honey, we all want to get us a plate, knife, and fork, honey, and be ready to grub. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Cookies look delicious. Great job. I remember when she did that with them cookies. I remember that rum, honey, when we was young, and this was in Yard. Spanish Town, I believe, or either Kingston when I first tried that rum there. Oh my goodness. Boy, that rum will lick off what? Rasta, what? Yes, that rum. Yes, ma'am. She says some women are worse. Yes, they are. They are animals. This is what I keep trying to tell people. Do you know how many different women that I've seen that lured it in? She said, especially when God is in the midst of the conversation, there is much love and life. It comes across to the chat and it shifts. Amen, Miss Quinn. Amen. Amen. And you guys are right about all that stuff. It is the truth, though. These women, do you know how many women that I could, change up and speak about? And the next time we have talks like this, I'm going to bring up more of the women offenders than the guys because I know so many women, and then I know a lot of women that participate. And I got a story the next time because I know everybody, not everybody, but quite a few people are leaving off that I want to share to y'all about somebody that had a neighbor that got arrested, her and her husband both, for having someone lock up in their house. And I'll tell y'all the next time we talk. And everybody want to ray this and ray that, and it could have never be. I know them for 20 years. They're not people like that. But when it all went to court, all the DNA, the truth come out. So the next time everybody come true here or not, I mention it, I'll try to talk with different people about, but this was a true story that was on the news from, somebody that I know, neighbor that's been a friend of theirs for 20 years, and what her husband and her really was doing in their house. You understand what I'm saying? And do you know how quick people come to people offense? Thank you and God bless you. You are so sweet. Watch Queen cooking up something good in the kitchen. She want me for eat. Yes, me come for eat. Everyone in your house. You come eat. Arlene, you come eat. I love to see women come together so powerful and eat up the good cooking and thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is. But yeah, you guys, and I just thank you guys all so much for coming. Have a blessed weekend, evening, whatever time, day and night, time zone, whatever it is. Blessings to you and the whole of the family. And we're going to keep having nice chat about different things. We're going to talk about positive, negative. We're going to talk about life. You understand what I mean? Because I had somebody try to come and tell me one thing you don't talk about is religion. You don't talk about politics, and you don't talk about people orientation. I said, why not? Where in the world can you get away from that? Yes, lots of belly food from my spicy family. Yes, ma'am, Miss Arlene. And you know what? We all live in the real world. And when I get a chance to talk to you, I'm going to tell you guys about some stuff that happened to people that I know that are in their 80s now, of stories that they told of true stuff like this that happened in their lives, and how people think, yeah, you was born in 1901. Well, what happened there? 10-year-old girl had 2 kids back to back. That's what happened. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Let's keep it real. And we're going to get into that again. And I'm going to let you beautiful ladies go. And I appreciate you. Have a good one and take Jesus with you. Amen. Amen. We come together like this. And just like Miss Beautiful Patty, she was here earlier. And she came back in again and dropped some gems. And we all share in this together and love on one another. And we come strong because of it. And I got this one guy that always say that we're stronger together. And we are. We are, because we make it make sense. Hello, Pong. Happy Friday. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Oh, she does? Oh, I need to check that out, Arlene. So I'm not sounding too crazy. Am I? How you doing, Pong? Happy Friday. Blessings to you and your family. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're going to have an awesome weekend coming up. Just my daughter talk about this in the podcast. Yes. Going on. Yes, yes. Thank you so much and blessings to everyone. Blessings to everyone. I thank you all dearly. Thank you so much for coming in. God bless you, Miss Lori. You know I always appreciate you. And you know what I like about this? We all bring something to the table and having a good conversation and spending time with each other. You know what I mean? I came up in this live and it never got quiet. We all stayed talking all the way through. I had Rev in here, everybody in here, and we all stayed true to each other. And this has been an awesome time to spend. So I say bless you to everybody. Everybody make sure they take care, big up your life, love up on the ones that you have in your life, and do it moving. You know what I mean? Keep it moving. Always keep God first place no matter what it is, because there's nowhere you at that He ain't with you. No matter what your faith is, God is always there to stand by your side and lead you through. And I appreciate all you beautiful people, everybody that's leaving or whoever popped up and maybe leaving. I just want everybody to be happy, whole, and blessed. And keep your head up. There's nothing that's impossible. The only time we fail is if we stop trying. That's the only time we fail. Give it to God. Bless up wonderful stuff. Okay, make me write it down right now before it gets too far up in the chat, because I want to check that out. So me and her might click on the same things if she run off like I do. Ah, you know how it go. You know how we make it boom. So many of us have so much different stuff in common. You know what I mean? And we need to share off, because that's how I am too. And I have one girl too that does a podcast, and what she do, she told me that she come over here and listen to what I'm saying and then go back to her podcast and share out my same content that I provided verbally to her. You know what I mean? And she said, I hope you don't mind. I said, no, because anytime that we talk about anything over here, it's God's word is free, and good thoughts and good vibes is free for everybody. So even she come over here and she want to listen up to what I'm saying, and it can help somebody out, give it to God and make it be. Make it be. Make God have it. You feel me? That's what we have to do. We have to give it to God and let God take care of it. So anytime anybody feel that they're learning something from me, I give thanks and praise to Almighty, because that's where I'm getting it from. You know what I mean? And also physically living these things. You get what I mean? Physically living these things. Just like I had a conversation the other night with a woman, and we got so deep that I got into my feelings. I had some tears coming down. I couldn't even talk. And this has happened to me doing the live several times, because I can only be me. And I like who I am. And I like to be real and truthful. You know what I mean? And we started talking, and I promise you, I had the tears come down. And I couldn't even talk. And she was like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry I made you cry. I said, no, this is what I need to do. And you know what I loved about it? I got one of them good cries in where it cleared your nose out and everything is stuffed all up and whatever going on cleared me out. I said, now I got to find a reason to cry, because the happy tears don't get me. You know what I mean? That emotional stuff gets deep down inside of you and pulls on your heartstrings to clear it out. And I'm so glad you shared that with me, because I'm definitely going to check that out. Because we need to free ourselves up. Sometimes this little bit of love that we do here is better than going to some kind of psychiatrist or laying on a leather couch just to breathe. Me and Miss Quinn was just having that full conversation about how good it is. Sometimes you just need to talk. You need to deal with people that really understand you, and you need to deal with people that can keep it real. Now, I ain't gonna lie, this ain't for everybody. There's some people that may feel some kind of way towards it. It may be triggering, or some people don't like this content. But I tell you what, a lot of people that we deal with that don't like certain content, when it happens to them, I bet you they'll run down and try to find it. You ever notice how sometimes, and no disrespect, because people learn in their time, so I'm not judging anybody, but you ever see something like, you could have a commercial on with, I'll just say, somebody with cancer. And I've been in a room with several people. Oh, poor thing, but nobody wants to donate, right? But then when it happens to them or somebody they know or in their family, a coworker, now they want to host a show. They want to have a parade and a marathon. It's because they didn't get it, or some people didn't care. So they don't want to hear this kind of stuff. And this is not negative, because you got to look at the world that we live in. Anytime you turn on the news, anywhere you walk down the street, if you lift up a newspaper, even when you're online, stuff pops up in your feed. Even if it's not stuff that you normally watch, stuff pops up like a news flash. So and so was kidnapped, Amber Alert. Come on, let's just be real. I'm not trying to be negative. Let's just be real. It happens. So if we live in the real world, for us to be able to discuss this stuff, it helps us out. It helps us be heard, by other people that it can help. And the beat goes on till the break of dawn. Remember that song? Let me stop. But yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. And that's pretty much what it is. It's the reality. You know what I mean? And I can tell when you're dealing with certain people that it may not be for them, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they don't like the content, come back another day and we'll be talking about Santa Claus again. Come back the next day and I might have hit a scratch ticket. I'm just joking. Y'all know what I'm saying though. Is everything ain't for everybody. But us few that come together, there's other people that come together and do their thing. Right? It does happen. Say it, Miss Quinn. Where do you, to be honest though, anywhere that any of us, and I know whoever had to go, I thank you dearly. And I appreciate you guys. I'm glad you're doing good, Pong. And I appreciate you coming. But where at in the world that you so far buried under a rock that you don't hear about any of this? I'm not saying that you got to sit there and be programmed and hurt by negative and you can't change the channel to your TV, but you can't tell me, like right now, we have a whole bunch of politics that's been the startup. Where are you going to go at on the internet or in your personal life and not hear about that? Where are you going to go at where you're not seeing somebody's talking about somebody's orientation? Where are you going to go at where you don't hear some kind of something about somebody talking about church or something that happened, a crime? Everywhere we go, I promise you. And I'm going to tell you what I learned to do. When I watch the news, I make sure that I don't watch the news in a way to have me programmed and scared out here in the world and jumping all around, bugging out. But I want to stay proactive so that I'll know what's going on and what I need to know, and then I back off and I don't bother. But when I'm on this internet, do you know how much stuff that keeps popping up in my feeds? Even if you want to ignore it, you look at it and say, oh my gosh, a kid, Amber Alert. Come on, let's stop being phony, because some people, y'all know what I'm trying to tell you. Whoever's here, y'all know what I'm trying to tell you. You know how it gets. And then some people don't like to talk or hear about none of this stuff at all, ever, and that's fine too. That's why I said, you can always swipe or keep it moving and go to somewhere that you feel more comfortable with. You get what I'm saying? And I can tell with some people where you click with them, and some people, they just don't click, and ain't nothing wrong with that either, because the shoe gonna fit somebody. You know what I mean? Cinderella ain't the only one that could fit the slipper. Not in these days, anywho. You know what I'm talking about, y'all. Somebody gonna fit the slipper other than Cinderella, I said. And that's the truth on that. Everybody always holding out for that, and that's not the truth, because you know how many different Cinderella stories that we got out here? Come on, Little Red Riding Hood, all of you. We're gonna get into that the next time I get a certain crowd of people up here that really want to dance and talk, And that's just the truth about what that is, and the real world that we live in. I mean, let's don't play with it. Let's just call a spade and do it moving, and understand what we're here to do, and keep it real on your truth, and that's what it's gonna be. There ain't no way around none of that type of stuff, because nobody's exempt, and a lot of the stuff we really need to be aware of, because of the fact that it's our reality in a lot of ways. Even if it's not happened to us, it could happen indirectly. It could happen to somebody that you know that you know. You know what I mean? Come on, y'all. This merry-go-round goes round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels go round and round. No, let me stop. All through the town. But yeah, it's the truth. And as long as we keep walking in that conviction and believing that we know what we know, ain't no stopping us now. I tell you that. We all live in this world and we all can do so much to help each other out. And then I know some people that kind of like to come on here and they want to live in the world and don't discuss nothing at all. And I don't say anything's wrong with it, but they can't tell us we wrong either. We feel what we feel, we do what we do, and that's the truth on that. You cannot speak for everybody when there's certain stuff that's going on in your life, or certain stuff that you believe in only. That's okay, because you know everything. Come on, how many channels on here that you guys that we have, and a lot of us don't go to, or we don't know about, or somebody introduced you to somebody and it's just not your thing. I mean, reality come knocking at your door one way or the other. And you just have to live in your truth and find your little spot here on YT and do it moving. Just like with me, I know everything I do is not for everybody. I know that my content may not be what a lot of people's interested in, so I stick in my little corner of YT with the folks that rock with me, and that's what it is. I got a lot of people that do a lot of content that I don't even understand, but I support them because I care about them, and I pop in and chill. I got like my nice friend that I have, that's a new friend. He got on, and Miss Quinn asked me what was his nationality, and I'm not sure because he doesn't state it, and I wanted to find out because when I go to his channel, all of it's in the language I don't understand, but he's my guy. He's cool, and I know he speaks English and writes English, but every time I try to ask him in the comment section, because his lives be going so fast, he hasn't seen it to answer, and that's okay. I still rock with him. It doesn't matter if we got a language barrier or not. He's still my brother. Hello, my friend. You look beautiful. I still rocks with him, regardless. And that's just pretty much how that is. So with that being said, we just keep on being awesome toward each other and be where we fit in at. Even with me right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Those numbers that I have, a lot of that is ghost. I got, I think about, and it's not to consider people as any kind of numbers because I'm not that girl like that. But I got like about 3,000 and some people, and half of them don't participate, and that's okay too. But I know that the more people I get, it is harder to deal with because at some point, even when I go over to the other side and I look at the cooking of the food and all that kind of stuff, I promise you, the food in the hall, that is a lot of work for I do get a good amount of people over there that leave me comments and really actively participating in watching the little halls in the cooking. So I have to have respect enough to reply back to their comment, and when I do that, I go right to their channel. Everybody, they can tell you, anybody that I deal with on YouTube, if they can honestly tell you that Rruk hasn't checked me out, the only way that would happen is because they haven't came over to me for a long time, so I try to cater to the people that got my back. But sometimes people may disappear because they got sick, they don't do YouTube anymore, and they didn't advertise it, or they just they ain't interested in you, and ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Okay, take care and God bless you, Arlene. I appreciate you, and I'm gonna check that out if you don't mind. You tell her I'm coming through. You're telling me I come true. May I run up in a place and then may I come up in your kitchen and eat up your food something. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, my darling. But yeah, so I just I just try to keep it real like that. But I know one thing about it. Once you start getting on this YT and you start learning what corners you turn in, you want me to bring you to Spanish Town on the winding road, okay? Let me show you something there. You think you can wind up your waist, make it come on the winding road in Spanish Town, you'll know say what I go on. Yes, sir. But yeah, a lot of people don't understand that type of thing like that. A lot of people don't understand it, and you just get to where you belong. And like I said, everybody that comes on to the halls over there, I go, after I respond to a comment, I go right to their channel. Everyone. Okay, I got one person that I really didn't do too much with because he came in and he said that he met me through somebody else, but he's watching a lot of my videos and he keeps calling me that person's name that he got me off for seeing me on that person's channel. And I just responded to him, but he's leaving the same exact comment, so I responded to it. And no disrespect to him, but I don't think he don't realize that he's not calling me. He's talking as if he's talking to that person. But everybody else I do respond to, and I responded to him too, and went to his channel. And even we in the lives, while we in the lives right now, you can ask how many people that's in the live, how often have I visit them, and some of them now will leave off until you say that I was just on their channel while we was in the live, and I played it through and watching it while I'm talking to you guys and commenting as well. Well, you put the truth on the table. Put the truth on the table and make it rock. That's all we can do. That is all we can do. Thanks for sharing this awesome content. Have a great weekend. And that's somebody that I'm dealing with right now that I'm letting their thing play here. It do what it do, y'all. That's what it is, cuz cut it up, cut it up, cut it up. Let's keep it real. And I know that, on our travels in life, everybody can't go where you going. Sometimes you have to, put it down, and that's gonna be what that's gonna be. And you have to do it moving. Your travel is your travel. You feel me? And that's what that is. What she said, send the fella too. Yes, so you better stop. You better stop. You better stop with them biceps on, with them 12-inch stiletto heels on, breaking that heel down. Miss Quinn is crazy. She's got the her and maid, and I don't know what to tell y'all about these folks. And God been hooked me up with some of these folks. And Miss Sydney is back, sister. Miss Sydney is back. And I wanted to tell you. Interesting. She wants to let me know. But wait, we see get there early though, right? So there's plenty of time. Did it be here like what, 7? 8? Yeah. I'm saying stuff, you know what I mean. Right? If you ain't interested, let me know. I'm sorry.
No, I was like, that's fine. We just have to.
I think I got a pond. You know what I mean? Something popped up from Uber or somewhere, and then I also got interested.
Still have to ask him though.
Yeah, I ain't worried about you. You either don't want it or not, and do it moving. But you said the next. I gotta. Give me 1 second. Look at Miss Quinn. You know what, Miss Quinn? I promise you. You knew that. You know for a fact, and a lot of you beautiful people out here. You knew if we knew each other personally, we gonna definitely chill. You already know that there's no way that we wouldn't. The click is too, clickety click with friendships. When you get this love like this, you already know what that means. And you got that right, because everybody always say the Cinderella. There's more than one Cinderella. I know you remember that story. More than one Cinderella. I'm telling you, there is more than one Cinderella story. I promise you. I don't know what he's going crazy on that for, but I call it desperate. Because I keep trying to tell people too, Miss Quinn. I've been watching a lot of people form together with some mess. He said it would be in our life. You know it. You already know, honey. I think too we would be better for it, because when you find your right sister in and people like that click with each other, we definitely are going to places that that's our click, our thing. We will be rocking it. You know what I'm talking about? We're going to rock it all the way out till the wheels fall off, honey. And then we're going to be riding and sparking up them rims. And we definitely going to do it moving. definitely gonna do it moving. So I know what this is when you get this rent, and even Miss 50 Miss 50 situation is another one of them good Judies too. And I want to say too, I don't know what's going on out here, but I've been watching a lot of people's channels that are growing, but something ain't. I don't know how to explain this, Miss Quinn. And it's not that I'm worried about that because I don't think that I probably can handle no more than who I already got on here as my friends. Even though everybody don't participate, but I feel something is going on because I've been seeing a lot of stuff that I'm learning out here, and some of these people channels have flipped from overnight a week ago, 3 days ago to boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, wait a minute now, where's this coming from? It's a little, I don't know. We talked about this before about, and I'm not, because see, people think when you speak like that, some kind of jealousy and thing, and that's not even what I'm talking about, child, because what's for you is for you. You know what I'm saying? But there is something going on with quite a few people's situation that is like unmatched. It's some numbers and some things aren't adding up right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but something is not right with some of this stuff, is all I can say. Something's not right. Something is uncooked. You know what I mean? Somebody is doing something, or something ain't, the right kind of stuff here. You get what I'm saying? Somebody, these numbers are climbing, but they're not adding up with the stuff. What did we say about that? About that, gal? What did we say about people's numbers and things are not adding up with what's going on? Something ain't. I don't know. Some people.
Lights don't add up.
Yeah, something is a little strange out here that is not making sense. Yeah, something ain't right, y'all. I don't know how to explain it, Miss Quinn, but I know me and you had this talk before, way back, and no shade to nobody because it ain't my business. But I'm just trying to figure out how can you have, like one girl here, and I'm not disrespecting nobody, but I remember when she first started doing this, not even a month ago, she had got up to 500 people, and now she's up to 8,000. What is that? I don't know how that happens because I guess people are gunning for subscribers, but some of that, something, and I got caught up, not caught up, but I was privy to something that went down here, and I just be keeping my mouth shut. Have a safe road trip. I've been keeping my mouth shut, but I seen something. You know how it is, um, when you catch something, and something is a little fishy. Something ain't. I don't know what's going on here. Something's up. Something is definitely up. Have a safe trip. Take care. Something, I don't know how to say this. What I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to word it right. But something ain't. Something is happening here, and I know that I don't know if I told you about this before, Miss Quinn, or somebody else, but there was something that kind of went down. I guess it was supposed to be secretive, just already really. You know what? Something is happening like that too with somebody else, but not just that too. And this has been about 5, 6 different people that they've had a certain amount of subscribers, and in a week it was something else. I don't know if this is YouTube doing something, but I know that there's a lot of people. She said, I hear that people are buying. Yes. Oh, damn. You see that? That's what I'm. That's what I'm saying, Miss Quinn. And there's some, yeah, and I promise you, I'm not throwing no subliminals or playing no games, but I know that there was somebody here that was earlier on in the live, and I just was saying, Dag, you was just had like a week ago, you had, I'll just say 3,000. Now you got 5 within a week of subscribers. I don't. Is that legal for them to be doing that? As I was wondering, Miss Quinn. Something is up. Something's up, Miss Quinn. I don't know what that is. I don't know if you're going to get in trouble down the line. Is that legal to do that? Something is kind of fishy there. You let me know if you think that's legal or not, Miss Quinn. If that ain't the work and the walk and the talk. Something's up. would have opened up? Yeah. Because we don't have a drink down here. What's later?
Wherever we go.
Who are the 4 different ones that we put up?
Dang.
Cream, fried, and Dr. Pepper. They ain't gonna be cold for my put on ice. We don't have the pepper so a treat and a treat. What she saying? She says, yeah, she says, I don't think this is legal. It's fraud. It's like stealing time from your job. See? That's what we've been saying, Miss Quincy. I know you fit right. She said, I don't know, I don't understand how this works, but it's not right to me. See? See? If that.
They did the work. Subscribers too, it's even worse.
And my family member said, and they pretend like they did the work to get subscribers, and it ain't that. If that's true, that's what's taking the joy out of being on YT, see? And that's what my family member was saying, because I'm telling you, these people.
They look.
Mm-hmm.
Doing all the work to grow organically.
You hear that?
Pay for something.
You hear what she said? And a lot of people out here doing the hard work, busting their butts. They have a YouTube channel and doing the work, and these people are doing it and free. Getting free people, because I know that something ain't right. There was somebody here, like I said in the live, and I promise you, everything that they predicted about their channel happened like a domino effect. And I kept saying, there's no way. And I remember, not being rude, and a lot of people think when you say this, you're being jealous, but I promise you, I don't give 2 flips or floops. Not like that, because I could do the same thing if I wanted to, if I'm all up on somebody's back like that. But I know that this person, how would you be able to predict that? How would you be able for me to tell you right now, Miss Quinn, by Saturday, I'm going to have 1,000 more subscribers? How? Something is going to go on here, and people are going to end up getting their channel shut down. And some people that I was shocked that would do something like that. That I'm talking about that's doing this, they say they're Christians and things of that, and I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying I was shocked. We got to talk about this. I was shocked. So you can have all the subs you want, but if you don't have the watch hours, you still ain't. See, that's what I'm trying to say too, because why would you pay for subscribers if they're not watching? What are you paying for? Just for the numbers to look good? If you've already reached 1,000, which is required on your own, why have the fake numbers when you don't need them and they're not adding nothing to you? Or are you buying subscribers, and when you pay them, they have to watch you enough till you get your watch hours built? And then, I don't understand that. And a few specific people that I'm talking about, these are older people. Late 50s. Late 60s doing this, because I've been watching this, and I promise you, I was up in the area, and I have two of the people had been saying in a lot of their lives that I'm gonna have 1,500 more subscribers by Monday, and they did, and kept saying that over and over. I'm gonna be monetized by February 20th or January 20th, and they did. How could you possibly know that when you just only had 500 people and then you were begging for watch hours all over the place? How did it come that quick? If you did get the watch hours, something happened here. We got to talk about it. She said, I don't see any benefits from it because if the content isn't anything, we want to stay around anyway. See, that's what I keep saying. Because I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm going to be 100% real. Two of the people that I've seen in some kind of fugazi mess, their content, and I'm not judging them or anything, but it's not that kind. If you look at how many people are watching their videos, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's not trying to put nobody down. I'm just trying to understand why people are so easily broken. And these people are older people. They must be desperate. But I promise you, all of them, except one person, I forgot the name of their channel. I got to find that. But the majority of them, their numbers grew overnight, and all of them are monetized now. And they were in a group setting, and there was two particular people that I was shocked that would do something like that, because a lot of their channel is about God and preaching and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that you can't make a mistake as a man or woman in the flesh, but they talked about those things not being right, and that's had to be. I'm almost guaranteed that that's what they did, because that kind of content, that stuff wouldn't grow that fast. Not like that. It's not that I'm wishing nobody any negativity. I just don't get it. You know what I'm trying to say here, you know what I'm saying. Something happened. Something definitely happened. Something definitely happened is all I can say. Something happened. And these people are definitely doing the do. The only thing is, what I'm trying to look at too, and no disrespect, nothing like that, but I wonder what YouTube is going to say about that, and how long they're going to be able to get away with that before YouTube start stepping in. You know what I mean? How long is it going to be before they get caught out there? Because if that's against the law, isn't YouTube eventually going to catch on to that? And what's going to happen to these people's channels when they get caught doing that? You know what I mean? Something is going on. I want to know how that plays out in the real world. I feel that something definitely is going to drop. One of the shoes is going to drop. You get what I'm saying? One of the shoes is going to drop. And if it drops like that on YT, you stand a chance of getting in trouble, possibly, and losing your channel. Because I don't know how that's going to, if it's illegal, how is YouTube viewing it when they look at your channel and see what you got going on? How do they view it? Honestly. And like I said, there's somebody that I know that I was cool with, and I hope that that's not what they did. You know what I mean? Actually, there was two people that I was very shocked to see them do something like that, and they better be careful with that, because they're jumping on this stuff and bugging out quick and fast, and they better watch themselves, because I think that if this is something that's considered as illegal, isn't YouTube eventually going to catch up with that? And what are these people going to do about it? And then how fast are you trying to roll? If you're doing the content and stuff the way you're supposed to, why you got to go to those links to do that? What's going on? I don't get it. I really don't. I'm trying to figure out how did that happen. But either way, that's their cross to bear, and I just had a little concern about it, because there's some folks I know And I hope that they didn't get themselves into a ditch that they can't dig themselves out of. That's all I'm saying. Because they seem to be good people, but I think they got desperate and fallen on their own sword or something. But I just feel that something's gonna come out of this, and it's not gonna be too good. You know what I mean? Not gonna be too good, and I'm a little concerned with that. We gotta take care and watch ourselves. And you know, they said you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So, and all this crazy stuff that people are sneaking in physically, letting somebody try to make something appear, or all these ghosts, what we call them, bots, subscribers, is gonna be something that it's gonna get scary, child. It's gonna get scary. Yeah, and I got too. I keep getting caught up with these people that have me thinking too, like not to deal with certain people, and then they're back hanging with them. And I'm not. I'm gonna stop following that crowd. There's some more people I gotta thin this list out, Miss Quinn. And I know you won't mind that if there's hardly nobody left here, as long as we all got each other, right? We're not gonna care about this, are we? We're just gonna keep on chilling with the few that's here, that's happy and whole. Just like what I had here today. If I only have 10 people, every time I do a live, 1 or 2, long as we loving on each other, honey, let's get it. Because I feel that we move mountains together. And you do it nice and smooth and take your time. And I don't know how to explain it, but I think that you'll be okay if you come on for the right reasons. But if you got somebody that's struggling for cash and stuff, you know, and no disrespect, but I think that if that's the case, you would be better off going out and trying to get you a job if that's possible. Because like we said before, all money ain't good money. Please be careful, y'all, with all this desperateness out here. I am worried about a few people, but I know that, you know, they grown, and that's none of my business. But I just, you know, you meet people on here, and you hate to see people misguided and led down the wrong, or they trying to be, you know, a little lucid. Them, you know, they want to turn up out here, so that's hard to tell what it is. I just hope it works out. Because is it really worth it? Because if this is illegal and half of us know that, what is YouTube saying? That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out. I know, like I told you before, I had a few situations out here where people were doing these different things like this, and they're under investigation. So I don't know. Let me see where Miss Quinn is at. Okay, let me see. She said, wait a minute, let me see what you got, Miss Quinn, because this thing runs so daggone slow, and then sometimes you get a few people talking, then it wants to drag. Exactly, been doing YT years to work their channels, and yes, grew their channels with, yes, what they are today. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Quinn. She says, I don't see the benefits. The content isn't good. Yes, I'd like to know myself on how YT is going to handle this and what's going to happen to those channels. I'm curious to know. So am I, Miss Quinn, and they better watch out, because there's some people that's involved in that I didn't think would do that. I would rather have friends that can count on one hand, yes, than many involved. Yes, because I don't know, but there was somebody that I was trying to talk to, and I said that today when they came in alive, and they didn't seem to want to respond to what I said at all. And I was just giving them a compliment. I was like, wow, you really growing. As you were just such and such last week. Now you done grew, and they didn't say not a one word. And I think that's because something going on. No shade, no shade. I'm just saying something going on. You know what I mean? Something is definitely going on here. Because usually when you talk to people, especially these people, because I remember these Pacific people, every time they come to your live, I'm growing, I got this many watch hours, I got this many, and that's all they kept doing for months and months. And now, then after they started saying, yeah, I got it going on, I'm going to be monetized by this day, I'm going to have, 5,000 subscribers by Wednesday and bop, 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 bop. And now they're so confident. And then when you say, so how's everything going? They don't say a word. Just, hi, how you doing? Yep, okay, just passing through. They don't want to talk at all. You know why, right? Excuse me. You know why? I think because they thinking that you may be uncovering a little bit of the coof. You know what I'm saying? Which it ain't none of my business, because when you go down, it ain't gonna be me, and I don't wish no bad on nobody either. But I don't know about this stuff, y'all. Y'all better stop playing with it. You gotta watch yourselves, because it could be something that's gonna fall apart quickly. And these folks here, I thought they was a lot better though. So we're gonna see, Miss Quinn, because I sure was wondering myself, like, what? Hooty hoot and woody poot. Okay. If that's what you're working with, all right. Give it your best shot. But boy, when this thing drop, boy, is it gonna be something and something and something. I was wondering, Miss Quinn, were you noticing any of that? There's something going on. We got to be careful, y'all. I tell you, once you start getting caught up in the world and all of this foolery, this is when you fall for many things and stand for nothing. Cause you in the grime right now. When you start doing that, you're not who you say you are either. You gotta watch out for that foolishness, honey. Cause you get to be a pig and slop, baby. Honey, let me tell you, it goes down. It goes down, darling. Sure does. We got so much different stuff going on here that I don't even know who to deal with hardly no more at all, because this is starting to become a big mess with people that are not really real to who you think they are. And somebody has brought a person into my lives and into people that I'm dealing with that's not right. And I'm a little, I'm starting to see that I'm gonna have to handle this person, because there's definitely something wrong here. You brought somebody to come running through like some kind of hella whore, and I mean that. I mean that. What that does. Yes, ma'am, Miss Quinn. We got the Ooh. Let me try to read your comments better, she said. Okay, let me see. She said exactly. Understand that, but what does the check look like? That's what I'm saying. She said, well, I wonder what the check. That's what I want to know, because even though you have the subscribers, are you getting? Just put it this way: if you have the subscribers, and you got enough for the watch hours, do these people keep watching you for a check to be coming? Come on, think about it. They're going to be gone. That's exactly what it is, Miss Quinn. Because think about it. Where is it at, though? What's really happening? She said, yes, I've been noticing a lot of things changing and channels growing really quick, and checking out some videos. It's the same ones I see on TT and IG, and nothing special. That's what I'm saying. There's no content, or just get the popcorn, she said, and just watch and see. Yeah, because I got a few new people that joined me And once I went over to check out their channel, you got, 25,000 subscribers. And then I'm looking at your videos and your lives, and it's not popping like that for the amount of subscribers that you got and for you to have grown so quickly. So something is, you know what I mean? Something ain't right here, honey. Something ain't right here. Somebody's pimping their ride. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about them kind of things, sis. We got to watch out for that, because I think that if this is a happening thing and YouTube knows about it, how long do you think they're going to let this go before some heads start getting chopped? Just think about it. How long are we going to let this thing go before some heads start getting chopped? Because I know and you know this is weird, creepy. And something is going to go down. For sure, for sure. Something is going to go all the way down. And like you said, we're going to be right here. Popcorn. I might even drink a soda. If we don't do too much soda and popcorn, we might have something here this evening. Cracking a soda. Because I always put some soda up to have in the house if we need it, especially ginger ale. Like if people ain't feeling well, that has been a good help for some people. You know how it go. Yeah, we definitely have to howdy doody la la la. Something ain't right here, child. You understand what I'm saying? Anytime you got something. Hey, how you doing? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, honey, I'm gonna be sitting there right along with you, honey. We'll be looking like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Jaws full and chopping and watching away. And like I said, I'm not saying this out of no negativity or wishing nobody no kind of negative, nothing. I'm worried about a few people that I know that look like they in that kind of game. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand, like I said, stuff been happening mysteriously when I've been in people's lives. And I'm like, wait a minute now. What you got? What you got going? Because something ain't right here, sis, bruh. Because it's been women and men equally. That's right. Take care of your health. I need you to check this thing for me 1 second, because I don't know. Oh, you said down. I'll bring it to you. Why there ain't no it's like it's on mute or something here. 1 second. What is that? Oh yeah, you know what? Let me check. Let me check Auntie Mary. I'm trying to tell y'all. Freaking ain't easy. Somebody gotta do it.
Hey, Dr. Destiny, I'm out here getting these steps in. I'm out here walking and talking. And look how beautiful that sky is up there. It's picture ready. Look at this.
Wow, what a beautiful view.
Beautiful piece of art to paint, to draw and paint. Right? Yeah. So we got to get those clothes put away. Sometimes I would fold them and put them in the clothes basket. And I said, now this doesn't make any
Mm-mm.
Head back to the house. Work. Don't try to be a
Yes, Miss
hero.
Quentin, she cheered. I know that's right. There's something ain't right. And I told you, some of these people that I seen involved in this stuff, they must be with the play, because their stuff was looking crazy to me too. Somebody that like I said, a few people that I thought wasn't in it, and like I said, there's one person that popped up. You know how when you be talking to people, like if somebody keep constantly telling you, watch hours, watch hours, watch hour, come see me because I'm trying to build, and then all of a sudden you see this stuff is flipping within 2 weeks, and then when you see them again, then you ask them how's everything going, and it's like they don't want to really talk about it, and then they predicted to like some psychic what was going to happen. How do you know that? Yes, Miss Quentin's so crazy. She got monkeys and dude. You know what I'm trying to tell you, girl? Mm, something ain't right here. You feel me? Mysterious business child. What you got planned for the weekend, Miss Quinn? Because I know we've been chopping it up so much that I'm trying to, work it out.
Yes, it is beautiful. Look at the sky and the trees. It's so pretty. I hear the sun is setting. Gonna see if I can get a view with these cars past. Gonna see if I can get a view behind me.
We're trying to figure out. I want to look and see if I got anything here. Uh-huh. Hey, Tanika Davis. Mm-hmm. Somebody saying hi to me. Hey, Tamika Davis. Uh-huh. Hey, Tamika Davis. Somebody saying hi to me. Somebody's live. Wrong child, let me remove that. Spell this girl name right. What Miss Quinn says, you chilling? I know I am too, Miss Quinn. I just want to relax, have a couple of these days off. That ain't nothing popping, ain't nothing frying, ain't nothing burnt. Just chilling all the way back. And she said nothing much, just chilling and doing surveys. I know that's right, Miss Quinn. Just keep it copacetic, do it moving and chill. Cause I tell you, sometimes we have to be still out here. You know what I mean? We have to be still out here and chill back. Cause I can tell you, there's a lot that's finna kick off here, and it's time to like just take it easy. Just take it easy and live your best life, child. Cause the world is moving in a fast pace, and we got to make sure that we don't get sucked into nothing we can't handle. I know a lot of stuff is going on here, child. And like I said before, sometimes people get so kind of foolish on their YT that you have to separate yourself from a lot of folks. And sometimes you got to stop watching certain people And I promise you, girl, I am doing so good with elevating myself in this and finding my niche and my right kind of people. And I'm gonna just keep on moving slowly through the process and getting out of out of these messed up predicaments that occurred, unfortunately. Because I got some people, you're gonna be shocked. I can't quite speak on it yet, but there's some people that you're gonna be shocked that it's done. It's gonna be a lot of division here, but I'm gonna be all right because they ain't gonna see me no more. I don't want to be bothered. I see what you are. If we go to chat and ask it how to make money on YT, it will give you some examples on how to do it. And buying subs isn't one of them. See what I mean? You hear that? That's right. It doesn't give you, if you go and ask how to make money on YT. She said buy it the real way. You said.
You're gonna buy some, but then you're gonna act like they're yours. That's wrong.
Exactly.
People are actually supposed to be bucks out. Or before they're general, you just getting it for free to get paid for it.
It's crazy.
You don't deserve to get paid the same much as I do if you didn't do the work.
And that's what I'm talking about. She said my family member said you don't deserve to get paid like I do if you didn't do the work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, I didn't see it, Miss Quinn. She said, did I see Monique's interview on Club Shay Shay? No, I didn't, sis. What was up with that? You talking about Monique? Because anytime she speak, it be real. I didn't see that, no. Just enjoy you and your life. It's too short for mess and foolishness. You have to clean things up. And yes, and I promise you, girl, you wouldn't believe if I'll find a way to get it to you. So I can keep it between me and you, but there's going to be some key players that you see pop up. And like I said, I'm not trying to be two-faced to the phony, but I'm just going to give people enough rope to hang themselves, and I'm going to let them go on with it and dangle. And I'm not saying that to sound, whacked and scary and weird. But I'm going to let people go on and do what they're doing and let them think it's kosher, and they're going to start slowly seeing the absence. And I'm not trying to be shady. I just don't want no big mess with nobody, and I'm done with it. A few new a-holes. God is good. I can't complain. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Get a chance. Check it out. I watched it last night and it was good. Now, what's it called? You said Monique. You talking about Monique from Precious? She says YT channel. Who is Shay? See, I don't know. You said the Clubhouse. Who was that? I don't even know if I'm familiar with that, Miss Quinn, because I can put that on right now while we chatting. She says Shay Shay Clubhouse on YT. Let me see if I can find that. I never seen that. And when Monique comes out, honey, Monique be calling everybody out, and everybody want to call her crazy and boot her to the side when she be keeping it real. All the stuff she's saying, other people don't agree until some crap happens in their life. And then they go running, trying to act like, they got something. She said, Shay Shay's. Okay. You know what? Let me pop this. Okay. Oh, I see that interview, Miss Quinn. I'm finna put it on my actual TV. I want to see, because she don't be Monique. I promise you. I don't care what nobody say about Monique. Monique is a real, and she's a survivor, and she don't play with it. All that stuff she does it straight up for real, and a lot of people can't take the heat. Everybody want to try to call her out and act funny towards her and be nasty, but I'm gonna tell you something about her husband. I'm not feeling, Miss Quinn. I ain't trying to be shady now or double talking, because I got Monique and that's her business, because that's her husband, but I'm not feeling the husband. Something ain't right about her husband guy. I'm sorry to say it like that, but he seems suspect. I don't know what kind of relationship she got with him. And I don't mean nothing about the daddy and mommy, all that. Something ain't right with the husband, though. I got it. I'm finna bring it up on my TV right now, Miss Quinn. You can probably hear it because you already know what it is. And I'm trying not to do no copyrights or whatever they call it. And I'm not talking about for no YouTube money, but not to get in trouble and mess up your YouTube channel. But something that I don't, I ain't gonna say nothing to be rude, but that husband, oh, that guy, his name is Shay Shay. I didn't know that. She said she put it. I got it, Miss Quinn. I like Monique, but do you know who her husband is, Miss Quinn? Monique's husband in her in the real life. Okay, is she still with the husband? What's going on with him? You need to be up on that like that with that neck stuff and all that, huh? Ugh. Wow, we talks about that too. Yeah, something about him I ain't feeling though, Miss Quinn. I don't know if I can let that be heard on YT or not. Miss Quinn be knowing that. Miss Quinn be up on that stuff. Yes, ma'am, Miss Quinn. There's a lot of stuff I'm not clear on about her husband and even some stuff that ain't right with her kids. I don't know what area that falls in, but something ain't right there. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Quinn, because I need to hear, because something ain't right with that. And I'm glad she talks about it all, because I ain't trying to be shady or nothing, because I don't shade nobody like that I like. But when I see it, I don't care if we cool or not. I see there's some problems there in your area. Come on now. Come on now. I'm watching it, Miss Quinn. I'm listening to it, Miss Quinn. catch up with Cat Williams too, because a lot of his stuff that he's coming out with is fire. You know what I mean? It's fire because these are the people that live this life and know this stuff. You know what I mean? And when you listen to them, you're gonna get the real, because them, you know, the phonies that come out. You know, the phonies that come out, then you know the real deal. They keep it popping. This ain't no joke. This type of show like this to me is better than that Jada Pickett roundtable stuff. I'm not trying to be shady. I'm just saying I don't really fool with that too tough. You know what I mean, Miss Quinn? There's something about the difference of that and the roundtable that Jada Pickett be doing. I know they probably done had some interesting topics and stuff, but I don't really care for a lot of the stuff that they do and how they doing it. Her and her mother or whatever that is. No disrespect. I tried to catch a quick glimpse of it, but I don't like. It's not my thing. I just can't. Something about them, it don't strike me right. Yes, they both are telling it. Yes, and I like that they are. Do you like Jada Pickett and them with that round table stuff, Miss Quinn? I really would love to know what you think about that. I am really, really, I don't feel that. I don't know how to say out about this. She said, I don't care for the round table talk and not a fan of them at all. Yes, yes. I'm not either, Miss Quinn. There's something about, I don't know, it's messy in the way of like they're trying to be something and but they phony with it and them type of thing. I don't know. I'm not trying to hurt nobody, nothing, man. I promise you. But something ain't right with that. You heard? Something ain't right with that. You heard the word. I don't know what to say, but something about them, they seem phony. And then she said, yes, there was something about it that didn't sit right with me either. And when they have Will on there, that's a bunch of crap too. A bunch of crap with him coming on there, seeming like he have no interest or no marriage with her. The kids, and I have to say allegedly, the kids and them, none of that's connected. There's a problem there in that family, and the parents are the cause of it. Both of the parents. No, I mean, getting that income. Yeah, something ain't right with their families. No, I mean getting that income in. I mean getting that income in. It's crazy, but something ain't right. And every time Will comes on that, he makes himself, I just feel sorry for their kids. What do you think, look, allegedly is going on with their kids, Miss Quinn? Your take on it. Talking about getting that coin. She says, I don't like that. That's what they said. Well, look. For a lot of things writing on his name, too. Yeah, I believe that, too. It's all a mess. Mm. I don't know, but I don't know. Something is going on. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Just to to really talk about it. It's hard timing, girl. Hard times going down, honey. The kids are living that Hollywood lifestyle. Yep, where anything goes and they do anything with anyone. There are no boundaries. Yes, I feel so sorry for them that they had to turn out like that. But I think it's because of how they was raised. Unfortunately, I really do. I think it was how they was raised, and they're a product of that environment. You know what I'm saying? They are a product of that environment. Something is totally wrong there with that crowd. And they're living on that edge to where there's some problems going on with their upbringing, stuff that they have suffered out in the house, and all kinds of messy mess, if you know what I mean. That's why I keep saying with these kids are a product of this child. It's scary, pretty scary. And they're out here real bad. I think both of them, allegedly are, all in this gender all over the place type of stuff too. I think something is terribly wrong here, sis. And their kids are suffering the wrath of all of this shenanigans out here. And it's gonna come to an end in a bad way with both of them because they're out here totally freaked out and unearthed, uncooked. And unfortunately, that's got their mental health off balance as well, if you know what I mean. Their mental health is off balance because of it. And there's nothing you can really do about it because that's the life that they've been brought up in. Ain't really nothing you can do or say about that because that's all that's their life. That's all they know. And that's all them poor youngins know. What mom and daddy is done and how their lives is messed up, it has a lot to do with what's going on inside the house. I'm telling you, this is so much going on out here in the world, girl, that sometimes social media could be you know, up in the trap, caught up in the trap. You know what I mean? You gotta, get in where you fit in at and find the safe zones to be in, because it's a mess. It's a mess, honey. Somebody going in on this live cussing real crazy. This is crazy, Miss Quinn. I don't even know what to make of half of this stuff. And I've been trying to keep it down, we're talking crazy here. She said, you just, yes, Buckley, yes. So, the son doesn't appear to be that way at all. No, he ain't. He was lucky to get out of there before it got crazy and got a separate mama. That's why they sleep around with anybody just like mama and daddy do. Yes. That's a new lesser of the evils. Yes, it is. And that, damn, Miss Quinn, I feel absolutely 100% the same way. The same way. That's exactly how me and my family, the ones of us that talk about that kind of stuff, we feel the same exact way. We feel that them children, they had no way out of this mess. They came in with that wild mess. And Jada tried to act, look, allegedly sit back with her. You already know what I'm talking about. But I can deal with Will more than her. But they need to really to be accountable for how they let their children live out here. You know what I mean? Mm-mm. There's no way. There's no way that you can get by with that. No way. 'Cause I know when your kids is hurting like that, you got to get them some help. And I think a lot of their problems is because of how their parents is raising them up with all that whack sexual and crazy mess that they got going on. You know? And I got to, girl, I got so much stuff I got to let out here that I can't even contain myself. Because, see, what we do here, you know what I noticed that people don't pay attention to? Like, just say, like right now, if somebody's watching the live, they'll see that it's like me and you really, like I'm talking to you, or you're the only one actively chatting. But they don't know how many people that's in the bushes and how many people that try to act like they're not there. And, excuse me, that there ain't no way that you can really tell who's there or not, but you can honestly bet that there definitely is, whether it's trolls or fake friends or whoever, you can definitely tell that somebody's hanging in the background looking for a shakedown. We know this. We know this. That's why I don't never feel that it's only just me and the person that's actively chatting. There's a whole bunch of others. A whole bunch of others that is basically running up through here. You know, they just ain't showing themselves. And I'm right now, as we speak, I'm unsubscribing to another person. It's done. We're done. We're done. I ain't got time to be bothered with them lives and any videos they got coming up in my feed. We're not friends. I've been checking you out like maybe 4 or 5 times, and what you did was you came around me, a few of y'all folks, and feel that I got a few people that are, consistent that comes to the lives, and they keep saying, "Oh, every time we go to Rruk, she got good supporters. Those are good supporters." So now you join me and join other people, and then you ain't never even came by not a one video. It's done. It's done. I said what I said. Whatever I gave you as respect. Yes. It's never true. You know what I'm saying? I said what I said, and at the time I left you those good comments and bigging up and help you with your channel, but now it's over with now. We're not friends like that, and I see where you are and what kind of person you are. And all these people are looking for a come up to use somebody else to build something that they got that wasn't popping. You know what I'm talking about, Miss Quinn. I wish I could tell you. Such a sweetheart. Such a sweetheart. I wish I could. Oh, Miss Quinn, there's so much stuff brewing. Folks, it's stripped down to the draws. I can't. I got myself, girl. I got myself with 1 or 2 folks that I thought was all right, and then all of these boogaboos and popped up. It's just a mess. You hear me? A mess. I'm working on that. She said right there. Always someone hanging out in the background. You know it is. And then they try to act like, oh, well, I heard. I don't give a damn what you heard. Open your ears up. You cleaned them? Can you hear? Nobody don't care about none of that stuff. Ain't nobody saying nothing on here that we can't. You know, people listening to me over in Hong Kong, in the Philippines, in Puerto Rico, all around the world. People are watching and listening to what you're talking about. This ain't no shock or nothing new. Come on now, y'all. Come on and wake up. Let's be for real. You know, if you stuck on stupid, that's what it's gonna be for you. You feel me? If you living in the real world, wake up to that. Stop playing these games. I got so many people that actually think they're really doing something, and that's not even the party I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm unsubscribing as we speak to a whole bunch, honey. She said, in due time, not the draws. Just strip it all the way down, because I'm telling you, Miss Quinn, this thing here ain't no joke. These folks here got this thing twisted up, and even they think that you're not up on it because you're able to hide. And I got so many people that is killing me out here with the game of coming over and listening to somebody's content and then going back and using your content to run their channel with, but try to act like they don't know. Silly Willy. Silly Willy. And I'm basically taking the time right now as we speak, and I'm unsubscribing. I've already did 3 or 4 people right now. 3 or 4 people right now. I'm already dealing with it and shutting it down, and I'm gonna keep going and keep going. And I promise you, it's been amazing. And I promise you too what I wanted to say, Miss Quinn too, and I'm gonna keep it 100%. There is somebody on here, right? I promise you, I got them in my live from way back when, and I keep asking them, she said they act like rats pissing on cotton. Ooh, girl, that was good. Did you hear that, sis? She said they act like rats pissing on cotton. Damn. That was served very well, Miss Quinn. Girl, you turned that all the way loose, sis. I'm in favor of it, sister. I'm with you 100%. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I am. Yes, I've been releasing and unsubscribing to folks. Lets them go in love. That's right. Release it in peace. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you right now, honey, this ain't what you want. This is not it. You understand what I'm saying, girl? I am on another mission here, and I'm taking my time, and I'm doing it right, and it's working out real good for me. And I don't know if have you noticed the difference in any of my lives with certain people that you're not really seeing anymore, Miss Quinn? I'm not trying to call you out or put you on the spot. I just like to know if you notice any of that. Change that's been coming about. Yeah, I've been. Oh, she's a secret reason, but I want to know if she's noticed any people that you don't see anymore. Hello, my friend. Have a nice weekend. I don't know if you've been able to tell. She said, peace I come and peace I leave. Yes, bye for me. Oh, you better stop. I've been around. Okay. Uh-huh. That's because I'm done. And I'm not bragging or nothing, Miss Quinn, because I didn't get into this for it to end this way. You know what I mean? I promise you, I did not get in for this to end this way. I'm sorry. Gotta go. I promise you, I didn't plan none of this. But YT and the world is too big to stay stuck on a bunch of no-nos, you know? Yeah, it's working out right now. Like I said, as I speak to you, I'm taking my time and I'm going to some different channels here and I'm done with it. There's a few different people that I don't care if they want to come by me and peep in the bushes and run and hide and bug out with their fake stuff. I'm done. I'm done with that person. I got another person. I'm probably getting on to 6 people now that as we speak. Because there's one woman that just started coming to me and I thought she was real and what she's been doing. And I'm not trying to be shady because I get influenced by a lot of different people that I deal with as well, but I don't use people and try to take their content and run with it. You know what I'm trying to explain to you. We all work well together and I'm inspired by, inspired by so many different people that, that I take a, page from their book and enjoy. You know what I mean? And I learn some tricks and stuff from other people, but I just don't deliberately go to anybody's live just to use them for their content and then slide in like you got their back and you care. And then you go on their channel and they're doing a live that they just popped up like, a little pop-up shop and basically using what you was just saying in your live verbatim and that you can actually play it back. And there's nothing wrong with that, but are you friends with me or is this a game? I mean, what? Benny and the Jets? I mean, come on, what? There's something ain't right. It's a little crazy and a little corny. A little weird something that I got going on. And I got a lot of these people that's popping up, just using folks for sponsorships and playing a bunch of games that's not really invested. No shade. I'm just saying for real, for real. I've been watching this, taking it to the chest. Have a safe trip. That's why I said I don't know what this is here, but I know. You know how when you know you're doing something and then you be thinking somebody's there with you and then you notice that they just popped up right quick and they really disappeared. I ain't in the bushes working in no background multitasking my A. You know what I'm trying to explain to you. You know when, and then all of a sudden while you're doing your video, you get a notification that this person is doing a live and you doing your live, which is not nothing about no competition and no time. I'm just saying in general. And you go over there and look and you realize that what you just said in the few minutes that they came in your live, they went right over and went deeply into it. And it's like weird. It's like weird. There's nothing wrong with us inspiring each other and loving on one another, but something is weird. 'Cause I don't care. Anything that you say that you put out here, people want to, be inspired by you, and it's good that you got some stuff that people, think is worth listening to and sharing. I like that. And that's not what I'm talking about. Tell me if this is what we hear. I'll be right back. It's Queen. Miss. Oh, God. I'm not rolling out on there either. Not to be rude, because he'll be on his ride. Just go ahead. I ain't riding with you, brother. No, I'm saying if we be seeing certain places, folks be wanting you to roll up on that if you go to up the road there type of place. I ain't interested in it right now. Too relaxed and it's late, you know? That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna figure it out. She says I yes. Mm-hmm. Miss Quinn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Miss Quinn, I had to go to the ladies' room and then I came back down here, got me a mint, and I clearing out my subscription some more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What you doing? Still doing surveys, Miss Quinn? Mm-hmm. I'm done with all these clowns. What I can say is that I met some people that's better than the people I thought was supposed to be meeting. That's weird though, but sometimes that happens. You know? I'm not that type that's with all that kind of crazy mess like that, but unfortunately, it happens too often. Yeah. And I don't, and I don't do that shady stuff where she said, drinking more water and go to the bath. Mm-hmm. That's good. I'm almost finished mine. You know, sometimes I drink more than other days, but you do what works for you. I had to go to the bathroom. That's where I just came from. And I'm telling you, one thing I don't like too is that you know how when you meet somebody through somebody else and it's like they kind of stepping over you, like they're doing something. But also sometimes when you meet the original friends, it didn't work out. And that's a lot because folks ain't, they ain't about it, child. You gotta live and learn when it comes to this kind of stuff. You gotta learn. Do it moving. Because it basically ain't what it was cracked up to be. As you know, and we all know that you really gotta choose your people and your time wisely. Because when you don't, you're all over the tube crazy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. All over the tube crazy. And a lot of drama can get turned up very easy, you know? I'm just taking my time here as I talk to you and clear this mess out. I don't like that stuff when folks try to take over. I usually just walk around and let them have it. That's right, go on, go for it. Because half the time what they trying to run and snatch up don't be nothing but some crumbs. And they usually don't end well. You know what I mean? They really don't. Okay, I think I'm subscribing from number 8. Yep. I'm doing really good. Bam, they popped out of my thing. Ooh, that looks so good to clear this out. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you've seen it today, Miss Quinn, but I have some new people that's been coming in. Hmm. One of my things to do is and make sure that I don't waste no more precious time with nothing, you know. Uh-uh. It's gonna be Michael Ram. Okay, they gave me a notification here. Oh, they got that steak place on there. Remember that steak place from a long time ago? Oh, I mean, it just popped up saying something, is what I meant to say. No.
Probably live, so just on.
Oh, okay, good. They let us know. Maybe they're giving us an extra deal. I'm sorry. Would you be interested in trying that again? Because it's been a while. When someone matters too much to you and end up getting too hurt over little things. You see, that's her probably talking about how you dog walking that guy. I'm telling you, you ain't really hitting on nothing, child. For you to have somebody that's trying to get with you. I can tell that they be throwing subliminals, and it's sad too, y'all. You know what I'm saying? When you got people that's trying to be in a relationship, and I don't care if it's two women or whoever, and one person is more invested than the other. That is a big, big, crazy problem that a lot of people end up getting hurt. And you can tell when things are going in the left, but people keep trying to stay in something that ain't popping. And they better take their time and get themselves in the right lane, because if you just got out of a bad relationship or you've been in a bad relationship, first of all, when you just got out of something, it's not good to jump into something new. You know what I mean? And secondly, you better have learned something from that negative that happened to you if you want to make sure you don't keep falling on your own sword too, because that's what we're dealing with. A lot of people that's desperate to be with somebody that they're not even, analyzing right now. I'm not healthy to be in no relationship with nobody. So I need to chill back. You know what I'm saying? Some folks ain't in the hearing of that. You know what I mean? Some people are not with it. And they just keep making the same mistake over and over again. And I've been watching so many people that you can tell that one person cares more than the other. And excuse me, it's definitely going to the left, all the way sideways, kit and caboodle. Kit and caboodle, honey. It's going down in the town. Yes, ma'am, Miss Quinn. That's why I said you gotta this is all Yeah, Miss Quinn. She says, yes, I did. See them, they seem pretty nice. Yeah. Yes, people don't look at the signs or clues that's given to them. No, they don't. I'm not trying to be funny, but I promise you, excuse me, this is getting crazy. This situation is getting totally cray cray. And folks need to get themselves together here, child, because this thing is going down real quick and real fast. And I've been watching a lot of people trying to putting something together that ain't usually popping like that. And you know how you can just tell, when you be watching like all of these, well, I won't say because reality TV is not real reality. I feel that everybody's putting on an act. You know what I mean? Everybody's putting on the act, dog and pony show. So I can't even say that. Okay. Here she go. Let me see if I make sure I got that open up. Yeah, we might order something out. Okay. There we go. Something ain't right, Miss Quinn. And I wonder, Miss Lady, she ain't done no lives in a minute too. Miss Sister here. I gotta check on her, see what she got going. I know she been doing a lot of those shows. That's been good for her and hitting and bringing in a different crowd, she said, but I haven't seen her do lives in a while. Check and see when she have something going again too, Miss Quinn. I don't know what's going on with this daggone computer, and I just bought this a couple of months, and ain't even been 6 months yet, I don't think, and this thing is acting a fool. I spent too much money on this for this. I'm disappointed. Come on now. Computer. It's like the screen just keeps jumping around. Let's see if I refresh that. I ain't got time to have no computer problems, and I just bought this I don't even know, a couple of months. A couple of months. And it's already, I ain't gonna lie, I did drop it I think twice now, so that I figured they need to make these a little bit more Tonka built, because that happens. If that's what did it, then I'm in trouble. It's just going down. Hello, my darling. You did a awesome job on this pot roast, and I need a plate. Mm-hmm. These people are running through here, and you don't even know whether you're going to come in half the time here. She says, yeah, she said, yes, some people don't look at the signs of the clues, yes, is given to them. It's all an act. You're right. Dog and pony show, it is. So many people out here. So many different folks out here that I'm watching. People are doing YouTube just to pretend to be with somebody. Some people are pretending they're paying trainers to act like it's their boyfriend because they try to act so fly and really ain't got no man or girl. You know what I'm trying to tell you. And then you got a lot of people here that are trying to, make it look like something that's really truly not happening. And when you waste your time like that, you waste your time like that, because no matter what we got going on in life, when you roll like that, these are some things you can't get back. You know what I'm saying? These are some things and time that you can't get back, that you could have spent it, in your Bible, around positive people. You know what I'm saying? A whole different ride. Definitely. Could have been doing it somewhere else. And with that being said, that's why I gotta get myself together here. Because I don't need to be doing none of that no more. I need to be, like I said before, just wind it down. And I'm gonna clear this thing. I'm clearing it all the way out with no hard feelings. And there's gonna be some people that I think we're gonna end up kind of basically messing up some friendships here because certain people is with other people that I'm not gonna be bothered with any longer. And it's gonna be, it's gonna be known. Definitely gonna be known. Just to keep it, a little bit more tight knit and keep it propping. I'm just looking through here, so excuse me if I'm a little quiet. Plus, I try to, calm it down a little bit because we've been popping. You know how we got that crowd popping earlier, and I'm trying to bring it down because I had something popping too before you had came in, Miss Quinn, and this has been running for some long hours. So I'm trying my best to like relax me and you on the chill combo here. The combo here. And it's awesome. I know some stuff is I'm just watching these people that been on this stuff and said they only been on it a month, and I just ran across somebody else that done jumped up into a whole bunch of high numbers because I know some guy was trying to give some gems, but he was trying to be kind of secretive, but I already knew what he was talking about. And what they're doing is they're doing a lot more than what I thought out here illegally. Hello, how are you? There's something wrong here with that though. Get real crazy out here. And I think too with YouTube, they got too many people that it's getting to be a lot to try to keep up with. You know what I mean? I think that's why they changed it because it didn't used to be like that. I don't even know, was there any required watch hours? Any watch hours required years back when I first when I had the actual channel thing going. It was not that many years ago. No. Okay.
I thought it was.
I'll ask somebody, Right, I don't think so. I'm going to ask too, though. Just to see other people thrive on that foolishness, putting all of the energy into, yeah, that's the problem here, too. That's getting to be a real bad thing that we. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. So we got to get an idea of what we're looking for. You got anything? Because that place that popped up gave me a taste for that. He approve of it. Critique it. I need to stop popping up and get close up with these cameras and get y'all teeth and stuff and all that together when you're going to be up close. And I'm not being rude because I made myself too. You got to get yourself shaved up if you're a man and all that, and clean your glasses and whatever else you got going on here. Because a lot of this stuff is starting to look crazy. Come on now. Whacked. Now jumping all up in front of this camera with boogers showing all in your nose and stuff like that. Gotta get it together, y'all. I'm sorry for real, though. I gotta do better than this, man. This is crazy. I'm seeing this and I'm like, wait a minute now. Are y'all even paying attention to what y'all putting out here, or are we just straight out bugging out? Is that on the gram or the tube? Okay, so He's trying to you see what I mean? How people oh yeah. And what I noticed too is that these people, oh my gosh, I can't even speak on it because it's sick. It's sick. You weren't even bothering with that. Now you're trying to come on there and start doing something. That's all he's doing is running through people. A lot of people don't understand that too, that this person is not really who they say they are. Yeah, no, mom, I'm looking. This one is crazy. You know what? Folks, y'all got to get this thing together here. Y'all got to stop all this popping all over the place and sit down somewhere. Because I've been noticing too, I watch a lot of these people doing all of this stuff, and a lot of these people really are not necessarily helping you. But boy, oh boy. You're trying to come flying over here. This is crazy as heck. You said, yuck, no ma'am. You so crazy, Miss Quinn. I'm telling you, I tried to bring my energy down because, girl, we can talk about it for days. I need to put something on the gram, too. Cause we got, Valentine's and all these little things coming up very quick. This stuff is just life is just rolling in and out. Every time you turn around, it's a new day. Everything is just flying by so fast. I don't know what's going on out here, but these sicknesses is getting bad. Everybody stay carrying something, you know. Every time you turn around, somebody else is sick with something that's just, dire. Gotta be ready for what's going on in the world because all these different things that we have out here, like we got the common cold has turned into a normal, where the common cold is taking the place of the flu, and the COVID is a whole nother, C-19 is a whole nother can of worms. She said, like, some people just, yeah, on TikTok too. Yeah, they get on there with anything, honey. People think they're famous on there with that mess. A lot of them need to stop. Stop. You really got to do better than this too, because when you out here popping around looking crazy and whack, you're seeing. And TikTok too. I don't really like TikTok too much either, because I've been noticing with them, it's a little messy over there with any and everybody opportunists with some whack stuff. And it don't be looking right. I'm sorry to say that. It don't. I had did a few things on there, and then I realized I don't really like it. I don't really like Facebook too much either. All of that stuff is like, see people. Yeah. Oh, that was good, sis. You laid it out. You said over there on Facebook, everybody's posting about their business and their family drama, putting all their business out there. Exactly, said.
Posted it online for free, so nobody's stopping me.
Oh, damn, you said that so good. My family member just said, you sit on here and post all your business and you wonder how people know you bought a house. Ain't nobody stalking you. You posted your business out there. You know what I mean? You're damn right. You're saying that right, because that's all it is. Loose ends. Loose ends that need to be tied up. Because that TikTok has went crazy. And she said, I didn't hear her. Yeah, that's what she said. That's what was said to people out here posting all their business, and then they wonder why people know where you live. Ain't nobody stalking you. You gave your address out. And with that crazy ish. Y'all know what's going on here. Everybody know what time it is. That's what was said, Quinn. It's crazy. That's what it is, though. Cause see, what happens with everybody? Everybody is in a contest. In a contest with the hype of trying to outdo and trying to be famous. So people are brainwashed and bugging all out with jumping on here thinking this quick overnight fame, and they end up selling their souls. Exactly, give all their information out. Yeah, and now and let me tell you about these few people here too. Folks have met each other on YT, and you've seen the introduction of their friendship because it's in the live. Wonder why folks are just showing up. She said, "Don't wonder why people are just showing up to your house crazy." Yeah, crazy coming to see crazy because you was crazy for putting your business out there like that. And I know some people on here that just met up with folks and they're giving them their phone number and their address. But I seen the friendships, because how is because they're talking all their business in the live and on their video pages of, "Hey, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I met you through so and so last week. Yeah, I've been watching you for about 2 weeks, so I subbed you, man. Okay, woman, lady," and then they sub somebody that you only know 2 weeks, and you feel comfortable enough by letting them know where you live at. And I'm not saying everybody's going through what I'm going through. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that's weirdy whacked. You know what I mean? YouTube weird. For you to get on YouTube and tell somebody that you don't even know for 2 weeks where you live at. What's the use of that though? Why? Why would you do that though? And one person just got through walking, doing a video, and walking through their whole yard. You can see the address of their house on there, and they just, kikiing and carrying on. I see your address. I know what cars is parked in your yard. I know what tree you got in front of your house, what plants you got. Why would you do that on YT and you a certain age? Why would you do that? You got to watch out for the dangers, man. This is scary. I don't do that. I never been that way too much with anybody. I never really let too many folks come all up in my crib and all that. I mean, younger days, I hung out with a few people, but I promise you, definitely not at my place. I never allowed a lot of people into where I live at. And I can tell you how many people over the years at my place that I've allowed folks to be in my place. And never was a crowd, and it wasn't never frequent. And I'm bragging. That's just how I get down. I'm not the one. I don't need to be all up in the cuckoo and the woo-woo and all that kind of stuff like that. I know exactly what I'm doing when it comes to that kind of stuff because I learned stuff. Especially when you're having a lot of people over at your house constantly and you got kids in there and you don't know who got left to the bathroom because you already high and drunk, or you left to make a run to the package store, or you out on the porch and somebody done went in there to pee and you don't even know if they done tripped up in one of your kids' room, or even not even that, done went and stole some jewelry off your dresser because they came in with somebody that didn't know that they was a thief, or whatever. It's just a lot of stuff out here that ain't what it's cracked up to be, y'all. I just hope that folks stop trying so hard to be in the no. She said even if they live in a gated community, that's to stop anyone from finding you. Yeah, none of that stuff don't work anyway. And I just want to know what happened to everybody that in their life that they feel like they just ain't got it, like they got to bug out on stuff. You understand what I mean? Because I realize that people are trying their best to get overnight success, and I've been watching a lot of these people, and there's something about them that it didn't work out for them or something when they were coming up, so they're trying to live their life now, and they're kind of too old for it. And and it's not, it's not working out that way. I don't know exactly how to rock with this because I've been watching so many people that come on here, and it's like they invent themselves to be some kind of character on YT, and it's like folks are like extremely immature for their age, and a lot of people are basically trying to relive a childhood that never came to fruition, or a childhood that didn't grow properly, or teenager, or backpedaling and lost in society. Something ain't going right here because I've been watching a lot of this stuff here, and we gotta come up a little bit better than this because this is kind of sloppy. Where you trying to figure out what the heck happened here, and just by the content alone, it's like people trying to be a one-hit wonder and become famous right quick on YT. And you got to be careful. What's going on there? Uh-oh. Just trying to figure out what the heck. I met somebody here too, girl, that I don't know what their thing is, but girl, they is popping around. There's so many people live, and it's like they just run up on anybody and trying so hard. It's like a chameleon. Anybody that's having a live, they jump right up in these people live as if they know these people personally, and just everybody's